Lord, we thank you for this time. I pray that you'd guide our thoughts and help us to have lots of discussion that is profitable and meaningful, and help us put things in our minds that we need to talk about, we need to cover, and things that are important, not only for our own theology, but also might, in your providence, be helpful down the road in a discussion with someone else. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay, for this morning, you'll notice I have the first 7 chapters up here, and then there was supplementary reading. So I think, let's just start this way. Do you have any questions? I mean, fundamentally, the first 7 chapters are about the divine counsel and about, you can see the chapter headings here. 1 and 2 are sort of kind of where I'm coming from. You can certainly ask me questions about that. 3 and 4 are divine counsel. You get into Edenic stuff in 5 through 7. The divine abode, the concept of the cosmic mountain is introduced here. So before we drill down in a few places, do you have anything you want to ask? Yes.
One question that I had was the divine counsel, and I wasn't clear on how that is not, because I think what I see is some people might say, well, that's the Trinity. How do you explain that being different?
The easiest way to show that it's not the Trinity, and to thank God that it's not the Trinity, is if you go to Psalm 82. I mean, you got to go beyond the first verse. I spent a good deal of time on the first verse, where we have Elohim twice in the same verse, singular, plural, because of the grammar and all that stuff. But God is pretty angry, with the members of his entourage, or his business, his home business, however, the bureaucracy again, however we want to, whatever metaphor is helpful there. So if you're going to say that divine plurality is the Trinity, you got a problem here in Psalm 82, because the Trinity then would be corrupt. So it's not only theologically inadmissible, but there's also no restriction in this passage or any other passage to 3. And again, having gone through the book, the terminology here and the concepts are ubiquitous. Not only in the ancient Near East, but the ancient Mediterranean. Everybody, again, has a conception of a spiritual world and how that world runs. And it's assumed that because they're intelligent beings, that these beings do things in an orderly fashion. They relate to each other in hierarchy. They make intelligent decisions. Yes, there could be rivalries. There could be, competing agendas and that sort of thing. Even, Job 4:18, Job 15, God doesn't trust his holy ones. Well, the reason God doesn't trust his holy ones is he knows better. Again, because we've had past rebellions, and they aren't him. So both they and we, and again, we get into the plurals in Genesis 1 about why you have plural and singular language there. We share something, and this something is referred to as the image, not only with God, but also with his invisible divine family. And that something is, we are his representatives here in the embodied world that he has made, and then they are his representatives in their own world. Well, part of that is having the freedom to make decisions, because you cannot not have, to sound like Augustine here, you cannot not have free will and image God. You can't be like him. If you didn't have that, you would no longer be like him, because he's not a robot. He's not an automaton. Now, we don't have perfect freedom. We don't have exhaustive freedom, but most importantly of all, we do not have his character. But God knows all that. None of that's a mystery. He's not surprised and all that. So we make, again, certain assumptions based on certain biblical concepts, biblical theology about how this other world runs. And that is very familiar to anyone living in that environment, really prior to the modern world. I mean, everybody sort of has this conception. And, to funnel all that, into the Trinity is not only unnecessary, but in certain passages it'll really produce bad theology. So that's the easy way. Now, having said that, again, since you've read the book, you know that I do believe that there is a Godhead taught, conveyed is probably a better word, in the Old Testament. But I just don't get it. I don't import it into passages like Genesis 1:26 and pretend that's the Trinity, or in some other passage. I think it's easy to demonstrate a two-ness, an invisible Yahweh that's in the heavens, and then a visible Yahweh that can be simultaneously on earth, embodied, typically appearing as a man in the Old Testament. That's really easy to show. It's a little more difficult. Once you know what you're looking at there, then some of that language gets applied to the Spirit. And that's actually where Trinitarianism comes from. We can talk a little bit more about that. Trinitarianism does not depend on things like, well, the New Testament writer uses a masculine pronoun here of the Spirit. Well, okay, he might use a neuter pronoun somewhere else. You know, it doesn't work really well, but that's typically how the Trinity is defended. And I think largely because we're kind of unaware, you know, of the framework. And this is one place I do want to drill down, because I get this issue a lot, this question a lot. There's a tendency, especially within evangelicalism, but it's not only within evangelicalism. There's a tendency to say things like, oh, the angel of the Lord can't really be Yahweh because, and then it'll usually be, you'll usually get some talk about how they're distinguished and stuff like that. Well, they are distinguished, but they're also fused in certain places. But there's a resistance to sort of going all the way with that. And I hate to say it this way, but secular scholars who do ancient Near Eastern stuff for many years have refused to go that way and have criticized those who do. And I understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is kind of bold and maybe a little offensive, but I think evangelicals have hesitated to go down that road because they're scared of what their academic colleagues will think in secular standings. Okay, they shouldn't be. Comparative method, Walton says here, since these studies were at times exploited by critical scholars for polemical attacks against the biblical text, evangelicals haven't been inclined to avoid them or even vilify them, castigate them. Even as evangelicals in recent decades have grown more interested in tapping into the goldmine of comparative data, the results have been considered tangential to the ultimate theological task. Comparative studies, next paragraph, have been viewed as a component of historical critical analysis at best. And Walton's going to go on to say, well, that's a little more important than that. But here's what typically happens. When ancient Near Eastern comparative stuff is usually brought up in a classroom, whether it's undergrad or seminary, it's stuff like, oh, look at this piece of pottery. Isn't that neat? They had pots just like we do. Or they had lamps like we do, or they built things like we do. It very rarely gets into their religious worldview, how they viewed, again, the other side, because that's scary. Because we sort of want to assume that everything in the Old Testament, again, from which we're supposed to get our biblical theology, everything in there has to be unique. Why? It is unique in many important respects. How an Israelite, an Orthodox Israelite, viewed what was going on in the spiritual world is significantly different in places than what the Babylonians thought or what the Egyptians thought. And in many cases, the biblical writers are shooting at that stuff. They're doing theological warfare, polemic. But my argument is that in a lot of cases, if we don't allow ourselves to understand that a lot of what the biblical writers are saying theologically or religiously comes from a shared world, because they're part of their own world. If we don't understand that and sort of admit that, then we're going to miss what they're shooting at in a number of places. We're not going to understand the trajectory of thought that they're sort of laying out for their readers, because their own readers originally, they would have gotten all this stuff real easily, because that's just part of their world. They know what they're shooting at, they know why. And in many cases, they even know what text they're drawing ideas from specifically to shoot at that. But we've sort of shunned this kind of thing. And we import our own context into it. So instead of going to Genesis 1:26 and saying, God is speaking to his council, we already know they're there because of Job 38, and he's announcing to them, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is a great idea, I want to create humanity, in our likeness, as our image, and then when he actually does it, then it transfers to singular language, because God is the only creator. Biblical writers are very careful to articulate that. But instead of just taking it sort of for what it is, at face value, which would have been decipherable to any ancient person, and in some cases it mimes an ancient text like Enuma Elish in the way it articulates things. No, we have to import the Trinity there. That's our explanation for the plural language, because that's safe. Doesn't mean it's right-headed at all, but it's safe. And again, my argument in the first couple chapters of the book is that comparative material is really important, because I want the Israelite in your head. I want the first century Jew in your head. The right context for interpreting the Bible is not my context. It's not the Reformation. It's not the Catholic Church. It's not the Puritans. It's not evangelical. It's none of this stuff. The right context for interpreting the Scripture is the one that produced it. And we have to sort of recover that, which is why I put the word recover in the subtitle of the book. We have to recover that so that we can look at it the way the writer, what the writer was thinking and what his original readers were getting out of it. If we can recover that, then we'll understand lots of the strange stuff that's going on in here. So, I understand, again, that procedure is unfamiliar in many contexts, and as Walton points out here, because the only people who've really been doing this are critics. I'll just be blunt. We have allowed them to set the terms of the debate, and we should never allow them to set the terms of the debate. That's conceding territory that does not need to be conceded, and it puts us on the defensive. There is no harm with saying things like, hey, the biblical writer shared a worldview, a theological, religious worldview with an ancient Egyptian or a Mesopotamian. We don't mean by that they all believe the same things. They didn't. We do mean by that they had the same conceptual framework. They believed very deeply, very, very truly. They were committed to an animate spiritual world that they believed was managed in an orderly fashion because the gods were rational. The gods were intelligent like we are. We manage our world like this. We have hierarchy. We have order. We have a boss and the employees. We have all of the same trappings. That makes a culture, makes a civilization, makes a society, makes a family, makes any kind of institution work. You can't have chaos and have it work. We're intelligent beings, so we impose order on these things. And so the assumption was that if there's this other world out there, and we all believe there is, then that world works the same way. And so the divine council is on one level a metaphor for order and hierarchy and rank and all this kind of stuff. But that it's a metaphor doesn't mean that they didn't think it was real. They absolutely thought it was real. They weren't, again, another inflammatory statement, they weren't like us. Because what typically happens is, I get in trouble. I get in trouble a lot. But Christians tend to be selectively supernatural. We need God. We need to accept his existence. We need the Trinity, or else we wouldn't be Christian. We wouldn't even be having the conversation. So we need the deity of Christ. We need the virgin birth. We need this stuff. And Satan pops up in the Gospels because that's the stuff most Christians are oriented to, the New Testament. the 1/4 of your Bible, or as I like to refer to it, the appendix. Okay, we need that, and we need angels and demons. We're done. Draw the line. We're done now. And most of the way we think about that is really drawn from the way it has been taught within the sphere of believing Christianity, and even wider than that, nominal Christianity for centuries. And a lot of that, because we're sitting here in the 21st century in America, a lot of that we've inherited from a Puritan tradition, like Milton's Paradise Lost or something like that. Those were useful books that were very popular, and we sort of unconsciously articulate certain points about our angelology or demonology because of the way important writers articulated it. That's not sinister. It's not evil. It's just normal. It's just the way that it's done. But the only people asking the question like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be imposing Milton or somebody else. Maybe we should go back and do do primary texts in the civilizations that Israel was a part of. Maybe we should be doing that. But the only people who've really focused on it are critics, and that's what scares the Christian community, or has. Now, people who teach in our seminaries who are trained in Semitics, specifically if they're forced, if they went to a secular graduate program. I mean, like my experience, you never get away from this. They don't allow you to get away from it. And my environment wasn't hostile. At Wisconsin, all my teachers were Jewish, except for two, and those two were professing Christians, very low key about it, but they were committed again to the comparative method and things like that. They were university trained, but they were sympathetic, obviously, to Christian theology. But you go into an environment like that, and they will not let you make excuses for it. If you're in a seminary doctoral program, things could be a little different. And there could be different reasons for that you never quite get into it. But it's important, again, because the data are real. We've known since the 1800s, these texts have been deciphered. And because we let critics sort of run the discussion, it leads to now Christians being frightened by the ideas that, in Mesopotamia there's an ark story. Well, the Israelites must have been morons. They had to borrow that from somebody. No, it couldn't be a shared thing. The Israelites alone were so stupid that, oh wow, there's an ark. I never heard of that before. I like that story. Let's put that in. We tend to let the biblical writers be demeaned because we refuse to sort of engage it up front and really question it. And in the literature, the academic literature, there's a lot of really good work that's been done to combat those kind of caricatures. But the average person, again, in a seminary program, you get it in grad school, but a lot of people are underexposed to it, and it's a shame because it's really helpful. It's really helpful to have a scholar, either a Christian or somebody who's even not a Christian, say, no, this is an overstatement. This whole borrowing idea, that's too simplistic. We need to rethink this, and here's how to do it. And so what I'm trying to do here is expose people to the fact that this material exists, and also help guide you towards some things that will help you parse it a little better and not fear it. There's no reason to fear it. Think about it theologically. This is God's choice. God chose to prompt the people to write Scripture that He did. And they lived at a certain time, at a certain place, in a certain environment. They had a certain, again, frame of knowledge. They had a certain, knowledge content about the world. It wasn't a mistake. Okay, this is what God chose to do. And there's nothing in Scripture that says when God tapped a prophet or Moses or whoever it was, Old or New Testament, when He taps that person to write something, it's like, well, I want you to write something down, but first I have to give you advanced knowledge that no one else in the world here is going to understand, but I know it. So I'm going to zap this into your head, and then you're going to use that to communicate something to the people who won't understand it. But that's how we think about inspiration. It's just kind of weird. God takes them, they are who they are. He has providentially prepared them for this moment, every step of the way. Put them in this position, this occasion, whatever it is, this setting. And he knows they are prepared to write what needs to be written, using whatever knowledge they have, whatever training they have, or lack thereof. They are the person he chooses. So why we have to make that person a different person? Well, that when he wrote that, he was really thinking of modern science. He was really thinking of this question I have in the 21st century. Really? It just doesn't make any sense. But we do it, again, because a lot of the way we do theology, we are responding to or reacting to a threat. Some biblical critic or some militant atheist or whatever. And most of the militant atheists just don't know what they're talking about. I mean, they just use caricatures all over the place. But it's easy for them to do that because we've tried to make excuses for the material, and that leaves us vulnerable. What they hear, they process as being an anti-Trinitarian thing, right. When that's not it at all. Yeah. It's as if I need this verse to have a Trinity. Yes. No, you don't. The Trinity shows up all over the place. I mean, you don't need this verse. Yeah. But again, people have heard that so often that when you want to take this one of, let's say, 50 verses that you could appeal to for Trinitarian thinking, you want to take this one away, then it's somehow, again, they reflexively think, well, the whole thing collapses. It's really doing theology from a position of defensiveness. You're always sort of in the mode that I'm being attacked. And I understand that because, again, we have, let's face it, we live in a hostile world. The world has long been hostile. We tend to think this is like post-Darwin or something. No, it's like post-cross. Okay, people have been hostile to the claims of Christianity since there was Christianity. But a lot of people, fortunately, did not live in a defensive mode when they're articulating theology. But that's why people do. But I have found, and it doesn't always work, but sometimes it works. But I have found that if you can show people sometimes that there's a problem, or at least there's a toehold, let's just go back to Genesis 1:26. So let's just assume it's the Trinity. So what we have there is God announcing a decision to two members of his Godhead that should have already known what he was thinking. I mean, if it's the Trinity, why wouldn't they know? Why does he have to announce it? That leaves the door open to, well, maybe those other two members are kind of less than he is. Maybe they don't know everything he does. I mean, if I were hostile to the Christian idea of a Trinity, I could easily use that to call the doctrine into question. In other words, I could use the verse that you think is defending your idea pretty easily to questioning the equality of these, Godhead persons, okay? If all the members of the Trinity are equally God, which of course Christian theology has to affirm and does affirm, then they all should have had the thought simultaneously. Sure. What do you need the announcement for? Sure. But if it's being announced to beings that are lesser, yes. Okay, and they're being drawn into the discussion. And Genesis 1:26 is really, I think other passages show it better, but the pattern is God will decree something, and then the beings of his entourage or his council will in some way be drawn into what God intends to do. And they might have direct participation or not. I mean, 1 Kings 22 is sort of the classic text for this, where God has decreed. The text is really clear. It is time for Ahab to die. So God, Micaiah says, I saw the Lord seated on his throne, the heavenly hosts standing around him. And the heavenly hosts are identified as spirits. Okay, it's not just, that's just language for the stars, or it's just idols or something. No, they're spirits. You either believe there's a spiritual world or you don't. And the biblical writers certainly did, so if you don't, that puts you in, between a rock and a hard place. So they're identified as spirits, and then they have a meeting. Well, the spirits begin to discuss, with each other. Well, how do we do this? And one of them steps forward and says, Mike's paraphrase, I got an idea. Pat me on the head. I got an idea. I'll go down and be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets, in the mouth of Ahab's prophets. That'll get him to go up to remote Gilead, and there he'll die. And God says, that'll work. In other words, it's not that God needs ideas. If one of the spirits would have stepped forward and said something stupid, God would have said, oh, come on, just go back to bed. It's just not going to work. Okay, God knows what's going to work. He's not surprised by any of this, but he allows participation. And now it's up to that spirit to carry out the decree. It's already decreed. God will get this done. Daniel, why is the decree of Nebuchadnezzar's insanity in Daniel chapter 4, why is it called the decree of the Most High? That's the one we remember and the one we preach, okay? But it's also called the decree of the watchers, plural. Well, whose decree is it? The answer is yes. Okay, Daniel 7, divine council meeting. The court sat, and then the fate of the four beasts is decided. Well, they don't have to convince God that it's time for them to die. I mean, the whole point is that the Ancient of Days is going to hand over their kingship to the one like a Son of Man. So they're going to go away. And we've had that prior in Daniel too. Daniel also, but Daniel chapter 2, that whole thing about the passing of the kingdoms and the kingdom of God coming. Even the reader knows that this is a done deal. But nevertheless, the court sits and then they render judgment. I mean, you have this language in Scripture, so it's not unusual to go to Genesis 1 and have God announce something, again, to lesser beings. It involves them in some way, because guess what? Guess what, guys? I created you guys a long time ago. You're my imagers in this wonderful, spiritual world that we have. But now, you were there when I created the foundations of the world back in Job 38. What we're going to do now is there's going to be one creature in this embodied world that's going to be like us and like me. But then when they actually get created, the verbs are always singular. God is the one creating. And it's very clear that the point of the creation is for humans to be his representatives. That's why it switches back to singular. But they're connected because we represent him here and they represent him over there. And the discussion, I can't even remember what I put in the book, but the whole idea of the image being functional or representational is important, and that doesn't originate with me. You'll actually find this in Hebrew grammars, and I can't remember if I give you the references there. I'm sure I give you something. But on the companion website to the book, which you should go visit, moreunseenrealm.com, I have a few quotes, from people like Waltke and people who are familiar that basically have the same view. But it's not it's not an incomprehensible idea. I used to, when I taught ethics at different Christian colleges, I would, and you have to realize there's a reason I do stuff like this. But you get a bunch of Christian students at a Christian college, especially if they're undergrad, and as soon as they walk in the room, you recognize the look. Okay, I'm churched. I've heard all this stuff before. I dare you not to bore me with the Bible. And it's like, okay, here we go. Because in 5 minutes, I'm going to disabuse you of the notion that you really know anything. And in ethics class, I would go after the sanctity of life, because I assumed that most of them thought about the image the same way. So how many of you, believe in the sanctity of life? Oh, every hand goes up. How many of you believe, that, the reason life is sacred is the image of God? All the hands go up. So most of them are going to be thinking the image of God is a thing sort of put into us or given to us, some attribute like sentience or the ability to communicate or the ability to pray or the possession of a spirit or the soul or something that God sort of inserts, Spirit and soul are both just also attributed to animals in other passages, so those are ruled out because whatever the image is, it has to make humanity unique among all the created things of this world, or, our embodied world. So then I would usually ask an inflammatory question like, well, why don't you believe in abortion in the first trimester if this is your view of the image? And they'd look at you like you had two heads. So I'm serious. Because if the image is some attribute, that little 2 or 4 celled thing, inside the woman, it's not self-aware. It ain't praying to anybody. Okay, I mean, you just go down the list. It fails. And then it's like, Dr. Heiser, well, all those things are there potentially. Great. Now we have potential persons. That's exactly the pro-choice argument. Exactly the pro-choice argument. Because the issue with pro-choice is, when does it become a person? It's not a person all the time. So, the image is not a thing. It has to make humanity unique. You don't get it incrementally. There's no scripture for that. If you're human, you have it or you don't. I mean, you have to have it because you're human. So, what is it? And again, I think that the best view, and again, it didn't originate with me, but the most coherent view is that the image should be viewed as a function or role. And I get that from Hebrew grammar. We use the word in different ways, and Hebrew did too. Hebrew used the bet preposition in different ways. So if I say, put the dishes in the sink, what does the word in mean in that sentence? Well, it denotes location. If I say, I broke the vase in pieces, what does in mean? It denotes result, the result of the breaking action. If I say, her instructions were written in pencil, what do I mean? Well, I use the word in there to denote some sort of instrument. It's instrumentality. This is just grammar talk. If I say, though, I work in medicine, I work in education, I work in the business world, or something like that, what does in mean there? It means I work as a doctor, a PA, a nurse, or whatever. I work as a teacher or an administrator or a principal. The in there denotes role or function. And that is the way we need to understand the whole image idea. Okay, we are created as God's image. In other words, we are created to represent Him. Humanity has been chosen above all created things in this embodied world to receive, certain attributes, but they aren't the image. The image is actually a status. If you are human, you are God's image. And that little multicellular thing living inside of a woman can only be human. It will never be anything else. By definition, even though it hasn't grown and it's not able to use the attributes that God has given to carry out an imaging role, by definition, it is His representative. And that's why life is sacred, okay? Because that's the only thing you can say that about. So, a lot of these concepts are interrelated. How do we, just going back to the whole council idea. I mean, it's significant that both we in this embodied world and they in the non-embodied world, again, the heavenly host, why we are connected in this way. And again, as I wrote in the book, Eden is the place where heaven meets earth. So the two families are connected. God's spiritual family and God's human family are in the same place. God has designed them in such a way that they share His attributes, the communicable attributes. He has done that specifically because He wants each of them to serve Him and work for Him in their respective domains, which happen to be unified in Eden. This is the original image. This is the original plan, to have both families living as one, working as one, to spread God's good rule, God's goodness, God's good law, however you want to put it. But to take it from Eden and spread it throughout the whole world so that all the world is like Eden. And of course that gets all messed up. But that is why you get this, in biblical history, you get this repeated effort to kickstart, to go back, to the kingdom of God, to kickstart the kingdom of God again. And it always has to be run through humans, because that's the original plan. You can't alter the plan, because then you could charge God with saying, well, I guess that wasn't a good idea. Or if it had been a good idea, why did it fail? Why didn't you do something? All this kind of talk that you can sort of lay at God's feet. Ultimately, this is why you have to have incarnation. I don't really get into this in the book, but if you think about it, God not only involves humans from the get-go in the way he wants not only earth, but the way he wants the heavenly sphere, again, to be united to earth. He wants to be with his people. He wants to be with the embodied creation he has. He wants one family working with one goal, with one heart, so to speak. That's what he wants. And you can't divorce humans from that equation and have the original plan in place. So to bring that back, to try to kickstart it, God initiates covenants, covenant relationships, covenant with Abraham, covenant, in Sinai, Davidic covenant, all this covenant stuff. They're all given to humans. And guess what humans do? They fail. Okay? And they fail all the time. They fail without fail. Okay? They're never going to do what is necessary to reinstall what God wants reinstalled so that he can bring everything full circle. And again, God isn't surprised, but he's committed to doing this. So God's sort of in a pickle. It's like, well, how do we not alter the plan, but how does the plan ever happen? Because these people just mess up all the time. And of course, God knows why that is. They mess up because they're not me. Okay? And so what is the solution to all of it? The only way this is ever going to come to pass, the only way the covenants are ever going to get fulfilled, the way they need to be fulfilled by humans, is if I become one of them. It's the only way it can possibly work. And along with that decision, because of the fall, there also has to be a substitutionary death to cover all of humanity. So not only, think about this, think of the irony. God understands that for this all to work, and for it to work according to the original plan, so that none of my heavenly entourage can say, boy, that was a bad idea. You should have put us in, something like that, like what you see happen in Job 1 and 2, where God's integrity and his omniscience is challenged. In order to avoid that and overcome it, the irony is God has to become a man, and then he has to die. Well, I thought that would be the solution, but you're taking the solution off the table. And again, he's not taking the solution off the table because he will take his life back up again. But all the covenants will be fulfilled in the death and the resurrection. It's all a unified whole. But it all actually echoes the original Edenic plan. But it's not like you have to have divine counsel in your head to get there. But if you can see where it makes more sense to have God speaking to the council about a human being than God speaking to himself, without this going on over here. And again, it helps you avoid certain theological traps along the way. But all of that is sort of window dressing. Someone in the ancient Near East living, in the second millennium BC, okay, before we have a lot of the revelation, okay, in the Old Testament, but also in the New, would they have been restricting their thoughts to 3 in that passage? Well, why? There's nothing in the text that limits it. It's just not necessary. It doesn't harm anything. It's just not necessary. But since your experience is common, and I've had the experience too, where people are like, well, if I don't have the Trinity in Genesis 1:26, then you're taking the whole doctrine away from me. Boy, I mean, I never say this, but it's like, you really don't know your Bible very well, do you? You know, you don't have to have that. I have here my article and then the little article on the Satan. Did you read both of those or either of those? I mean, they build on what's in the book. In the book, the position that I hold is that I think the language there is a triple entendre, which means you certainly could have, you know, the appearance of a snake, but it's not really a snake. In other words, it's not a member of the animal kingdom. It's by definition a divine being. And everybody sort of knows that anyway. Think about this. Everybody knows that the serpent in the garden, again, because of what's said in the New Testament, everybody knows that wasn't really a snake. It was really, you know, Satan or something like that. You know, like Lucifer is what people usually use, you know, drawn from the Vulgate in Isaiah 14. But they know it's a divine rebel. Okay, let's just use loose terminology here. Satan is fine, because that's what Revelation 12 has. But they know this, but yet when you tell them, okay, well then it wasn't really like just a member of the animal kingdom, then they sort of freak out. Well, I'm sort of just affirming what it is you know it's more than a snake anyway, so why do you care what it necessarily looked like or what it was on? Are we doing zoology now? I mean, why do you necessarily care? I mean, Nakash, it depends on how you read the intent of the form. It's hanakash in Hebrew. The simplest reading is noun with definite article, means serpent. That's the simplest reading. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. If you take it as a verbal root with the definite article, then you have a participle. Okay, the one who dispenses divine knowledge, you know, for the one who divines. Okay, it's a verb that means to practice divination, or again to dispense divine knowledge. Well, he certainly does that, you know, because that's how he tricks Eve. So that fits. So maybe that's how we should translate it. If you take the root adjectively, then it refers to appearance, something shiny. With definite article, it would be the shining one, which is a phrase, not necessarily the same lemma, but it's a phrase used elsewhere in the Old Testament for divine beings. It's sort of a stock description of divine beings. So my view is that when an ancient Israelite, when an ancient reader would have read that, you know, for sure they could read that and think serpent, but they probably would have thought of the other two as well, because they know the language. There's a play on words here. So, don't just pick one, is what I'm trying. Don't just pick one. Consider all three, that all three ideas are being communicated, and all three of them tell you it's not just an animal. And again, that's very consistent with what we see in the New Testament, but it's like when you just say that, people, you know, tend to again, sort of freak out, like you're fiddling with the story. And I'm not fiddling with the story, because an original reader would have been tracking on all three of these ideas. And if you read the story, all three of those ideas, the divinity, again, tripping up Eve with dispensing divine knowledge that distorts, again, what God had told her, and then a serpentine appearance. Yeah, you can have all three. Doesn't matter. What you shouldn't do is you shouldn't cut the other ones off and come up with theories that, you know, like for young earth creationism or something. Well, originally snakes had limbs and they walked around and talked. You know, that just isn't the point. No ancient reader would have been like thinking, boy, I'm glad that he used Hanakash there and the Nakash spoke, because that's going to become handy, you know, to answer this guy named Darwin who's going to live a few millennia after this. You know, again, I just don't know. I mean, I know why we do this to Scripture, because the Scripture needs to be something that is sort of living, you know, in the sense that it applies to the discussions we have today. But the problem is that we assume that the original context is our own. And when someone points out that, well, they probably, that wouldn't have been really in their heads at all, then that person tends to become a villain, as though that person is trying to defend this other bad idea over here that is a threat, you know, to something legitimate like a creator. And that isn't the point at all. I don't know how we've trained people to just be so theologically defensive. I mean, I understand it on one level because it's scripture. We want to protect it. I understand the impulse. What I don't understand is how we live out the impulse so unthinkingly, like just so blindly, so reflexively that we don't stop and sort of think, well, okay, this person either has a question or maybe it is an attack. Can we slow down here so that I can intelligently speak to this person and maybe kind of talk them in off the ledge, or show them, no, this really isn't a problem. If this is a reason why you're rejecting the faith, it's not really, you're not really thinking well. But instead, it's just like, let's go at it. I don't care one way or the other. What I care about is that you don't miss, the nuances, that are going on there. It's the same thing with we have lots of other things like this. That the myth that angels have wings, like, where does that ever come from? I mean, think about it. There is no passage that uses malach or malachim of a winged creature. There is with cherubim. And so we tend to conflate the two. Malachim and cherubim are not the same. They were not the same to anyone in antiquity. But it's up there in heaven, and it ain't like a devil, and it ain't God, so let's put them all under one label. Ta-da! So now we know what they look like, and they have wings, and how they dress, and again, it's not a bad thing. It's not damaging. It's a little bit silly. But we have things like this, that we sort of reflexively go to. The article here about monotheism, polytheism, my article here. When you get into divine plurality talk, again, with the divine council, I'm hoping that you read the article and that the reason why not only words like monotheism, but words like henotheism don't really work well. When we think of it this way. When we see, probably a better way to say it, when we see the letters G, O, and D, our brains look at those three letters in that order, and we just mentally bring over and attach to God a unique set of divine attributes. That's just what we do. Which is why it feels really creepy to put an S on it. Because we just mentally, again, assign a set of attributes to God. The argument in the book is that a biblical writer, does not think of the word Elohim that way. When a biblical writer or reader wrote or saw the word Elohim, they do not mentally assign one set of attributes to that term. How do we know that? We know that because they use Elohim of 6 different things that are all obviously not the same. Again, I'm rehearsing book content here. But the point is that the thought of monotheism as we use it, that there's one unique God of Israel, that is consistent with what biblical writers do. They just don't communicate that with the term Elohim. They use Elohim of 6 different things, which, again, by definition tells you that they're not assigning one set of attributes to it. Angels, or at least one angel, there it is the same entity, depending on how you take certain references, but some say it's angels as well, plural. The Shadim of Deuteronomy 32:17, demons. We get the gods of the nations. We get goddesses also called Elohim. We get the God of Israel called Elohim. We get the gods of the council in Psalm 82:1 called Elohim. But the kicker is the disembodied dead are called Elohim. Okay, no Orthodox Israelite would think my dead grandma is at the same ontological level as the God of Israel. No one is thinking that. But they're both called Elohim. Yeah. So what? Now, if I referred to my dead grandma as a god, because of what we think of when we see God, we think, this guy's crazy, he's a polytheist or whatever. Again, that's because of the way we think about God. It's not the way a biblical writer thought about Elohim. And Elohim is a word you would use to describe a resident of the spirit world. The world that what's in that world is by nature disembodied. That's all it is. In that realm, Yahweh is an Elohim among lots of other Elohim, but he is unique. Yahweh is an Elohim, but no other Elohim is Yahweh. And the biblical writers communicate that by the way they describe Yahweh. He's the only one that deserves to be worshipped. He's the only one who's the creator. He's the only one who's sovereign. He's the only one who's described as being all-powerful. All these different ways. And in fact, he creates all the other ones. So that's the way they communicate what we think of as monotheism. So in my journal article, the point I'm trying to make is that monotheism as a term is a bit inadequate because of the way we read it. It's a 17th century term, and we interpret it as saying no other gods exist. And that is contrary to what you actually see in the Hebrew Bible, because the gods are just spirit beings. But the conception of it, sort of the spirit, if you want to say spirit versus letter, the spirit of the term, that the God of Israel is unique, that is secure biblical theology. It just doesn't hang on that one word. So while monotheism is inadequate, and this is why I say you're better off describing what an Orthodox Israelite believed, as opposed to trying to put a 17th century word on it. You're better off just describing it. The same goes for henotheism, and I wanted you to read the article for that reason. That, it's not just, again, how do we understand the denial phrases, and I'll come back to that in a second. But many times you will see, like on the internet, again, people who are hostile to biblical theology, they will read either what I wrote or what somebody else wrote and say, well, this is henotheism. That is inadequate as well, because what henotheism presumes, henotheism is the idea that you have many gods and then there's one on the top. But what they don't tell you is that henotheism presumes that the one God on top could change. He could be displaced either by warfare or by popularity or unpopularity, some sort of cultural movement, whatever it is. The one at the top can change. He just won the election and he's been there for a while, but that could be different 100 years from now or next year. Okay, no biblical writer is going to be thinking like that. To a biblical writer, Yahweh is species unique. And part of that uniqueness is all power. It is all sovereignty, things like this. He is not going to be displaced. Even when they're in exile, okay? Even when they're in Babylon, this is the whole point of Ezekiel 1. I don't want to rabbit trail too far into that, but the theological messaging of Ezekiel 1, where the four faces of the cherubim, as Dan Block points out in his commentary, it's not a coincidence that the four faces of the cherubim are the four cardinal points of the Babylonian zodiac. That is not a mistake. The four corners of the earth, as it were. Well, Yahweh is seated on top of them on a throne. So the theological messaging is pretty clear. It is not Marduk of Babylon that controls heaven and earth, that controls time and history. Even though we're sitting here by the river Kivar and we just got kicked around, and Marduk, the Babylonians, are claiming to have defeated Yahweh. Ezekiel borrows that imagery that would have been associated with Marduk and puts Yahweh on the throne. It's unmistakable. It is Yahweh who controls time and history and circumstance, not Marduk. So even when they're displaced, a biblical writer is never going to think that Yahweh can lose his status or position. So henotheism is not a workable term, even though, again, you're going to see that. And I think there's apologetic value in understanding that. Monolatry, I talk about in the article. Monolatry is the exclusive worship of one deity. Well, Orthodox Israelites were certainly monolatrous, but that isn't all they were. They also assigned uniqueness to Yahweh. So all of our polytheism, again, polytheism assumes a sort of ontological sameness, at least with an inner core of gods. Or it assumes that there were olden gods behind the ones of the high pantheon, polytheistic systems. That isn't what a biblical writer thought either. If you assign attributes to a word like Elohim, well, then you get drawn into that territory. But that isn't what biblical writers do. Okay, they don't think, again, your departed dead aunt, or the gods of the nations, or Chemosh or Baal. They don't think that they're ontological equivalents to Yahweh. So none of our terms, monotheism, polytheism, henotheism, monolatry, none of them are adequate. So don't get drawn into this trap of, again, militant atheists love to do this, people who are hostile, again, to biblical theology. They love to do this. If you take Psalm 82 seriously, you must be one of these terms. No, I'm not any of these terms. None of them are adequate. I want to describe for you what an Israelite believed based upon what I see at different points in the text. I'm not going to base my argument on one term. But that's where they want you to go. Mormons, will do the same thing. I have a certain Mormon fandom on the internet, and I got to talk these people off the ledge periodically because I treat Psalm 82 seriously, and they love that. But the problem with Mormon theology is that Jesus and Satan are brothers. Okay. I mean, they assume interchangeability of Elohim. Since we've got lots of Elohim, well then, Yahweh's one of them, and they're like him, and he's like them. And again, they tend to be either polytheistic or I think more charitably henotheistic. And it's really they haven't sort of fleshed out the idea sufficiently. Plus, they're going to be believing that you and I, and again, part of this is biblical theology because of glorification. You and I, and if you've read the book, you know where I'm going with this. You and I, in biblical theology, actually are going to displace the council members who have rebelled and forsaken Yahweh. We become part of the reconstituted divine council. This is why the New Testament uses council language of us, sons of God, children of God, adoption, joint heirs. I will put you over the nations. You'll rule over angels. Okay, all of these phrases, they're not accidental. The New Testament writers are drawing on a theological, intellectual heritage that has humanity, remember Eden, humanity living with God, in God's presence, with his entourage on a global Eden. Now, all of that's real. All of that is a biblical theology of glorification. But we teach glorification in church and, Sunday school and seminary classes and whatnot, but there's a lot of baggage that we miss to it. And a lot of the baggage is related to counsel. Well, Mormons will take this, and then they'll assume that we all become Yahwehs. We get our own planets, we get to populate, we get to repeat the cycle, that kind of thing. Scripture is very clear. We become like Jesus. We don't become Jesus. We don't become Yahweh. And the divine counsel idea, again, properly refracted through the Hebrew Bible. No Israelite writer is going to assume that any one of these other Elohim are ever going to be Yahweh. They, by definition, are inferior. They're all Elohim. But since we're not talking about attributes, they are not him. And we won't be him either. But Mormons, will tend, again, to take the divine plurality passages, and they know that they're out there. They'll tend to take these things and extrapolate again to the unnecessary. They'll grasp the obvious, but then they'll extrapolate to the unnecessary. And I might be, I don't know, maybe Craig Blomberg. Sam, you could probably tell us if Craig Blomberg has been published in a Mormon journal. But if he hasn't, I'm the only one.
Well, he has.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Because I have a critique of Mormonism's use of Psalm 82 published in a Mormon journal, and that was at their invitation. And they were perfectly nice about it. It was a great experience. And you never know quite, where they're at. But on Psalm 82, the guy who's sort of their, I know both of the guys who are sort of their go-to guys for this. We chat all the time at like SBL. But that's where they're at. And they will take that and go back to Eden, okay, back to Adam, and talk about Adam's, original divine, glorified state and all that kind of, well, yeah, we're going to be, he was like Yahweh. Yeah, I know he was like Yahweh. I know that's why, that doesn't mean he is Yahweh. So you get into these arguments, with them, but that's where they're at. So just be aware. Again, don't get sucked into, don't let the other guy frame the discussion. Okay? You should never let the other guy frame the discussion. But that's what people will do. They'll do it on a secular level to try to make your theology something that it's not, to caricature, again, Christian theology or biblical theology. Or they will try to make you some sort of, heretic, with it. It's easy to play the word games. Don't fall into the word games. So I wanted to be clear on that. Also with that, if you read that article, again, you know that when we're talking about the secular context, most of, the terminology is really hard here. I want to say most critical scholars, but then that makes evangelicals sound like they're not critical thinkers, so I hate that. Most non-confessional scholars. I don't like that one either, because then it makes it sound like evangelicals only do theology on the basis of their own theology. But you get the point. Most people who are not in the evangelical orbit and who are somewhere outside, meandering around here, most of them in the quote-unquote secular world believe wholeheartedly that Israelite religion, okay, and they'll include the biblical writers in this, Israelite religion evolved from polytheism to monotheism. That is almost universal in the literature. And it's because they make the same kind of mistakes that we've been talking about here. They will assume that when they see Elohim and it's plural, they will mentally assign attributes to that, as though the Israelites are doing that. And then they say, well, if it's plural, then that has to be polytheism. So for them, the very existence in the text of a divine council composed of other Elohim means polytheism. And you'll find that all over the place. And again, I explain why I object to that in the article. And this was actually part of my dissertation. I think basically the consensus view is nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. It's based on circular reasoning, because they don't assign attributes to the term. But you have this neat evolution where at one point in Israelite religion, so they say, Yahweh and El were distinct deities. In fact, if you go to Psalm 82, okay, they'll have Yahweh as an underling deity. And you might wonder, well, how in the world do they get that? Okay, you can look up some of the references in my footnotes and go read those articles, and you'll see how they get that. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, when the Most High gave a portion, divided up the nations, gave the nations their inheritance, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. Okay, but Israel is Yahweh's portion, verse 9. So they take Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9 and say, well, the Most High is the Most High, and Yahweh is just like a little underling deity. And the Most High assigns Yahweh Israel. So Yahweh and the Most High are different deities. So they'll take this kind of thing and argue for an original biblical writers, an original Orthodox Israelite polytheism. They'll say Orthodox Israelite religion was at one point polytheistic. Now there are all sorts of problems with the equation or the distinction of Yahweh and El. I'll try to put it in simplest terms again without getting into the guts of the article. But I have a couple articles on this, and the one I asked you to read was one of them. But it's very clear in the received text, in other words, the text as we have it, not the text as we imagine it existed before the one we have. You realize critics do that all the time. Critics will look at the Hebrew Bible we have, and they'll say, well, this is its final form. And that's true. There was editorial activity. Everybody knows that. Everybody admits that. But then they'll say, we know how to reconstruct what it was before. And that's when they start pulling passages out and putting them into a chronology and all this kind of stuff. And they'll do that, and then they'll create this polytheism to monotheism transition. And my question always is, how do you know you got that right? Like, Because when you look at the received text, let's go to Deuteronomy 32. It says, do you thus repay the Lord, again, Yahweh. You can see it's all caps there, so we have the divine name there. You foolish and senseless people, is not he your father who created you, who made you and established you? Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you, your elders, and they will tell you. Well, there are two verbs here, again in Hebrew. The one by created and established, okay, kun and kana. That if you actually go back in Ugaritic texts about El, okay, you will find both of those terms and the phrases in the same context. But they're attributed to the Lord, to Yahweh. So the writer, by virtue of using known epithets, again, in Canaanite, early Semitic literature, the writer is identifying Yahweh and El together. Because he has Yahweh and he takes two El terms that would have been, again, known in the literature, and you can go look at them in the literature now. He describes Yahweh with two sort of descriptors of El. So my question is, well, I thought they were different. Why in verses 6 and 7 does the writer take pains to unite them? But then you want to separate them in verses 8 and 9. And I'm not lying to you, this will be the answer. Well, verses 6 and 7 must have been written after verses 8 and 9 and then inserted there. Do you see how the system is circular? I want to argue for polytheism to monotheism. And so I'm going to assign a chronology to the texts that I need to make my system work. They'll do the same thing in Psalm 82. They'll do the same thing in other passages. You know, Mark Smith, who I like a lot, he teaches at NYU. He's the big Ugaritic guy, the big Israelite religion guy. You know, and he knows I disagree with him, and we're fine. He's a fun guy, actually. But he'll say, well, Deuteronomy 32:8, I mean, you have to admit that, you know, look at the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text says that, you know, the Most High divided up the nations according to the number of the sons of Israel. He says everybody knows that some scribe, you know, that the original reading was sons of God because that's what the Dead Sea Scrolls have. And it's like, yeah, I know that. Everybody does know that. And he said, well, look, it was changed. They actually, you know, there was a theological problem here. They didn't like, you know, multiple deities at some point. And so they you know, fiddled with it, and they made it sons of Israel to make the divine plurality go away. That must have happened when they sort of converted, when the light went on in their head, you know, that monotheism is the way to go. So what's the logical question? When did the change happen? See, he wants to argue that it happened during the course of the days of the biblical writers, because he needs to show this evolution. Oh, it happened in the 8th century or the 7th century or the 9th century, you know, whatever it is. Or maybe in the exile, you know, that's when they woke up and said, oh, there must only be one God. Or this is the way they love to put it, Psalm 82, when God sentences the other Elohim to die, that shows us that the Israelite writers are killing off the other gods, and they're getting rid of them. So then they made this leap into monotheism. So I would ask Mark, where's the manuscript evidence for that? Can you prove your chronology with data? Of course not. Because the oldest stuff we have is Qumran. So if it was changed, it was post-Qumran. Now, I would suggest that the change is like really late, like in the rabbinic period when the Masoretic text was created. But that's well after this evolution was supposed to have occurred. And the kicker is, if you go back into the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves, the sectarian material, the non-biblical scrolls, I have an article in Tyndale Bulletin where I go through all this. It's about a year and a half old. I didn't ask you to read it, but you probably should if you're interested in this point. But there are 160 references in the Dead Sea Scrolls to plural Elohim or Elim, and about a dozen of them in Divine Council scenes. So if that's polytheism, nobody at Qumran got the memo. And they were really conservative. The people at Qumran thought that the high priest among the Pharisees was a heretic. I mean, these are not liberals, okay? These are really, really conservative, theologically conservative Jews. But they're fine 160 times talking about plural, gods, Elohim. Why? I would, if Mark was here, I would say because they agree with me. Okay? Because they know that this isn't about attributes. It's just about spirit beings. They know who Yahweh is and they know who they are. Because that's what the Old Testament has. Nobody's bothered by it. Okay, the critics are bothered by it because you want this nice evolution, because you just like evolution. That's your thing. So we apply it, to our theology here. But you need to be aware that that is what goes on in the mainstream. That is the mainstream approach to what we're talking about when we talk about divine counsel. They will use it to try to argue. And here's the underlying current. This biblical stuff is just like any other ancient religion. It's man-made. It's humanly articulated in the sense that there's nothing that you can really assign reality to or that you can call truth. It's no more true than anybody else's truth. And so if you take a purely evolutionary perspective of it, that enforces that idea. But that is the mainstream. And some evangelicals will buy that. I'm not going to use any names because I'm not completely sure where they're at. But there are some evangelicals who will say, okay, it evolved from polytheism to monotheism, and the way they'll do that, they'll lump it under the progress of revelation, which is an easy thing to do. I mean, I could argue that, but I don't because I think the whole thing's nonsense. But I'll just put myself in those shoes. Yes, I'm convinced by the consensus scholarship that Israelite religion evolved from polytheism to monotheism. Well, that was because God only told them different things at different times. God was content to let them think that there was polytheism at one point. Then God gradually revealed his uniqueness to them and that these other gods are either dead or I've killed them off. So as revelation progressed, again, that's a familiar evangelical doctrinal hermeneutic. Progressive revelation. So I can use that to fall in with the consensus, and now I'll be respected. Again, I'm being a little pejorative here, but a lot of evangelicals will do things like this because A, they don't want to think through the issue, or B, they think they need to adopt a position to be respected in the academy. Academic respectability is a myth. Okay, it's a myth. What do I mean by that? It means that I could agree with secular scholars on 99 out of 100 things. And if the 100th thing is, I actually believe this stuff, is real, it's true, I'm still a moron. And evangelical scholars do a lot of good work, and they are respected for their work in the text. That is true. What isn't true is that they are still not looked at a little askance by many in the academy because they actually believe this stuff. So if you're making theological decisions based upon how you presume people will be predisposed to you in the academy, that is a tenuous thing to do. That is a moving target. Do not be seduced by that. What you should be doing is asking them to demonstrate the incoherence of their materialistic worldview. That only that which is material is real. Because they will get destroyed in the field of philosophy alone if that's where they're at. And again, you need to have that under your belt. There's nothing about believing in a spiritual reality that should make you cower in the corner to the academy. Because even you're going to have academicians in the field of philosophy that will just destroy their materialistic colleagues, even if they're not Christians, even if they're not theists. They're just not convinced at all by a materialistic worldview. But that's what atheism has to presume. I have an article published in BibSac, it was back in 2001, where I went through the textual evidence for Deuteronomy 32:8, because a lot of your translations will read, when the Most High, distributed the nations and all that. Here we are in Deuteronomy 32. Let me enlarge it a little bit. This is the ESV, by the way. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. There's a footnote here in ESV, and it refers to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. Masoretic text says sons of Israel. And a lot of your translations will have sons of Israel. The ones that don't would be ESV, New RSV, NLT. There might be another one. But the ESV is nice because it incorporates it right into the running text. A lot of translations like NIV, I don't know which version of the NIV, I don't know what the most recent one has, but it'll say sons of Israel, and then it'll put a footnote and says, the Dead Sea Scrolls says sons of God. Well, here it has it right in the running text. But, textually speaking, sons of God is the reading at Qumran. Here's a little picture of the text itself. Deuteronomy 32:8, this is B'nai Elohim. The oldest evidence we have for the text of the Hebrew Bible has sons of God. Septuagint will have sons of God, or the translator will render it angels, but it's very clearly, again, divine beings or something like that. The Masoretic text, the traditional text from which a lot of these other translations are taken, will read sons of Israel. But you don't need to know any of that. You don't need to be a textual critic at all to know that sons of Israel is an incoherent reading. Why? Tell me why. There was no Israel. The event goes back to Babel, dividing up the nations. Okay, we know when that happens. It's very easy. There was no Israel in existence. Not only that, Israel is not listed in the table of nations in Genesis 10. It's very clearly artificial. And again, like Smith would use this and say, well, this happened in ancient times during the course of this evolution from polytheism to monotheism. And I'm saying, look, you don't have any data for that. What you have textually is much later. And in fact, again, the people at Qumran, I guess, didn't get the memo because they got Elohim all over the place. And they're very theologically conservative. So this evolution, this neat evolution, is anything but neat. And I would suggest it's anything but coherent. Again, when you're looking at the data. But again, you should just be aware that's where the discussion goes, in the academy, and why it goes there. I mean, they have reasons why they prefer what they prefer, and I don't want to make everybody sound like a bad guy on the. In the secular world, they're really convinced, this is the best way to understand it, because they don't have any. They either don't have any. They either are materialist, and so they have no care or no interest in anything that we might call spiritual truth. I mean, that's not even on the table for them. Or they just think that it just has to be because one makes more sense than many. And so this is the way we think as moderns, and so we had to think of something more primitive earlier. I mean, they'll actually think like this. What it is in the old, when JEDP, the higher criticism in the 19th century sort of kicked into high gear. I mean, it was around before that. But it got married to an evolution. People began applying Darwin to religious beliefs. And they took Darwin's idea of biological evolution and they imposed it on religious ideas. And they basically, I hate to put it this way, but I'm being honest, they created fantasy. They had a certain conception about people in the ancient world must not have been as enlightened as we are. They must have been a little dumber. And so they assigned certain intellectual capabilities, intellectual ideas to primitives. And one of the things they assigned to primitives, again, people in antiquity, is a pure polytheism. And so that since Israelites were people, and they had to be primitives as well, they must have evolved religiously just like everybody else. And that got sort of systematized and codified along with the JEDP and other higher critical approaches to the Bible by Julius Wellhausen. You've heard of Julius Wellhausen along with JEDP. That was Wellhausen's major contribution, because there was source criticism before Wellhausen, but he married it to this evolutionary paradigm, evolving from primitive to religion to more enlightened religion. And since Israelites were people too, they had to do the same thing. So it's really as simple as that. And to those who adopt it, even if they have some sort of religious commitment, whether it's nominal or whether it's genuine, I mean, who knows, in many cases. But that's why they think that way. They can't let the Bible have superior status over what seems to be completely normal in the natural world. So it just gets carried out, in the religious sphere, just like that. We could talk about the. Well, let's go back up here to John 10. Again, this is a favorite of mine. This is not in the book. Let's go to John 10. In verse 34, Jesus quotes Psalm 82. Okay, verse 6. Let's go back up to the preceding, catch a little bit of the immediate context. Of course, Jesus is in another one of these face-offs, with the Jews, the Jewish leadership. And he has said in verse 30, I and the Father are one. Now, their reaction in verse 31 is pretty telling. The Jews picked up stones again to stone him. So when they hear him say, I and the Father are one, they interpret that in some way, for some reason, as being a blasphemous thing to say. This is what you do to blasphemers. Jesus answered them, I have shown you many good works from the Father. I love the sarcasm here. For which of them are you going to stone me? And the Jews answered him, it is not for a good work that we are going to stone you, but for blasphemy, because you, being a man, make yourself God. So again, it's really clear that what he has just said, he's drawn some equation between him and God, him and the Father here. Jesus answered them and says, is it not written in your law, I said, you are gods? There's the quote from Psalm 82:6. If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and Scripture cannot be broken, do you say of him whom the Father consecrated and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said, I am the Son of God? If I am not doing the works of my Father, then don't believe me. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me. That's a very, again, telling statement. And I am in the Father. Of course, they seek to arrest him and he gets away. Now, I have yet, maybe Sam knows one, I have yet to come across a commentary on the Gospel of John that takes Jesus' quotation of Psalm 82 here, that takes Psalm 82 as describing a council of other Elohim. In other words, most commentators will go from John back to Psalm 82, and then they'll say something like, or they might give different views, but they'll land somewhere that has the Elohim of Psalm 82 being people, being Jewish elders, or the Israelite people themselves. And I think that view is just nonsensical, even though, again, I have yet to find a commentary that lands, that's the key word, that lands anywhere else. You will find commentaries that go through different views, but I think it's because of the lack of exposure in New Testament scholarship to the divine council stuff in general. And the problem I have with it is I don't see how it enforces Jesus' claim to deity here. Because in effect, it reduces Jesus to saying, hey, look, I can call myself a son of God because you guys are all sons of God too. So don't throw rocks at me. I mean, we're in the same boat here. I can use this language of myself, and so can you. So again, how does that reinforce a claim to deity in verse 30, and then after, especially when he says, the Father is in me? Somehow, Jesus is thinking there's something going on in Psalm 82 that is consistent with what he's saying before and after. And if he's just saying, hey, I'm just like you, I don't see how that works at all. Now, the reason they get it, they go those directions, is if you go back to 34, is it not written in your law, I said you are gods? Again, there's the quotation from Psalm 82:6. And if you go back to Psalm 82:6, just to get that in our heads, I said, again, the speaker, who's the one speaking in verses 2 through 5? Well, it's the Lord of the council, okay, because he's charging them with corruption, and now he's going to throw down the sentence. I said, you are gods. Word there's Elohim. Turn on our interlinear. You're Elohim, you're sons of the Most High. B'nai Elyon, all of you. Nevertheless, you're going to die like men. So again, it's very clear he's talking about divine beings being sentenced with mortality for their corruption. And basically everyone in Semitics will take this and go back to Deuteronomy 32 and say, these are the gods of the nations who have ruled the nations corruptly, and God is going to sentence them, which is why the psalm ends in verse 8 with the psalmist declaring, God, rise up and take the nations. Take them back, okay? But most New Testament scholars don't have this framework in mind at all. Instead, they opt for the Jewish tradition that, well, the Elohim there are just people. They're us. And they say, well, how do you get that? They say, well, look at verse 35. If he called them gods to whom the word of God came. You get two views of this. One says they're sort of gods by default. Because remember back when Jethro suggested to Moses that he needed to appoint judges and helpers, help him govern Israel, and he did that. And, Israel as a nation corporately is called the Son of God in one place. And so, those judges must be sort of, Elohim, sons of God or whatever, gods. And it's just sort of an expression used because they rule over the people. That's one view. Even though if you go to Exodus 18, we'll just go there. If you go to Exodus 18, you can see that Elohim is adequately and sensibly translated capital G-O-D, except for one place. God's right here. The Lord is greater than all gods. So there's a contrast between the Lord and the other gods. All the other places you could perfectly well just translate it capital G-O-D. At no point in Exodus 18 are the judges that are appointed ever referred to as Elohim. So that view has a problem. And again, I discuss it in some of what you did have to read. The other view, going back to Psalm 82, or actually just stick with John 10, this idea of to whom the word of God came. Rabbis, rabbinic interpreters, assumed that this referred to the giving of the law at Sinai. The word of God is coming to the Israelites at Sinai. So in the giving of the law, they're saying this is a reference to the event of the law giving on Sinai. And so the gods of Psalm 82 must be all the Israelites, must be the Jews, the Israelites. They're just referred to as gods here. The big problem with that is we know where the quote comes from, Psalm 82. Sinai is never mentioned there, and neither is the law. So again, this is a very artificial interpretation that, again, I have yet to find a New Testament commentary on John that doesn't land there at some, eventually, even if they give you the other views. What I think is going on here is that Jesus does know what's going on in Psalm 82. And he defends his claim earlier, and of course, what's said afterwards. He and, of course, John, the writer, knows what's going on. I think his point is this. hey guys, doesn't your own scripture say that there are other non-human sons of God? Doesn't it say that? He quotes Psalm 82, because if they go back to Psalm 82, that's where they're going to find them. Sons of the Most High. There are other divine beings who are referred to as sons of God and also referred to as Elohim in verse 1. He doesn't quote verse 1, he only quotes verse 6. So there's precedent for me using a term like Son of God and not just saying I'm using it because I'm a Jew. There's precedent for him saying that look at what he would be doing there. Here I am standing in front of you. I'm embodied. I'm a person. I grew up in Nazareth. You all know who I am. And I'm claiming to be not just a human son of God, but a divine one. That's item number one. And I think when then he says afterwards, I mean, he's already said, I and the Father are one. So he's asking them to do the math. If there are other divine sons of God, but yet I can say that, but I've also said one other thing. I've said that I and the Father are one. And now I'm going to tell you that the Father is in me. Where's that going to take their mind? That's going to take their mind back to the name theology. Remember the angel, the embodied angel, where God tells Moses, I'm going to send an angel on your way. And you better listen to him because he won't pardon your transgressions. Why? What makes him different? My name is in him. And the name is another way of referring to Yahweh's presence. So in the book, this is why I show you, I asked the question, who delivered Israel from Egypt? Because the angel with the name is said to do it. The panim, the presence of God, is said to do it. Yahweh is said to do it. And the angel is said to do it in Judges 2:1. So who delivered Israel from Egypt? The answer is yes. Okay? They're interchangeable. So when Jesus says, the Father is in me, this is the imagery he's drawing on. I am that person, that figure, in whom was the Father. Because elsewhere that person is going to be equated to God, this entity. So I think what's going on in John 10 is basically he's slapping them around. He's saying, look, I got scriptural precedent for claiming exactly what I just said. You want to argue with it? You don't believe me? Fine. Believe it because of the works that I do. Only God could do these things. So I don't see how the normative view, and you'll see it everywhere in evangelicalism. Again, I've never run a commentary that lands anywhere else. For him to stand there and say, I and the Father are one, the Father is in me, but I'm just like you guys. Don't get mad at me because I'm not claiming anything that you couldn't claim, I think is absurd. And I think it undermines John's argument of the deity of Christ in this passage. But yet we go there, again, because most New Testament scholars don't have any idea of, the Semitic context, again, this whole divine council thing. Let me give you an illustration. I won't use a name. You know, you have to understand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that Mike is smarter than these other guys. I'm saying that Mike's field required Mike to muck around in this stuff, and so I'm familiar with it, whereas their field required them to do something else. So I got an email from a well-known New Testament scholar. This was about 6 months before Unseen Realm came out. And he was writing a commentary on Hebrews. And he sends me this email. He says, hey, I'm writing a commentary on Hebrews. I'm in Hebrews chapter 1. And he hit the verse where, he hit verse 6. Let all God's angels worship him. Now, the Greek text to that comes from the Septuagint, but it's part of the Septuagint that is not found in the Masoretic text. In other words, if you read the article on Deuteronomy 32:8, sons of God at Qumran, that isn't the only place in Deuteronomy 32 where there's something missing from the Masoretic text. Verse 43, Deuteronomy 32:43 has another reference to the gods, and that's not in the verse. Let's see if they cite Deuteronomy 32:43. But it has, let's just go to Deuteronomy 32:43, because ESV follows the Dead Sea Scrolls here again. Rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods. Okay. So this guy asked, he had just discovered the fact that he can't find an exact citation anywhere else except for this stuff that isn't in the Masoretic text. And he noticed that it had to do, again, with the gods. And so his question was, does this have anything to do with that divine counsel stuff you write about? And it's like, yeah. So I helped him, navigate through that. But I forwarded that email to some people in the building, and I said, we all agreed to publish this book. I said, but this is what you're going to run into. This guy is well known, he's established, and he's a good scholar. And this is like all new to him. This is exactly what's going to happen. But he's a nice guy. He had been patient and read the material, my own stuff, and he knew us. So, but you have to realize when you get a doctoral degree, they tunnel you. I mean, you have to pick a specific area. It's just the nature of the beast. And in your dissertation, you pick one particular area of focus because that's the way people hire. That's the way faculties hire. We need a specialist in whatever it is, and so that's why they do it. You don't get broad exposure. If you take a doctoral program in a seminary, you actually get better exposure to more of the Bible than you do if you do a graduate school Semitics program or any program. Because they're going to only let you live in one area, whereas they'll typically, in a seminary, they want you to, it's the whole Bible. You got to do something in the other Testament too. That typically does not happen at all in graduate school. And so a lot of these guys, they literally have never heard of it before. It's just the way it is. And a lot of your church historical discussion, that's kind of naturally the way it is too, but it's a different reason there. It's because they didn't have access to lots of primary sources that we do. I mean, we have access to far more material than people who were a lot smarter than us did. Like John Calvin, you're never going to see this, a lot of this stuff in John Calvin. Why? Because Mike is smarter than John Calvin? No, Mike is not smarter than John Calvin by a long shot. But Mike, fortunately, has access to things that John Calvin never did. It's just the way it is. If John Calvin had it, he would have done a lot more with it than I can. But he didn't. He just didn't have it. So that's why there's this disconnect, in the world of modern Christianity and evangelical scholarship and church history. Everybody has their own conception of how the other world works. You have to realize at Ugarit, the two big... Ugarit has a pantheon, and the big ones are El and Baal. Okay, El is just literally the generic word for deity across the Semitic languages. Okay, Elohim comes from a different lemma. El is just Aleph Lamed. Elohim is the plural of Aleph Lamed He. That's where you get the H, and then the Im ending on the end in Hebrew. They're both used all over the place in Semitic and Canaanite literature. They are generic words for deity. Okay, so the Canaanites, or the Ugaritians, if that's the right way to say that, they refer to their creator god, the God who creates all the other ones. But incidentally, Baal seems to be an outsider. There's a big debate over whether El is Baal's father or not in Canaanite religion. But that sort of chief deity, they just called El. That's deity, that's God. Now, Baal means Lord or Master. Baal is actually, this is going to sound weird, but it's Baal and not El who is called the Most High at Ugarit. And that's because El was sort of in the background. He's actually the one in charge because Baal has to get permission from him to do certain things. But Baal is the one who runs the show. He is referred to as the vizier, or the co-regent, the vice-regent in Canaanite thinking. So that is those two deities. You have the deity and then sort of the guy who runs the show, the Lord, the master, again, Baal. You have those two figures in Ugaritic religion. That's how they viewed things. And so they're just taking terms and they're using the terms to articulate a system of hierarchy. Now, because the terms are so common and because El and Baal in this region, both prior to Israel and during Israel's stay in the land, because they're so well known by the general populace, you will see biblical writers use epithets of both El and Baal and assign them to Yahweh because they're making a theological argument. Okay, it is not El who's the high sovereign in the background who created everything. That's not El. It's Yahweh of Israel. And they'll say, they'll combine the names Yahweh El, again, to make the point. They'll also do it with Baal. The most well-known one of these is Baal is the one who rides the clouds, and I have this in the book. It was a title used only of Baal in the Semitic world. Now, biblical writers use it 4 or 5 times of Yahweh in the Old Testament. One time they use it of a second figure in Daniel 7. And that becomes important because it's very clear. Nobody thought Baal was just like a down here angel, sort of a flunky. Baal was a deity. And so in Israelite thinking, therefore, you have two. And the one is the Son of Man, the one who appears as a man. And that, of course, gets used in the New Testament. Jesus says, that's why Jesus quotes Daniel 7, because everybody knows when you put yourself in Daniel 7, you are claiming to be God. And that's why Caiaphas reacts the way he does. He tears his clothes and says, this is blasphemy. He knows exactly what's going on. But, where do they get this? They just get it from the terminology, and this is how they order their thinking about the spiritual world. They use the terminology, and they have those two in tandem relationship running everything. And the rest of the pantheon is sort of what you'd see in, again, you impose the human world on the divine world. So Baal has mistresses. El has a wife. That sort of thing. The queen mother and all that sort of stuff. It's very common, in truly polytheistic systems. At Ugarit, El is threatened, in his position. There is a fight. That's what the Baal cycle's about, a fight for the co-regency. Baal has to fight for his position against 2 other deities who want to claim that position. So it's the kind of system that you see quite a bit in all parts, of the ancient world. There's no struggle like this in the Israelite system because everything's Yahweh. And this was probably the trickiest part of my own dissertation was I argued in the dissertation, this is not in the book, but I argued that what we see in Scripture, mainstream scholarship recognizes that El and Baal epithets are assigned to Yahweh, because that's just really obvious. Again, if you're doing your work in Hebrew and Semitics, what seems to be less detected or less talked about is the fact that El and Baal epithets are also used of a second figure. It's not just Daniel 7. There is a second figure in Israelite thinking. So you actually have the Canaanite system, the two-ness, El and Baal, king and co-king, vice-regent. That's sort of, in the Israelite world, that's retained, but both slots are occupied by Yahweh figures. Israelite religion, the biblical writers cannot tolerate a second separate deity. So they fill both slots with Yahweh figures. There's the invisible Yahweh and then the visible one, the angel, the captain of the Lord's host. All the things, like the captain of the Lord's host, Baal is the warrior. In Canaanite religion. There are direct parallels on both levels to both deities over here. Except in the Israelite system, Yahweh gets the credit for all of it, even though he's 2 persons, but one being. Again, this is the beginning. These are the antecedents to a Godhead. And once you know what you're looking for with the two, how the two are articulated and described in the Hebrew Bible, which again is why Judaism used to teach two powers in heaven. Again, you've read the book, you're familiar with that. Judaism used to teach this until the 2nd century AD, when coincidentally Christianity came along. I guess we can't teach that anymore. Siegel's book is all about that. And Siegel rejected it because he was a good Jew. But his book is, hey, we used to teach this, and here's why we stopped. Again, this is what underpins the idea of a Godhead. And then once you know what you're looking at, the Spirit will be introduced in certain passages, and some of the ways the second Yahweh is described will be used of the Spirit. And so that's where you get your three. You actually have the core of a three-person Godhead in the Hebrew Bible. And then when you get over to the New Testament, since the second person here is the one who appears as a man, you have embodiment. Well, the way this one's talked about with having the name, being the angel who delivered the people from Egypt, the cloud rider is number 2. All of these ways that number 2 gets described, and he's the one who appears as a man, all of those things get used by New Testament writers and pinned to Jesus. So as the angel or the second Yahweh was Yahweh but wasn't, it's the same way that Christians talk about Jesus. Jesus is but isn't God. He is God, and he's the same essence, same person, but he's not the Father. So he is but isn't. Okay, that comes over to the New Testament, and then you get the top two. Jesus is but isn't God, and then the Spirit. 5 times in the New Testament, the Spirit is described as the Spirit of Jesus, the Spirit of number 2, or the Spirit of Christ, or Paul will say the Lord, who is the Spirit. So what that means is, just as Jesus is but isn't the Father, he is but isn't God, so the Spirit is but isn't Jesus. That is where you get your Trinitarian theology. You don't get it from pronouns and all this kind of stuff. That's sort of like icing on the cake. But this is why they're thinking 3 in 1, because they're thinking 3 in 1 over here. Benjamin Sommer, who's a Jew, he's a Jewish, he teaches at Jewish Theological Seminary. So like, how Jewish do you have to be to teach there? His book, The Bodies of God, is really important because, and again, it's not that I agree with everything he says, but what he does in the book, and he'll actually say this point blank in the book, that the idea of a Christian Trinity is very reconcilable with what you read in the Hebrew Bible. He will say things like that. Because what he does in the book is he goes back not just in the Hebrew Bible, but into the broader ancient Near Eastern world. And the metaphor he uses is he talks about bodies of God. And that is you have gods, whether they're in ancient Near Eastern texts or in the Hebrew Bible. You have gods appearing as men, and you also have gods appearing, and he uses modalistic language, gods appearing in more than one form simultaneously in different scenes. So his argument is that this notion that Christians have about God being multiple persons that can exist simultaneously and even appear in the same scenes is not new. You will find this in the Hebrew Bible, and you will find it in ancient Near Eastern literature. So now that's important. Again, I don't want to get too much into it because we'll discuss it tomorrow, but I'll give you a heads up here. That kind of stuff is really important because of what people like Bart Ehrman do. Okay, the connection here, Ehrman is a New Testament scholar. He doesn't do Semitic stuff, and that's his problem, or one of them. Because he'll come across, and he's not the only one, obviously, and he'll talk about how the idea of the deity of Christ, or the whole concept of a Trinity, is a Christian invention. And not even a Christian invention, but it was invented late in the history of the early church. He'll have Jesus just being this normal human guy, and then his followers later on go back and change New Testament texts to assign Jesus deity, and this is where this Trinitarian thinking comes from. Hey, Bart, you're at least 800 years too late. Okay, this is not new. This is not an innovation. So for you to do what you do, again, to undermine really the faith of lots of people, for you to do what you do and say this is an innovation or new is just nonsense. It is uninformed scholarship. That's exactly what it is. And a book like Summers is really important to showing that, this would have been familiar to people living at this time. This would not be the first place they'd ever seen this or heard it. What was different, and again, there's lots of speculation. Tomorrow, I guess it is tomorrow, I'll go through some Second Temple texts because there was rampant speculation in between the Testaments about who the second power was. And the candidates were either a glorified human, somebody like Abraham or Moses. Abraham was the friend of God and Moses was just Moses. He was great. Or Adam or somebody like that. Or it was some special angel. Now, what made Christianity unique was that the Christians come along and say, hey, we have a candidate too. It's kind of like the Iowa caucus here. It's like, we got an idea. We believe that the second power was Jesus of Nazareth. And what's kind of unfortunate is that you guys just killed him. And that was offensive. I mean, you can see it's fine within Judaism to speculate who the second Yahweh figure is. Everybody's doing that. That doesn't offend anyone. When you say it was this guy that you just put on a cross and killed him, that was a little too much. That was offensive. So, but again, to claim that this is all late, like Ehrman and others do, they're basically they have to interpret what's going on out of context to get there. So that's why I wanted you to read Summers' material. It's one of the best things out there for that point. Even though you're going to read it and some of what he says will make you feel a little uncomfortable, but realize he's a Jew. He has a little bit to defend there, but it's really valuable. So we wanted to say something about the Satan issue. And in the book, I make a comment about proper personal nouns in Hebrew. Again, as a rule of Hebrew grammar, do not take the definite article. Juan Moroka's Grammar of Biblical Hebrew. This and Waltke and O'Connor's Introduction to Hebrew Syntax are sort of the two major reference tools now for Hebrew grammar. It used to be Gesenius, and Gesenius is still used. But Juan Moroka, 2 volumes, and then Waltke and O'Connor's big syntax volumes are sort of the go-to sources now. So that Mike's not making up the point. Proper nouns are in themselves determinate since they designate unique beings. Therefore, they do not take any determining element. Then there are a couple exceptions when it comes to geography. When the gentilic ending is added, if you've had Hebrew, you know what that is. If you haven't, don't worry about it. I'm not going to numb your mind with that. But just like English, Hebrew does not take a definite article for proper personal names. And again, the obvious illustration is, I'm not the Mike. I always say Donald Trump's the exception to this. Okay, he is the Donald. But normally, again, in normal discourse, English does not allow the definite article, the word the, in front of a proper personal name. And Hebrew is the same way. It's just a rule of the language. You never find a proper or definite article in front of a proper personal name anywhere. So when you get ha-satan in biblical Hebrew, which is what you get in Job 1, Job 2, Zechariah 3, all the familiar passages, it's always, ha-satan, it always has the definite article, which tells you it's not a proper personal name. So, just to illustrate, I made a visual filter for LHI, all the places where you have Satan, your lemma, with the definite article. Job 1:6, all the way through. All the references in Job are in fact, and I'll show you a little search here in a second, all of the places where in your English Bible you're used to seeing in the Old Testament Satan with a capital S, they all have the definite article. So it's not a proper personal name in any of those cases, which is why other translations will either have or add in a footnote. We'll see what ESV does here. They will add something about the term meaning the adversary. So the Lord said to Satan, you notice the first instance here, there's a footnote in ESV, Hebrew, the accuser or adversary. So throughout chapters 1 and 2. So what that note is telling you is that as a translation committee, we decided to put the capital S on it because everybody's used to that. But we want you to know that really throughout the chapter, what you should be reading is the adversary, or something like that, the accuser. The challenger is John Walton's term that he likes for this. Satan is just a normal noun, of course with a definite article here. It does mean something like, adversary, challenger. And without going into a lot of the literature, again, you could look up the footnotes in Unseen Realm and the website and get this. There are hints and suggestions. There's nothing terribly explicit in other Semitic texts, but there are hints in some of the material that within the divine council, this was sort of a role to play. And if we actually, sort of like a court official, you'll hear it referred to as a court figure, court official, something like that. Either a prosecutorial role, because oftentimes in divine council scenes, the feeling is like a lawsuit court, and you'll actually get courtroom terminology used in those scenes.
Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1 is a perfect example of that.
I think so too. You have that flavor to it. He showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and the Satan standing at his right hand to accuse him. So again, you'd have to say it's the right hand of Joshua here, but you don't have to say that. I mean, if you want to go with near proximity, standing at his right hand to accuse him, then you would read it that he said Joshua's right hand, but you could say at the right hand of the angel of the Lord too. Again, who is obviously a Yahweh figure. So I think that's what you were alluding to, this position of authority in God's court. Standing terminology you'll often see in divine council context too, and certain writers who write on the subject will point this out. Standing versus being seated, because the judge is seated, and the people doing some sort of role in the divine court have a standing role. Those who are subordinate to the judge, again in hierarchy and role, will often be depicted as just standing generally, like standing around, around God or something like that. So this is a nice example of courtroom procedure. If you actually do a search, if you're interested in this topic, and there are actually several dissertations, I could send them to you if you're really into this topic. But the divine council as courtroom, and specifically the lawsuit genre in Hebrew Bible, in biblical literature, which is really an academic way of referring to any sort of courtroom scene. People have done dissertations on how those motifs, in terms of vocabulary, in terms of posture and positioning and that kind of thing, how that sort of plays through the Bible. Because in the prophets, you get a lot of these lawsuit, sort of scenes, or where the prophet brings a, quote, complaint, and it might be the Hebrew word reeve, which means to bring a lawsuit or bring an accusation. It even plays out a little bit in Job, where at the end of chapter 4, Job he's suffering, and Eliphaz, basically can't imagine there being any other explanation other than you must have done something wrong, Job. And that's where he says, let's just go back to Job. We'll go at verse 5. Eliphaz says, "Call now, is there anyone who will answer you? To which of the holy ones will you turn?" in ancient Near Eastern literature, there was this idea that not only were members of the divine council, again, either in the Hebrew Bible or outside, not only do they often, the heavenly ones, or the Elohim or whatever, show up in treaty covenant passages as witnesses to what's going on. And that even happens with Sinai, because the Lord is on Sinai with his holy ones. And then there's this tradition about the law being dispensed by angels and all that kind of stuff, which I do discuss in the book. But there's also a tradition of when you wanted to bring a case before God, you wanted God to hear your case. And in Job's case, it's like, hey, I'm suffering. Why? That there was this tradition of that holy ones, lesser divine beings other than the judge himself, would serve as mediators or intercessors, that they would bring your case to God. It's not all that's behind this Catholic idea of praying to the saints, praying to the holy ones, okay? But you do get that kind of idea. I mean, the Catholic Church is thinking something a little bit different with that, because of linking the idea to the treasury of merit and all that sort of stuff in Catholic theology. But in the broader ancient Near Eastern world, you have passages like this. I think 15:15, God puts no trust in his holy ones. Again, there's this notion that they are lesser, and so maybe he will or maybe he won't hear their intercession for you. He's not necessarily inclined to just believe everything they say or trust them completely. Let me see if I can pluck out of my head where this other... Oh yeah, Job 33:23. If there be for him an angel, a mediator, one of 1,000 to declare to man what is right for him, blah, 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 blah. So again, you get this angelic mediation idea. That is part of the role of, again, God's entourage, is to be sort of a buffer between him and a person who might want to bring a complaint to God. Why is this happening to me? So you would take it to one of them. Which is really interesting, because in the New Testament, post-Jesus, all of that changes. Because in the New Testament is where you get this language of, it's because of the sacrifice of Christ that we have direct access to God. There's one mediator between God and man, the man in Christ Jesus. I mean, you have this boldly come to the throne of grace yourself, because we have a better mediator. There's the advocate. We have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ the righteous. All of that is the undercurrent to that. We're used to hearing in the book of Hebrews about the writer of Hebrews is arguing the superiority of Jesus, and that's true. But these other kinds of passages do the same thing, but just in a less overt way. Because if you're used to this tradition of angelic intercession, then along come the New Testament writers and saying, no, there's only one of these. It makes Jesus, it puts him up a notch, even without actually saying it. But if you're familiar again with the worldview, the message would have been pretty clear that Christ is superior, to anyone, any other Elohim in Old Testament language. I mean, it actually links him to Yahweh in sort of a backdoor kind of way, because there is no other intercession. Go ahead.
Do we know how big the council was?
You're never given specific numbers, like in Second Temple literature, and even in biblical literature, it'll use things like myriads upon myriads. It'll use big terms like host of heaven, all that sort of stuff. So basically all that means is a lot. It's pretty big. And some of it depends on how you define council as well. Now, what you have, and I sketched this out in the book a little bit, you can think of the council sort of as a pyramidal structure, because it's lonely at the top. You have Yahweh, and again, I believe that the Hebrew Bible does give us evidence of a Godhead. So you have Yahweh and the Godhead, Yahweh and other beings who are identified with or as him, specifically number 2, the visible Yahweh. Sons of God is actually, it's important, and I discuss this a little bit in the book when I talk about the divine entourage, specifically with the ancient Near Eastern parallel of Pharaoh's household. Sons of God was a rank term. It's not an ontological term because all of these are Elohim, but it's a rank term. And you would pick family members to be your inner circle. They would get the important jobs. And Pharaoh, which in Egyptian is per-a'a, it means great house. It refers to the king and his immediate inner circle, which were typically family members, someone linked to him by blood or by marriage. Those were the ones that formed the inner elite circle that got the important jobs. And then underneath you have the malachim. Again, malach is the Hebrew word for messenger. We translate it angel, and it's the Greek equivalent of that is angelos, from which we get angel. Angel is just a job description. It describes an Elohim that takes a message to somebody. And that's the way they're depicted, in both testaments, really. You have throne guardians. Again, cheruvim comes from the Akkadian karuv, or karibu. It refers to an entity that isn't a messenger, but an entity whose specific role is proximity to the high God and functions to guard his presence from either impurity or some sort of threat, the throne guardian. In Isaiah 6, seraphim is really the same idea. It's the identical office. It's just that the terminology there is very Egyptian. Seraph is what an Egyptian called a throne guardian. And it was very frequently serpentine in appearance. And so you have the term doing double duty. Seraph in Hebrew is, can just be a general noun that means serpent or snake. And in Egypt, again, that was a symbol of royal power. The pharaohs with the snake, the cobra, and all that kind of stuff. But it was also used to denote beings that were close to the deity's presence guarding his throne. And I have a few references in the book about Egyptian texts that are, cast throne guardians in this way. So Isaiah has significant parts of Isaiah have a distinctly Egyptian flavor, whereas other biblical passages that use cheruvim often have a very Mesopotamian or Babylonian flavor to them. There's something in the context that suggests that. Why Egyptian for Isaiah? Have you ever seen the picture of Hezekiah's seal? You can basically see the Egyptian design to it. This is King Hezekiah's official seal. Archaeologists have actually discovered this. This is Le belonging to Achaz, and this is Yehuda, Ahaz of Judah, who was the father of Hezekiah, the king. And then there's, in what's left of the reconstruction, let me give you a different one here. Ahaz was Hezekiah's father. This one has both names on it, so this is the better example. We have Le Kazak Yahu, belonging to Hezekiah, and this is Ahaz, Hezekiah of Ahaz, his son. And then it's destroyed, but it's some reference to the king. Lehuda, Yehuda, Judah. You say, well, why would the kings of Judah have such a very obviously Egyptian symbol? And I think the simplest answer is they just kind of thought it was cool. There's no record either in Egyptian terms or biblical terms that Hezekiah and Ahaz were like secret Egyptophiles or something like that. But there was a sort of an underling relationship and an alliance with Egypt, a positive relationship with Egypt that, of course, becomes part of the politics of the day to protect them from their mutual enemies like the Assyrians and things like that. And they took on the trappings of royal power. So part of that was Egyptian iconography. It would remind visitors, if one practical reason you would do it. Anyone who visited your court and actually saw that kind of iconography would know that you were aligned with a really, really big friend, namely the Pharaoh of Egypt. I mean, you were partners with a bigger power because you're just Judah. You're just two tribes that are just kind of winging it down in the south there. But we have powerful friends. We're in alliance with them. It'd be like an American, or some sort of American protectorate overseas that would use, our insignia. Visitors know that, okay, I'm in the Republic of Bango Bango or whatever it is. But I notice they have an American eagle and American flag right there, and that, okay, we know who you're buddies with. We get it. If we pick on you, we might have to contend with them. So they're just, political reasons why you would do this sort of thing. It's not a slam against Hezekiah, even though there are some that would, sort of lump him in with other kings of Judah for not being as faithful a Yahwist as they might want them to be. But I don't see anything like that really going on in the Old Testament to color Hezekiah that way.
Is there a council today?
There would be, if you believe that there is rank and hierarchy in the unseen world, the answer would be yes. Again, this is all a biblical metaphor to assign order to the spiritual world. It's done by people who embrace the reality of that world. I mean, Paul, if you recall from the book, Paul imbibes pretty significantly in what I call the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Again, that in the Old Testament, Israel was Yahweh's domain. Israel, the land of Israel, was Yahweh's turf. He had given it to his children, that he had supernaturally raised up through Abraham and Sarah. He disinherits or divorces all the other peoples of the earth and assigns them to lesser gods. They in turn rebel at some point. We're not told when, but we are told they seduce the Israelites into worshiping themselves. They become corrupt. They do not administer the nations according to the laws of Yahweh, the good rule of Yahweh. We know from the covenant with Abraham that even though the nations were disinherited, at Babel, the very next chapter, God calls Abraham and says, I'm going to start over, which is why Deuteronomy 32:9 says Israel is Yahweh's portion. Even though at the time of Babel, Israel didn't exist. It exists right afterwards because that's when he calls Abraham. But the sense is, again, that we have this situation, this cosmic geographical situation, where every place else other than Israel is owned or under dominion of a hostile power. Well, Paul, if you recall from the book, Paul does use the word demon a few times. And I think most notably in 1 Corinthians 10, 21 and 22, when he talks about avoiding fellowship with demons. In chapter 10 of 1 Corinthians, Paul, in several places, quotes Deuteronomy 32. And he's quoting Deuteronomy 32:17 there, which is the one that calls the Shadim, another word for territorial guardian. He calls them Elohim. That usually gets translated demons in our translations. And in things like the Septuagint, you're going to see that. So in Paul's mind, Paul is well aware of this, and he knows that these territorial entities are, he refers to them as demons. So as I like to say, if you're not buying this, then I don't know how you can believe I don't know how you can believe in demons then. Paul certainly did, and he's buying Deuteronomy 32. But the real indication with Paul is what are the terms he uses more often than demon to describe his view of the spiritual world? Principalities, powers, thrones, dominions, authorities, rulers. What do they all have in common? They are all terms of geographic dominion, every last one of them. And they are used inside and outside the Bible, outside the New Testament, because it's Paul. In secular Greek literature, every one of them are used for geographical rulers in other contexts. Paul very clearly has this idea that the nations, that he is the apostle to, the nations are under dominion. They enslave their populations. They are run by hostile forces of darkness that enslave their populations. And so he views himself as God's tool to begin to reclaim them, to liberate the nations. He is the apostle to the Gentiles, to the ethne, to the nations. You know, and Paul was so convinced of it. I don't do much of this with this in the book, but Paul links the return of Jesus with what he refers to as the fullness of the Gentiles. You know, this notion that the gospel had to be preached to all the nations. All the nations had to be given the gospel so that they could begin to be brought back into the fold. Okay, and then the Lord would come, and the Lord would return. This structuring, again, that we've been talking about, is presumed in the New Testament. So when I get the question, is there a council today? The council today, again, this is a metaphor for an ordered spiritual world. I think of the council as those divine beings who are loyal to God, loyal to Christ, who are not in rebellion. Those who are in rebellion are these other terms. They have chosen to rebel against his authority. They are no longer working for God. They are now opposing God. So, you know, it depends how you use the word counsel. What do you include? And again, I think the idea of counsel, just broadly speaking, are those beings who are in God's service. And then there are others who are in rebellion. You actually have 3 different rebellions in the Old Testament. I don't know if you've picked up on this. But typical Christian theology tends to conflate 2 of them and forget about the other one. We sort of, if you ask, again, in the normal, you know, theological discourse of Christianity, why is the world the way it is in terms of evil and wickedness? People will almost reflexively say the fall. Okay, that's Genesis 3. That's the first of 3 rebellions. It's not the only one. The second one is Genesis 6, specifically Genesis 6, 1 through 4, which either gets dismissed or put on the shelf in some way. It doesn't play a role in why the world is the wicked place that it is, but in Second Temple Jewish theology, it was absolutely central. It was terribly important, and we're going to talk about that this afternoon, because guys like Irenaeus understood this. And so what they say about Genesis 6 and about the proliferation of evil draws directly on passages like Genesis 6 and the whole Second Temple tradition. The third one, of course, is Babel. That's the disinheritance of the nations. So in Genesis 3, you get a divine rebellion, you get a human rebellion, because Adam and Eve, Adam sins willingly, Eve is deceived. So it's divine and human rebellion. You could also say that for Genesis 6, even though it's stilted toward the divine, the transgression of heaven and earth. And then Genesis 11, you get a human rebellion, but ultimately, when God judges it by dividing up the nations according to the number of the sons of God, those sons of God also rebel. So it's, if you asked a Second Temple Jew, why is the world the way it is? Why is it so bad? Why do people hate the people of God? They would talk about all 3 of those things. Whereas we just tend to say, oh, it's because humanity fell. Again, we just neglect these other things. We try to fold them into each other or just put them on the shelf or whatever. It's why we tend to read certain passages the way we do. And if we look at Second Temple Jewish material, why they read the same passages a whole lot differently than we do. And we look at them like they're the ones with 2 heads. We're the one that's grown the other head, okay? They had a more immediate sense of the context, but we'll get into some of the specifics of that. I just want to show you one other thing here. This is a syntax search I ran for ha-satan. And if we run it, you'll notice here are all your references, again, that you would expect. Zechariah 3, Job 1, and Job 2, where we get capital S, Satan, but every one of them has the definite article. There are only a handful of passages that don't have the definite article. So you would think, well, if it doesn't have the definite article, then is that a sure sign of a divine enemy? And if you ran that search, the answer is no. A lot of those instances are used of people to describe people who are getting in each other's way or getting in God's way, or they're rebelling in some sense. One of them is attributed specifically to the angel of the Lord, okay, in Numbers 22, the Balaam incident with the donkey. The angel of the Lord himself is called a Satan. Why? Because he's evil? No. The term has nothing to do with what happens in Genesis 3. The term is about he's getting in the way. He's opposing someone. God sends the angel to get in Balaam's way. That's why he's called Satan. That's what it means. He's an adversary. There's an adversarial relationship. It's also why, if you're familiar with, in 1 Chronicles 21, and I think it's 1 Samuel 24, you have these two passages that describe the same event when David sins by taking the census. And in one passage it says that he was prodded to do so by the Lord, Yahweh. And the other passages it says he was prodded to do so by Satan. Again, capital S-A-T-A-N there. I think that the key to reconciling those two things, I don't think there's a mistake there, but the key to reconciling those two things is to observe an important phrase. I'm just going to give it to you. Well, let's just go to one instance. If you go to Joshua 5:13, this is the captain of the Lord's host. There's a phrase here that says, a man was standing before him with his drawn sword in his hand. That phrase in Hebrew, bikarbo, okay, with the sword again in his hand beyond. If you search for that specific phrase, it occurs only two other places. It occurs in Numbers 22 with the angel of the Lord, and it occurs in the Chronicles passage. What I'm getting at it here is I think the reason why we have an apparent contradiction between the Lord and the Satan, and then the Satan is described with the drawn sword in his hand as he passes judgment after David decides, what the penalty is going to be, is because it's actually the angel of the Lord. He's described the same way. And so if that's the case, there is no contradiction, because Yahweh and that angel are one and the same. They're six of one and half a dozen of another. It's the visible Yahweh and the invisible Yahweh. There is no contradiction. But again, you're only going to get there if you're thinking about, again, the two Yahwehs thing going on. And since we typically don't, we have to invent other ways to handle the quote-unquote contradiction. I don't think there's a contradiction at all there. What I argue for in the book is that there are clear linkages between Genesis 3, the serpent there, the fall account, Isaiah 14, that is the so-called Lucifer passage, even though Lucifer is a Latin word. Lucifer, I hope you realize, comes from the Latin Vulgate. There is no Hebrew word for Lucifer. Okay? There's a Hebrew word Hallel, which means the shining one. Hallel ben Shakar, the shining one, the son of the dawn, in Isaiah 14, 12 to 15 is the verse reference. That's where the term Lucifer comes from, because that's the way the Vulgate translated Hallel in that particular verse. So you have Genesis 3, Isaiah 14, and Ezekiel 28. I have a chart in here, again, about the parallels between these passages and some others. And so this is how basically it appears in the book. Between those three chapters, there are a number of divine counsel motifs, terms. This is page 86, at least that's the way it's listed in the digital form here. But what I'm trying to show in this passage is that we ought to be reading these three passages together. Now I realize, and I detail this at length in the book and at length on the website, Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 respectively have nothing specifically to do with Genesis 3. I'm not saying that there is Satan in either passage, because Satan doesn't show up in either passage. The word is not used. Evangelicals have been resistant to linking these three passages for that reason. Satan doesn't show up, and they don't want to look stupid to their academic colleagues by saying that the Hebrew Bible teaches that the serpent of Genesis 3 is this guy in Isaiah 14 or this guy in Ezekiel 28. And then people will laugh at them for saying that, and they'll point out, well, Satan never shows up in any of these passages. In fact, the serpent in Genesis 3 is never identified with the word Satan anywhere in the Hebrew Bible, you silly evangelical. Okay, all of that's true. What I am saying, though, is that this oracle against the king of Babylon in Isaiah 14 and this oracle against the prince of Tyre, the king of Tyre in Ezekiel 28, behind those diatribes against those respective kings, I'm contending that the writer is using the story of an ancient divine rebellion to illustrate the hubris and the pride of these respective kings. And if you recognize that the backstory is this story of divine rebellion, then that begins to sound a lot like Genesis 3, because Genesis 3 tells the story of a divine being who rebelled against Yahweh's authority. That's all I'm saying, but that is actually a minority view within evangelicalism. I know that sounds maybe kind of crazy, but it's true. You go look it up in the commentaries, like Dan Block's commentary in Ezekiel, he will resist this with all his might. And he's not the only one. And Dan's a good guy, don't get me wrong. We just have this point of disagreement. The majority view is that this is going to sound really, really weird, but people land here because, again, they don't want to sound stupid. They don't want to sound like they're saying the guy in Isaiah 14 and the guy in Ezekiel 28 are Satan, because, again, everybody knows the word Satan never occurs in those passages. So to say that, to suggest that, makes you look kind of uninformed. That's what they want to avoid. Again, that isn't what I'm saying. I'm just saying behind the diatribes, there's a story of divine rebellion. In Eden. I mean, Ezekiel 28 even refers to Eden. It calls Eden the mountain of God, the cosmic mountain. Again, that's what Eden is, both a garden and a mountain. Why? Because that's where the gods live. They live in the best places. They live in gardens because in an agrarian subsistence economy, gardens were the top place to live. You never want for water, food, it's luxury, it's paradise. They live on mountains because they don't want to be around those icky humans. Okay, they want to be remote. And so the gods are always depicted as remote. Well, Eden gets cast in both ways for the same reasons. God is above humanity, and he also lives in the best place. Okay, that's just why the descriptions are there. So if you understand that, and you look at what happens in all three of the passages, there's some sort of rebellion going on. And in two of them, this story of divine rebellion is used to say, boy, these kings, they're just so arrogant. And here's how arrogant they are. And the writer starts to use elements of the old divine rebellion story to illustrate how over the top these guys are in their arrogance. But again, that's the minority view. The majority view, again, it's going to sound weird, but you go to Block's commentary, he's not the only one. He thinks that the cherub in Ezekiel 28 is not a divine rebel. It's not the serpent figure. It doesn't have the serpent figure in mind. It doesn't have a divine rebel in mind. He thinks that the cherub is Adam. Adam. I know it sounds a little odd, but you got two choices. If the writer of Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, if they're using a rebellion story, a story of arrogant rebellion, most scholars say you got two choices. Either that divine rebel trajectory, that's what I'm at, or you look at Adam, the first man, as being the rebel. You'd find it interesting. On the companion website, I go through the reasoning behind both. And there's actually a difference here between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint. That's part of the issue. And I explain why the Masoretic text has certain grammatical oddities in it that have apparently led the Septuagint translator to do certain things so that those who want to argue that the rebel is Adam, they prefer the Septuagint. But the things that are in the Masoretic text are not unresolvable. They're actually well within the orbit of certain elements of Hebrew syntax and Hebrew morphology, even though they're very archaic. And that's what the material on the website's about. So MT, the Masoretic text here, can certainly hold its own. And if you favor that text, you really have to argue that the rebellion here is a divine one. So what I do on the website, not in the book, on the website is I take you through there was the most recent work on this is a dissertation by a guy named Hugh Rowland Page, who got it at Notre Dame. I can't remember where he teaches now. But he did his dissertation on the myth of cosmic rebellion in Canaanite literature. And I have an article that was published in Vetus Testamentum on Isaiah 14 and the Ugaritic backdrop to Isaiah 14. And I argue for this is a story of a divine rebellion, and elements of it show up in Isaiah 14. Therefore, we should understand Isaiah 14 as a divine rebellion, not a human rebellion. You know, things like, I will ascend above the stars of El, the stars of God in Isaiah 14. It's a line right out of a Baal text. You know, who's El? El is the highest figure. So you have some being, I think it's Athtar in the Canaanite story. You have some being that says, I want to be top dog. I will ascend above the stars of God, the stars of El. Well, elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible, Job 38, the sons of God are described as stars, Kokavim, stars, okay? So you have a situation where one of the council doesn't like something going on and wants to usurp divine authority. Okay? It's as simple as that. But there are connections in the chart where all three of these passages are interconnected. So that's what I'm arguing for in these chapters. But I'm telling you, just to let you know, that the view I'm arguing for here is a minority view, just so that readers know. Now, you'll read some interesting things in the chapter that, it's easy to argue for a divine being. When was the last time a human being was called a cherub? Answer, there aren't any cases of that in the Hebrew Bible. You have to make that equation to defend your Adam view. You just have to say, well, it just happens here. I'm sorry, but that's not what a keruv was. There are no ancient texts that have cheruvim as people or people as cheruvim. So again, as an ancient reader, you're reading this, you're not thinking of a person. You're thinking of a divine throne guardian. You're thinking of someone in the heavenly entourage that got uppity. That's what you're thinking. You're not thinking of Adam. But many evangelicals will argue for Adam for the reasons I've let you know. Isaiah 14, I think, is very clearly divine. The other thing that you'll find evangelicals doing, and quote-unquote secular scholars, is they will acknowledge almost universally, I'm willing to say universally, that there is a conceptual relationship between Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. But then they will refuse to use Isaiah 14 as a wedge to argue for a divine rebel in Ezekiel 28, even though Ezekiel 28 mentions Eden and a cherub. Why they do that? Your guess is as good as mine. So we need to admit the relationship between the two and then admit their relationship to Genesis 3. So what I'm arguing for in the book, you can certainly find elsewhere, but it's the minority view. I just think it makes more sense. In the intro to the book, I say something like this, that look, I'm going to go through a lot of strange passages in this book. And, this is where my head's been for the last 15 or 20 years. It's just, this is what I do. So I'm really familiar with the literature. I'm going to go through a lot of strange passages, but I'm telling you up front that lots of people have lots of workable interpretations for any one of these passages. But my issue is the best interpretation is the one that not only works in the passage, but the ones that work in all the other passages that passage bleeds into. I'm looking for explanatory power across the board. I'm not looking for explanatory power in one isolated verse. That lets me take that one, I never have to think about that again, put it on the shelf. Because this passage will actually be quoted somewhere else. So if you're going to take this position here, does it work over there? Does it work over there? And vice versa. So what I'm trying to do in the book is I'm trying to build a network of ideas that work across the board. It's synthesis. And so that's why I land in certain places, because I don't like outliers. I don't like interpretations that allow me to address something here and then build a wall between this verse and this other thing that uses this verse, and then come up with something totally different over here. That's cheating. Okay? That's just what it is. And I just don't like to do that. So I'm looking for, again, trying to view both testaments, have the Israelite in my head, the first century Jew in my head, and with an eye toward a supernatural worldview. And what are the explanations that sort of make it all fit together? Okay, and I'm not going to claim I have a theory of everything. I think I could say I have a theory of most things. I'm still working on lots of it. It's a work in progress. But I will approach the outliers the same way. If I'm working on book 2, and it's like, well, this interpretation works good here, and you know what? It actually works better in these other 3 things where I thought it would work, one way before. But now I see the bigger picture even better. I'll just tell people that. It's a work in progress. But what I don't want to do is cheat. I just have a real problem with that. So I wanted to at least make you aware of that and some of the issues that are involved. If you want to know about the difference between the texts, Masoretic text, Septuagint, all of that, by all means, go up and read the website. I want to spend some time on Genesis 6 because it's pretty significant. Now, this is, again, one of the more controversial elements of the book, because this is kind of a crazy passage. But this is a passage that everybody, Jew or Christian, everybody up until the 4th century AD took at face value. And that is, again, Genesis 6, 1 through 4, the sons of God saw the daughters of men. They took them wives of all that they chose. They bear weird children, offspring, the Nephilim, all that kind of stuff. There were Nephilim on the earth in those days, and also afterward, Genesis 6, 4, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and had children by them. Everybody in the ancient world, again, through the early church, within the Jewish community, took this at face value until the time of a guy named Julius Africanus, whose life overlapped a little bit with Augustine. They were the ones who developed what has now become the dominant view in the evangelical church, and that is called the Sethite view. That the sons of God are the godly line of Seth. They're just people. They're not divine beings. And the daughters of men represent the wicked line of Cain. And the intermarriage here that's going on that displeased God so much is an intermarriage between Seth's line and Cain's line. And that's all there is to it. There's nothing divine going on here. Move along, citizen. There is nothing to see here. Now, Augustine had his own axe to grind. If you know anything about Augustine, and the reason why most churches take this view is really Augustine's stature, because it was picked up and perpetuated, for posterity. Augustine was when he was converted to Christianity, was a member of a sect called the Manichees. That was his early conversion context, and out of paganism anyway, into something that would approximate Judeo-Christianity. The Manichees held the Book of Enoch as sacred. And the Book of Enoch takes a very literal view of this. And so when Augustine split from the Manichees, he took with him a real distaste for the Book of Enoch and the literal interpretation here. And that is one of the things that led him to resist and ultimately come up with something else. And because of his stature, that's just the way it went. Now, what I'm going to go into next, Augustine did not have access to, and that is the original context for all of this. Now, I describe this in the book. There is a Mesopotamian context for this, and the major source is the one I asked you to read for today, Amar Anas's article on the origin of the Watchers. So, Anas's article was published in 2010. It is the first major attempt to go back and look at all of the cuneiform literature that have anything to say about the Great Flood with a specific eye toward, are there parallels to the elements of Genesis 6:1 through 4 in Mesopotamian material? And he found a lot of them that you will never see anywhere else. You will never see them published anywhere else except for that article, because it's recent. Now, what that means in practical terms is that every commentary on Genesis written before Anas's work, or that fails to interact with Anas's work, is by definition underinformed and obsolete when it comes to Genesis 6. It is not interacting with the original contextual material. In other words, the material that prompted the writer of Genesis 6:1 through 4 to even write the stuff. You cannot understand the passage unless you know what the writer was shooting at. And what he was shooting at was not the godly lineage of Seth or the evil women who somehow represent the line of Cain. Like, why are the women always the bad guys? Okay, that has nothing to do with it. That's just, again, Africanus comes up with it, Augustine loves it, and away we go. So, in terms of the Mesopotamian story, the Apkallu are the central characters. Before the flood, they are good guys. Apkallu in Akkadian means wise sage, a wise person, a wise sage, wise man, something like that. But they're more than men. They're divine beings in Mesopotamian literature, and they are dispensers of divine knowledge. And they give humanity divine knowledge, and this is why, according to the Babylonians, why Babylon was just so great. Why Babylon is the apex of human civilization. Why we're just smarter than everybody else. We're so great because of the Apkallu. They're the ones that gave us wisdom from the gods so that our civilization could be so superior to anyone else. Now, if you're familiar with the Mesopotamian epics, not all the gods felt this way about humanity. A lot of them just really came to be disgusted by humans. And so they came up with a solution. The humanity's cast is just making noise that irritates the gods, and we got to get rid of this. Well, these people shut up, and they're just such a nuisance. So what they decide to do is send a flood. Okay? Going to wipe out humanity. Well, the Apkallu hear about this, and the Apkallu are in part a target because they're the ones that made humanity so, so big and so numerous and so great and all this stuff. They're the ones that gave them civilization. So the Apkallu think to themselves, well, boy, we don't want this to happen. What are we going to do? We want the knowledge that we gave humanity to survive the flood because we like humans. So they come up with their own plan, and their plan is to go down to earth and mate with human women and have children and do what they can so that some of them, at least some of them, survive the flood and their knowledge survives with them. So that on the other side of the flood, humanity can restart civilization and they'll have this divine knowledge with them, and that'll just be wonderful. It's a way to foil the plan of the other gods. And so in the Mesopotamian story, that's what they do. After the flood, because some of the Apkallu perish in the flood, and some of their offspring, of course, are going to perish in the flood. Not all of them make it. They are viewed negatively because they transgress the will of the great gods. They were interlopers here. They should not have done this. So they get consigned to the underworld in Mesopotamian thinking. In other words, Akkadian hell or whatever. So that's where they wind up. Their offspring, it turns out, again, are very tall in stature. Gilgamesh is one of the hybrid offspring. Gilgamesh gets the designation of being, I think it's 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, or maybe it's the other way around. I can never remember that. But he is some of both. Gilgamesh is called Lord or Master of the Apkallu on a cylinder seal. Okay? He is very clearly part of this. So that's the story. Now, the Apkallu, let's see if I threw this in here. Again, they're later banished under the earth in the Apsu, the underworld. Figurines of the Apkallu are well known. Remember, before the flood, they were good guys. They have been found buried around building foundations of building structures, houses, whatnot, to ward off evil spirits. And those boxes are referred to in Akkadian as ssoreal, which means literally watchers. And that is precisely the term that the sons of God are referred to in Second Temple Jewish literature for the divine beings who come down and ostensibly cohabit with human women. I would suggest to you that none of this is a coincidence. There are just too many points of overlap. And Anas's article goes point for point through the material. Every element of Genesis 6:1 through 4 can be accounted for in Mesopotamian material. Now, what that tells us are a couple things. It tells us that Genesis 6:1 through 4 was written as a polemic. It is the Israelite version of flood events before and after, and it's the Israelite theological recasting of the events. So in lay terms, it would go like this. Hey, Babylon, you're not so great. In fact, this thing that you think made you great, this dispensing of divine knowledge, both before and after the flood, you might think it made you great, but what the effect really was, this was an attack on Yahweh of Israel and upon us, his people. Because the beings produced from this act turn out to be the very threat, the giant clans of the wars of conquest under Joshua and Moses. They turn out to be the people that basically, if we don't eliminate, they will exterminate us. And guess what? We're still here. So the God of heaven, the true God, beat the gods that were behind all of this. It was not a good thing. We were not exterminated. We are still here. And we just want our people to know, and anyone else who reads, what we're producing, that these were not good guys. They are not friendly. They were not kindly disposed toward humankind. This was all about trying to eliminate us and trying to oppose Yahweh's plan to people the earth in his own way and in his own time and in his own will. That's why Genesis 6:1-4 is there. Now, again, you can make up lots of explanations for it, but any explanation besides a supernatural one simply cannot account for the original context of the 4 verses. Which is why I said any commentary written before 2010 or that does not account for and interact with Onas's material, because he has point-for-point parallels of everything in that article. But any commentary, any article that does not interact with that material doesn't have a prayer of understanding the passage in its original context. And so if I was in a bad mood, I would say it this way. Don't talk to me about interpreting the Bible in context. If you're going to go with the Sethite view, I don't even want to hear it, because you aren't doing that. You simply are not doing it, because we now know what the context of these 4 verses was. And it's very clear that in the biblical writer's mind, he is dealing with a transgression of heaven and earth. That is why these verses are there. So, you want to like some other view, go ahead. Just don't talk to me about interpreting in context anymore. You're not doing it. Now, again, that's a little bit of a punch in the nose, but I'm saying it that way to press home that point, because we do talk about interpreting the Bible in context, and it did have a context, and so we ought to, if we want to know what the writer was trying to say, what he was trying to get his readers to think, what he wanted them to think while they read it, we can't just dismiss the context. And as I'll show you as we proceed, this actually bleeds into places that you would never expect it to. They are responsible for the proliferation of evil. They are not responsible for sin in Second Temple theology, because you have divine and human transgressions before this. You have that back in Eden. In Second Temple Jewish literature, no one ever thinks of Genesis 3, the fall of Adam, as the reason for the expansion of wickedness across the world. They look at it as the first transgression. In other words, now we have an irruption of evil in God's world, and so God has to deal with that, and humanity becomes estranged from God, and the thoughts you're used to thinking. But they never assign the reason for, quote-unquote, universal guilt or universal depravity. They never assign it to Genesis 3, ever. Nobody does. Now, catch this. Where in the Hebrew Bible do you see Genesis 3 blamed for the wickedness of humanity, all humanity? In other words, where's the passage that quotes, that looks back at Genesis 3 and says this is the reason why the world is so evil? There is actually no passage that quotes Genesis 3 about human evil. Now, the one that we sort of go to is Romans 5:12. But have you ever looked at Romans 5:12? Again, a Jew would, if you quoted Romans 5:12 to a Jew and also to Irenaeus, we'll get into him in a moment. Therefore, just as sin came into the world through one man, and death through sin, and so death spread to all men because all sinned. What spreads to all men because of the fall? Death. Where's the guilt? Look hard. Keep looking. I'm just tormenting you because it isn't there. Romans 5:12 never actually says that that Adam's guilt was spread to the whole world, making the whole world depraved. We have taken it that way, primarily because people like Augustine do, or did. it's very clear that death is the result of the fall, and death spreads to all men. Because all sinned, again, that's the difficult part of this. If you look this up in the Net Bible, which I recommend, it gives you a few translation options. Net Bible's free, by the way. It's a great resource. It's a scholar. It comes with thousands of notes about the translation. That's what makes it great. One of the options is you could translate this so that all sin, or all have sinned. In other words, because of what happened in the garden, humanity becomes mortal. Now, humanity always had contingent immortality. In other words, only God has non-contingent immortality. But when Adam and Eve get expelled from the garden, they get expelled from the presence of God, they will die. They are no longer in Eden. They are going to pay a price for their sin. They will die, and every human being after them, because they're all divorced from the presence of God. They're going to die. You see, the presence of God is where life is. It's a very simple concept. And we actually think this because we go to heaven and we live forever. Where God is, there is life. Very simple. Well, if you're divorced from that, you're going to die. It's just the way it is. So that's what spreads. And the reason people sin, and people will sin, and people cannot not sin, people will always sin, is because we are not in God's presence. And we are, secondly, not God. We're both imperfect and we have a really crummy environment. So that spells universal sin. So you're a sinner and I'm a sinner. Everyone's a sinner because of what we do, not because of what somebody else did. That is the Second Temple view of how sin works. But as far as speeding up the sin, speeding up the depravity, contributing to the depravity, that they lay at the feet of the watchers. Every tradition. Now, if you go back to, I have this thing about Irenaeus here. Again, this leaks through in a few church fathers a glimpse of the importance of Genesis 6 in early church thinkers, with Schultz's article, The Origin of Sin in Irenaeus and Jewish Pseudepigraphical Literature. Of course, the Book of Enoch is part of the Pseudepigrapha. So this article is about how Irenaeus was quite aware of Second Temple Judaism's explanation for the proliferation of evil, i.e. the Watchers. Irenaeus is, of course, before Augustine. He takes Genesis 6 at face value. Again, this is a transgression of heaven and earth. He's very well versed in Second Temple Judaism, and he attributes he doesn't say Genesis 6 is the initial sin, but he attributes the depravity of humanity universally back to Genesis 6, just like Second Temple Jews did. So it's a very nice article for showing how here we have a church father who was pretty well versed in how the Jewish community of his day understood this material. And Irenaeus is kind of interesting. He actually, maybe the third day we'll get to this, but Irenaeus actually links this to the Antichrist, for instance. He does some really interesting things. I don't know if I follow him there, but he's a really interesting thinker. And he has his head in this material more so than most of us do. I just like him because he's interesting. I may not agree with everything he does. The sources below here, Miriam Brands, this is her dissertation. But she goes through all the material, the source of sin and its nature as portrayed in Second Temple literature. This is what early Christians thought. Early Christians accepted the story at face value. It's not why sin entered the world, but it's why depravity just took such a great hold of everything. Honest's article, again, I can send you the one you had to read. This one is actually different. Honest, I can give you two Honest articles. The Honest one I had you read for today was on the origin of the Watchers. That's the title of it. This one is the antediluvian origin of evil in the Mesopotamian Jewish traditions. He compares the two. So it's another article about, again, the role of the Watchers in both traditions about the proliferation of evil. Now, isn't it interesting Isn't it interesting that Second Temple Jewish literature, books like Enoch and Jubilees and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all this stuff, they're the ones who use the term watchers for the offenders of Genesis 6, which tells you point blank that they understood the Mesopotamian context, because that's what the Apkallu are called. They're not getting that from anywhere else. They're not getting it from the Hebrew Bible. They get it because they're familiar with the original context of this. And so in Second Temple Judaism, because they're familiar with the backstory, they tend to read Genesis 6 in line with the backstory. They follow the elements of the backstory, which is why they come out where they do. And it's also, again, I would suggest to you that I think it is significant that not only is there no passage in the Old Testament that blames Adam for the way everything is. Romans 5:12 doesn't even do that. It blames Adam for mortality, but it stops short of, sort of the way we typically interpret it. Now, within Christian tradition, both in Reformed and some Baptist traditions, there are different interpretations of Romans 5:12. I hate to tell you this, but not everyone within Orthodox Christianity has looked at that verse the same way. What we're used to in terms of like the discussion between seminal headship and federal headship and all that stuff, what we're used to in sort of most of the evangelical orbit, that's just one reading. There are other readings of that verse that actually align better, I think, with the more ancient material. But regardless of what view you take, and I should throw in Eastern Orthodoxy too. Eastern Orthodox do not take Romans 5:12 the way a typical Protestant Reformed kind of context would. But regardless of that, what all the views, I think to be biblically faithful, what all the views need to avoid is you need to avoid any sense that there is some spark of human goodness that wards off depravity and contributes to salvation, because that would be Pelagianism. Okay, that isn't what Irenaeus is talking about. That's not what other interpreters are talking about. So, for my money, I actually prefer the alternative view of Romans 5:12, but it's universally true that now catch the way I'm saying this, all humans, if they ever are allowed to live and reach the point where they can knowingly rebel against God, will do so. There will be no exceptions. The only exception was Jesus. And the reason Jesus didn't was he also happened to be God. Everyone else is guilty of sin. There are no exceptions, and no one can merit salvation in any way. Now, you can affirm those things and have a different reading of Romans 5:12. It's just that in my experience, I've found that you need to be clear on those points and still be faithful to the gospel. What I'll call the consensus view actually has a couple of problems with the way Romans 5:12 is read. Because if you believe Romans 5:12 is about the guilt, that what Adam did means that every human being who lived after Adam is not just a sinner or not just will inevitably, invariably sin. If you believe that they actually are guilty before God at the moment of conception, you have two problems. One is, what do you do with Jesus? Okay, Jesus is very clearly in his genealogy linked back to Adam explicitly. Jesus is fully man. He is a descendant of Adam. You say, well, Jesus isn't affected by this because of the virgin birth. Jesus had a mother. Okay. He traveled through Mary's birth canal. Okay. He was conceived in Mary's womb. He traveled through the birth canal. He is born of a woman. That woman is a sinner. That woman is a descendant of Adam like every other human. So why isn't Jesus guilty before God? And you can't escape this by saying, well, God just kind of looked at Mary and like did a jump shot into her womb, and just plopped the little human thing in there, and away we go. Romans chapter 1 says that Jesus was born. Let me just look at it. Here's the fundamental problem. He was descended from David according to the flesh. David was descended from Adam. David was a man. It just doesn't help you. Either Paul was wrong here, or maybe we really need to rethink what's going on here. Now, on the other hand, if Romans 5:12 just means that the result of Adam's sin is that you're mortal, all humans are mortal, then Jesus can be a direct lineal descendant of Adam. If it's not about guilt but mortality, hey, guess what? Jesus could die, and he did. There is no problem. Now, Catholics saw this problem very clearly. This is why they came up with the idea of Mary's not only perpetual virginity, but Mary's sinlessness. They have to get Mary off the hook. Because if they can get Mary off the hook, this is not a problem. So that's how they choose to solve the problem. Well, that's nice. Do you have a verse for that? But it tells you that they saw it very clearly. Second problem is, what about the fate of the unborn? This is a more pastoral problem, but it's still a theological issue. What about the fate of the unborn? What about the severely retarded? What about the stillborn? All that kind of stuff. And I know what we like to say is, well, God loves babies. And so God looks at them, even though they're guilty, we wouldn't say this, but they're guilty of sin because of what Adam did. God makes an exception. Really? You got a verse for that? Or, yep, they're in hell. Or, well, God will, they're in hell, but God will wipe away every tear. Oh, so in other words, when I get to heaven, I'll remember lots of things and lots of people, in my life, but I won't remember that. So I have like selective amnesia. I think all that's nonsense. I also think it's unnecessary theologically. If you take an alternative view of Romans 5:12, here's where you come out. Those, you have this category, the aborted, the unborn, the stillborn, the same set of categories. They are not allowed to live through whatever circumstance in a fallen world. They never rebel against God. They never sin. That's why they're guilty. That's why we're all guilty, because of what we do. That doesn't mean that, they're good, so they deserve heaven. No. No one merits salvation in any way. What it means is that all of the dead, the righteous and the unrighteous, according to several passages in the New Testament, are raised at the last day. Some are raised to eternal life. Others are raised to perdition, or whatever. If you're John R.W. Stott, you say annihilation or whatever. You don't get to live with God forever. Some do, some don't. So the unborn, this whole category, they are raised with everybody else. They do not go to perdition because they have never incurred guilt. By default, then, they are with the Lord. And they're with the Lord not because they're good. They're with the Lord because of the resurrection. That's it. So you have a subcategory, and again, you'll find this in different Christian writers. This isn't me. I didn't invent it. But it makes a lot of sense because, because of this whole issue, going back to Adam. Let's think about the two views that you always hear about in theology class. as to how everybody gets guilty. You have two options. Seminal headship. Okay, anybody remember what seminal headship says? That somehow when Adam sinned, every human was in Adam's loins, so to speak. Okay, I'm just going to be blunt. We know where babies come from. It is a known, provable, over and over again, certainty that a human person is the result of the union of genetic material from two people. Okay? This is what humanity is, DNA. And that a human person, other than a petri dish, can only exist inside a woman. It can never exist inside of a man. So all this talk about people, human beings, persons, being in Adam is hopelessly wrong. It is a natural biological impossibility. But it's common language for the ancient world. Hebrews 7, Levi paying tithes to Melchizedek while being yet in the loins of his father. It's a pre-modern, pre-scientific, whatever label you want to give to it, because this is why Scripture and the rest of the ancient world, to describe the birth of children, conception, pregnancy, they use the planting metaphor. This is why the male sperm is referred to as a seed. You deposit it in the female where it grows, and then she gives birth. This is also why in the Bible, and again, other ancient sources, when a woman is unable to conceive, there is no concept of male infertility. The male did his job. Put the seed in there. If it ain't growing, it's your fault. There's something wrong with you. Because they didn't know about what actually happens biologically. So, you can beat up on them all you want, but that's a little unfair. It's a lot unfair. But this is why the language is expressed the way it is. And the church fathers are part of that world. And so when they come up with the idea of seminal headship, that we're all in Adam, they don't know any better. To them, that view was preferable to the other one, which is the creationist view, okay, or the federal headship view, where Adam becomes our representative, our moral representative. So when Adam sins, God transfers the guilt of Adam to every human being. Okay, so those are your two major options, seminal headship versus federal headship. And federal headship is based almost, I would say entirely on Romans 5:12, that Adam becomes the moral representative. Now, it gets you into problems when you keep reading in Romans 5. The most obvious question is, well, why then later in Romans 5, when it talks about if the universal damnation is the result of Adam doing what he did, then why isn't universal salvation the result of what Jesus did? Why aren't we universalists? And the answer is, well, we don't want to be that. Because of lots of other verses that talk about condemnation and the need for the gospel. I mean, in my view, I know why people argue for universalism. I just don't buy it. I don't think it's coherent. And since I don't, federal headship then becomes a problem, for me. I don't know if we have any universalists here, but I get why people say that. I just don't think it's really well defended. But the whole thing about Romans 5 and what's going on with why the human world is the way it is and the universal guilt and all this kind of stuff. See, all these things are intertwined, and they do attach themselves back to this, okay, back to the whole Genesis 6. In that, if we had a first century Jew in here, he would probably look at us and say, man, those church fathers are crazy. This is just so much simpler. It's just so much simpler. Adam sinned, he brought sin into the world, he's the first sin, But really the reason why everybody's just so awful isn't because of Adam, it's because they sin. People sin. And you know what? The Watchers made them sin even more. That's what he would say. And again, you get a guy like Irenaeus that says that. Here's one, again, that you'd never expect this to bleed into. Fallen angels, bastard spirits, and the birth of God's Son. An Enochic ideology, which means origin of evil in Galatians 3 and 4. Now you think, what in the world is, what is this guy thinking? Okay, here's what he argues. He says that Paul subordinates the law to Christ. That's pretty obvious. The law was provisional in God's plan. Again, pretty obvious. For Paul, believers who return to the law are in danger of rejecting Christ. No kidding. He says it is this negative view of the law that is important. Subordinating the law to anything in God's plan seemed shocking. At least, that's the way we typically cast Jews, because Jews are just so fixated on the Mosaic law. And Stewart's like, well, kind of dissing the law wasn't that new in Judaism, because these are direct quotes. Subordination of Mosaic law is not entirely unknown in Second Temple Judaism. In a rather unique parallel, subordination of Mosaic law also appears in 1st Enoch. In fact, there are a number of striking parallels between 1st Enoch, particularly the Book of the Watchers, which is the first 36 chapters, Jubilees, and Paul's argument in Galatians 3 and 4. Among them, both 1st Enoch and Galatians subordinate the Torah as the pinnacle of revelation in similar ways. They deny that the Torah is the culmination of God's revelation. There's a shared emphasis on the cosmic significance of transgressions in each text, and all three works are concerned with angels and their relationship to the structure of the cosmos. Tracing these parallels indicates that Paul's argument about the role of the law in Galatians 3 and 4 is influenced by an Enochic ideology of evil. Now here's the key verse. Let me just show you this before we jump in here, because you might think this just sounds really weird, and it does. Look at verse 19. Why then the law? It was added because of transgressions. Stewart asks in his paper, just whose transgressions are we talking about? We assume that we're talking about the transgressions of the Israelites. What Stewart is going to argue in his paper, and it's fascinating, is that he's not talking about the transgression of the Israelites. He's talking about the transgressions of the Watchers. So because of the proliferation of evil, the law was added to restrain evil. Now, if you read Galatians 3 and 4 just through that lens, it's really odd, and he points it out in the paper. He said that he points out 2 or 3 sort of really hotly debated items in Galatians 3 and 4, where he says the answers that are produced by this perspective just seem to make more sense and are more comprehensive than anything else to date. And so that's what led him, prompted him to write the paper. So he goes on here, the Jewish authors of Enoch literature chose to locate the authority of the revelation in Enoch and not Moses. Moses is not entirely absent from Enoch, but he's downplayed. Again, Enoch was viewed by certain strains of Judaism, the Enochian Jews, as better because he walked with God. And so that made him more influential. Enoch was a source of heavenly wisdom. Turning to Paul in Galatians, the significance of Mosaic Torah is, again, similarly downplayed. Paul argues that justification by faith is prior to Torah. He connects it to the promise of Abraham in Genesis 12:3. That's very plain. Later, Paul argues that the promises spoken to Abraham have priority over Torah. Again, he's just going through illustrations about how Torah is not the big deal with a lot of Jews. The law added because of the transgressions, having been commanded by angels by the hand of a mediator. Let's go back. Why the law? It was added because of transgressions, until the offspring should come to know whom the promise had been made, or to whom the promise had been made. And it was put in place through angels by an intermediary. Who's the intermediary in the Enochian Jewish view? Again, they would say it's Enoch, because Enoch is the one who is, in the Enoch story, a mediator between angels and God and all this stuff after the big problem. So to summarize it, what he argues is that when you have the Son of God show up, who of course, is superior to the law and all this, that in the fullness of time, Jesus comes forth and Jesus provides the ultimate solution to the proliferation of evil, because he not only fulfills the law, but he does certain things that align with the Enoch story that reverse the curses brought on humanity by the watchers in that story. So he finds several of these in Galatians 3 and 4. It's something you'll never run into. I mean, it's when I heard it 2 years ago and I thought, that just kind of, I mean, it explains a lot, but I don't know what to think of it yet. It was just kind of remarkable. But let's go back, because that's not the only thing here. You say, well, what about this Jesus and Enoch stuff? If that's true, shouldn't it leak out somewhere else? I want to show you one title of one right there. Amy Richter's dissertation, The Enochic Watcher's Template in the Gospel of Matthew. What she does in this dissertation, again, is just kind of startling. She asked the question, which is an old question, why are there 4 women in Jesus' genealogy? And who are they? What she's trying to establish and what she's arguing, and this you'll find in scholarly literature a lot, particularly in the relationship between the New Testament and certain points of Christology and the book of Enoch, is that the Messiah, obviously Jesus, does things and says things and is even born at a certain time, depending on how you understand the birth of Jesus and the relationship to what New Testament scholars call astral theology, celestial portents, the stuff the Magi saw. That there are certain things about Jesus' birth, his life, and even his genealogy in her case that symbolically are aimed at dissing the sinning watchers in the Enoch story and reversing the effects of what they did. The 4 women in Jesus' genealogy, she links specifically back to the watcher story because their transgression is sexual. All of the women in Jesus' genealogy, not necessarily in terms of the surface story like Rahab, okay, but there are things planted in the text, specific terms that are used that take the reader's mind back to the watcher's story. Terms like Gibor, that's the Giborim from Genesis 6:4, shows up in one of them in an odd place. Judah and Tamar. Tamar was thought to be a cultic prostitute, so her trend, you have that flavoring to it. There are a number of sort of sexual flavorings to all 4 women, Bathsheba, all this kind of stuff, right or wrong. But her view is that the gospel writers were trying to, they carefully selected these 4 women because in their role in salvation history, the sexual transgressions either that they committed or that were done to them are rectified by the coming of the Messiah. And so she takes that back and says the reason they were selected is to telegraph the bigger theological point that the Messiah will undo the effects of the proliferation of evil, which all Jewish theology laid at the feet of the watchers. Again, it's a fascinating perspective. I don't know that she's right, but she builds a really interesting case for it. Again, you have to understand and appreciate something like she's doing. You have to think You have to stop thinking about the Gospels the way you do, the way you read them. Because if you're a first century Jew and you're reading these in Greek or Aramaic or whatever, and in Richter's case, she's pulling out different terms that, again, take your mind back to different passages. If you're a first century reader, could you have been thinking these thoughts? And the answer to that, at least, is yes. Whether they were or not is the larger issue. But she says her view is that the reason these 4 women specifically are in there is because Matthew, the genealogy, wants to telegraph the fact that the Messiah, Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, is the solution to healing the transgressions, not only of these women, what were done to them or by them, but also the proliferation of evil in the world. That a first century audience would have gotten that theme out of the genealogies in Matthew because of who these women were and the trappings of their stories. Now, I think that's less clear if you want to go really off here. And this is something that I know Dr. Kennedy was into. And I'm not as embracing of the whole idea as Dr. Kennedy was. And again, Dr. Kennedy was kind of known for this. I don't know how widely known he was for it, but Dr. Kennedy had this belief that the gospel could be told or understood through the stars. I don't know if you ever read his little thing on that. I don't believe that you can get the Romans road through celestial portents and what New Testament scholars call astral theology or astral genre, astral prophetic genre. I do believe, though, that there's something to it. And I'll set it up this way because we'll discuss it on day 3. In Romans 10, this is the famous passage where Paul, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, and then he says, everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. Verse 13, how then will they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how are they to believe in him of whom they have never heard? And how are they to hear without someone preaching? And how are they to preach unless they are sent? As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of those who preach the good news. But they have not all obeyed the gospel. For Isaiah says, Lord, who has believed what he has heard from us? So faith comes from hearing, and hearing through the word of Christ. And that's usually where the sermon ends. Next verse. But I ask, Paul says, have they not heard? Indeed they have. Wait a minute, Paul. What do you mean? How did everybody hear about Jesus? Paul says, I'll tell you. Their voice has gone out to all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world. Anybody know what he's quoting? What's Paul's proof text? Oh, Paul, you're so clever. It's Psalm 19. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. Day to day pours out speech, and night to night reveals knowledge. What, the celestial sky is supposed to tell us something? There is no speech, nor are there words whose voice is not heard. Their voice goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. Now that follows the Septuagint. In the Masoretic text, the word is line. Their measuring line goes out through all the earth. Now, if we stick with the Septuagint, he's referring to the celestial heavens, the night sky or whatever, tells us stuff. But MT, the Masoretic text, is actually more specific. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to what their line would be? That is the imaginary line called the ecliptic, which marks the path of these zodiac constellations through the night sky. Now, I can't prove it, But I think that what the Magi saw speaks of this passage and is given to us in Revelation 12. And if that's the case, you can pinpoint the birth of Jesus to within an 80-minute window. And the day is kind of freaky. The day was highly significant, both to the ancients and now in our culture to us for a specific reason. But I won't tell you what that is until day 3, until Wednesday. But again, this is, Paul is not doing modern astrology. He's not reading horoscopes. And neither were Jews who built zodiac mosaics in their synagogue. Okay, we have these pictures. We have mosaics of this. I'll show you one on Wednesday. There's actually, 7 or 8 of these. Archaeologists have found. Nobody who is faithful to the God of Israel is doing stuff like you read in the newspaper today, or this will date me, Miss Cleo in the newspaper. This is not what we're talking about. It's not what Bullinger talked about. Bullinger was a big proponent of the gospel and the stars. Dr. Kennedy, had some things to say about it. A guy named Seiss had another thing to. I don't take it that far. I don't think you can get the plan of salvation through this. I do think you can get the birth of a divine king that everyone on the planet could have known. That much I think you can get. And we can get a birth date for that is highly significant in Jewish calendar, in Jewish theology, and also to the Greco-Roman world. Because of, again, if Revelation 12 is taken at face value, I think that's what the Magi saw. Again, I can't prove it. I can't prove that's what Paul was thinking. But he does quote Psalm 19. That is his proof text. Which in and of itself is kind of odd. But their belief was this. It was real simple. Who made the stars? God, the God of Israel. Why did he make them? For signs and for seasons. It's Genesis 1. They mark time. And the supposition was, again, in the ancient world, the belief was that the stars were either divine beings. Why? Because they move. Living things move. Okay, it's what they must be. They're not us. They're gods. So. Or that celestial objects were sort of under the power of divine beings. I mean, you can get discussions about certain celestial objects being associated with angels and demons and all this kind of stuff. Again, because that was the assumption. They have to be propelled by something. Again, they don't know modern astronomy. They don't know celestial mechanics. They don't know any of this stuff. They know how to watch it and plot it and use math and geometry. They know all that stuff. In the ancient cultures across the globe were really good at that. Really good. Astonishingly good. But for the Israelite, the thought crossed their mind that, well, maybe since these beings or these objects are under God's command, maybe occasionally we could look at them and we sort of get a hint that God is up to something. That God intends to telegraph that he is about to act in some significant way. So maybe we should pay attention to that and try to figure that out. Again, they're not like, hey, how much money will I make? Should I marry that girl? Should I take this job? They're not doing nonsense. Now, for the early church and Judaism, they had a very negative view of pagan astrology. For one very specific reason, well, two. One was the God of Israel didn't get credit for the stuff. But the second was they were offended by the notion that celestial objects dictated individual destiny. Only God dictates individual destiny. And that is precisely modern horoscope stuff. And it should be offensive because let's just use the word, it's pagan. That's what it is. But that is not what they're doing here. They're doing something different, motivated by in an entirely different way. We're talking about Genesis 6. And I made the comment that in the Jewish mindset, in Second Temple literature, there were three significant events that explain why the world was the way it was. There's Genesis 3, the fall of humanity. That's the introduction of rebellion, both divine and human, in God's world. Then you have Genesis 6, that is viewed as the reason, the ultimate impetus behind the proliferation of evil in humanity. Then you had Genesis 11, the Babel event, cross-reference Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9. Why do the other nations have other gods? Because God punished them with that situation. Again, God decided to divide up the nations and distribute them among the sons of God. Because they refused to obey him, it's like, look, if you don't want to obey me, you don't want to be my God, good, I'll give you what you want. We'll see how that works. That's why I refer to it as the Romans 1 event of the Old Testament. God giving them up to what they apparently desire. God says, I'm disinheriting you. You are no longer my people. I am not your God. We have no direct relationship. I'm putting you under the authority of lesser gods. But the door isn't entirely closed because Israel is Yahweh's portion. In the very next chapter after Babel, what does God do? He calls Abraham. And when he makes a covenant with Abraham, he says that it's through you that all of the other nations, the nations I just divorced, I just disinherited, all of those nations will still be blessed. You will somehow be the conduit through which our relationship is restored. And so these three things frame the entirety of the Israelite theological mindset. All three of them. Everything else in the Old Testament extends from it. This is why the rest of the Old Testament story is Israel against the nations and Yahweh against the gods, because that is just the way it is. The gods have become corrupt. They are in rebellion. They initially weren't. They were supposed to guide Israel, keep Israel, administer Israel, be placeholders, however you want to characterize it. Paul's speech in Acts 17, somehow he makes the reference to God setting the boundaries of the nations and all this, and the goal was, again, to somehow have that bring them to Christ. This was the plan, sort of the bird's eye view of the plan. And because those three things frame the Old Testament, Jews looked at all three of those things and assigned specific importance to them in different ways than we do. They read their Old Testament differently than we do. And some of the ways that we focused on Genesis 6 for a specific reason, because that's sort of the most strange to our ear, there are some ways, again, that Genesis 6 lurks in the theological backdrop of places in the New Testament you just wouldn't expect. Genealogies of Jesus. Day 3 we'll talk about the birth of Jesus. There are specific connections, believe it or not, back to Genesis 6. You have the whole Galatians 3 and 4 thing. Just whose transgressions are we talking about here? Why was the law given? To restrain evil. Who's evil? What are we trying to restrain? Again, there's a whole stream of Judaism that would have read Paul's words and thought, oh, you're talking about the Watchers. Okay, I get it. That's why Paul gave the law, because, man, what they did was just made everybody wicked. So God had to give the law to restrain evil. Sounds kind of normal when you just say it that way. But again, we don't think in these terms because we're not them. That's the point. Here's one more. And this one, if we had children in the audience, we just have to send them out for this one. But this is just fascinating. This is going to sound like crazy talk, as if the other stuff doesn't. But it just makes so much sense. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, this is the famous or infamous head covering passage. So what we're doing is places in the New Testament where this Genesis 6 supernaturalistic evil worldview leaks through into the New Testament. So this is the head covering passage. Now, what I'm going to show you is the result of an exchange of 3 scholarly articles between 2 people in the Journal of Biblical Literature. You can see this began in 2004 by a guy named Troy Martin. And then Mark Goodacre, who's a Greek professor at Duke, responded to it. Didn't buy Martin's argument for the first round. And then Martin responded to Goodacre. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Martin is correct, and he builds a very detailed case for this. And when you see it, it's going to sound at one moment strange, and at the other instance, it's like, boy, that makes a lot of sense, even as strange as it is. If you just look at the article title, Paul's Argument from Nature for the Veil in 1 Corinthians 11, 13, 15, a testicle instead of a head covering. You're like, how bizarre is that? I mean, it's like you read that and it's like, I got to read that one because that is just so strange. Okay, so Martin's first article is where I want to focus here. This article interprets Paul's argument from nature in 1 Corinthians 11, 13 to 15 against the background of ancient physiology. The Greek and Roman medical texts provide useful information for interpreting not only Paul's letters, but also other New Testament texts. Now, Martin quotes Schussler Fiorenza, who's a famous feminist scholar, and she kind of states this fairly well. She might overstate it a little bit. Skip down to the third line. Traditionally, exegetes have conjectured that Paul was insisting that the pneumatic women leaders, the women who were led by the Spirit, spiritual leaders, this is the way scholars talk, pneumatic. What are they, tires or something? Women leaders wear the veil according to Jewish custom, yet verse 15 maintains that women have their hair instead of a head covering. Head covering is parabolaiou, and thus militates against such an interpretation. In a very convoluted argument, which can no longer be unraveled completely, so she gives up, Paul adduces several points for this custom or hair fashion. But the key here is verse 15. But if a woman has long hair, it is her glory, for her hair is given to her for a covering. So that the question is, well, why would women wear head coverings if they already have their hair? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. What is Paul talking about? So what Martin is going to do, and his background is in the medical field, he's going to go through Greco-Roman medical texts for this term, parabolaiou. And his argument is that this is about physiology, again, about ancient beliefs about how women become fertile and stay fertile and have babies and stuff like that. Martin sets it up. While many features of this argument, 1 Corinthians 11, require explanation, the argument from nature in verses 13 to 15 is particularly problematic. The rationale for the natural shame of a man with long hair is obscure. Especially problematic is the statement that a woman's long hair is given to her instead of a covering, anti-parabolaiou. As traditionally understood, the statement nullifies the previous argument that a woman should wear a covering since her long hair apparently serves that purpose. A satisfactory explanation of this argument from nature should resolve the apparent contradiction and enable this argument to support Paul's contention that women should wear the veil in public worship. So here we go. I'm going to go out to the article itself. Since parabolaiou is contrasted with hair, which is part of the body, the physiological semantic domain of parabolaion in 1 Corinthians 11:15b becomes particularly relevant. Euripides uses the term in reference to a body part. He casts Hercules as complaining, "After I received my bags of flesh, which are the outward signs of puberty, I received labors about which I shall undertake to say what is necessary." There you have the Greek. A dynamic translation of the first clause would be, after I received my testicles. There you have the plural of the same Greek term, parabolaia, which are the outward signs of puberty. So he has a couple of other examples here about the use of the term for genitalia and whatnot. Then down here, ancient medical conceptions confirm this association. Hippocratic authors hold that hair is hollow. Did you know that? Hair is hollow and grows primarily from either male or female reproductive fluid or semen flowing into it and congealing. And he quotes Hippocrates. Remember the Hippocratic Oath, the father of medicine? That's the guy, okay? This is what they're believing. Since hollow body parts create a vacuum and attract fluid, hair attracts semen. Appropriately, the term come refers not only to hair but also to the arms or suckers of the cuttlefish. Again, there are these extensions. Hair grows most prolifically from the head because the brain is the place where the semen is produced or at least stored. Hippocrates again. Hair grows only on the head of prepubescent humans because semen is stored in the brain and the channels of the body have not yet become large enough for reproductive fluid to travel throughout the body. Thank you, Hippocrates. At puberty, secondary hair growth in the pubic area marks the movement of reproductive fluid from the brain to the rest of the body. Women have less body hair not only because they have less semen, but also because their colder bodies do not froth the semen throughout their bodies, but reduce semen evaporation at the ends of their hair. Aren't you glad that we're a little bit beyond this? According to these medical authors, men have more hair because they have more semen, and their hotter bodies froth the semen more readily throughout their whole bodies. The nature, phusis, which of course is a term that occurs in the New Testament, by nature, the nature of men is to release or eject the semen. During intercourse, semen has to fill all the hollow hairs on its way from the male brain to the genital area. Now that's Aristotle. Remember Aristotle? He was a dummy. Thus, men have hair growth on their face, chest, and stomach. A man with hair on his back reverses the usual position of intercourse. A man with long hair retains much or all of his semen. That's why it's bad. And his long, hollow hair draws the semen toward his head area, but away from his genital area, where it should be ejected. Therefore, 1 Corinthians 11:14 correctly states that it is a shame for a man to have long hair, since the male nature is to eject rather than retain semen. That's the man's job. It's how you get children. It's how you have families. So if a man has long hair, he's not fulfilling his duty. In contrast, the nature of women is to draw up the semen, okay, and congeal it into a fetus. A woman's body is simply one huge gland, and the function of glands is to absorb. Thank you, Hippocrates again, his excursus on glands. Down here he has this conception of hair as part of the female genitalia explains the favorite Hippocratic test for sterility in women. A doctor places a scented suppository in a woman's uterus and examines her mouth the next day to see if he can smell the scent of the suppository. If he smells the scent, he diagnoses her as fertile. If he does not smell the scent, he concludes she is sterile because the channels connecting her uterus to her head are blocked. Okay? The suction power of her hair cannot draw up the semen through the appropriate channels in her body. The male seed is therefore discharged rather than retained, and the woman cannot conceive. This conception of hair probably explains the frequent depilation of women's pubic hair, plucking it out. Although sometimes inflicted on male adulterers, depilation of the pubes is common among Greco-Roman women and enhances their attractiveness to males. plucking, singeing, ouch, and applying caustic resins are the means of removing the hair, but singeing is the most effective in enhancing fertility. I can hardly believe that anyone would have bought that argument. Again, this is science of the day. This is the science of Paul's day. So finally, this conception of hair explains why prepubescent girls are not required to wear the veil, whereas adult women were. Before puberty, a girl's hair is not a functioning genital and does not differ from a boy's hair. After puberty, however, this situation changes. Tertullian draws an analogy between prepubescent children and Adam and Eve, who were naked before they became aware of genital differentiation. And that's his reading of the passage. Afterwards, though, Tertullian notes, quote, they each marked the intelligence of their own sex by a covering, unquote. Noting the growth of the pubes to cover the female pudendum, Tertullian exhorts, quote, let her whose lower parts are not bare have her upper likewise covered, unquote. Tertullian's analogy and exhortation presume that hair becomes a functioning part of a young woman's genitalia at puberty, similar to the way testicles begin functioning at puberty as part of the male genitalia in facilitating the dissemination of semen. Prepubescent girls, therefore, need not cover their hair, but pubescent young women should. And Tertullian recommends that the extent of the veil be coextensive with the space covered by the hair when unbound. Again, this whole thing is the backdrop to why, again, in verse 15, this whole head covering thing, which should have been the hair, is an issue. So if you are an adult woman, okay, and you have the long hair, which again is part of your sexuality, let's just try to use neutral terms like that. Of course you should have your head covered in church. I mean, how lewd would it be to leave it uncovered? But the reality is your natural hair, again, is performing these purposes. So it's really about modesty when it comes right down to it, because of the way of the role they imagine the hair to have in fecundity and more broadly in sexuality. Now, when I read this article, he doesn't mention this in the article, which is why I wrote the author. I said, hey, I read your JBL article. It was just fascinating, but I have a question. Also in this chapter, Paul renders his advice about the head covering and the hair and all this stuff. And he says that you women should be doing this. Do you remember the line? Because of the angels. It's in 1 Corinthians 11. Because of the angels. You better be modest. You better watch how you display your sexuality because of the angels. And I said, do you think this has anything, I tried to word it as neutrally, because I don't know the guy. I said, do you think this has anything to do with the Watchers story in Genesis 6? And he wrote back and said, absolutely. Because I think that was the rationale. That is why Paul added that line. That's my phone on vibrator. So it's like, that's the first thing I thought when I read it, because I have not come across anything that makes sense of this passage with that line in it except for this. And if that's the case, again, I don't know if it's a hill I'm going to die on, but it has a high degree of explanatory power. And again, if it's coherent, and I think it really is, and you can read all three articles, Goodacre protests, and then, I hate to put it this way, but Martin just smacks him down. He just unloads on him, just lots of primary texts. If that's the case, this is yet another indication that in Paul's head, the whole incident with the Watchers, in a supernatural context, is floating around up here. It is not the sons of Seth. It's not the evil women of Cain. It's Genesis 6 at face value. Because why else would Paul add this line to this discussion? Again, this is, when I say, again, the supernatural worldview of the biblical writers, what I'm trying to do in the book, and a lot of this stuff is outside the book, which is why I wanted you to read the book, so I could just show you, hey, now that you sort of have you got the lay of the land, with the book, there's all sorts of things to drill down on. Because there's a lot that's floating around in the heads of the writers that is easy to gloss over or to misconstrue or to just sort of, want to avoid. But it's amazing that if you just approach, if you just have their reality, again, their embracing of this idea of the spiritual world and its intersection with the embodied world, how many of these passages just sort of click? They take on a sort of a sensible possibility in light of this. There's a lot of them, and I'm just giving you a sampling here, and this is one of the more bizarre ones. So even something that has sort of troubled interpreters for a really, really long time. If we were sitting here, here's my contention. If we were sitting in a first century context, we're sitting there with Paul, and Paul starts talking about, man, you got to keep your hair covered, and because of the angels. We're like, yeah, boy, I wouldn't want to cause a problem, because we need to telegraph to the unseen powers that be, because they can't be trusted, because we know they've transgressed before, that we are faithful to our husbands. We are not going to solicit any sort of contact with the other side in this way or really any other way, but we want to be especially careful to telegraph the message of our modesty, and we're going to guard ourselves because of them. That's just what they were thinking. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure how to frame the question, but it's interesting in Genesis 6 how it mentions the sons of God and the daughters of man, and then verse 3, the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever. And then verse 4, it speaks about the Nephilim. What is the relationship in verse 3 to the Nephilim? Or
there are a number of possibilities. Some think it's an oblique reference to the time between the statement and the start of the flood, which turns out to be 120 years. So in other words, it's a limiting statement that telegraphs the idea, to paraphrase it, the life force that I have given to humans isn't going to be around much longer. In other words, people are going to die. So God is already planning, a judgment. So the my spirit would be a reference to their mortality, to the judgment. Others would abstract it a little bit more and basically interpret it as a reference to the Spirit of God, either through Noah or anybody else that would align themselves with Noah, prompting people to repent and get on the bandwagon with Noah. That is what's not going to last very long. In other words, I'm giving you a window to repent. So it's kind of the same as the first, but the first one, some people take it as a reference to life and death. Even though the second one results in life or death, because of the reference to the Spirit, it's about the Spirit's activity to try to draw people into righteousness, into making a righteous decision here. Others try to link it chronologically to the events that follow for a different reason, and specifically to make certain things in the chronology work by using the 120. That's a long way of saying nobody really knows for sure why the language is there. Is it an overt judgment, or is it the Spirit of God trying to prompt people, to repent and be saved, that kind of thing. I don't really feel comfortable landing in any of those yet. So.
What is to keep kind of going on what you were talking about of that happening after that? Where sons of God and daughters of men, does God in any specific way forbid it or prevent it from happening?
Well, it's really kind of interesting because that rabbit trails into the how do we get Nephilim after the flood question. Because
even in the time of Paul.
Yeah. See, because Paul seems to suggest, again, if this reading is correct, that these things are linked, then at least in Paul's mind that was a possibility. There is one way to read Genesis 6:4 that would align with that. So if you recall, again, I'll go through it quickly, but I sketched these out in the book. You basically have three major options for how you get Nephilim after the flood. One is, and you can find most of these, at least inklings of all of them in ancient writings, but one option is that what the Watchers did was transmitted or carried in the women, in the wives of Noah's sons, that they essentially brought the seed with them. You'll see ancients suggest that. There's one Jewish text that actually casts Noah himself as a giant. That's an unusual view, but what it tells you is that people are trying to answer the same question. So they're basically proposing different options. There's a Dead Sea Scroll text called the Genesis Apocryphon where Noah's parents have an argument about whose kid is this. And, Lamech, his wife's name is Bitanosh in the text. He accuses her, or at least wonders out loud, is this my son? And she says, well, of course it is. Don't you remember the other night? And, like that settles the argument, And if you're interested in that one, again, this is for an adult audience. There's one scholar who I think does a pretty good job of taking some of the terminology in that text. And part of Bitanosh's argument is her own orgasm during their sexual liaison, because the scholar argues that, again, in antiquity, that was thought to contribute to pregnancy. That if that happened, then, boy, for sure, we're gonna be pregnant now. So that's part of that text. And so that she's trying to argue that, of course it's your kid. Don't accuse me of all this stuff. But that's one option. So people were thinking about that in that way. Another option would be if the flood was localized or regional instead of global as we think. Now, the way this is usually argued is that the world to an Israelite is actually defined for us in Genesis 10. Genesis 10 are the nations that come from the sons of Noah, and so it's taken to be worldwide. These are the nations of the world. They all come from Noah and his sons because they're the only ones who survived the flood. But if you actually look at it, they're all in the ancient Near East or the Mediterranean. It is a lot smaller than global. And so if you read the account as a regional event, some people postulate the way you get Nephilim afterwards is that some of them were seafaring people and escaped and rode it out, essentially, even though we're not told that. And you say, well, that's kind of bizarre. Why would they think that? It's because of the Philistines being, in terms of Egyptian texts, the Philistines are part of what were known as the Sea Peoples, and also because of the references in the Bible, the Old Testament, to the Philistines coming from Kaftor, which is in the Aegean, which they were also part of the Sea Peoples. And so that becomes a point of speculation. The third option, and this is the one that aligns with what Paul might have presumed, is that if you take Genesis 6:4, where it says there were Nephilim on the earth in those days and also after, and then typically the translation says when the sons of God went into the daughters of men. You can translate that because of the particle there, followed by an imperfect verb form. You can translate it, there were Nephilim on the earth in those days and also after, whenever the sons of God went into the daughters of men. And so that translation implies at least the possibility of continuance. And if you were using that to argue about the giant clans from Numbers 13 onward, in Deuteronomy 2 and 3, you would say, well, this could have happened again. None of them are really great, but they all sort of show up in different places. And if Paul is thinking about that, I think it would indicate that Paul is at least open to the last one. Again, that's about all you can say. Some people would sort of just default to say, you know what, we don't have an answer for it because nobody really cared. In other words, the writer wasn't concerned to explain the later statement in Numbers 13:33 that the Anakim come from the Nephilim. Critics would say that is an after-the-fact comment that is inserted into the text to justify the elimination of the Anakim. Because as I argue in the book, again, my view of the conquest, and what we'll get into this tomorrow, is that the conquest is not a rampant, indiscriminate genocide, as lots of atheists like to sort of pin to us. Rather, there are a variety of verbs that are used to describe the conquest. Some of them involve killing, others do not. So you can't say that the conquest would have been viewed by God as successful if no one had died. Because whenever you see cherem, to devote to destruction, whenever you see the other verbs of destruction in the conquest narrative, they all occur in relation to conflicts, to battles at the same places. And those places are specifically in the hill country where the Anakim are said to have been seen. So what you needed to have happen at least in the conquest is the elimination of the Anakim, and then you could have driven everybody else out. But those particular people have to be eliminated. And again, critics would say that this is rationalized by the insertion of the comment that the Anakim come from the Nephilim. If you don't view that as some sort of agenda-driven insertion, if you believe that it was either there originally or added later for some other purpose, some explanatory purpose as opposed to some weak justification. But you could argue an editor or a writer wanted to make the point that they had to be eliminated because they were from this race. And when you get into Deuteronomy 2 and 3 with Og specifically, Og's bed mirrors to the cubit the sacred bed, the sacred marriage bed of Marduk in Babylon. And that immediately takes you back to the Mesopotamian context of the Apkallu. So they're telegraphing that what's going on here does have some link back to Genesis 6. And this either provides the reason, or if you want to be cynical, a weak-kneed rationale to the cherem that happens during the conquest. But what you can't deny is that it's targeted to the Anakim. And that's the part that people miss. And I think people sort of want to willingly miss it because they like to say the Christians worship a God that believes in indiscriminate, rampant genocide. And that is not the way it's portrayed in the conquest accounts. There's a very narrow religious/theological rationale for why they are doing this at certain places. I get the question all the time, well, Mike, do you think the book of Enoch, is canonical? No. Here's what I think. A book does not have to be inspired to be useful. It's very evident, especially from Peter and Jude, and I would say Paul, given some of these things, and gospel writers in places. And on my blog, I actually posted, I can't remember who it was that collected these, but it's really a nice collection. It's very apparent that New Testament writers, they're not quoting 1 Enoch left and right. It gets quoted a couple times. But the content of the book is floating around in their heads in some important ways. And the most obvious, other than the direct quotation in Jude, is a passage like 2 Peter 2, where Peter refers to the angels that sinned. Okay, and by the way, there is no angelic sin in the Old Testament other than Genesis 6. You will look in vain for one. Well, what about the primeval rebellion of the angels, where a third of the angels and Satan, before creation? There is no verse in the Bible that says that. That is from Milton's Paradise Lost. That is not from the Bible. Now, people will look at Revelation 12, and that's the passage that does reference the third of the angels. But it's very clear in Revelation 12 that what's being described is in conjunction with the birth of the Messiah. Because the woman's pregnant, gives birth, Satan tries to devour it, the child is taken up. Again, the resurrection and ascension and all that kind of stuff. The child who is born shall rule the nations with a rod of iron. It quotes Psalm 2. It's very clear. It has nothing to do with before creation or a gap theory between verses 1 and 2 of Genesis 1. It has nothing to do with that. There's only one angelic sin, plural, and that's Genesis 6. And Peter explicitly refers to it. And not only that, but it says, he talks about the angels that sin, and then he uses the verb tartareo, which they're imprisoned, in a lot of English translations have in hell or in Hades or something. It's in Tartarus. What's Tartarus? This is the dead giveaway. Tartarus is the Greek term in the Greek version of the Titan story where the offending divine Titans wind up after the same sort of set of circumstances as Genesis 6. There's no way you can get that term and have the Sethite view in your head. I mean, it's totally incongruous. So he's obviously thinking of, again, the Enochic, the Watcher story and whatnot. And here's how I view this. It's completely pointless and unnecessary to worry about Enoch. So whenever I get the question about Enoch and the canon or whatever, I say, of course I don't believe First Enoch is canonical, but I also don't believe the question even matters. And here's why. If the New Testament writers read books, and sometimes those books help them articulate some idea that does wind up in the books that they write under inspiration, then maybe we should read those too. Because maybe if we read those books, we would pick up on some of the wavelengths that the New Testament writers are angling for. In other words, it's just material that helps them articulate some point. Hey, Psalm 104, passages in the prophets, quote the Baal cycle. I don't think the Baal cycle is inspired. It's just material that helps them write something. In that case, it helps the audience know, here's the target, here's what we're shooting at. Here, again, it's theological polemic. So the whole question about if something's floating around in a biblical writer's head, should we view it as inspired? I think it's the wrong question. I just don't think it matters at all. My illustration for this would be, hey, if I read Calvin's Institutes, and I read his commentary on Romans, and then I went to write my own commentary on Romans, it would be nigh unto impossible to not have Calvin floating around in my head. It would just be there. And something I read consciously or unconsciously that came from Calvin, hopefully I'd remember so I could put a footnote in there, but something he said would help me articulate some point. That's all that's happening here. It's not spooky. It's not, sinister in any way. They're just reading stuff, and then they're writing stuff. And they can't, turn off their brain and start writing. I mean, I think one of the fundamental problems is the way we talk about inspiration. We have turned the doctrine of inspiration into an X-Files episode, okay, where the prophet gets up and starts making breakfast, and all of a sudden they go into a trance. Their mind just blanks. They have no control over their thoughts. Their arm starts flailing and waving. Quick, somebody give him a pen, stick it in there so he gets to write something, and then he snaps out of it. And he looks down at the table and says, wow, did I write that? Man, I can't wait to read it. Because God forbid we have human input in inspiration. every word has to be from God, the God-breathed idea. We use this language to divorce the humanity out of the process. And I would suggest to you this: if you strip the humanity out of the doctrine of inspiration, you undermine the doctrine. Because when you do that, there are things in the text that are impossible to explain through brain downloading and automatic writing, the typical X-Files view. Now, I know why we do this. We do this because we want to try to articulate the idea that Scripture, the Bible, is something that its ultimate origin is God. I get that. But I think we should view inspiration the way we view canonicity. In other words, canonicity, the church fathers are really clear on this. We believe that the Spirit of God, who indwells each believer, that the Spirit of God will act providentially to ensure that the mass consensus of believers will correctly identify the books that the community needs to recognize as sacred and inspired. We believe the Spirit is capable of doing that and will do it and did it. If we viewed inspiration through the lens of providence, we don't need writers' minds to go blank. We don't need to put our faith in what I call the holy stapler. I'll explain that in a moment. We don't need this bizarre articulation of inspiration. What we need to believe is that every writer from birth on was providentially prepared by God for that moment when God would prompt them through circumstances, maybe a voice, maybe a vision, maybe a dream, who knows what. It could be something just they happen to be in the right place at the right time because of 100 events earlier. But God would providentially prepare that person for that place and time when he needed them to write that letter to that church. And they did it. When he needed that editorial hand to take the collection of the sermons of the prophet Ezekiel after he died and fashion it into a book. And he'll never be named. Okay, but every hand that touched every book did so and was in the right place at the right time because of the providence of God. Why do I say that? Well, look at the Synoptic Gospels. If you believe in the downloading theory of inspiration, well, not only do you have Matthew, Mark, and Luke disagree on what they include or exclude, but even when they agree, it's sometimes in different order. And even when it's not, the dialogue in those scenes is different, not only in English, but even in Greek. And even when the Greek lemmas are the same, they might be in a different verb tense. So if all this is downloaded, what does that reduce the Holy Spirit to? It reduces him to an imp, to a fiendish little playful, I'm going to play with their minds kind of imp. That, I downloaded the words to Matthew this way, and now I'm dealing with Mark today. I'm going to change the verb tenses, so that'll freak them out. They'll never figure out why I said it this way, and now I'm saying it this way. Two different downloads, almost the same, but not quite. Wait till I get to Luke. Boy, I'm going to really play games with them there. It's absurd. Again, the downloading thing just reduces it to absurdity. Look at the first 3 verses of Ezekiel. Here, I'll just put them up here. This is the kind of stuff that the download thing, and that's dictation, but it's also other views too. Any view, again, that strips the humanity out of the thing. Look at this. First 3 verses of Ezekiel. What strikes you as odd? In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Kivar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiakim, the word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the Kivar Canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. What strikes you as odd? If Ezekiel is being downloaded, what doesn't work? Why do we switch from the first person to the third person? Okay, any of you a baseball fan? Oh, you need to be a big baseball fan. There's only one human being that I know that would consistently in an interview switch from the first person to the third person and just drive you nuts listening to it. Yep. Ricky Henderson. Ricky had a good day today. He stole 2 bases. You're Ricky. Just say, I had a good day today. He did it constantly. He became sort of a meme because he just talked weird. I would suggest to you that isn't the norm. If I'm writing this book and I'm using the first person, I don't automatically just switch to the third, and then back to the first, and then over to the third again. This is evidence of an editorial hand. And there are lots of things like this throughout the Bible. This is why I say I don't believe in the myth of the holy stapler. Okay, here's our conception. So like, I'm one of the followers of Ezekiel. Ezekiel's a great preacher. I want to be a prophet too. You know, the whole school of the prophets thing in the Old Testament. People were trained, you know, to be preachers and trained to articulate the word of the Lord. And so part of what you did was you live with the prophet, you listen to him. He goes out to preach, you go listen to him. Well, you know, somebody's writing some stuff down. So let's say a couple of us, you know, get the brain, you know, the lights turn on and say, boy, you know, he's not getting any younger here. And he kind of does weird things, you know, like you never know what he's going to do. Maybe somebody will kill him someday because he's just bizarre. Next time he runs around naked, somebody might just punch him out. I mean, we got to start writing this stuff down. So we write it down, and then sure enough, Ezekiel dies one day. So here's what didn't happen. Well, the master's dead. It's kind of depressing. How many of you copied some sermons down? I got half a dozen of us. Okay. Well, let's meet back here in 2 hours. You bring your pile of manuscripts, and I'll bring mine, and we'll meet back here again. So 2 hours later, everybody comes by. Okay, hand them over to me. You know, bring me. Oh, we've got a nice big stack of them now. Let's straighten out the edges and everything. Where's the stapler? Ka-chunk. There's the book of Ezekiel. No. That isn't how books are made. That reduces a person's life message to random gibberish. What you need to ask is anybody a good writer here? Can you take all this stuff and put it together and match it all up and produce a really nice, readable book for the community? Because Ezekiel was holy. He was a holy man. He was a prophet. He spoke for God, and we need to make sure that what he taught us and what he said isn't lost. But it has to be readable. 100 years from now, people have to be able to read this stuff, and it has to be able to make sense. So it's not, where's the stapler, ka-chunk. It's, is anybody like a good writer? Because we need to make a book. It's just how books are made. You know, but again, we just have this bizarre view of inspiration. Like we've got to take as much humanity out of it as we possibly can to have a doctrine of inspiration. And when you do that, you open up yourself, you open up Scripture to all sorts of criticism and attack. You just cannot defend it coherently. Because somebody, whether they're in the internet or in some classroom somewhere, is going to know the text really well and be able to point out these things to you and say, if that's what inspiration is, it never happened. You can't believe in this doctrine. There's nothing unique about this book. You know, again, I've said it in other context. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive to this because I get this kind of thing in email because of what I do online. I get this kind of thing in email all the time. Lame, I mean, I don't say this to people, but lame excuses for giving up the faith. Lame excuses for dismissing the idea that the God, even if they're theists, okay, the God who created, God who can do lots of stuff, somehow is so inept and powerless that he can't influence someone to write a thought down. I can do that. I bet God can. But because of the way we talk about inspiration, it just leaves Scripture vulnerable. And sure, you could say, well, those people are looking for reasons to leave the faith anyway. That's probably true. But why give them ammunition? Why make it easy for them? I mean, why not challenge, some of their assumptions about how we produce books? Why can't we just produce a book the way books are produced, but have God in the details, the unseen hand? The prime mover. It's the way we look at our own lives. Why can't we look at biblical writers' lives like that? My website is drmsh.com. I write fiction, and I mingle with all sorts of New Age people. That's what I do. That's my little apologetic. Some people call it a ministry. I guess it's a ministry. I hope it's a ministry, even though I don't call it that. So you will find stuff on my website that isn't biblical studies specifically related at all. My kids ask if I'm famous, okay, because I've been on lots of shows and that kind of thing. Madonna is famous. Your dad is nerd famous. Okay. But I get a lot of traffic, and I'm grateful for it. But I try to be the voice, that the nice Christian debunking guy in lots of spaces. And so if you go to my website and you see something that looks kind of crazy, don't get freaked out. It's there for a reason. We try to minister to people who either hate the church or want to belong to the church but feel that they can't because of an experience they had, something they saw on TV, like ancient astronaut stuff. That's a big one. All that kind of stuff. So I muck around in all those worlds and try to get people to not just jump the ship, without thinking well about something. So that's my disclaimer. That is my disclaimer. God knows all things real and possible. Do we believe that? Yes or no? I believe that. I'm not an open theist, even though open theists try to tell me I am, but I'm not. God is not surprised by things. God knows all things real and possible. Guess what? All those possible things don't happen. Only some of them happen. So here's the kicker. If God foreknew them, that tells you that foreknowledge did not necessitate predestination. But many Christians reflexively believe that. Foreknowledge does not necessitate predestination. And the chapter I use in the book is 1 Samuel 23. If you're not familiar with that, David, as is typical, is running away from Saul. And so Saul hears that David has gone to a city called Keilah, and he rescued the city from the Philistines. But Saul realizes that David now has a problem. Keilah is a city with walls. And so when Saul hears that David is at Keilah, he says, I'm going to go down there and trap David. He'll have no escape. What a fool. We're taken back to the story, and somehow David learns, we're not told why or how, somehow David learns that Saul has heard he is at Keilah and is preparing to come down and entrap him. And so David says, bring me the ephod. Again, the oracular means of knowing what, asking God questions. High priest breastplate in which were the Urim and the Thummim. David has a couple questions. He says, will Saul come down to get me? And God says, Yep, he sure will. And then his second question is, will the men of Keilah, who I just saved, will they hand me over to Saul? God says, yep, you betcha. They sure will. And so what does David do? He leaves. Isn't that what you would do? He leaves. So what's the point? God foreknew two things that never happen. The fact that he foreknew them didn't require them to happen. Foreknowledge does not necessitate predestination. Now, events that do happen can be predestinated. God is perfectly capable, and it's up to God to predestinate this, that, or the other thing that he wants. But the fact that things happen don't mean they are predestinated. But again, we reflexively think that way. And we have all these fights about foreknowledge and predestination and sovereignty, and we essentially are not content to live with the open ambiguity of it all. That things that do happen, some of them could be predestinated in God's will, some of them will not be predestinated. God doesn't need them predestinated. He's perfectly capable of managing things without that. If you have a Jewish friend, okay, or somebody who is a Jew and takes their faith seriously, this is the sort of thing that I have found helpful in getting them to consider embracing Jesus. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, and then we'll do some drilling down in some other things. Well, let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this second day. I pray that you would give us clarity of thought, help us to think well about the material, and also think well about questions. And again, to just really strive after trying to be able to read Scripture the way an ancient person would, so that we can get more out of it. In your name we pray. Amen. The thesis of the whole idea, of the whole book, is that the right context for interpreting the Bible is not the history of Christianity. Okay? It is not the Reformation. It is not the Puritans. It's not the Catholic Church. It's not evangelicalism. It's none of those things. The right context for interpreting the Bible is the context that produced it. And so the goal of the book is, I want the ancient Israelite in your head, because there's no way you're going to be able to really understand a lot of things in both Testaments, but especially the Old, if you're not thinking the way they thought, especially with respect to how they viewed the supernatural world, the unseen world, and its interaction with our world. And a lot of Christians presume that the way we do think about supernatural stuff is the way they thought about it, and they are miles apart. So this is probably one of the close points of connection, because the idea of high Christology, again, a Godhead, is not a New Testament invention. So what we're going to summarize here is, I think, 3 chapters in the book on Godhead in the Old Testament. And this comes right out of my dissertation, but I think it's actually comprehensible. At least I'll try to make it comprehensible. Judaism used to teach a Godhead. There's this thing in Judaism known as the 2 powers in heaven. And I'm going to show you a book here in a few slides that is the major scholarly work on that, written by a Jew who has since passed away. But it used to teach the idea that there were 2 Yahweh figures, not just one. There was an invisible Yahweh, again, what we would think of as the Father, the invisible God. And then there was a Yahweh made visible, which shows up in the Old Testament in a number of places. And that idea became the precursor, obviously, for Christology, for Christians. But in between the testaments, there was a great deal of speculation as to who the second power was among Jews. It was perfectly acceptable to talk about this. People wanted to know, and they had all sorts of speculations about who this was. After the advent of Christianity, though, the two powers idea was declared a heresy within Judaism. If you believe this, you were one of the menim, which means one of the sects. Deuteronomy 6:4, we'll start here again. This is the Shema, the creed of Israel. There is no more fundamental creed. To a serious Jew, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. We all are familiar with this. But then we look at John 1:18, which was written by a Jew named John. No one has ever seen God, the only God who is at the Father's side. He has made him known. Do you see what the verse just said? The only God, the one at the Father's side. How does that work? Okay, so, John 1, of course, is famous for in the beginning was the Word was God, the Word was with God, and then the Word became flesh in verse 14. So, John very obviously, the Word was God and the Word was with God, and then you get this verse in 1:18. John very obviously has at least a two-person Godhead in his head when he's writing John 1. And this idea, has been, looked at by scholars that, John's borrowing from, Neoplatonic or Platonic this or that, or Gnostic this or that. It's like, no, he is actually reading his Old Testament. I mean, it's a whole lot simpler than that. And, the Targums, we'll mention a little bit later, have an influence here too. But here's the fundamental question. How could a first century Jew, and we know about the Jews, they were willing to be put to death rather than worship another god. They wouldn't even worship the emperor. And they know this guy's not a god. Everybody knows, and the emperor knows he's not a god. So how is it that they would be willing to be put to death? Again, because of their belief in the Shema, and again, that's what sort of solicits this reaction. But yet, many Jews turned around and embraced Jesus as Messiah and worshipped him, prayed to him, treated him as God, spoke of him as God. How is that even possible? What could take a Jew to that place? Because the reason they reject other gods is because they don't want to violate the Shema. They feel it's an act of disloyalty to the God of Israel to worship any other. So how'd they get there? The Shema is probably the most difficult verse in the Old Testament to translate. And the reason is pretty simple. There are no verbs in the verse. You have to supply them. So if we were looking at it in Hebrew, you basically have 2 or 3, depending on what Hebrew scholar you are, verbless clauses. And it's up to you to match the words the best way you think they go. So you will see all of these translations in print somewhere, either in translations or articles or whatever. It's a notorious verse. So the next time, again, you have a Jewish friend, give you a translation of this and say, well, this forbids, us, embracing anything else like a Godhead. You should just know that, and they probably don't know, even if they're Jewish, that the verse is actually quite elastic. But that really isn't the issue. That's why I said this is sort of trivia. Here's what starts the debate, at least among the rabbinic writers. I'm going to show you a few verses that show up in rabbinic discussion a lot, from which undergird the whole two powers idea. Now look at this verse and tell me what's strange about it. This is from the JPS Tanakh. This is the Jewish Publication Society English translation of the Tanakh. What's odd about the verse?
I think you have Yahweh very present over a city, while sulfurous fire is coming from a Yahweh from out of heaven, which could have been descriptive of, well above their world.
How many Yahwehs are there? Yeah, you have Yahweh raining down fire from Yahweh. It's just odd. And rabbis noticed this, and it gave impetus among some of them to think, okay, well, there's some sort of bifurcation going on up there. And there are a lot of verses in the Old Testament where God, as the speaker, refers to God or himself in the third person. Now, again, none of that proves a Godhead. What I'm going to show you later, it makes a better case for that. But again, they knew their text pretty well, and so they would come across these things, and it just opened the door to this kind of thinking that maybe our God can be more than one person or in more than one place at the same time. And the key thought is, of course, more than one identity, more than one figure simultaneously existing and doing things. The big book on this, if you're interested, is Alan Siegel's The Two Powers in Heaven. This was written in 1977. It's since been reprinted. You can actually get it pretty cheaply. It used to be super expensive because Brill published it. Siegel was a Jew. He thought Christianity was a heresy, but this was his academic interest. This was his specialty. And in this book, he goes through the rabbinic material and shows that the idea of a second power was not considered heretical until the 2nd century, which coincidentally, well, of course, aligns with the advent of Christianity and, of course, its high Christology. That is not a coincidence, obviously. We're not talking about two powers as a good guy and a bad guy. Okay, this is not Zoroastrianism. This is not Gnosticism with its demiurge, okay? These are two good guys, two Yahweh figures. Rabbis also latched onto this verse, Exodus 15:3. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Now, of course, the rabbis taught that Yahweh was and so does the Tanakh, Yahweh was a spirit, he couldn't be seen, and all this kind of stuff. But yet, here we have an Exodus passage that has him as a man. And so they looked at this and thought, well, okay, maybe sometimes Yahweh is a man. Okay? And they didn't believe that when Yahweh is a man that he's not, like if he's a man, he's localized somewhere, like at the Exodus, fighting, for Israel. And we're going to get into Exodus 23, the very important angel passage there. They didn't believe that when that was happening, he was absent from everywhere else. So again, they use this, and Siegel, again, goes through the discussion of Exodus 15:3 to start to think about two persons, two Yahwehs in their theology. Zoroastrianism or Gnosticism, we're not talking about either of those. Zoroastrianism, a lot of scholars will say this is where the personal figure of Satan comes from, a chief bad guy. Again, I think that's an exaggeration. And Gnosticism, and we can talk about some other point if you like. Gnosticism is one of those terms that everybody talks about, but very few people know what it is. Kind of like the Bible, lots of people read it, but they've never, or lots of people talk about it, but they've never really read it. In the Gnostic, just the really quick version. In Gnosticism, Gnostic literature, like at Nag Hammadi, the Gnostic Gospels, for the Gnostics, there is what they call the true God, which is a non-personal force, again, for lack of a better way to put it. But the true God fragmented himself into what are called aeons. And the aeons collectively form the true God. That's why the aeons are called the pleroma, the fullness. Well, one of the aeons, decided, and it's a female aeon, decided that she wanted to mimic the true God by being a creator. And you weren't supposed to do that. And if you were going to do that, you needed a consort. You needed a male eon to help you out, with whatever you were going to create. Well, she goes off on her own. She rebels. And she decides to create a divine figure. Well, she creates what Gnostics refer to as the demiurge. And it turns out very badly. It's a very tragic mistake. the demiurge is not a good guy. The demiurge decides, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a world called Earth, and I'm going to populate it with slaves who will work for me. And I'm going to create henchmen to help me keep those slaves under control, and they're called the archons, which is a word that shows up in the New Testament. So you see what, to a Gnostic, the God of the Bible is the demiurge. He's evil. The hero in Gnosticism is the serpent, because the serpent is the one who tells the people. I mean, what happens is the demiurge creates Adam and Eve and people. And Sophia, who's the archon or the aeon that rebelled and is responsible for the demiurge, looks down at the situation. He goes, "This is terrible. I have to do something. I can't let these poor creatures, basically these slug kind of hominid, misfits. This is a terrible life, to be slaves of this jerk. I made him, and I'm sorry." So what she does, catch the language, is she takes a little bit of her divinity, a little spark, as it's referred to, and puts it into the humans. And that spark is what awakens them. It makes them rational, makes them self-aware. And so salvation for them is coming to grips with and understanding that they are really divine, that there's divinity in them. The true God is in them, because the true God is in Sophia. And she puts a little spark of divinity. You'll actually see this in Ben-Hur, if you've ever seen Ben-Hur. They have Jesus saying that there is God in every man. Well, that's Gnosticism. It's not Christology. But this is where the idea comes from. And when you've probably heard the whole little spark of divinity thing in popular culture. It's Gnosticism. So that's salvation for a Gnostic is gnosis. It's knowing. It's becoming aware that you're really divine. It's Oprah. Okay? But that's Gnosticism in a nutshell. So we're not talking about that. But nevertheless, Gnosticism has two God figures. There's the true God and the demiurge. One's good, one's bad. Daniel 7, okay, moving beyond Exodus 15, Daniel 7 was a really, really important passage. As I looked on, thrones were set in place, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. Again, we know who the Ancient of Days is. This is the God of Israel. And here's the rest of the passage. We get a description. His garments white as snow, hair of his head like lamb's wool. His throne was the tongues of flame, its wheels blazing fire. By the way, that language is taken right out of Ezekiel 1. So no, Ezekiel 1 is not describing a UFO. It's describing the throne of God. Lo and behold, a much simpler explanation. The court sat, okay? The court sat. It's a divine council meeting. And the books were opened, and one like a human being came with the clouds of heaven. So the rabbis looked at this, and since the one like a human being is the one that gets, in the rest of the chapter, everlasting dominion, glory, and kingship, and also is, part of the heavenly entourage, they thought, well, only God, really gets that stuff, or, only God's the ultimate sovereign, so maybe there's two here. And so they speculated, again, that we have two deity figures. We're going to come back to this passage, and because there's something in the passage, specifically the coming on the clouds motif, that pins this down. In the ancient world, everyone would have known what that meant, that this is not an angel. This is a God, okay, because of that description. But we'll come back to that. So Siegel actually says, and again, he's a Jew, not only does Daniel 7, 9 and following allow the interpretation that God changes aspects, so that would be modalism, okay, it may easily be describing two separate divine figures. So again, he launches off into a discussion about what the rabbis thought about Daniel 7. Very important passage. Let's go to the Old Testament, though, and look at sort of, where we really can get this stuff. Exodus 3. Everybody knows the passage, the burning bush. Okay, here's the question. Who's in the bush? Well, God's in the bush. Well, yeah, he is, but the angel is actually in the bush. So you see, verse 2, an angel of Yahweh appeared to him in a blazing fire out of a bush. Of course, Stephen in Acts 7 says that Moses saw the form of a man, form of an angel. So it's very consistent. But yet, the angel's in the bush when Yahweh saw that he had turned aside to look. So Yahweh is also in the scene. So who is the real God in the scene? And the answer is, well, yeah. Kind of both of them, because there's the angel talking and then there's God talking, and they're distinguished, but yet they're both there. So again, you get this Tunis feel to it. Exodus 23 is a big deal. This is where God, after the giving of the law, in Exodus 20, God says to Moses, I am sending an angel before you to guard you on the way and bring you to the place that I have made ready. So we're going to go to the promised land. I'm going to send an angel before you. Pay heed to him and obey him. Do not defy him, for he will not pardon your offenses. Since, and here's the key phrase, my name is in him. You say, well, big deal. Well, this takes you into something called the name theology in the Old Testament. And this is still something that very serious Jews do or think. For instance, in my Hebrew program at Wisconsin, we had one professor, the other ones didn't care. But we had one professor that when we were reading text in class, when you got to the divine name, YHWH, you were not supposed to say Yahweh. He would sort of freak out at you in a friendly, non-abusive way. He would say, when you come to the name, you either say Adonai, which means Lord, separate word, but it's a good substitute. The other acceptable substitute was Hashem, the name. The name in biblical thinking is another way of referring to Yahweh himself, and I'll show you some verses for that. So if the name is in the angel, Yahweh is in the angel. The angel is Yahweh embodied, not incarnate, but embodied. Deuteronomy 12, lots of other places in Deuteronomy talk about, prospectively about the temple, the central sanctuary. And this is the place where God says, I will put my name, I will set my name. And we know that when the sanctuary is built, we have the big ceremony in 1 Kings 8, and God himself, the Spirit, the glory cloud, comes to inhabit this place. So again, establishing his name is taking up residence. It's not just ownership of the place. And I bring that up because we're going to talk about an evangelical professor who, pardon the pun, has sort of made a name denying the name theology and been criticized for it in publication. Psalm 20, may the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. Okay, here's what it doesn't mean. If you're an Israelite, you're in battle, you're under threat by an enemy, and here come the Assyrians, again, the Klingons of the Old Testament, as I like to refer to them. They were, man. They were bad dudes. Orcs, if you prefer. The Israelites didn't look at each other and say, oh, yeah, watch this, Assyrians, YHWH. We got 4 consonants. What have you got? Okay, we're not talking about spelling here. We're not talking about trusting in 4 consonants. What are they going to do? Write them on the ground and say, there's the line in the sand right there. We're protected now. No, they're talking about God himself. The name of the Lord is the Lord. It's just a scholarly term, circumlocution. Okay, Hashem is a circumlocution for saying, uttering the divine name. Some trust in chariots, some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. Again, they're not trusting in 4 consonants. They're trusting in God himself. Isaiah 30, behold, the name of the Lord comes from afar in blazing wrath with heavy burden, lips full of fury, tongue like devouring fire. Here you have personification. Again, it's a substitute for portraying God in anthropomorphic terms. So when we go back here to Exodus 23, again, the issue is God, the very presence of God is in this angel. Okay? And yet God is still out there existing and ruling and reigning and doing what God does, while this angel, who is him in embodied form, is leading the people to the promised land. Now, Deuteronomy 4 has the presence leading the people out of Egypt and on the way to the promised land. Other passages will have Yahweh, the actual divine name, delivering the people from Egypt, taking them to the land. Still other passages, Judges 2, it'll be the angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I brought you up from Egypt, took you into the land. Okay, so the question is, who led the people out of Egypt into the land? Is it the presence? Is it Yahweh, the divine name? Is it the angel? The answer is yes. Doesn't matter. They all refer to the same thing. That's why they're all used interchangeably. Doesn't matter. The answer is yes. Genesis 31, point blank. The angel of God speaking to Jacob says in verse 13, I am the God of Bethel. Okay? If you go back in Jacob's history, that's where he first encountered God, built an altar there. And here the angel shows up and says, I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. My favorite passage on this is Genesis 48. This one is just way cool. You can't get it in English, but there's a kicker here in Hebrew that's just really, really cool. Last time a Jehovah's Witness came to my door, I went to this passage. I was cranky that day. So I said, okay, God's not an angel, right? Oh, no. Jesus is the angel because he's created. Angels are created beings. God is different than an angel. Are you sure? Positive. Okay, So we go to Genesis 48. This is when Jacob blesses Joseph's children. And, we're familiar with the crossing of the hands thing because that's the Sunday school story we hear, but we sort of miss what Jacob actually says. So Israel stretched out his right hand, he crosses his hands, and he blessed Joseph, again, through his sons, saying, there's 3 stanzas to his blessing. The God in whose ways my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked. It's Ha-Elohim. The God who has been my shepherd from my birth to this day. 3rd stanza. The angel who has redeemed me from all harm. And here's the kicker. May he bless these lads, these boys. In Hebrew, the verb form is singular. It's not may they bless, it's may he. Well, which one? I'm so confused. Is it God or the angel? The answer is, yep. Again, if the Hebrew scribe wanted to distinguish them, you use the plural verb form. He doesn't do that. So it's may the God who did this, may the God who did that, may the angel, may he bless these boys. There's no effort to distinguish them because they don't need to. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of another. Okay, the angel just happens to be Yahweh embodied, and God, there's this invisible Yahweh too. There's 2 of them. There's 2, but yet they're the same essence. Again, this is exactly the way we talk about Jesus. Jesus is but isn't God. He's God, like in essence, but he's not the Father. Okay, for the Israelite, well, the angel is Yahweh, but he's not because Yahweh sends him, but he's still Yahweh because they're like identified in places, but they're distinguished in others. Again, it's Godhead thinking. It's a Godhead conception, okay, of what, how they think about, their God, the God of the Bible. So do they ever appear together? Okay, they're co-identified, distinguished. Judges 6 is interesting. The angel of Yahweh, okay, came and sat under the terebinth. So store that away in your mind. When the angel shows up, he's under the terebinth tree. Okay? at Ophrah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite. His son Gideon was beating out the wheat inside a winepress in order to keep it safe from the Midianites. The angel of Yahweh appeared to him. Again, so I would suggest to you that when things appear, you see them. The language of appearance means visual. So Gideon's talking to this guy. We found out later he doesn't quite know yet who he is. And he says to him, the angel says, Yahweh is with you. So Yahweh is referred to in the third person. Yahweh is with you, valiant warrior. Gideon says, oh yeah, right. Take a look around. Like, where have you been? Why are we in this mess? And Yahweh turned to him and said, oh, wait a minute, wait. Gideon said to him, please, my Lord, if Yahweh is with us, why has all this befallen us? Next verse, Yahweh turned to him. Now that is the language of anthropomorphism. Spirits don't turn because you can't see them, okay? So is this identifying Yahweh with the angel? Could be. I say could be because later on we're going to find them also distinguished. And we've already seen them distinguished. But here they're sort of like the same. So are they the same or yet they different? And again, the writer doesn't really care to clear it up. Go in this might of yours and save Israel from the hand of Midian. Do not I send you? Do not I send you? And he said to him, please, Lord, how can I save Israel? Behold, my clan is the weakest. You know, we get the excuses here. Yahweh said to him, again, Yahweh is still the speaker, but I will be with you, and you shall strike the Midianites as one man. And he, again, Gideon, said to him, again, the angel of Yahweh, I have these in brackets because we only get pronouns here. So we don't really know who the speaker, who's speaking to who, and all that stuff. So verse 17, there's ambiguity. But Gideon finally says, hey, please don't leave until I come to you and bring out my present and set it before you. And he, again, whoever he is, either the angel or Yahweh, because we can't tell. Because are they being separated now, or were they distinguished or fused together back earlier? We don't really know. But whoever it is says, okay, I'll stick around. So Gideon goes out and he makes his little present. Gideon brought the stuff under the terebinth. Okay, so that's where we saw the angel at the beginning. And the angel of God said to him, so now it's clear, he's the only guy there, apparently, that he can see anyway. The angel of God said to him, take the meat and the unleavened cakes, put them on a rock. And of course the angel of Yahweh reached out, torches the offering, fire springs up, and then we read at the end of verse 21, the angel of Yahweh vanished from his sight. Then Gideon perceived that he was the angel of Yahweh, and then he freaks out. Gideon said, alas, O Lord God, for now I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. But Yahweh said to him, Yahweh's still there. He's still in the scene. Don't freak out, Gideon, you're not going to die. It's okay. So 6 of one and half a dozen of another. The Word. Okay, we're familiar with the Word of the Lord from the New Testament. Guess what? The Word of the Lord shows up in human form in the Old Testament. After these things, the Word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. And again, I suggest to you, this is a profound statement, I know, that when you have visions, you see things. It's not just a voice in your head. You're seeing something. Abram is seeing the word of the Lord. The word of the Lord comes to him and says, don't be afraid, Abram. I'm your shield. Your reward will be very great. 1 Samuel 3, this is a favorite of mine. We know the story, little boy Samuel living with Eli, taking care of the sacred artifacts there, Ark of the Covenant and whatnot. So now the young man Samuel was ministering to the Lord, to Yahweh, under Eli. And the word of the Lord was rare in those days. Now we're sort of reflexively taught that this means, people aren't hearing for the voice of God in their heads. But that is not what's in view here. Again, the word of the Lord was rare in those days. There was no frequent vision. So the embodied word, who is God, isn't showing up that often. It's kind of rare. Not like it was in the days of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's kind of rare in Samuel's day. Verse 7, now Samuel had not yet experienced the Lord. The word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. He hadn't shown up yet. And we know the story. The Lord called Samuel again the third time. And again, I've abbreviated the verse references, but again, you know the story. Samuel's trying to go to sleep. He hears his name being called a couple of occasions. He runs over to Eli. He thinks it's Eli, and Eli's like, no, it ain't me. And then it finally dawns on him, well, it's not me, it's not him, it must be God. Okay, the process of elimination. So, he tells Samuel, okay, if it happens again, here's what you do. Say, speak, Lord, your servant, hears. Your servant is listening. So sure enough, the Lord called Samuel again the third time, and the Lord, divine name Yahweh, came and stood. Invisible spirits would not be described as standing because you can't see them. This is clear anthropomorphic language. This is clear visible language. So the Lord comes and stands, calling as at the other time, so it's the same guy, same one. Samuel, Samuel, Samuel said, speak, for your servant hears. And then we know the story. He gets bad news about Eli and doesn't want to talk to Eli. Okay. At the end of the chapter, we read this. Samuel grew, and Yahweh was with him, and let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established as a prophet of the Lord. Why? And the Lord, Yahweh, appeared again at Shiloh, and the Lord revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh by or as the word of the Lord. Again, John, when he writes John 1:1, is not like, oh boy, did I do well in Plato class? Am I going to remember my Platonic philosophy so I can get this right? No, he's a Jew, and he knows his Old Testament. It's not that hard. Jeremiah 1. The word of the Lord came to me saying, okay, this is Jeremiah's call. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. So on and so forth. Verse 6. Then I said, Jeremiah replies, Lord God, Yahweh Elohim. So Jeremiah refers to the word of the Lord as Yahweh. Truly, I do not know how to speak, for I'm only a boy. But the Lord, Yahweh, said to me, don't say I'm only a boy, for you shall go to all to whom I send you. And then verse 9, the Lord, Yahweh, put out his hand and touched my mouth. Again, it's clear language of embodiment, and in this case, it might even be corporeal. If we want to take it at face value, it would be corporeal. It's tactile. It's Yahweh in a body. Genesis 18 would be another one, Yahweh in a body. This is not new stuff. So again, on the New Testament side of things, this is not new stuff. Now this one is a little more obtuse. The cloud rider, he who rides the clouds, or he who comes with the clouds. This epithet, it was a well-known epithet or motif of Baal in the Old Testament. Now, everybody knew in the Syro-Palestinian Canaanite world, everybody knew who Baal was. Baal worship was ubiquitous. No one thought Baal was like just this, low-level kind of tell me what to do, angel kind of guy, right? Baal was deity. Baal was a god. And everybody knew it. And not only that, but it's Baal at Ugarit, even though El is above him. He has to ask El permission to do things. It's Baal who is referred to as the Most High in the Ugaritic literature, because Baal runs everything. He is the boss of the divine world in Canaanite thinking. So he's not an underling. And this is a familiar, the passage here is from the Baal cycle, and you'll see this description of Baal used a number of times in Ugaritic and Canaanite literature. Now that's important because there are a handful of references in the Old Testament where biblical writers will use this description and attribute it to Yahweh. And they only attribute it to Yahweh, except for one place. Okay, we'll get back to that. Now, what the logic, when the biblical writers do this kind of stuff, and they do this a lot, it happens in both testaments. Baal was a storm god. Baal was the god of who gave rain. Baal was really important because it's Baal. It's Baal who gives us rain so our crops can grow and our animals can eat and live, and so we can eat, so we can survive. Isn't Baal a good guy? Isn't he wonderful? Because of Baal we live. So when the biblical writers essentially borrow this thing about Baal running around in the clouds, because of course that's where rain comes from, and Baal's just such a wonderful guy. He rules the heavens and he keeps us alive. He's just, we just owe him everything. When the biblical writers take this description and attribute it to Yahweh, basically what they're saying is, no, you dunderheads, okay? It's not Baal who does these things. It's Yahweh of Israel. So it's a polemic strategy. And here's the first one, Deuteronomy 33, there's none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the heavens to your help, through the skies in his majesty. Psalm 68, sing praises to the Lord. Selah, to him who rides in the heavens. Again, very familiar language to anyone living at the time. Psalm 104, bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, Yahweh, my God, you are very great. Verse 3, he makes the clouds his chariot. And anybody in antiquity living in this part of the world is going to know where the language comes from. Isaiah 19, an oracle concerning Egypt. The Lord is riding on a swift cloud. Basically, the boss is showing up and the idols of Egypt are in trouble. Again, they're trembling. Jesus against this whole backdrop. So we've talked about the name, the angel, the word, and the cloud rider. All of these things are taken by New Testament writers and assigned to Jesus. The connection of the two is coming. It's coming. And we already had it actually. Daniel 7. The Ancient of Days is seated at the Divine Council meeting, and one comes on the clouds to him, the Son of Man, the human one. So there's two. Because the one who comes on the clouds should be the Ancient of Days, because that's the God of Israel. But in that case, it's a second guy. And that passage is going to be quoted by Jesus at his trial in front of Caiaphas. And Caiaphas' reaction tells you all you need to know. Okay, we'll get to it in a second. So this is the passage we're familiar with. Beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, the Word becomes flesh again. All I'm suggesting is John is getting this from his Old Testament. That's why he can say no one has ever seen God, the only God who's at the Father's side. Again, for John, very obviously, Jesus is at that level. There are two, of course, we get into three in both Testaments a little bit later. The angel. So who delivered the people from Egypt and took them to the promised land? The Old Testament says it was Yahweh, the panim, the presence, the angel, in whom is the name, in whom resides Yahweh. Jude says it's Jesus. Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt. Again, it's just applying all that stuff, bringing Jesus right into the picture. And again, I'm just showing you a handful of references here. Over and over again, especially Paul will quote Old Testament passages that have Yahweh in them as the divine actor, and he'll substitute Jesus. Again, it's deliberate telegraphing all over the place. John 17, Jesus' high priestly prayer. I have manifested your name to the people whom you gave me out of the world. Yours they were, and you gave them to me, and they have kept your word. While I was with them, I kept them in or by your name. I made known to them your name, and will continue to make it known. Now, here's what the passage doesn't mean. Jesus did not show up. I mean, can you imagine this? Here's Jesus out, getting ready for the Sermon on the Mount or getting ready for some other thing. He says, well, I'm here. I'm sent from God. You saw me baptized by John, the dove and all this kind of stuff. So, I'm here. I'm the Son of God. And here's why I'm here. I want you to know something. Everybody pay attention. The name of God is Yahweh. Thank you. Okay, I'm done now. My work is done. Okay, he's not coming to tell them what God's name is. They have the Old Testament, and it's in there thousands of times. So when Jesus says, I have manifested your name, he's not saying, I taught everybody what God's name was. Okay, they already know that. When Jesus says, I manifested your name, I made known to them your name, it goes back to the thought of, look, if you want to know who God is and what God is like, look at me. That's who I am. I have kept them, Father, in the power of your name. What? When the disciples got in trouble, Jesus ran over there and said, YHWH. No, keeping them in the power of the name is keeping them in the power of God, because the power of God resides in him. He is God incarnate. He is God in flesh. He is the name. The name was given to him, like it was given to the angel. Again, to a Jew reading this, they know about the name theology, and they know they know the backstory. So the language is going to be familiar. Rider in the clouds, again, the Son of Man from Daniel 7. We have the Ancient of Days. One like a Son of Man comes to the Ancient of Days, and the one who comes to the Ancient of Days, the Son of Man, is coming upon the clouds. That is an epithet used only of Baal in antiquity. It's used in the Hebrew Bible only of Yahweh of Israel, except here. In Daniel 7, it is used of a second figure. And that figure just happens to be in human form. And Jesus, in Matthew 26, he's on trial in front of Caiaphas. And Caiaphas is frustrated. The high priest stood up and said, "Have you no answer to make? What is it that these men testify against you?" But Jesus remained silent. The high priest said to him, "I adjure you, come on, by the living God, tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God." Jesus said to him, "You've said so, but let me put it this way. But I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven." So now we read that and it's, Jesus is clever, right? Being a little cryptic. He wants to just confuse Caiaphas more. He wants to sort of befuddle him and sort of tweak him. No. This is a smackdown. You want to know who I am? I'll tell you. And he quotes Daniel 7. And Caiaphas' reaction tells you all you need to know. Then the high priest tore his robes and said, "He has uttered blasphemy." Caiaphas knows instantly what the point is. Jesus is looking him square in the eye and saying, "I'm the guy in Daniel 7. Do you want to know who I am? That's who I am." And to Caiaphas, it's like, thank you. We don't need any more witnesses. This is blasphemy. It's a death penalty offense. So this is very direct. It's hard to get more in your face than this. It is not a throwaway line. He's not trying to be clever. Well, that's 2. What about 3? Now, I'm going to show you a couple of examples here. What you basically have to do, or what you need to be alerted to, is if you have the two Yahweh thing in your head, if you know how it's described and articulated, if that's floating around in your head, then you will encounter passages where a third person is introduced. And some of those epithets and motifs and phrases are used of a third person, the Spirit. So if you go to Isaiah 63, "I will recount the steadfast love of the Lord." There's the divine name. So Yahweh is in the scene. Praises of the Lord. "According to all the Lord has granted us," so on and so forth. We get to verse 9. This is Isaiah 63 is rehearsing in very abbreviated form the wanderings of Israel, the journey of Israel. He said, again, the Lord, verse 8, he said, "Surely they are my people, children who will not deal falsely," and he became their Savior. "In all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them." So now we get the angel. "In his love and in his pity he redeemed them. He lifted them up and carried them all the days of old." Well, I thought the angel saved them, and it sounds like he saved them as well. And again, the answer is, well, who cares? Yeah. Verse 10, "But they rebelled and grieved his Holy Spirit. Therefore he turned to be their enemy and himself fought against them." And then we have a reference at the end that God had put in the midst of them his Holy Spirit. Now, that doesn't really tell you a whole lot, but if you compare it to Psalm 78, which is the longer version of Israel's history, again, the summary. I have rebelled and grieved here in blue on the left for a reason, and they're in blue on the right. They're exactly the same Hebrew lemmas. But when you read the summary in Psalm 78, how often they rebelled against him in the wilderness, grieved him in the desert, the very next verse, they tested God again. They provoke the Holy One of Israel. So pardon the pun, if you triangulate between the two passages, you see the Spirit referenced as God and the Holy One of Israel. Again, the writers of the Hebrew Bible don't bother, again, to like check and say, well, no, wait, we got to correct that. We don't want to confuse anybody here because we don't want to have the Spirit referred to as God, in some other passage. People read these things and then they're going to get confused. They didn't care. Ezekiel 8, talk about confusing the three or the two or the three or whatever. Then I looked, and behold, a form that had the appearance of a man. Okay, that's adequately clear. Below what appeared to be his waist was fire, and above his waist was something like the appearance of brightness, like gleaming metal. Where does that language come from earlier in Ezekiel? It's exactly the description of Ezekiel 1, where God is on the throne. Okay, the throne scene. All right. So in Ezekiel 1, you have this anthropomorphic form, the likeness of a man. Here you have the appearance of a man. And we know from Ezekiel 1 that this man is God, because who else would be on the throne? Okay. Verse 3, he put out the form of a hand. The only he we're talking about is the one sitting on the throne. He put out the form of a hand and took me by a lock of my head, and the Spirit lifted me up. No, wait a minute. Is that saying that, like, the Spirit hold it. I thought, how could the Spirit lift him up if it's the guy, God as man, who grabbed the lock of the hair? Wouldn't he be the one lifting him up? Because he grabbed the hair. Why else would he grab the hair? Like, I'm going to grab the hair and then something else is going to lift you up? Like, your hair's like a button or something. I touch your hair and you're going to fly up there. You read this, and it's confusing. And my view is that they don't really care to be very careful in these kinds of descriptions because they don't need to distinguish these things. So who's the one lifting him up? Is it the angelified man or the anthropomorphic God or whatever, or is it the Spirit? And you keep reading. The Spirit lifted me up between heaven and earth, brought me in visions of God to Jerusalem. So they're in Jerusalem. Verse 4, the glory of the God of Israel was there. Okay, well, how can the glory be there and the glory? Never mind. Like the vision that I saw in the valley, then he said to me, well, who's he? Is he the Spirit? Is he, is he God in human form? The one that was on the throne? We don't know. Son of man, lift up your eyes now toward the north. So I lifted up my eyes toward the north, and he had to start having a conversation. Verse 6, he said to me, Son of man, do you see what they're doing? The great abominations that the house of Israel are committing here to drive me far from my sanctuary. Well, it sounds like God, but that would mean God was with him, but yet the glory of God was the place they were going. And at the beginning of the chapter, we had, I guess, God in human form. Doesn't really call him the angel, but the angel was God in human form. And then we have the Spirit, and we don't know who's picking it. In other words, you go through the whole passage, and it's like, who's doing what? Are there two or are there three? There certainly isn't one. So what do you do with that? Again, the point is there are passages like this that throw the Spirit into the mix, and you don't really know what exactly is going on, but here's what you do know. The Spirit isn't being separated from the two. The Spirit is included in what's going on. Go ahead.
For a concept that is so foundationally, overwhelmingly important, why did God make it so hard for us to get this?
I don't think it is hard. That's just me. It feels hard only because it's not just stated in one place. What I'm suggesting to you is that an ancient person would have gotten it much easier than we did because they're I hate to just be so flippant, but they don't have TV. Okay, this is what they have. They're close readers, especially if you're in a among the priestly class or the scribes or something like that. The average person is going to have to depend on what their priests teach them, what their parents teach, just like it is today.
Yeah.
But for the guys who were literate, have any of you had a Hebrew class yet? If you get like into a second year Hebrew class and you start talking about the Masorah, or you could just buy Ellis Brotzman's book on Old Testament textual criticism. That's the easier path. But the Masorah, again, these are scribal Masoretic notes in the margins of your Hebrew Bible. Some of that little gibberish on the columns and the sides and underneath. Here's why I'm bringing it up. There are thousands of notes these are from the hands of the Masoretes themselves. These are preserved, where you'll hit a word in the text and they'll put a little mark or a dot over it, and then in the margin there'll be the corresponding dot with another word or two words. What that is, it's a virtual concordance. In other words, you were supposed to know the text so well that when you hit that word and you read that note, they're giving you the words on either side of the word in the passage. You're supposed to know where else it occurs. Just in your head. Okay, they basically had the whole thing memorized. So it's the only way that they could possibly use the system. That's how well they knew the text. They memorized it. They don't have tools. There's no like Englishman's concordance from the first century. There's nothing like that. You just were supposed to know it that well. And so the scribes notice this kind of thing all the time, and they discuss it. And they can literally just pull it out of their head. So for those people, this kind of thing was detectable. I mean, it generated discussion, and there was disagreement as to what to do with it, just like there would be today. But for someone, especially prior to the second century AD, the two powers thinking was part of their theology, and so that's sort of the file drawer that this would go into, because that was just part of the discourse. It was part of what you talked about, when you were studying Scripture. Now, what happens is, again, just think about what we're saying here, and this is in the book, but I'll just summarize it for you. You've got in the Old Testament, let's just talk about the two for now. In the Old Testament, you got two. You've got the invisible Yahweh and the visible Yahweh. 6 of one, half dozen of another, okay? Number two was Yahweh in human form in many passages. Now, when that moves into the New Testament era, the New Testament discussion, Jesus becomes number two, okay? So as the angel is but isn't Yahweh, again, they're the same but yet they're different. So Jesus is but isn't God the Father. They're the same but yet they're different. And there are 5 or 6 places where Paul, I think there's one outside, I think there's one in Peter too, where Paul refers to the Holy Spirit as the Spirit of Jesus, the Spirit of Christ, in a couple places alongside of the line, the Spirit of God. And he says 2 times, he has the phrase, the Lord who is the Spirit. Okay, what he's saying is, as Jesus is but isn't God, 2 to 1, the Spirit is but isn't Jesus. Jesus is the central focus, and he's the one that fuses the Spirit to God by virtue of his own identity. That is where you get Trinitarianism. The way it's usually taught to us is, the Holy Spirit is like spoken of as a person. It uses masculine personal pronouns. Well, that's nice, except where it doesn't, except where there's a neuter in there because the word pneuma is neuter. Again, all I'm saying, I'm not saying that that's bad or sinister or silly. I'm just saying that someone in the first century who knows their Old Testament theology, when they start reading stuff like the Lord who is the Spirit, or even places where the terms aren't mentioned, when Jesus says, where 2 or 3 of you are gathered in your midst, there I will be in your midst. He's not there bodily. It's the Spirit. It's an oblique reference to the Spirit, because the Spirit is but isn't Jesus. You have 3 who are one but yet different. Again, this is where Trinitarianism comes from. where the whole mind, that whole concept comes from, not on pronouns and stuff like that. It just, I think it gets taught that way because when you, and again, I'm convinced you can teach this stuff to lay people. I wish we would stop underestimating the appetite and the aptitude of the laity for theology. It really bugs me. It pushes my buttons, to be honest with you. But I think the way Trinitarianism gets taught, like pronouns and the Great Commission passage, well, yeah, there are three there. That's a decent proof text, but that's all they are. They're proof texts. It's because the laity is dependent on English translation, and frankly, I think that's what we feel they can handle. I just think they can handle more. But again, that's just me. But like I said, it just pushes my buttons. I see people in our congregation regularly underestimated. Intelligent people, thinking people, know when they're not being asked to think. They just do. And we should be willing to stretch them a little bit. Because the ones who really want to think, they'll love it. They'll keep coming back.
You said, thinking like a first century Jew, or having that, being in the position of the author writing on certain passages. I know Athanasius referenced in his defense, when they mentioned the Spirit, it wasn't a Spirit, but it was the Spirit. So obviously when they're writing in Hebrew, so I don't know if they have articles or not, but I'm sure there would have been a difference had he said, and a Spirit of God came down. He's obviously choosing to not say that.
It's difficult to know how much. Hebrew's like any other language. When you get into syntax, how much nuancing should you attribute to a syntactical feature is the question. You can, so you can certainly make good arguments like that.
But I suppose as Judaism being a monotheistic religion, they obviously saw different parts of God as
well. I mean, they're not going to be modalists. Although if you read Benjamin Summers' book, The Body of God, he sort of likes to use modalistic language. He's a Jew. He teaches at Jewish Theological Seminary. And he says point blank in his book, The Bodies of God, that concepts like Christian Trinitarianism are perfectly discernible in the Hebrew Bible. There's no contradiction there. But again, he prefers to articulate it in a modalistic sense, so take that for what it's worth. I don't think that we have modalism, so the Spirit here. Hebrew does have a definite article, and you have ha-ruach a lot, in other passages. So it's hard to know. You don't need the definite article in Hebrew for definiteness. It's kind of like Greek's the same way, but it's the norm, But you don't have to have it for definiteness. Ultimately, even for syntactical features, you have the real issue is context, and the article could be used, for something different. Like, for instance, Elohim, in most, not most, but I'm willing to bet over half, I guess that would be most, over half the times you have Elohim used contextually of the God of Israel, it doesn't have the article. There are clear places where it uses the article for a very specific reason, like to point out uniqueness. We talked about divine plurality in the Old Testament and the divine council, which the early chapters of the book introduce. And there for the biblical writer, there were many Elohim, there were many gods that were real. It's just that when we see the word G-O-D, we mentally assign a specific set of attributes to those letters. That's why it feels creepy to put an S on it. But for the Israelite, when they saw and used the word Elohim, they did not use, the term was not associated with a specific set of attributes. It was generic. So Yahweh is an Elohim, but no other Elohim is Yahweh. That was Israelite theology. They articulated his uniqueness in different ways, but not with the term Elohim. And one of the ways they do it, like in Deuteronomy 4:35, that you might know that the Lord is God. Here we have Ha Elohim. The Lord is definite article Elohim. But hundreds and hundreds of times you don't have the article on Elohim when you have the God of Israel. Here, we're talking about Yahweh's uniqueness because there's no other besides him. And elsewhere in this chapter and in chapter 32, there's an affirmation that other gods exist and are subservient to the God of Israel. So using the article here, the writer wants you to know that Yahweh is the God. Okay, he's the phrase I like to use, he's species unique. So they'll use grammar sometimes to telegraph that. In most cases, they'll say things about Yahweh that they will not say of any other Elohim, like, omnipotence, he's almighty, he's omnipresent, he's omniscient. You get these sort of descriptors, he's the creator, and those things are never said of any other entity in the spiritual world. So they get to the same theology. It's just we have the same theology that they do, that Yahweh is unique. But they don't get there by using a term, which is why a modern term like monotheism, which comes from the 17th century, isn't adequate to describe what a biblical writer would believe, because they use Elohim of half a dozen different things, and they're not ontologically equal. So again, someone who's living back then would know that sort of intuitively, because it's their language. They would just know what's going on. But for us, when you go to Psalm 82 and Yahweh is standing in the divine council, or Elohim stands in the divine council, among the Elohim he passes judgment. Critics will look at that and say, well, that's polytheism. Well, for an Israelite, no, it really wasn't, because they're not assigning a set of attributes to the word. They're just spirit beings. And the God of Israel happens to be different, than all the other ones. What's happening, you have this two powers theology that, again, it's clear from rabbinic material that Jewish thinkers and writers, rabbis, scholars, whatever, are looking back at their Old Testament and they're discerning this sort of two-ness that goes on. And that became a thing that was perfectly legitimate and, I imagine, fun to debate as to, well, how do we understand the second power? Because the second power is identified with Yahweh, but also distinguished. So who is the second power? And some were very, very blunt. They actually would, there's basically two general categories. Some thought the second power was a glorified human that was special to Yahweh, that he essentially made divine or made almost like him, and then that's the second power. Others said, no, it's a specific angel. And some in that category actually attribute the divine name to a particular angel. They call him Yahoel. So you have Yah and El assigned to an angel. So you have a spectrum of opinion and speculation. And of course, when the Christians come along, it's like, call on us. Oh, we know it's Jesus of Nazareth. And of course, that was offensive because they had just put him to death. Again, there was a lot of speculation. I'm just going to take you through some of the Second Temple texts. Some of these are pseudepigrapha. Most of them are pseudepigrapha. Some of them are apocrypha. And by the way, pseudepigrapha does not mean false writings. So please, don't. You're going to see that in popular theology books. Pseudepigrapha actually means, the reason why the term was coined is that someone would write a book and would not use their own name. They would not claim their own authorship on a book. They would attribute the book or name the book to some noteworthy or famous figure, like Enoch, First Enoch. Well, Enoch didn't write it, but whoever wrote it called it First Enoch because A, he's the main character, and B, everybody loves Enoch, so they'll read it. It's just simple thinking. But that's what pseudepigraphs are. So here we have Jacob in the prayer of Joseph. And Jacob here is deified in the form of an angel. Again, not coincidental. I, Jacob, who is speaking to you, am also Israel, an angel of God and a ruling spirit. I am he whom God called Israel, which means a man seeing God, because I am the firstborn of every living thing to whom God gives life. It's on the same page and paragraph as some of the New Testament language about Jesus. I, Israel, the archangel of the power of the Lord and the chief captain among the sons of God. So, the deified Jacob is pretty high up. Okay, so some Jews who wrote, somebody who wrote the prayer of Joseph, that was his candidate. He was the second power. Adam, in 2nd Enoch, we have Adam identified as one of God's chief angels over creation. On the earth I assigned him to be a second angel, honored and great and glorious. I assigned him to be a king, to reign on the earth and to have my wisdom. So basically, Adam becomes a divine figure tasked with taking care of earth. It's sort of an uber Michael role. Remember Michael in Daniel 10, he's Israel. In Daniel 12, he's Israel's, chief angel. Well, here we get Adam like the chief angel of everything. So he, for some, Adam was the guy. Again, Adam shows up in the life of Adam and Eve, where Michael commands Satan to worship Adam, the image of God. Again, so it's, Michael is commanding Satan to worship Adam, because Adam is the express, this whole idea, this image of God as far as, being the number 2 guy. Testament of Abraham. Abraham is shown a man seated on a golden throne who has a terrifying appearance like the masters. And again, it turns out to be Adam in the text. So Adam was one of the candidates. Enoch himself was a candidate for this among some Jews. Thus it happened after this that my spirit, this is Enoch talking in 1st Enoch, my spirit passed out of sight and ascended into the heavens, and I saw the sons of the holy angels walking upon the flame of fire. Their garments were white, so on and so forth. Then I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits, and I saw countless angels, with them the Ancient of Days. So there's, again, drawing the language of Daniel 7. An angel came to me and greeted me and said to me, you, son of man, so now Enoch's the son of man, who art born in righteousness and upon whom righteousness has dwelt. The righteousness of the Ancient of Days will not forsake you. So in verse 11, I fell on my face, my whole body mollified, my spirit transformed. So he becomes the Son of Man in this passage, the one who comes in the clouds. 2nd Enoch, the Lord says, Enoch, don't be frightened, stand up, stand in front of my face forever. So he's sort of the figure of the angel of the presence idea. Go and extract Enoch from his earthly clothing, anoint him with my delightful oil, put him into clothes of my glory. And I looked at myself, says Enoch, I had become like one of his glorious ones. So again, we get a glorification scene. Moses, this is kind of interesting. On Sinai's peak, I, Moses is the speaker, saw what seemed a throne so great in size it touched the clouds of heaven. I made approach and stood before the throne. He handed over the scepter. God hands the scepter to Moses. And he bade me mount the throne and gave me the crown. Then he himself withdrew from off the throne. Okay. That's pretty high status. God says, hey, I feel like taking a vacation. Moses, why don't you have a seat here? You can handle it. Angels, of course. I mean, these are Jews writing. I mean, that's the astonishing part of it. These are Jewish texts. Michael, again, status as chief intercessor in Daniel. Testament of Dan says, and now fear the Lord, my children, be on guard against Satan and his spirits. Draw near to God and to the angel who intercedes for you, because he is the mediator between God and men. Okay, we're talking about Michael. Yahoel is the angel I mentioned before in the Apocalypse of Abraham. Abraham is commanded to worship God, a long series of names: the Eternal One, Mighty One, Holy El, God, Autocrat, Self-originated, Incorruptible, Immaculate, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then verse 13, Eli, Okay, my God, eternal, mighty one, holy, Sabaoth, that's the word for hosts, most glorious, El, Yah-El. So we have Yah-El there, identified, with God, but then Yah-El here, you have God speaking to Yah-El. Okay? They, the angels, came to God, or Yah-El is the eternal king here, in this one. Eternal king, command that fragrant incenses from paradise be given to Adam. So Yah-El is a God figure. And here we have, I heard the voice of the Holy One speaking, go, Yah-El of the same name, through the mediation of my ineffable name. This is the one where they're separated. So in some passages, Yah-El is God. In other passages, he's not God. He's an angel, but he has the divine name. He bears the divine name. So again, just a survey of speculation here. He said to me, Abraham, friend of God, who has loved you, let human trembling not unfold you. Lo, I am sent to strengthen you and bless you in the name of God. So God's referred to in the third person. I am Yah-El. Okay. And with me, Michael blesses you forever. So Yah-El is also distinct from Michael in this text. So this is a different character. Philo's Logos. I'm sure you've heard of the Logos in New Testament classes. A few places. Philo, again, very famous Jewish writer. God sustained the universe to rest firm and sure upon the mighty Logos, who is my viceroy. So in Philo, this is pre-New Testament. Philo is viewed as God's co-ruler, his co-regent. The Logos is that power of his, that power of God's, by which he made and ordered all things. And that sounds very New Testament. 1 Corinthians 8, for instance, Jesus, the agent of creation, all that sort of stuff. Philo on the Logos again. While God is indeed one, his highest and chief powers are two, even goodness and sovereignty. And in the midst between the two, there's a third which unites them, the Logos, for it is through the Logos that God is both ruler and good. So God rules through the Logos. Philo also refers to the Logos as God, and you'll notice he actually calls him, again, Philo's a Jew, he actually calls the Logos the second God. I mean, just point blank. This is first century, right, BC, right, very close to Jesus' time. And here we have a Jew who talks about the Logos being the deuteros theos, the second God. Philo also refers to there being two gods, a synonym for the two powers. Again, Siegel talks a lot about Philo and the Logos. So this was part of Jewish theology before Jesus. Again, this is an open discussion. And so no Jew is going to recoil from the discussion. What offended Jews was, and the reason it became a heresy was pretty obvious. They were offended by the thought that the second power had become incarnate in Jesus of Nazareth, and they had just put him to death. That was just too much. That was just offensive. I mean, I can't think of any other way to say it. And so they declared that we're not going to do this second power talk anymore because we know where it's going to go. And I don't want you to get the impression that this was sinister and evil. I mean, what would you do? I mean, they're trying to, in their mind, they're trying to protect their faith in the God of Israel. They're trying to circle the wagons and keep people in the fold. Not coincidentally, and we'll end with this, at the same time, right around 100 AD, three things happened that really changed the course of lots of other things. They declared this, the Jewish community declared the second power a heresy. They also decided to standardize the Hebrew text of the Old Testament. At Qumran, for instance, there's evidence of a number of versions of the Hebrew Bible. Samaritan Pentateuch, Septuagint, Masoretic text, and then there are, quote, unaffiliated texts that don't belong in the other three. So there was textual plurality at Qumran. They all hit the same wall. We should not give the Masoretic text, just because it's a traditional text, sacrosanct priority, because what we know is the Masoretic text. actually came about at about 100 AD. The Jewish community said, we're going to get rid of this textual plurality business. We're going to produce a text that we will have families of professional scribes. These are the people we know as the Masoretes. Copy this text in perpetuity for our community. And that's why it became known as the Masoretic text. It was born around 100 AD. There's a German scholar named Abdewitzer, who he wrote obviously in German, who collected variations within the Masoretic text family. Because what happened was there were lots of rabbis that, well, I've been using this version for years, and that's what I'm going to keep that one. And so in their sermons, in their teachings, they would actually quote deviant, divergent texts. And so that material has actually been collected. So there is no such thing as the Masoretic text. There never was. Eventually, though, because of the efforts of the scribal families, the other ones just disappear. They fall into disuse. And by late antiquity, you have essentially one text. But it's again, it should not just be given sacrosanct priority, because it has its own backstory, its own history. One of the real motivators, this is the third thing that happened, was the Jewish community basically outlawed the use of the Septuagint. About 100 AD, it's the same thing, yeah. And that, in one sense, they made the Septuagint an anathema. And it's not that a lot of people in their community read it because they could read Hebrew or they read a Targum in Aramaic. It's just that the Septuagint was the Bible of those stinking Christians. We all know Handel's Messiah. We all know Isaiah 9. His name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Prince of Peace, Everlasting Father. In the Septuagint, none of that's there. In the Septuagint, it says, he shall be the messenger of the great council. That is a blatant divine council passage with the Messiah. That's in the Septuagint. The Septuagint doesn't have any of those names. The Septuagint actually says, he shall be the angelos, the angel, or the messenger of the great council. You either have a radically different text, or that's just a highly interpretive paraphrase of the other stuff. And nobody really knows because it's so different. But it was a verse that Christians could use very easily to say that the Messiah is, he's deity because of our Jewish theology back, with the whole divine council thing. And he was actually sent by God, and he's divine. He's a divine Messiah. I mean, what do you want? He is the messenger, the angel, which links him back to this other stuff from the divine council. Masoretic text reads what you're familiar with from Handel's Messiah. Septuagint doesn't have any of that. So if you're, the Jewish community they don't want their people exposed to stuff like that, because the Christians are going to say, well, this is what you should read, or this is what you should be thinking, or whatever. And there's lots of other stuff like that. So, and the Septuagint was the Bible of the early church. Why? Because nobody could read Hebrew. I mean, everybody read Greek. I mean, I hope you realize, I've only come across two, Origen, I think, and who's the other one? I don't know if it's Tertullian or not. But there are 2 or 3 church fathers who could even read Hebrew. Now, I would suggest to you that the people who can't read Hebrew should not be viewed as Old Testament scholars. Augustine could not read Hebrew. Augustine was a Latinist. He read Greek, but he confessed to hating it. Origen could read Hebrew very well. But there were a couple of others, but they were for the most part either Gentile or they just didn't have any sort of training in Hebrew, and it eventually fell out of use completely. And you don't get a revival of it until the Renaissance. Everything becomes either Latin in the West or Greek in the East. The only people doing Hebrew are the people who are rabbis, who are in the Jewish community. This is Summers' book, Bodies of God in the World of Ancient Israel. Again, he is a Jew. He teaches at the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York. And this came out a couple years ago. Keep in mind when you're reading this, this is a Jew. This is a practicing Jew writing this stuff. So he says, the God of the Hebrew Bible has a body. This must be stated at the outset because so many people, including many scholars, assume otherwise. The evidence for this simple thesis is overwhelming, so much so that asserting the carnal nature of the biblical God should not occasion surprise. What I propose to show in this book is that the startling or bizarre idea in the Hebrew Bible is something else entirely. Not that God has a body, that is the standard notion of ancient Israelite theology, but rather that God has many bodies located in sundry places in the world that God created. So I mentioned summary yesterday. The importance of this book is that what he does are really two things. He goes through anthropomorphism in the Hebrew Bible. He goes through the God as man in the Old Testament. And he talks about, again, as he just put in his very first paragraph, that God has more than one body. In other words, when he uses the term body, he's really saying form. So he's going to actually use modalistic language in the book. And what he's arguing is that God has more than one form, and those forms can appear simultaneously in different places, which again leads him to say, things like, hey, the Christian notion of a Trinitarian God in three persons, and those persons are independent, but yet they also simultaneously exist. This is very defensible from the Hebrew Bible. This is not some sort of bizarre innovation that should offend Jews. He's going to argue the opposite. So the first chapter here, these are just some of the proof texts to get people started. I want to go on to fluidity here. The second thing he does, notice the subtitle here, Mesopotamia and Canaan. He's going to argue not only does this show up in the Hebrew Bible, but he's going to pull out lots of examples from Mesopotamian material, Canaanite material, that shows people in antiquity outside the orbit of Israelite faith or Judaism, more broadly conceived. They would have been familiar with this idea, with this kind of thinking, because other gods in these other literatures do the same thing. They have more than one body. They can simultaneously exist as more than one person. Now, I mention this because this isn't just an academic exercise. The notion of God being embodied and that God being more than one person existing at the same time and having each of those persons be God, even though the persons are distinct, is very old. So when people like Bart Ehrman, again, come along, and other critics, and they want to say things like this notion of incarnation, or this notion of the deity of Christ, is not even a first century Christian invention. It's even later than that. It's a bunch of people who were Christians who wanted to worship Jesus, and then some of them were scribes, and they went back and changed the text of the New Testament to put forth this idea. That is just bunk. It is demonstrably false. And if you want the data to demonstrate it, here you go. Okay, a book like Summers that people like Ehrman are either completely unaware of or don't want to interact with just undermine completely the notion of novelty and lateness when it comes to Trinitarian thinking and incarnation. So that's the value, again, for the book. But here on page 13, he introduces the concept that God's bodies have fluidity. And he says, first, I refer to a type of fluidity we might call fragmentation. Some divinities have a fluid self in the sense that there are several divinities with a single name who somehow are and are not the same deity. So that's another aspect of this. They are but aren't. They are the same, but yet they have their own distinct identity. And again, you have to look at his language and you have to look at his examples, and you have to sort of see the analogy with the way the way the New Testament describes and talks about Jesus, for instance. Jesus is the same as God, but yet he has his own distinct identity. He is but isn't. It's this is but isn't kind of thing that he says, you can go back and you can look at, a bunch of Mesopotamian texts. Here in his example here, these treaties include several Ishtars. Why? Well, it's because Ishtar can be more than one. Another example here, we have Ishtar of Arbela and Ishtar of Nineveh. Both of them act independently of Venus, yet their independent actions are completely parallel to each other in the example text he gives you. So they're both doing the same thing, they're both described the same way, but that they have different names and they're different entities, but yet they are somehow the same because they're doing the same thing in parallel to each other. Again, he uses the word avatar here in this passage. Again, this is a very famous text here on page 17 where you have in some Marduk literature, Babylon, there are individual deities that are sort of subsumed within Marduk. Gods are identified with Marduk here. Their identity is submerged into his. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but just so that you get the point. These other gods are but aren't Marduk. And this is a very famous text. Enuma Elish is just really well known. But it's this conceptual world, this conceptual thinking that is very consistent with or analogous to what you see in biblical thinking. On occasion, the boundaries separating gods in these texts are porous. It's hard to tell. What's going on between them. Multiplicity of divine embodiment. Here we have the Mesopotamian attitude toward divine embodiment is, I believe, closely related to its view of divine selfhood as fluid. Of course, for Mesopotamians, the gods had bodies, as did all other natural phenomena. But in Mesopotamian religions, divine bodies differ from non-divine ones in that a deity's presence was not limited to a single body. It could emerge simultaneously in several objects. And he begins to talk about idolatry. And I wanted to say something about idolatry, because the typical Christian notion, and I'll just say Judeo-Christian notion, is that when the Hebrew Bible talks about gods, well, those gods aren't real. They're just idols. Again, that is not the way a biblical writer would have thought. Idols do not work for God in the divine counsel. God doesn't use idols to get his work done. It's actually a larger problem. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of idolatry. While the prophets make fun of people who make idols because it's kind of a joke to them that, how stupid is this idea that, this thing you just made with your hands made you? I mean, again, that is part of their thinking, and so it is a legitimate object of ridicule. But you'll have, and Siegel will go through text examples here. What the thinking was with idolatry is both a Mesopotamian person who made an idol knows that he's making the idol. Okay, he's not like a moron, okay? But yet they believe that the thing that they've just made actually really exists prior to its making somewhere out there in the spiritual world. And it's because of them, it's because of their power and their presence that I am enabled to make this thing, okay? And the logic was, and this is why you go through the opening of the mouth ceremony, both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, you have to animate the idol in the sense that things that are alive are things that breathe. That's why you open the mouth. That's why you open the nostrils. And a lot of these ceremonies are really like giving birth ceremonies. If you're interested in idolatry, I have this great. There's a really great couple of articles on the Egyptian opening of the mouth ceremony that includes all the procedure is what you do to a newborn infant, like to clear out the mucus so that they can breathe and all this kind of stuff. With your fingers in the nostrils, and it's really interesting. But it's this idea of giving birth. So what they're thinking is that this deity that exists out there in the world somewhere, or in its world, when we make the idol, the deity will be reborn or born into or come to occupy and take up residence in the idol. And it was the same thing if they built a temple. This is where the god lives now. And you did this to localize the deity. This is partly why the building of the tower, the ziggurat at Babel, was offensive, because ziggurats were part of temple complexes. And, God had told people after the flood to disperse and spread out. He repeats the Edenic command. So instead, we build a ziggurat. Why? So that we can bring God here. And God's like, no. You're messing up again here. Because Yahweh, the messaging is very clear. I am not at your beck and call. Okay, I make the rules of engagement, you don't. You localized the deity so that you could barter with it, so that you could have a relationship with it. You would bring it offerings so it would do something nice for you. You'll make it rain so that we can eat, whatever it is. You'll help us have babies. Or they want the God present so that they can, again, deal with it and cajole it, create a positive relationship with it. But to do that, you have to have it present with you, because you can't go there, but you can bring it here. We sort of over-literalize, the Tower of Babel story. Well, no, I'm sorry, but they're really not building a tower to try to get to outer space. What they're doing, well, where do the gods live? They live up in the sky, so we're going to go as high as we can. Makes the trip a little shorter, And again, up at the top is where we have, some of these ceremonies that, like the sacred marriage ritual, the uniting of heaven and earth, and you just make it a shorter trip. This is where the gods live. We know they don't live here. This is where we live. We don't see any gods running around, at least most of the time. So the gods live up there. They also live on mountains. So we're building a ziggurat too, so they feel at home. Give them an artificial mountain. Why do the gods live in mountains in antiquity, in ancient thought? Because they're remote. There is no REI, where I'm going to go buy mountain climbing equipment and going to go scale the mountain. Humans do not go on high mountains. Again, this is where the gods live, because they want to be away from these icky humans. They want distance, they want remoteness. And so this is where part of the conception of we believe that there are gods, we believe that there's a spirit world, and they have to live somewhere. So where would they live? Well, they live in the most remote places, the places we can't get to, under the sea, the waters under the earth, the sky, the mountains, all these sorts of places. It's a very simple set of thoughts. It's very reasonable, again, given, what they know, and of course their embracing of a spiritual reality. And before we sort of poke at them and kind of laugh at them, we do the same thing. We assign geography to places that don't have geography. Hell is down there. Really? So if I dug far enough, I'm going to run into it? It really would have latitude and longitude, or I could measure the distance there, and once I got there, I could measure its distance. No. Our afterlife terminology is what it is because we are embodied beings. We cannot talk about the non-embodied world in any other way. We don't have the vocabulary for non-embodied existence. So we talk about heaven and hell as places, with structure and buildings and things like this. Again, these are all metaphors for that's where God lives. That's where our destiny is. We're going to be with him. And so we have to give that structure, we have to give it description that we can comprehend, because we cannot really comprehend what it is like to be limitless and not need a body, that sort of thing, or at least the kind of body we have now. It's just it reflects the limitations of human language. And so that's what they're doing too. Now, when you destroyed an idol, let's say they take the idol out to war, and it gets destroyed, by the bad guys. The Mesopotamians aren't sitting there thinking, well, that stinks. our God's dead. I'll never see him again. No, it's like, well, I guess I got to build another one. The God is still alive. It's just that his place of residence, this thing that he inhabits, or she, has been destroyed. So we have to replace it because we want him back, because we want him on our side. No, we must have screwed up. That's why you were mad at us. That's why we lost this battle. So we got to bring you back, and then everything will be okay. What I'm saying is that in the mind of the ancient person, including the biblical writer, the gods were real because they're just spirit beings. Spirit beings are just part of the biblical worldview. And one of the terms that's used of them is Elohim. There's lots of other terms. But they're real. They're not cartoon figures. Exodus 15:11. Who is like you, Yahweh, among the Elim, among the gods? Does not mean, O Yahweh, who is like you among the Justice League, among the Avengers, among the Disney Pantheon? Okay, there is no glory if you're comparing God to beings that you don't believe exist. I'm better than that because I do exist. But that's how we treat this language in the biblical text. They were not thinking that at all. Okay, God, you're greater than Spider-Man. Well, so am I because I'm real. I mean, it's just an empty platitude without it. So what I'm suggesting again is that biblical phrases like Yahweh is the God of gods means exactly what it says. It doesn't mean he's the God of idols. It doesn't mean he's the God of beings that don't exist. It means he is the God of all spirit beings, period. Exclamation point, I guess would be better. And it's reflected in the practices of idolatry. They did distinguish mentally, theologically, the entity from the object, even though there was also sort of an inextricably linked relationship as well. But like I said, when you didn't kill the God, they don't think that way. He's still real, and he's probably really ticked that we let his statue get destroyed, or he's angry and he brought that about, or something like that. This is also why it feeds into the Israelite resistance. The academic term for this is aniconism, A-N-I-C-O-N-I-S-M. The Israelite resistance to building a graven image for Yahweh. And yeah, there's a subtext here that I'm really not like anything else, even though God is like a man, because that's the way he chooses to appear. And we are his image. So there is a relationship. The actual point to it is when Yahweh says, you do not make an image of me, the point is, I will not be tamed. I will not be at your beck and call. You are not going to build this thing thinking that I'm going to show up now. You do not establish the rules of engagement. I do. You don't. So there's a bigger theological point that's actually being made in God's command that you do not make a graven image. Because I'm not like anything else. You certainly don't make a graven image of something that's lesser than me and bow down and worship it. There are, though, graven images of things in the spirit world that God actually not only allows, but commands. Anybody think of the most obvious one? The ark, cherubim on the top of the ark. Okay, they're heavenly creatures, throne guardians. So the principle is not the fashioning in and of itself. The principle is who is worshipped. And again, that I will not be brought to you. When I want to show up, I will show up. I'm not going to be tamed. So it was a foreign thing to not have an idol, because that's what they were good for. You brought your God with you. You made it and it came along. You did the ceremony and it hopped in there, because that's what gods do. They like idols. They're comfy. But the Israelite mentality is just completely different than the Orthodox Israelite mentality. I mean, you get lots of Israelites making idols at different points, but they weren't supposed to. Cosmic geography is very plainly a biblical, a point of biblical theology because of Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9. and verses that are associated with it. But we typically, as Christians, don't really think that. We don't think in those terms. And if we hear things like spiritual warfare, we think, oh, those nutty Pentecostals again, they're at it again, you know. So we sort of consign it to less sophisticated segments of the church. So again, before we give secularists or other moderns a poke in the eye, we should again extract the beam that is in our own. Because the idea of cosmic geography is a biblical one, but it just depends on if anybody assigns importance to it, takes it seriously or not. The princes over the nations, again, that's a big part of cosmic geography. And Paul borrows at least one edition of the Septuagint, the Theodotion edition of Daniel, uses terms for that chapter, in that chapter, that Paul uses for principalities and powers. There's a whole dissertation by Ron Johnson on, he's a friend of mine, he did his dissertation at Dallas on where Paul gets his concept of principalities and powers. And it's R-O-N-N. He spells his first name with two N's. But it's certainly worth a read. And he's not the only one who's launched into that subject, but it's fairly recent. But it's very evident that Paul, again, this is his worldview, because it's hard to mistake when you use principalities, powers, thrones, authorities, rulers. They're all geographical dominion terms. Again, which that's not a mistake. It's not a coincidence. Paul believes that the nations have to be reclaimed, and he's the guy God has chosen to launch that process, at least in conjunction with Pentecost. Pentecost is really where it starts. I personally think the thing about no one ever sees God, I think the best way to, because even in Exodus 33, where Moses wants to see God, he's taken up there, and he's hidden away in the cleft of the rock, and then Yahweh passes in front of him, but Yahweh takes his hand, which Moses could obviously see, and he covers Moses, he passes by, and Moses is allowed to see his back parts. So again, he sees the embodied God, but what he doesn't see is the face, which is Hebrew panim, the presence. And my view of this is that what you can't see, what you are forbidden from seeing, because if you saw it, you'd die, is the panim, is the direct, unfiltered presence, the direct glory of God. See, God has a fundamental problem. He has two problems, actually. God wants to communicate with people, but it's like, hey, I'm not only invisible, but if I really expose my glory to them, they die. And that kind of defeats the whole premise of wanting a relationship, doesn't it? Because you're dead now. So the other problem is that you don't have any way, humans don't have any way of parsing, processing what God is, really. And so what God does to both protect you and to make himself parsable or processable is he comes to you in ways that you can process. Maybe that's a flame of fire, like the burning bush, or in most cases, it's as a man. Because that you can handle, that you understand now. You know this person shows up, we can have a conversation, and he's also veiling the presence and filtering it so that you don't die. So again, based upon what he does with Moses, and the fact that the text is clear that what Moses is forbidden from seeing is the panim, the face. You can translate the term either way. And I think, again, we have sort of a double entendre going on here. We don't see the face there. We don't see the direct presence. Now, the problem with that view, and I'll admit to it, and I don't know exactly how it works, or why Moses was forbidden. I think the case is still the direct glory. But you have instances like Abraham in Genesis 18, where he does have a conversation with Yahweh. And either you have to say that Yahweh never faced him, or you have to say, well, the real point isn't like the face, like the human face that God would wear, if we want to use it that way. The real point is the unfiltered glory. Because if I removed all this, you would die. Which makes the transfiguration really interesting. Because Jesus goes up there, and it doesn't. They see his glory. They see him, as he was, prior to the incarnation. But they have to see something, because they still see a body. They see a form. It's just a glorified form. So what is that? I don't know. But whatever it is, again, to be consistent, isn't the fullness. It's still mediated in some way, that they can still process it. But there is a tension, with all that, because God does show up a lot. He is seen a lot. So that Summer will say, yeah, he's not seen except where he is, and then he'll go off, from there. But he's nice about it. He's not being pejorative in any way. But he's speaking to his community there, because he's a Jew, and he hears that all the time. There are other passages where Moses sees a form, even though it's not specified in that passage. I tend to think that's how it went on. See, panim is an interesting term. It can be face, like the visual features of the face. It can be panim, presence. And if you think about it, we have a concept of personal space, where if someone gets too close to you, they're in your personal space. And so panim also denotes that as well, being in someone's presence, not in the sense, when it's God, again, for me, this is just me speaking, for me the issue is humanity cannot withstand unveiled glory. And so when we want to be in God's presence, he has to be mediated to us or veiled in some way. Think about like heaven passages. A lot of the heaven passages that we would think of to get sort of our doctrine of heaven from, it's either Jesus in the role of God, or God himself is still spoken of in manly terms. And again, I think part of the reason for this is because there's this requirement that we have to be protected from the direct unveiled glory. But again, that's just the way I parse it. What's really kind of interesting too is the whole concept of the glorified body, what Paul refers to as the spiritual body. Like, what is that? Isn't that an oxymoron, Paul? Spiritual body. I'm content to go along with most theologians, at least in the evangelical orbit, and think that is a body that the body we receive is a body like Jesus. It's a body, but it's more than a human body. It's not less than a human body. It's just more than a human body, because it has different properties and all that sort of thing. So there's still this sort of odd requirement in afterlife and heaven and glorification passages where we still have some sort of body. And even before the resurrection, Moses and Elijah, they can tell who they are. Well, they can't tell who they are if they're just like wisps of smoke or something like that. They have some sort of, and theologians like to use the term intermediate body or something like that. So there are passages like that, and the reality is that's not explained to us. But what we can get from it is that we need that for the sake of relating to each other, because that's all we know. And we need God to have that to some extent for our own protection and our own ability to process him. So embodiment, even for God, at some point seems sort of necessary to have a relationship with us. Not because there's something wrong with God or something lesser about God. It's because it's for us. It's a condescension, and it's also a necessity at all stages. Even prior to what we think of as the resurrection body, you still get this language. So again, that's all part of why I think that the thing that can't happen is just this sort of unveiled, unfiltered, boom, there it is. And the New Agers will use words like energy. Well, I don't want to use that word because that's a natural thing. God is not a natural thing. What you're going to read here is material extracted from an article of mine that's forthcoming, at least they tell me it's forthcoming. And part of the article deals with the name theology. The name theology has been criticized by a couple of scholars, and then they, of course, have been responded to by other scholars. And one of the scholars that is sort of critical of the whole name theology is Sandra Richter. She did her dissertation at Harvard on it. And basically, Richter's position is that whenever God talks about placing the name, or I will set my name, speaking of the eventual temple location or central sanctuary, she thinks that name language refers only to ownership. It does not refer to God's very presence in a place. Now, again, she has been quite criticized for that by other scholars who focus on the name theology, and one of those, very recently, is Michael Hundley, whose article I reference here. So he agrees with some of what Richter says, that some passages have been overstated, but he argues that, again, ultimately her position is just not workable. And toward making that case, Hundley offers 6 arguments that in one form or another assert that the name language in Deuteronomy, and DH stands for the Deuteronomistic history. We don't need to rabbit trail on what critics think that is. He says it concerns more than ownership of the sanctuary. Hundley is in the camp, as am I, that say name language actually does denote the divine presence in a place. It's not just about owning a piece of ground. So, for example, Hundley charges that Richter's proposed meaning only works with formulaic phrases, not other texts and contexts. For example, he contends that Richter has left the phrase livnot bayit Lashem, to build a house for the name, unexplained. In other words, if it's just about ownership, why don't you just say, I'm putting my name there and therefore I own it. Why would you build a house there unless you intend the house to be occupied by you, if you're God? Just build a house. I kind of like houses. I'm not going to live in it. I just like to look at them. That's Hundley's point. It doesn't make much sense to do this, to build a temple, if you're not going to reside in it, or if you don't expect God to reside in it. So that's one of his criticisms. He goes to Psalm 74, verse 7. He says it explicitly refers to the temple as the dwelling place of God's name. Again, why would you call it a dwelling place? Mishkan, a tabernacle. That's the word for tabernacle, Mishkan. Mishkan Shemach, the place of your name, the tabernacle of your name. So in Jeremiah 7, he says the lemma shakan, which means to dwell, the noun is mishkan, tabernacle, occurs twice in the PL stem with the Israelites as the object, followed by a third PL form of the lemma referring to God's name, okay, which I have, again, established my name there. That's what the Hebrew means, which I have established or I have put my name there. So it refers to, again, God not just owning a piece of turf, but actually putting his presence in a place, in a house. So I don't want to belabor the point too much. I just want you to be aware that within the evangelical orbit, again, you have a scholar like Richter that would, if she were here, she would disagree with parts of the name theology. And again, I think Hundley thinks, lots of other scholars think that she's just wrong here. And a few of them have been brave enough to ask, why the resistance? And I think there are historical reasons for that, because most critical scholars don't want to go there. Except for Summer. Summer loves to go there. He's a big believer in the name theology because he doesn't see a problem with, God being more than one person in one place and all that stuff. So ultimately, Hundley goes to Deuteronomy 4, 35 to 39. If you read the passage, it has been clearly demonstrated to you that the Lord alone is God. He is Ha-Elohim, God with the Elohim with a definite article. He is the God. There is none beside him. From the heavens, he lets you hear his voice. Okay, so from the heavens, God's up there speaking. He lets you hear his voice. On earth, he let you see his great fire. And from amidst that fire, you heard his words. So like when God was in the one, he couldn't be in the other. And apparently the point of the text is that God is in both these places. He reveals himself wherever he wants to. Verse 37, because he loved your fathers, he chose their heirs after them. He himself in his great might led you out of Egypt to drive from your path nations greater and more populous than you, to take you into their land and assign it to you as a heritage. There's that Deuteronomy 32 language again, the language of inheritance. As is still the case. Know therefore this day and keep in mind that the Lord alone is God in heaven above and on earth below. So again, he's critical of her work at this point, but I mean she's not a hack, but she just doesn't want to go there for some reason. And you'd think, well, granted, we don't do our exegesis filtered through our theology. So you don't want to say, well, why you're a Christian? Why are you hesitant to go here? So that's not what you'd want to say. But some have actually asked that. What's the problem? Again, I think there's just historical, critical things going on in her head that she doesn't want to go there. But lots of other scholars do. Now, these references here, Hamori, Summer, of course and Herring, they're all referenced in the book. Hamori's book is called When Gods Were Men. And it's basically about divine embodiment. It's kind of a catchy or weird title, I guess, to get people to read the thing. But she focuses on the Ish Elohim passages, man of God, and God is man, when God is called an Ish and all that kind of stuff. Elohim and Ish together. And Herring's book is, again, about divine embodiment in the ancient world. Within the evangelical orbit, there is diversity of opinion here, but the things I'm arguing for here and in the book are by no means peripheral. In Scripture, we have a concept of a co-creator in the New Testament. So I'm going to start in the New Testament. Colossians 1 is one particular example where, we read, God has delivered us from the domain of darkness and transferred us to the kingdom of his beloved Son. So we're talking about Jesus here. Verse 15, he's the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible. So this is one example. You get one in 1 Corinthians 8. I don't know if I actually list anymore. There is 1 Corinthians 8. You have these passages where Jesus is cast as either a co-creator or the agent of creation. There's not much difference between the two ways of putting that. He becomes the instrument through which and by which the creation is performed. So these are very familiar New Testament concepts from Colossians 1, 1 Corinthians 8. But then you happen to be reading in the Old Testament one day, that 3/4 of your Bible that should not be neglected. I love to say that. And you come across Proverbs 8. Now, you notice here I have the first 2 verses and then I skip to verse 22. And that's because the first verse establishes that we're talking about wisdom in this chapter. This is a chapter that not only talks about wisdom, but wisdom it becomes a personified character, specifically as a woman, in this chapter. So does not wisdom call, does not understanding raise her voice, again spoken of in female terms in the third person. On the heights beside the way at the crossroads she takes her stand. And you read through the chapter, and again, all this stuff about wisdom, and in scholarly parlance, since she's personified, scholars will refer to her as Lady Wisdom. And then you get to verse 22. If you have Logos, you could actually flip between a few translations here just to see what they do with this. But the ESV has, the Lord possessed me at the beginning of his work, the first of his acts of old. Ages ago I was set up at the first, before the beginning of the earth. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no springs abounding with water. Before the mountains had been shaped, before the hills, I was brought forth. Before he had made the earth with its fields, or the first of the dust of the world. Okay, so we get this idea of wisdom being brought forth. And I'm going to go out to my software here, because I want to show you something in particular about this. So let's jump to Proverbs 8:22. ESV here has a footnote. And if we hover over that, it says, or fathered, and the Septuagint has created. So the issue comes when, wisdom is before the creation, and you hit verse 30. Then I was beside him, beside God, the one creating all this stuff, like a master workman. And I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him always, rejoicing in his inhabited world and delighting in the children of man. So you have a couple of issues here. I'll go back to verse 22. It seems, and this passage has been read by many for many years, it seems that wisdom, when wisdom describes herself as a workman at his side, that wisdom is being cast as a co-creator or agent of creation, just like later in the New Testament that Jesus is. I'm going to go through some passages, and the quick version here, before we take a look at some things, is that Jesus is referred to in the New Testament as the wisdom of God. So does that mean anything? The early church took notice of this, and Proverbs 8 became sort of I want to say firestorm, but there was a lot of debate over it because people knew that the verb here that ESV has translate possessed is kana. This is the same verb that shows up in Genesis 14, where Abraham meets Melchizedek. And Melchizedek refers to God Most High, the kone. Okay, you could either say the possessor of heaven and earth or the creator of heaven and earth. Again, it could go either way. In wider Canaanite literature, kana, especially at Ugarit, and Ugarit, of course, who's the creator God there, is El, who is El Elyon in the Hebrew Bible. There it very clearly is used of creating. So the problem I hope you can already see is that if this passage is somehow linked to Jesus, was Jesus created? Was the co-creator, was the agent of creation created? Because then you got a theological problem. And again, this was noticed in the early church. And again, there was a big fight over it. I think Athanasius helped to settle this, but I'll get into why and how he argued his point, I think, coherently. But if you go down to verse 24, when there were no depths, I was brought forth. This is the lemma kiel, which is often used to describe childbearing. I'm just planting things in your head here. Is it correct to say that childbearing is the origin point for human life? In other words, how do we think about childbearing? Is the bringing forth, is that like the moment that the life begins? How do we look at that? How would they have looked at that? But all of these things were discussed because of the verbs in Proverbs 8, and ultimately because this language shows up referenced in the New Testament. And there was a whole wisdom tradition leading up to the New Testament that we also need to sort of get in our heads. This is the wisdom of Solomon, which is part of the Apocrypha, which was part of the Septuagint, which was the Bible of the early church. So, again, store that away. I will tell you what wisdom is and how she came to be, and I will hide no secrets from you, but I will trace her course from the beginning of creation and make knowledge of her clear. I will not pass by the truth. Another chapter in the same book. For wisdom, the fashioner of all things, taught me. Now, this tells you right away, this is a Jewish text. This tells you pretty clearly that whoever wrote this is thinking of Proverbs 8, thinking of wisdom as a co-creator. She's the one who fashions all things. For she is a breath of the power of God and a pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty. Therefore, nothing defiled gains entrance into her. For she is a reflection, this is an important term, apagasma, of eternal light, a spotless mirror of the working of God, and an image of his goodness. We're going to return to apagasma in a moment. Wisdom of Solomon, another chapter. O God of my ancestors and Lord of mercy, who have made all things by your word, and by your wisdom you have formed humankind. In other words, it's saying more than God was real smart. Okay, it's a reference back to, again, this wisdom creatrix or something like that. By your wisdom you have formed humankind to have dominion over the creatures you have made and rule the world in holiness and righteousness and pronounce judgment in uprightness of soul. Give me the wisdom that sits by your throne. Okay, now we have a two-ness going on. Okay, wisdom is sitting by God's throne. And do not reject me from among your servants. With you, addressing God, is wisdom. She who knows your works and was present when you made the world. It's a very clear allusion to Proverbs 8. She understands what is pleasing in your sight and what is right according to your commandments. Send her forth from the holy heavens, and from the throne of your glory send her, that she may labor at my side, that I may learn what is pleasing to you. Wisdom of Ben Sirach, also in the Apocrypha. By the way, this is the NRSV translation of the Apocrypha. Wisdom praises herself and tells of her glory in the midst of her people. In the assembly of the Most High, so now we have a divine council scene, she opens her mouth, and in the presence of his hosts she tells of her glory. I came forth from the mouth of the Most High and covered the earth like a mist. I dwelt in the highest heavens, and my throne, now she has a throne, my throne was in a pillar of cloud. Boy, isn't that interesting language, because who's in the pillar of cloud in the Old Testament? The answer would be God. Okay. I compass the vault of heaven, and God is said to live, above the waters in the Old Testament. Again, Old Testament cosmology here. Traverse the depth of the abyss. I mean, this is deity language. I mean, let's just be blunt about it. Now let's go into the Gospels. Again, we're going to return to the apagasma thing because that's going to be important, and it's going to be pretty striking the way that's used. So what we're doing to this point is we've introduced wisdom, Proverbs 8. I've telegraphed already sort of where the discussion is going. It gets involved in Christology because of what the New Testament is going to do with these things. But the New Testament, again, is not only referencing the Old Testament. The New Testament will reference some of the stuff we just read, Second Temple Jewish material, because that's part of their context. Again, Jews had a wisdom tradition that was included in the second power discussion. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the things in the Gospels. And of course, the biblical writers know this. They're aware of it. So if you look at Luke 11, you got to read this carefully. Jesus is the speaker. He said, "Woe to you lawyers also." So it's one of these episodes when he's going after the scribes and the Pharisees. "For you load people with burdens hard to bear, and you yourselves do not touch the burdens with one of your fingers. Woe to you, for you build the tombs of the prophets whom your fathers killed. So you are witnesses, and you consent to the deeds of your fathers, for they killed them, and you build their tombs." Now, catch this statement. And this is Jesus speaking. "Therefore also the wisdom of God said," and now he's going to quote something, "I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and persecute." so that the blood of all the prophets shed from the foundations of the world may be charged against this generation. Luke, in the mouth of Jesus, or from the mouth of Jesus, is drawing on a Second Temple tradition. And specifically, the quote here is the wisdom of God saying, I'm going to send them some prophets and apostles. And right away, in your mind, you should sort of click and say, well, wait a minute. Who sent the apostles and prophets? Wasn't that God? Didn't God do that? Isn't that what Paul says somewhere else? And the answer would be, yeah, that is. But here, it's wisdom. Now, if you look at the parallel passage to this, Matthew 23, same scene, we get verse 33, you serpents, you brood of vipers, how are you to escape being sentenced to hell? Therefore, I send you prophets and wise men and scribes, some of whom you will kill and crucify. So in Matthew's version, Jesus is the sender. So look at what we got going on. We've got a tradition where wisdom is the sender. That's quoted in the gospel. We, of course, have other passages where God is the sender, epistles and elsewhere. And in the parallel gospel passage, we have Jesus saying, I am the sender. What the synoptics are doing here, at the very least, is they're linking Jesus to wisdom, at the very least. But again, if we're familiar with more of the literature than just these two passages, we also know that God is in the mix too. So what the synoptists are doing here is they're bringing, since Jesus is already in the two powers discussion, they're linking him to this wisdom figure by virtue of the change of the person here, within the same context, the same saying, and it's kind of hard to escape that they saw some relationship here, at the very least. Here's the one that's really striking, though. Now remember wisdom of Solomon? For she is a reflection, apogasma, of eternal light, a spotless mirror of the working of God and an image of his goodness. Does anybody recognize the passage below? Long ago, at many times and in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. It's Hebrews 1. Yeah, long ago, at many times and in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed the heir of all things, through whom also he created the world. There's your co-creator. He is the radiance. He is the apogasma. Now you say, well, big deal, Mike. It's just a word. That word occurs one time in the entire Septuagint and doesn't occur in contemporaneous Greek literature anywhere else. And that one time is Wisdom of Solomon 7:26. There's nowhere else that the writer of Hebrews could have drawn that term. It is really rare. But he does it. And when he does it, it's a very clear linkage between the Son, who is the co-creator, and wisdom, who is also the co-creator. So the question is, can you have two co-creators? Are they different or are they the same? And of course, that introduces a bunch of sub-questions. Why is it a woman? Everybody wants to, it's kind of a sexist question, but it's a common question. Why is it a woman? Again, we go back here, and then of course, well, if they thought of Jesus in wisdom terms, and they're thinking Proverbs 8, boy, what do we do with kana in verse 22? Should we translate it possessed, or are we cheating there? Is that a legitimate translation? Should we translate it create? If we translate it create, boy, that just sort of implodes our Christology. And again, this passage became, as I'm sure you can see now, a big deal in early Christological discussion. Before we get to the begotten versus not made stuff. So, first issue, this is the easier one. Why the feminine language? Anybody want to hazard a guess? Because God is an androgynous being. God is transgender. You know, I mean, this is the kind of stuff the internet's just a bad place. Not just English, but lots of other languages refer to ships as in female terms. In some cases, the issue, and in Hebrew, it's actually pretty easy to tell what's going on here. The issue isn't biological gender, it's grammatical gender. Okay, have any of you ever studied a foreign language, Greek, Hebrew, or anything like that? Okay, if you've studied an inflected language, okay, which is a language that uses endings and has to have grammatical gender and person and number, grammatical gender is arbitrary. Now, in some cases, yes, there's a logical biological correlation. The word for woman is going to be feminine, the word for man is going to be assigned the male grammatical gender. But it's very inconsistent. How is hammer, the word, is that male or female? German has das Mädchen, little girl, it's neuter. What's up with that? I mean, everything in an inflected language has to receive a grammatical gender because that is the way those languages tell you, the reader or the writer or the hearer or the speaker. It tells you how to match up that noun with that verb form. So you know which thing goes with which. That's just the way languages work. Now, English is not an inflected language. English is a word order driven language. We mentally orient what goes with what in a sentence based upon the word order. We don't use case endings, for nouns. You don't have nominative, accusative, dative, genitive. We don't do that for English. Greek, of course, does that if you've had Greek. Hebrew is going to have, inflected endings, but English doesn't. So you have word order driven languages and you have inflected languages. And in inflected languages, grammatical gender must be assigned to all nouns for subject-verb agreement. It's just the way it is. It's arbitrary, it's inconsistent. No one knows what the logic was, and frankly, there doesn't appear to be any logic to it, other than the need for classification and matching. Chokmah, in Hebrew, wisdom, is feminine in gender. That's why in Hebrew, when you would use suffix pronoun endings, like her way, her voice, the suffix pronoun endings used by the writer will be the feminine, singular suffix endings. Hence the translation. You could translate it, because it is sort of neutral. He, she, it is your third person grammatical form. You could choose any of those options. But again, if you want to align it with the noun, you're really down to two choices, feminine or neuter. And translators typically choose feminine because the imagery, the context tells you, because the lady wisdom is contrasted with lady folly in Proverbs, and beware the strange woman, heed the voice of wisdom. So there's the bad woman and the good woman, and the context fits, which is why it gets translated the way it does. So the point is not that Jesus was really a woman, or Jesus was androgynous. Again, the internet is just a bad place. But this is the kind of thing that you're going to read, as though, if you read that, you've just met someone who doesn't understand grammatical gender and language. That's what it telegraphs. I'm ignorant. Listen to me. So that's the easy part. The more difficult part, of course, is the discussion about the verbs. So kana, let's just run a little search here. Naturally shows up in some interesting places. Now, if you look here at what ESV does, some of these places where kana occurs. Again, here's blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Again, ESV has been criticized by many for not, choosing creator here. Let's just click out, go through some options because of the Ugaritic. There are very explicit Ugaritic parallels here where the context is definitely creation. But, you have, let's just pick one. I haven't looked these up. Let's see what the Tanakh does with it. The Lord created me. The Tanakh is the Jewish Publication Society. So they don't have to defend Christoph. No, That's what you'd say if you think the whole thing is cheating. But they don't anyway. New American Standard, what do they do? The Lord possessed me. Let's see, NIV 1984, brought forth. Let's see, NLT, formed me. Again, that's kind of a little, trying to find a place in between the other two options. KJV, possessed me. I mean, you get the idea. I mean, there's a variance here into what certain translations do with this. But if you look through, again, a lot of these are acquisition. They're context, and these are legitimate translations. Buying or acquiring is really common. Obtained, get, acquire, that sort of thing. If you looked it up in a lexicon, again, you're going to get a little more variance. Your options are sort of, acquire is probably a majority use for kana. Create is in the picture because of cognate parallels. Possess is an English word choice that sort of builds off the idea of getting something. And then you have bring forth, which is really based on, let's just go out to Proverbs 8 again. You have other parallel verbs to be set up, brought forth, okay, brought forth down here. There's keel there, keel, same lemma here, but these are all descriptors of wisdom. Set up is nasak, again, that's sort of like to erect or raise or something like that. But you have you have a number of lemmas used to describe wisdom, and so kana is often something like bring forth, you'll see. But possessed, get, acquire is sort of the dominant use. Now here's an interesting one. The word translated gotten here. Now Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, I have gotten, I have acquired, I have created. Can you say that here? I have possessed a man. And I hope you know the saga of this verse. A man, and then with the help of, is not in the Hebrew text at all. It's literally et Adonai or et Yahweh. So naturally, of course, again, if you go out to the internet, you'll read that this verse proves that Yahweh and Eve had sexual relations and produced, Cain. Or, maybe it was somebody else. Maybe they changed it to Yahweh. Maybe it was somebody worse that had sexual relations with Eve and produced the evil Cain. I mean, you'll actually read that Cain is the offspring of the serpent and Eve. And they'll go to passages like this. Again, just doing my part to introduce you to the world of the internet that you should stay away from. This is what I get in email all the time. If you think about, let's just take Genesis 4:1. Could you translate that create? We'll go back to Proverbs 8, but I just want to see what you think here. Could you say, I have created a man with the Lord? Let's just try to be literal. Could you do that? Are you sure? Let's just say Eve said that. What might be going through her head?
That she has created a man with the Lord.
Okay.
Because she didn't know what happened, how it happened.
That's one thing you could say. But could you? Look at the first part of the verse. Eve knows she slept with her husband.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she didn't know that produces an offspring.
Well, she might not know how it produces, but if she had, she had two sons. Okay, this is her first, so you could say something like, "Wow, that was a different experience." Slept with my husband and we did this particular thing, and wow, I had a kid later on. Like she's just discovering this. If that's the case, when God told them to be fruitful and multiply, did Eve go, "What? Why do I do that?" Do you know what he's talking about, Adam? I follow what you're saying, but you have to wonder about that. Where did women think children came from? I mean, they know what it means to have sex with men, and of course they know that children result from that. But can you think of any biblical precedent for, I have now produced or created a child with the help of or with the Lord?
Maybe they saw it more as a miraculous thing every time it happened. I mean, they presented these kids to the temple.
Is there precedent for that? I think you're on the right track. Again, I'm not arguing for a reading that I like or prefer, but I'm just, you'll see this, again, you'll see it not only on the internet, you'll see this in academic discourse as well. There are instances where women get pregnant and they immediately assume that God helped, God did something, because they were barren before, and I've been barren all these years, and all of a sudden I prayed for a son and now I'm pregnant. So God must have intervened somehow. So maybe she's thinking of that. I mean, it's hard to know, because this is her first child and all that kind of stuff. But either way, you have to read something into it because it's kind of ambiguous. But there are those who would say that since this is procreation, this is why I'm bringing it up. Since this is procreation, we have kana used in a passage about procreation. How does that affect our understanding of Proverbs 8? Because if you go back to Proverbs 8, we have these other lemmas, the keel specifically used twice, that are used in other texts to bring forth children, okay, to beget, to use the King James language, to beget children. Now, here's the larger question. There's actually two. Does it make any sense for God to either acquire wisdom or to create wisdom? Do either of them make sense? Which one makes more sense or less sense? How would you approach that? You got to think here. You got to think like Athanasius. Because Athanasius raises a really good point about this. Go ahead.
If he acquires wisdom, that removes his omniscience, I guess, maybe.
It implies there was a time when wisdom was not, when God lacked wisdom.
Right.
So the question then became for Athanasius, how could you have God? How can you have a God that didn't have wisdom? He had to go out and get it somewhere. He had to create it, and now I'm smart. I mean, how do you have God for the way God is described in lots of other places? How does it make any sense for God to have lacked wisdom at some point? And Athanasius said, it doesn't make any sense. So he argued, and I think coherently, that we shouldn't have a translation or we shouldn't communicate the idea that this is a time where God created wisdom as though it was wisdom's beginning, because that suggested there was a time when God himself lacked wisdom. And acquired doesn't help much either, because it sort of suggests the same thing. But bringing forth, in his mind, helped, because that implies that wisdom was around before, but it just wasn't sort of on the scene or center stage. And you can actually take that back, to the whole childbearing thing, because on the one hand, you have to ask this question. When an Israelite woman, or a Jewish woman, when she had a child, did she view that child as the point at which a life had come to be? Or did she view the contents of her womb as something that was also living? In other words, I would suggest to you that, yes, they did view they don't know the science, but they did view the contents of the womb as something living, because women did experience stillbirth. They did experience miscarriage. They did feel something moving around inside of them. They knew it was living, and then they knew when it stopped, and that was bad. That was a bad sign. if it died, then it was living before, even before it was born. Again, we're talking about the language of experience because, again, it's a pre-scientific or pre-modern context, but yet they could still know that there's already something inside of me living, and I'm going to bring it forth at some point. It's going to come out of me, and then I'll be able to relate to it in that way, in a different way. It's not that they're carrying around a dead thing and then they have it. Oh, it's alive. Oh, I didn't know that before. Like, hey, that's kind of cool. I mean, that's not a natural, normal way to think about carrying a child to term. So we can't assume, again, the ancient people, yeah, they didn't know certain things we do, but they weren't idiots either. I mean, they have common experience that we still, borrow today. So, all of that collectively, I mean, Athanasius said, we need to be careful about our language here. And because of that, this is where the old begotten versus created language comes from. Now, you've seen the language here in the creeds. This is the Nicene Creed. We have to speak of the Son as begotten but not made, begotten but not created. Begotten means brought forth. And the Proverbs 8 situation is part of the reason why they chose this language. And again, all the circumstances with it that we've been talking about. Now, we have sort of lost what begotten means because we don't use this term. It's archaic, for us. But it was really important in antiquity because the choice made a distinction in terms of if something had begun to be as opposed to if something had already existed but was brought again into play or brought onto the stage or brought to bear on a specific situation. So the language was really important. But we have again unfortunately lost this. So we talked about only begotten before, which is an unfortunate translation. We talked about that yesterday. But I want you to know, again, some of the backdrop for this. It's part of the Christological discussion because of the wisdom issue. It was important, to make the distinctions. But the whole translation about Jesus being only begotten, we talked about that yesterday because we were talking about the divine counsel. Well, what's up with Jesus? Why? Where is he among all these other sons of God and other Elohim and all that stuff? And again, the term comes from monos and gene, one of a kind, unique. It doesn't come from monos and genao. And that was discovered because of new discoveries of Greek papyri and whatnot. So that term used of Jesus refers to uniqueness. And of course, by definition, even without the term, he's unique because he is identified with Yahweh, who is unique in the Old Testament context. But this is the kind of thing that they had to do, they had to think about, when they were trying to articulate, how do we take all of the things that Scripture says about Jesus and this co-creating language, and then you find it in the Old Testament, you find it in Second Temple Jewish tradition. And again, they were smart enough to know that the New Testament at times, takes hooks from that material and brings them into what they're writing. How do we get this? Is it true? I mean, the question came down to in the Arian debate, was there a time when the Son was not? And if you're going to link him to wisdom, then you have to say, if you answer that yes, then you have to say, well, there was a time when God lacked wisdom. And that just doesn't seem to make much sense because it is part of God, but yet distinct from God. It sort of fits with God, but yet it has its own identity. Again, which is part of the whole Christological discussion, and it always is. So it was a significant hurdle, significant thing to think through. Now, what I have open here is one of the Targums. This is the Targum Neophiti from Genesis, or it includes Genesis, I should say. Targums are, of course, Aramaic translations of, the Old Testament. You can still have Aramaic translations of other books, like the New Testament. Those would be called Targums as well. because that's what the word targum means. It's a reference to, ragam in Aramaic is word, and targum, refers to, again, a translation, a document, associated with the word. So what I want you to see here is that in Aramaic, and this is Aramaic of an Old Testament book, Genesis 1:1 here. This kind of tells you that there were Jews, again, living prior to the time of Jesus, or contemporaneous with, again, the Old Testament Targums were viewed as a little bit before or contemporaneous with the New Testament era. But Aramaic translators, Jews, these are people going from Hebrew into Aramaic because that was the vernacular of the day in their community, like Greek was to the Gentiles. The word memra means word in Aramaic. So they are seeing the word of the Lord in all sorts of passages. And the Old Testament word of the Lord, again, occasionally, in certain contexts, refers to God as a man, a person, not just an oral utterance or a voice in your head. It's a vision, something that Abraham and Jeremiah and others saw. And so if you look at this from the beginning, then they add, there's with wisdom. Let's see what the footnote says there. It's a marginal note in Neophiti. Now, it's not going to be in every Targum, but Neophiti feels compelled to add wisdom to Genesis 1:1. From the beginning, with wisdom, the memra of the Lord, the word of the Lord, created and perfected the heavens and the earth. Well, why would they take God and make it the word of the Lord? And the earth was waste and unformed, desolate of man and beast, empty of plant cultivation of trees. Darkness was spread over the face of the abyss. Spirit of mercy from before the Lord. God forbid that we do too much to, with the Spirit there. We don't want to be Trinitarian here. 2's okay, but 3, well, that's out of the question. No, you never know why they're doing what they're doing. Ruach in Genesis 1:2, of course, that's just the generic word for spirit or wind. And there are modern English translations that have wind. Here it's a spirit, not the spirit, but a spirit, blowing over the face of the waters. And the memra of the Lord said, let there be light. And there was light according to the decree of his memra. And it was manifest before the Lord that the light was good. And the memra of the Lord separated the light from the darkness. And the memra of the Lord called the light daytime. And the memra of the Lord did this, and the memra of the Lord did that. Let's go to Genesis 19. Remember 19:24. Remember in the MT it had Yahweh rain down fire, sulfurous fire from Yahweh. Targum has, the memra of the Lord made sulfur and fire come down upon Sodom and Gomorrah from before the Lord. So it clarifies, it has 2 figures, but the second figure is the word of the Lord. And the first one is the Lord himself. So one of the patterns in the Targums is that when God is doing something that people would do, again, lots of anthropomorphic language, some Targums, and this is probably the most enthusiastic example of memra thinking, they will replace God, or they will cast God again as this person, because they want, when God is doing something that sounds anthropomorphic, they want to make the divine actor in those verses the anthropomorphic word of the Lord, as though God is the Father, if we can use that term, is more distant, is more ethereal, or something like that, up in heaven. And the one who's doing anthropomorphic things is the one that appears anthropomorphically in the Hebrew Bible. They just insert him everywhere. Now, if you're interested in, again, I'm just showing you examples of how Jews were thinking about God leading up to the New Testament. And again, you have all these two-ness categories. Old Testament, we threw wisdom into the mix here. Now we've got the Memra. And the point is that when Jesus comes along and does what he does and says what he says, and then the Gospels are written about him, this kind of language about a binitarian Godhead, and of course, it's going to be more than that. When that sort of language is used in the New Testament, the Jews aren't sitting there thinking, man, the guy who wrote this was a crazy man. I've never heard of anything like this before. Where in the world did they come up with this? It's not unusual. It's not unfamiliar language. What made it different was, in this case, the Memra of the Lord isn't just a divine character based on anthropomorphism. It's a guy who actually grew up with us here in Nazareth. And again, oh, by the way, we made the mistake of killing. Again, that was just way beyond the pale. That just upped the ante in really, really significant ways. And it's why the two powers, which again was just part of Jewish thinking, it's why it became a wedge between Jews and Christians, because it was applied to Jesus of Nazareth. But the concept itself was nothing new. They were ready for it. They understood it. The apostles, New Testament writers, they don't have to invent anything. It's just there. But again, when you say it was this guy you grew up with, or you heard preach, you shook hands with him in a synagogue, that's just a whole different world. That was a little much. So it became kind of a big deal. So let's jump into some other things. I just want to show you some illustrations here now. Part of the reading for today was, again, cosmic mountain stuff, Zion talk, Sinai talk, tabernacle, temple, all that kind of thing. A lot of this is sort of stock imagery, stock vocabulary from the ancient Near East. And why mountains? Why gardens? Why the heavens? Again, these are the places where certainly with mountains and the heavens, these are where the gods live, because we know they don't live with us. So naturally, we have our domain, the places where we occupy space, and the gods live in some completely different place that we cannot inhabit. That's why they're in the sky. It's why they're on the mountaintops, because it's remote. We can't access these regions, or in the sea, or under the sea, or in Sheol, or the underworld. Any place that humans cannot inhabit, that must be where gods live. So that's part of the thinking. The imagery of gardens, of course, is associated with paradise. This is a subsistence culture. It's agrarian. It's hot. It's arid. You are concerned about getting food and water every day. So naturally, the place where the gods live, there is no want. There is always plenty. Plenty to eat, plenty to drink. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. And again, these are just stock images that people would associate with where gods must live, because gods are better than us. So Wyatt's book is, I think, really useful, just as a quick reference. And all I'm going to do is just scroll through it a bit. His book is called, this is Space and Time in the Religious Life of the Near East. And you'll notice in the table of contents, we have mountain, cosmic mountain, sacred space, temple at the center of the world, again, cosmic geographical stuff. And what he does in this book is, it's not really much of a narrative, but he goes through sort of theme by theme or topic by topic, and he extracts passages from ancient Near Eastern literature that describe these things, so you can see where the imagery comes from. The mountain, Mount Safon in Syria has 2 peaks. There you go. The important feature of sacred mountains is their implicit, sometimes explicit identification as an omphalos. Omphalos is the Greek term for navel. The Bible uses this expression too, sort of the navel of the earth, or the center of the earth. In other words, each religion sort of had these sacred sites, and then they would commemorate the idea in certain structures that basically everything, this is the center of the world, everything revolves around this, which is why Jerusalem is called the navel of the earth in a couple places. Because in God's mind, that is the most important city. Everything in heaven and earth and in what I'm doing here, salvation, history, and my plan revolves around this place. So you get this idea of this cosmic mountain thing playing out in different cities. And if I think about it, in terms of religion, the cosmic mountain is the place where God or the gods live, and where God or the gods is or are. That's where the divine council is. And the divine council participates in decision-making. The power in heaven, or powers in heaven, depending on what system you're talking about, what the decisions they make, the decrees they hand out, affect all of life on earth. So it is ground zero. It is the place where the business of the world and even the business of the cosmos is done. That's the cosmic mountain. So whatever place is viewed as where all that action is happening, then that place will get described in very cosmic terms that are drawn from the ancient Near East. This is why in biblical theology, the cosmic mountain, so as it is, changes. The first one is Eden. That's why Eden is called a mountain in Ezekiel 28. It's also a lush garden. If you've read the book, again, the description of Eden aligns very well to the paradise garden of El, all that kind of stuff. Again, this is the best place. This is the most important place there is in life. It's right here. And then it moves from Eden, and you eventually get Sinai described in these terms. Even though Sinai is a lot uglier, it's still a mountain. You're not allowed to touch it or walk on it unless you have God's permission. This is God's home. This is where he rules from. Then you have, what's the next one? What? Zion. Before Zion, there's Moriah is associated with it. How else is Jerusalem, Mount Zion described? What's there? There's the temple. Temple is there. But what about the tabernacle? Where was the tabernacle?
Some people think it was inside the temple.
Right. At one point, I kind of think that too. But at one point, where was the tabernacle? It wandered around. In other words, God took the mountain with him. So again, you're right that Zion has all the earmarks of this. It's a mountain, even though it's not a real big one, but it's a mountain. It's got the divine presence there with the temple. Okay, Jerusalem again is described in garden terms. Again, all the references are in the book. But before that, where was God? Where was God between Sinai and Zion? Well, he was among his people. This is why the tabernacle and the temple are crafted in a certain way. Remember all the decorations inside the tabernacle, inside the temple. You have garden imagery. You have the colors of the sky above, and all this kind of stuff. You're recreating the trappings of Eden, again, a paradise world, because this is where God lives. It just happens to be, in this case, it's mobile. Okay? Because God is on the way. You're helping God move. He's on the way from Sinai to the land that he has chosen to put his name there. This is going to be sacred space now. Sacred space in the tabernacle journey is wherever basically God parked. Okay, that becomes, the tabernacle complex becomes sacred space. And in some sense, the whole camp is sacred space. Like on the Day of Atonement with the goat for Azazel that goes out, carries the sins outside the camp. You can't have the sins there remain inside the community. So in some sense, the whole community is God's dwelling place. But again, you have this mobile kind of thing because God is migrating with his people to this place. And then eventually Zion, takes over. Of course, what happens after Zion? mean, if you're thinking of Zion in these terms, what are you thinking when the temple gets destroyed? He's gone. You know, and so like, where is he going to show up? I mean, he's gone. We're in exile. I mean, this was an unbelievably traumatic thing, because that event, even though the prophets told you it was coming, and like, who believes these prophets? They're just crazy people, okay? You know, especially like I said yesterday, Ezekiel, the guy's running around naked. Who's going to listen to him? But they tell you it's coming, and then it happens, and that doesn't really even initially seem to matter, because it's so traumatic. This event, even though it was telegraphed, just destroys your theology. It just blows it apart. Because if God is all these things that God told us he was, and we believe that he was, and that he voluntarily entered into a relationship with us, I mean, good grief, he disinherited everybody else, and here we are, Abraham, Sarah, the whole story. And now look at us. We're sitting here by the river Kivar, you know, having basically, literally and theologically, having had our butts kicked here. And now it's like, what are we doing here? You know, like, what else is there? And so then, the prophets have to, the message changes to, yeah, you got that right. This is where we're at. But it's not always where we're going to be. So they have to, again, explain the judgment and rub salt in the wounds by sort of rehearsing the judgment and all that stuff. But where does Zion end up? You go to Isaiah 40, regardless of whether you think Isaiah 40 was written, after the exile, but who cares? I mean, the wording is the same. You have the plural verbs in the beginning, comfort, comfort ye, okay, all that stuff. And it's God speaking again in plurals to a group. Just like chapter 6, Isaiah's original commissioning, now we have chapter 40, the exile is over. Again, we have a divine council meeting. The council is in session. In other words, God is acting. God is now going to act like he said he would. And that's where you get this whole language about, the messenger, sent before the way of the Lord and all this kind of stuff. And that gets applied to John the Baptist in the New Testament. He becomes the messenger, the harbinger to the coming of the Messiah. And again, the implications are clear. The Messiah is there to put a final end to the exile and to, the New Testament language. We begin to talk about how Jesus sort of was the temple. He was the presence of God there with us. And after Jesus, the presence of God comes at Pentecost. Remember the Spirit, the Lord who is the Spirit of Jesus and all this stuff comes to inhabit us. So if he was, the spiritual place where the place where the presence of God had returned, and now we are the body of Christ. I mean, again, none of these are accidental terms. We are the heavenly household. Okay. Again, the terminology is never accidental. So we are, Paul's very explicit, you, either singular or plural, are the temple of God. I mean, what else could he say? I mean, how much clearer can he transmit the idea that as the cosmic mountain used to be a place, and why was it the cosmic mountain? Because that's where God lived. Where does God live now? Yeah, we're not denying that God lives in heaven, but God lives in you. You are now all those things. And not only is there some mobility there and something totally new, but guess what? It grows. Okay, it spreads. Everywhere the gospel is transmitted and takes hold, the kingdom of God, the presence of God through Christians, slowly, inexorably starts to consume turf all over the world. It's, I hate to use the term, but it's like a virus, okay? It's a good virus, but that's the feeling you get. So that when you get to the end, when the world is a global Eden, there is no temple. That's what it says in the book of Revelation. We don't need a temple. The whole world's a temple. The whole world is the cosmic mountain now, which is why the whole thing is cast as Eden. We are back to the beginning, but it's just on a much grander scale. In fact, it is the scale that was originally intended. So again, all of these, it's just a network of ideas, and you sort of just follow the threads, through different passages, and it morphs and develops and spreads, and it takes right turns and left turns and whatnot. But this idea, again, of cosmic mountain, just don't let the terminology, sound too academic or too spooky. It's just, this is where God lives and works. This is the home, as in family, and it's the home office. This is where God lives, and this is the place from which he does his work. And that is you. That is us. Now, that's all it is. But again, to the ancient mind, where God lived and worked, because he is so other, it's always cast as these places that are distant from us, that are not accessible to us. And even when God is close, like in the tabernacle, this is the whole logic of sacred space. You had to bring sacrifices, not necessarily, or actually very rarely, does any sacrifice concern atonement in the sense of rectifying a moral wrong. That's actually really rare. And some would say it never occurs. I think that's a bit overstated, but the blood for sacrifices is never applied to an individual human, except for a priest, to consecrate them for service within sacred space. It's never applied to the person who brings the offering. Again, we have retrofitted the sacrificial system to how we think about atonement with Jesus, when it actually should be the other way around. There are things that the sacrifices mean that are true of Jesus and that are actually better with Jesus. I mean, even the whole burnt offering. Why do you bring a whole burnt offering? It has nothing to do with sin. It's the first offering you bring because that's the housewarming gift, okay? You bring a gift when you want to spend time with God. That's the whole burnt offering. Everything, everything is consumed, and it's the quote meal for God. He enjoys the smell and all that stuff. But the priests don't participate in it. Blood's never applied to you. It's just saying, I want to go to God's house and I'm going to bring him a present because I want the response to be good. It shows you that even when there's nothing wrong with you, to go visit God is a frightening thing. I mean, he has to grant access. And when you become, ritually impure through all sorts of things, I mean, if you sin high-handedly, there are no sacrifices for a number of things. The penalty is death. Typically if it's a direct offense against God or another human being who is God in effigy, anyway, because of the whole imaging concept, sacrifices are almost exclusively about making you fit to occupy the same space in which God resides. It's not about, I committed this sin, please forgive me and all that kind of stuff, even though you can become impure by certain acts, morally and ritually. Most of them have nothing to do with morality. Women don't sin when they get their periods. They become ritually unclean because they have lost blood. Men don't sin when they have nocturnal emissions. They lose semen or after sex. These aren't sinful things. They're normal bodily functions. And you have to understand the logic of them. Why blood? Why semen? What's going on here? It's because blood and semen were associated with life. Ancient people know that we get babies with one, and with the other, if we lose enough of it, we die. So these are things that God has given us, put in our bodies, to give us life. It creates life, and it sustains life. Therefore, thinking cap, God must be the source of life. He doesn't want us to be in contact with dead bodies. That renders us unclean too. He will not be associated with death. He is only associated with life. So when we lose the life force, maybe we were in battle, came in contact with a corpse, we got cut, whatever it is. When we lose blood, again, we enter into a state of being unfit to occupy the same space he does because he's life, and what's happening to us is deteriorative. We are less than what God made us to be. So now we have to wait. We have to wait a certain number of days. You know, we got to go through this procedure God said to do. And then after that, okay, we're good now. Now we are fit to occupy sacred space. We bring a sacrifice at the end that says, yes, to the best of my ability, I did what you asked me to do. I obeyed because I don't want to pollute your house. I don't want to track mud in it. Okay, I don't want to do that. I respect the dwelling place of God because the space is sacred. And I'm all clean now. Can we go back to normal? Are we good? Atone means to purge, to wipe clean. It's basically a balancing of accounts in the sense that now you are fit to visit me. It's not that you committed an evil. Again, even though there are some of those that factor into the sacrificial system, it's designed to teach them that where I live is different than where you live. You need to be reminded every stinking day that I am who I am and you are who you are. And you get to visit me because I allow it. And that sounds kind of harsh, but remember, I made a covenant with you. I actually want it. Because we wouldn't even be having this conversation had I not made this decision over here. Again, they're very, at the heart, they're very simple concepts, but they sort of get lost in all the ritual and all this kind of stuff. But the cosmic center or the cosmic mountain is just, this is where God lives. It's where he does his work. He'd like you to be there. You know, hope if you're not fit for sacred space, we'll take care of that. And then you can participate. And your job is to be different. Your job is to not be like the nations, because it's through you that I want them drawn to me. There are some passages where a moral violation is part of the sacrificial ritual, but most of the time that is not the case. You have the classic is the Day of Atonement. Okay, if you go to you can turn to Leviticus 16. We can look at it. But if you look at what happens in Leviticus 16, I mean, this is the day, and this is how I like to put it. What Leviticus 16 actually is it's hitting the reset button on everything. You get this ritual where you have, there are, animals here. You have a bull from the herd for a sin offering, ram for a burnt offering, and then he's going to have 2 male goats and a ram and so on and so forth. Now, part of the problem is the way things get translated. Sin offering, because you're not going to find a sin offering where the blood is ever applied to the bringer. So the sin offering cannot be said to wash the offerer from sin, because the blood is never applied to the bringer. Even in this ritual, the Day of Atonement, where is the blood applied? It's applied to the tabernacle. It's applied to sacred objects within the tabernacle space. It's applied to the mercy seat. It's applied, there in front of the veil. It sanctifies the holy place and the holy objects and the people doing the officiating, like the high priest. It sanctifies them. It makes them fit for the ritual itself. It purges all these things and the place and the person from any sort of uncleanness. Okay, so the offerer in a normal sin offering, he doesn't get the sin applied to him. The only time you ever see it applied to anyone is with the high priest, because the high priest now is going to penetrate the most sacred space. So he has to be purged from any sort of impurity. But the offerer himself in a normal sin offering isn't. What the sin offering actually is, it's a purification offering. And that's really the better way to translate it. The guilt offering is always associated with when this one will be involved with some sin, like if I steal something from you. If I'm caught, then I'm in trouble because there was no contrition. If I confess and I'm contrite, then I can bring a guilt offering. It is to make up. It is to have me own my contrition, own the fact that I did this, and repair my relationship with God. But then along with that, I also have to make reparations with the person I wronged, if that's possible. So guilt offering is really about restoring the relationship, possibly between me and God, but definitely between me and a person I have wronged. But it's only available if I'm contrite. Burnt offering, again, has nothing to do with sin. Atonement itself, and you'd have to have a little bit of Hebrew here, but it used to be thought that the lemma kafar, it's in the PL, kippur, meant to cover or something like that. If you can read a good commentary on Leviticus like Milgram's or Levine's, the term is actually associated with an Akkadian term. It's the same term, where the point is not covering something, but wiping something clean or away, like purging. And so when you bring an atonement, even if when the priest makes an atonement for you, even though the blood is never applied to you, what it signifies is that the impurity, the problem that resulted in you having to bring a sacrifice in the first place, you're okay now. God will see you. So it may or may not involve any kind of moral violation. I'd say 80 to 90% of the sacrifices have nothing to do with moral violations. If you actually read through the Mosaic Law, there are certain offenses that were punishable by death. There are the crime and punishment for other things is often reparation. You repay something, you make it good, with whoever you wronged. If it was a crime against God's person, that's a death penalty offense. If it was like murder or rape or something like that, again, if it was knowing, deliberate, again, typically crimes of severe harm against another person are death penalty offenses, again, because the logic is this is the divine image. Idolatry, again, punishable by death. Most things, a lot of things were punishable by death in those two or three categories. Most everything else was you either make a reparation for it. If you're contrite, you can still bring the offering. If you're not, and if you're discovered, then you're banished. You are cut off from your people. Some scholars say that that's also death penalty. I think there are good indications to say that it's probably just banishment. But basically, if you don't want to be part of the people of God, then good riddance. See you later. There are no sacrifices for those things. We're not interested in you bringing sacrifice. You either want to be here or you don't. But all of the sacrifices have some role about access to God. And I think if we better understood them, we would understand why in the book of Hebrews Jesus is so much better. We don't have to do this stuff all the time. And guess what? There is no sin that can't be forgiven in the New Testament. You could murder someone and be forgiven. Okay? There's no sin you can commit now that isn't going to be covered by the blood of Christ, because that blood is applied to every sinner. It's different than the sacrificial system. There are points of sameness and there are points of clear difference. And so when the writer of the book of Hebrews starts talking about, boy, the sacrifice of Jesus is just so much better, he's not kidding. He's writing to Hebrews who know the sacrificial system. And they know that certain things, if they did it, they were toast. They're either going to be banished, they're going to be put to death. I mean, they don't have any recourse. Now they have every recourse. Now we can go with boldness to the throne of grace. We don't have to bring a burnt offering. We don't have to bring the housewarming gift. We don't have to do this stuff. Sacred space, we are sacred space. I mean, what's up with that? It's the whole rationale why Paul says, don't pollute your own body. You got to think about what you're doing with your body, because you are sacred space. The whole meat sacrifice to idols thing is where this comes up all the time. In fact, in 2 Corinthians 6, if you go to 2 Corinthians 6, Paul says, what agreement has the temple of God with idols? For we are the temple of the living God. As God said, I will make my dwelling among them and walk among them. I will be their God and they shall be my people. Do you know where that comes from? That comes from Leviticus 26. Leviticus 26 is the passage where God talks about, look, you being my people there's a direct link between that and between occupying this land. And if you do, if you make all these violations, and it's just this long, horrendous grocery list of all these bad things that's going to happen to you. It prefigures the exile. And that's what happened to Israel after God said, I want you to be my people and I'm going to be your God. Well, they get driven away. And post-exile condition here, God talks about people as though they were the cosmic mountain, the land. I mean, I am going to come and live with you. It's no longer linked to a land. It's no longer linked to a temple. You are the temple. Again, the New Testament is full of this kind of stuff. And we either sort of read over it, or I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of Christians who want to take everything in the Old Testament and sort of hyper-literalize it. Well, we can't talk about the temple until the millennium, 1,000-year reign. The whole, I hate to say dispensation, but the whole dispensational system doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong in all its parts. It just means that if that's all you're thinking, then you have tunnel vision on the data. I mean, the data can work different ways, but you can't exclude one for the other. The whole elongated skull thing is just ridiculous. I like to ask people, hey, can you show me that verse in the Bible where the Nephilim have elongated skulls and extra rows of teeth? Which, of course, there is no such verse. But the ones that peddle this are Christians. I know most of them. So I am really loath to, and I'm not saying this is the right decision. I am honestly torn. I am really loath to go after Christians in this space because I know there would have been a time where I could say I know and felt sure about it, but I'm not so sure now. I believe, I hope that most of them are not in it to make a name for themselves in this little community. But I suspect that some of them have jumped the shark, and it's about building an audience and a little kingdom for themselves. But there, of course, is no such verse. I have posted a lot of research on my blog about the whole elongated skull thing is very well known among anthropologists. Scholars are not shocked to see these specimens. There are a whole academic, medical textbooks on this subject by really high-end publishers that are very expensive. I have a couple of them in PDF, fortunately, because I can get access to that kind of stuff. But it's a well-known thing. These are produced by artificial means. The only question is, why did they do it? And you'll read stuff online like, oh, even on we X-rayed them and we can't find the parietal joining places and stuff like this. This is not human. And look, I post medical journals from articles from medical journals where people in the field tell you that even under X-ray magnification, you can't detect these sorts of things. You have to use other techniques. They are certainly human. And they're certainly created either by artificial means. In some cases, there are deformities going on, but the deformities are actually rare. The point is, this is much ado about nothing. And it's part of a little cottage industry. There's a famous one. It's not an elongated specimen. It's something that its founder, who is now deceased, I shouldn't say its founder, it's the guy who wound up with the thing, called the Star Child skull. and supposedly he had it submitted to DNA analysis. And he did, but unfortunately for him, he actually published the results. And people who are geneticists have commented on the reports. And again, there is no evidence of anything other than human DNA here, which of course they'll try to backpedal off of it. It's just this whole wacky world that Christians occupy space in. And they do it, the best of them do it because they want to try to salvage people's faith when people run into these things, or they see them on TV, or they hear claims on the History Channel, or whatever it is. And so I'm really loath to beat on these people because they actually do perform a service, but I just have to wonder about some of them. I'm not going to give you any names, but I don't know if I'm doing the right thing anymore. Let's put it that way. I used to feel very comfortable not commenting, but I just don't know, because they don't realize what they're doing. What they're actually doing is they're baptizing ancient alien mythology. They are baptizing, and ancient alien mythology is nothing more than an occult worldview. You can all of the stuff in ancient astronaut talk. You can literally, this is no exaggeration, you can literally trace all of it back to horror and fantasy literature of the 17th and 18th centuries and the spiritualism movement and theosophy. All of it. It is essentially the Gnostic myth redesigned for a 21st century technological audience. And when you have Christians baptizing this stuff, it does bother me. But they're not promoting Gnosticism. They're completely unaware of its roots. To them, it's like we're saving the Bible. We get to literalize all these things, and we're saving the Bible. You know, the Bible has to speak to these things, and I understand that, but that can lead to very dark places. That's how we get, for lack of a better term, biblical racism. You know, haven't you ever wondered how in the world people in the American South, like the Ku Klux Klan, could form their group and identify with Christianity because of it? That was part of it. That wasn't just like window dressing or shtick. I mean, you know, and granted, they were idiots and they were immoral and they did horrible things, but there were people who really thought that the races were genuinely not Adamic. They were subhuman. They were less than human, and it justified doing all sorts of things to blacks and to others. And the only reason that you got there was because of the fallout from the late 15th century onward, the age of discovery. I mean, think about this. Here you are, you're in Western Europe. That's the world you know. You don't know about what's across the Atlantic. You know about what's in Europe. You begin to explore. You have the seafaring ability. You know about the biblical world because the Bible tells you about that. But eventually you start to go to places like ancient India. You hit China. Eventually you cross the Atlantic. And guess what you find there? It's not so bad to find people in India and China because you could, well, you know, you kind of get there by boats, and you know the Phoenicians were really great sailors and they could migrate here, but you have no idea what's on the other side of the world. And when you start finding people there, okay, that troubled people because the obvious question is, how did they get there? Because the Bible doesn't know about North America, South America, Central America, New Zealand, Australia. It doesn't know about any of these places. We know that because of Genesis 10. So how do these places get there? How do these people get there? I mean, you have all these questions. So that's 15th century on, all these new discoveries. And then you get decipherment of Mesopotamian material in the 1800s. You get decipherment of Egyptian material. You get decipherment of Ugaritic material in the early 1920s. You get decipherment of Sanskrit. It's a literary language of ancient India in the 1800s. And all of these texts have alternate chronologies. They have alternate histories of the human race. They describe civilizations that are much older than the biblical world describes. And people have no idea what to do. And then Darwin comes along. And then the science of geology comes along. I mean, it is like the perfect storm. The 15th through the 19th centuries, if you really dislike Scripture and the whole Judeo-Christian worldview, this was a great time to be alive. Because there is so much contrarian information that is real. You can actually go handle that text. You can go meet that native. Okay? It's real. It's not made up. And so people who were invested in the sacred status of the Bible, they have a decision to make. We either scrap the whole thing, or we got to find this stuff in the Bible somewhere. And this is the era where you get the craziest Bible interpretations you can imagine about race. We'll just take that one issue. It divides you're either a monogenist, you believe in a single pair, one pair, monogenist, Adam and Eve, and then somehow you have to have Eve giving birth to children that aren't Adam's. How do we work that? Again, then the serpent all of a sudden becomes someone that Eve copulates with. It's not only a snake, but it's some kind of other thing or other person or other whatever it is. There's half a dozen different things about what this thing is, and of course it sleeps with Eve and gives birth to all these other races that aren't Adamic. And if they're not Adamic, they're not God's imager. Or you're a polygenist. Then you believe that there were pre-Adamic races or co-Adamic races. It's kind of 6 of one and half a dozen other. But all those other races, there were people around before Adam or alongside Adam. And they're the ones that produce these other races. And guess what? Those other races aren't Adamic. They're not the closest one to God. We are. Because our heritage is the Judeo-Christian heritage. And then you have all these weird migration theories, about how, the British Israelism, how the Europeans were really descendants of the holy people in Jerusalem and the new Israel. Now then America becomes the new Israel. This is the era of it's the Wild West of Bible interpretation. And all of that now is the playground for alternative history and ancient alien stuff. Because that's where they draw all their information. And it's this, so in an effort to keep the Bible, we're going to come up with the craziest kind of theological stuff that you can imagine. But then people, the average person, when the scholars put this stuff out there, then the average person, in their mind, it's like, well, if I reject this, that means rejecting the Bible. I don't want to reject the Bible. That would be terrible. This is when you get Jesus wasn't really a Jew. He was an Aryan. Okay, the Aryan Christ idea. And the Jews, of course, are the spawn of Satan. This is where all of it comes from. And so I understand the motive that we're helping the Bible here by over-literalizing and hyper-literalizing all this stuff to explain this thing, this object, or whatever it is, but it is such a dangerous path. And a lot of these people, they're not doing this intentionally. They have no idea of sort of the history of interpretation behind a lot of this stuff. And they're just finding a thread and they're running with it. Then they're thinking they're doing the right thing. I don't know. If you're interested in all this, by the way, I think probably the best book on it is Adam's Ancestors. It's a Johns Hopkins University Press title. It's a dense read. It's an intellectual history of pre-Adamic and co-Adamic race thinking. It's by David Livingstone. It's really good, but again, it's a dense read. There's another one called Noah's Curse. Again, it's the justification of racism in American Christian thought. And it tracks along some of the same trajectories, but there's a whole intellectual history here behind, again, some of the stuff that unfortunately we have to lay at the feet of Christians, even though they didn't intend it. An Aryan racial mythology that the Germans adopted is an offshoot of this. they it was when Sanskrit was translated. One of the shocking thing about Sanskrit, this is a literary language of ancient India. Think about where India is. It's an Indo-European language, which means it's related to Latin, Greek, French, German, English. It has the same language structure. And that just took everybody by surprise, again, in the late 1700s, early 1800s. And it gave rise to, you had to answer the question, well, how is the language way down there? How is it related to the ones in Europe? And so you get different migration theories about how this could have happened, how to account for it. And some theories had Europeans migrating south and civilizing those primitive Indians down there. And those great civilizers became known as the Aryans. Aryan means great people. And so there was Aryan represented the high culture in ancient India as opposed to the indigenous primitive, culture. And so for a long time, Europeans, again, were arguing that the high culture of ancient India was really born with them. And that felt good because that meant we were superior. Himmler and the Nazis, I shouldn't say the Nazis, but the SS, people like Himmler, and the Ahnenerbe, that Himmler created to justify this on scholarly grounds, quote unquote scholarly grounds. And they were real scholars, but they were not objective, let's put it that way. What he did with this was he was not content to have Europeans be superior to these other cultures. He believed that the Nordic subculture within Europe was superior to all the other European cultures. And so he married Nordic and Norse mythology to the Aryan racial theory. And that's where he got his master race idea. So the Germans, among the German peoples, were the vestiges of an original master race. Himmler believed that the original great civilizers came from outer space. He was an ancient astronaut guy before that was the term for it, because he was borrowing from theosophical thought that had that had humanity evolving, not being created, but evolving from superior intelligences that came from elsewhere. And so that's where you get Atlantis, that's where you get Hyperborean civilizations, and it bleeds into the Norse thing because that's where they settled. They settled in the polar regions, and then they migrate south. And Himmler's just buying all of it. And that's why he looked at his ideal Aryan as sort of a god man. He was out to lunch. Okay, I mean, Hitler didn't buy all of this stuff. He bought some of it. It's really interesting because in theosophy has essentially the Watcher story and the flood and the Nephilim. But in theosophy, they're the good guys. The giants are the Atlanteans. Didn't you realize this? That the people of Atlantis, the high culture of Atlantis, that Plato spends like 3 lines on, but now you can read 10 volumes on it somehow. The Atlanteans were giants. They were the great civilizers. Isn't it ironic that in theosophy, the people in biblical Judaic material who are designed to kill off the Jews, that in this version, they're the good guys? It's good to target the Jews. I mean, it all bleeds into this. Nazi ideology is an amalgam of pure sort of, if you can use that term, pure racial antipathy and occult nonsense. It's just this weird, throw it all in a blender and see what comes out, kind of thing. believing Christianity, you can actually put into three realms. There's the realm up here. This is where the scholars are. Now, the scholars up here do most of what they do for other scholars. They write for people in the guild. They write for peer review. They're their own little world, and it's the smallest realm. Now, they know that the bottom realm down here, the biggest realm, they know it exists because this is the realm of the layperson. Realm up here knows this realm exists because they train their pastors. And therefore, the pastors down here know that this realm exists because they had them in class, okay? So we've got the scholar realm, we got the bottom realm down here. This is the normal Christian, the average person in the pew, and the people who minister to them. Now, in the bottom realm, there are a whole bunch of people that eventually get dissatisfied with the bottom realm. It's either because they have questions that never get answered, or they have a question and they get dismissed, or they're told they need therapy. Okay? Whatever the reason, but a lot of Christians down here either literally leave the church or they sort of mentally leave the church, and they go in search of information. Now, mind you, the masses down here don't know that they can find good information up here. They don't know this realm exists, only their pastors do. The average person has no idea who these professors are. So what do? They go to Middle Earth, okay? And Middle Earth is the internet. Now, in Middle Earth, there are white hats and black hats. There is Gondor. He's a white hat in Middle Earth. But then there are Saurons, too. There are people who want to carve out their own little kingdoms, and it's about them. And they're just they're drifting into the darkness, to keep with the Lord of the Rings, analogy here. So Middle Earth, is just this wild place where you're going to find information, but it is completely unvetted. The people who operate in Middle Earth have their own publishing houses. They self-publish. They have their own conference network. Some of them have their own schools. Okay, they typically do house church. They don't really have church. Okay, they are just on the periphery of everything. But I'm actually really sympathetic to Middle Earth because there's one thing that characterizes a Christian Middle Earther above all else. They crave content. They have a high tolerance for content. They want it. It's just that they don't know really what they're getting. They can't really decipher it. They don't know if it's good or bad or whatever. Now, there are people in Middle Earth that, again, bubble up from the bottom, and they become the most tenacious students in Middle Earth. And so they become the scholars to the people in Middle Earth. They're not really scholars. They're not up here, but they're the best students down here. Some of them are good guys. Some of them are not good guys. Anybody know who Chuck Missler is? Okay, Chuck Missler is to Middle Earth what Kay Arthur is to this realm. Okay, he has had a lifetime ministry of not connected with any church, any denomination, any school, nothing. But he is really responsible for a movement. I can only describe it as a movement of lay Bible study. He's a good guy. Again, he's not formally educated. It's easy to pick at his material, from a scholarly perspective. But he means well, and he's really tried to toe the line here. But for every Missler, there's 5 who are the anti-Missler. So this little orbit here, when they think of scholars, they think of these people in the middle. They're not thinking Darrell Bach and T. Wright. They don't even know who they are. Okay? So these are your little 3 realms. Now I am Gandalf. And here's why I'm Gandalf. I pop into all 3 worlds whenever I want, make a little trouble, and leave. Okay, so I've given Tom Horn this little thing, but it's actually really orienting. It's kind of silly, but basically any Christian you can find is going to fit in there somewhere. And again, I'm sympathetic to this middle realm because if people are not being fed in church, that's where they're going to go. They're either going to bag it and just basically vegetate and pretend to be engaged, or they're going to Middle Earth. And what they find there, who knows? So I try to spend a lot of time in Middle Earth, but Middle Earth is a huge place, and there are no rules. There is no vetting. And you meet people who are also there trying to do good things, but yet they write and produce things that you look at and you go, oh man, if this is just dangerous. But if you go after them, because Middle Earth is very public, because it is the internet. So are you doing the right thing by saying something publicly and saying something derogatory about a person who really helped somebody else in their Christian life at some point? Is that counterproductive? Is it ungodly? I mean, I used to feel like I knew how to answer that question, but I just don't anymore. I don't know. Just don't know. If you get an email about going on an excavation for elongated skulls in Peru, burn it. Okay, I want to say something about the giant clans. Actually, a good segue there. Numbers 13, of course, is sort of an orienting passage here. And to me, it's not coincidental that the conquest narrative, again, some of this is going to be in the book, some of it's a little bit beyond the book, but it's not coincidental to me that the conquest narrative begins with a confrontation involving Anakim, and that's the way the conquest ends. In other words, that's what defines victory. So in Numbers 13, specifically 13, 32, and 33, when Moses sends in the 12 spies initially, and of course they go in, they come back, Joshua and Caleb say, oh, this is awesome. Let's go do this. And everybody agrees that, hey, the place is as wonderful as you've all heard. But of course, the 10 say, well, now it's time for the bad news. I mean, there's no way we can win this because we saw Anakim there. And the Anakim, according to Numbers 13, it says, are from the Nephilim. So they're faced with an extraordinary enemy. Again, I don't believe that, if you've read the book, you know this, I don't believe that the biblical giants, the giant clans, are any bigger than unusually tall people today. And there's only one in Scripture that's actually measured, and so that's what I base it on. Goliath, according to the Masoretic text, is 9 feet 6 inches tall. That's wonderful, but in the Dead Sea Scrolls, he isn't. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, he's 6 feet 6 inches tall, or 6'9", depending on how you take the cubit. Text critically, basically everyone in the field has been through the text of Samuel, 1st and 2nd Samuel in Qumran and MT, and far and away the Qumran readings are demonstrably better. Septuagint also has him at the smaller size, or relatively speaking, smaller than MT. So that doesn't trouble me with Goliath, because Goliath would have been huge, again, by their standards. When the average size of a skeleton from the first millennium BC in Syria, Palestine, it has males around 5'3" tall, 5'4". If you get somebody who's 6.5 feet tall and you get a bunch of them together, you're not thinking your chances are good, especially if they're trained warriors. So to me, they have every reason to be frightened, again, humanly speaking, but of course Joshua and Caleb are like, well, hey, what, were you all asleep back at the Red Sea incident? I mean, it just, what's the problem here? But they fail, they don't believe, and this is the point. Their failure here is what launches them into 40 years of wandering. They come back, and of course they have to, I think, again, it's not coincidental that they have to go into the land and confront the people, again, the Anakim, who were the reason for their fear in the first place. Again, there are a number of reasons why they are the focus. And so, again, I think if you're approaching it from that perspective, and again, since they are linked to the Nephilim, and you go back to Genesis 6, and as we spent a good amount of time yesterday, and if you have not read the Honest article, that's just essential, because I'll make the comment again. Any commentary on Genesis who does not account for the Honest material, which was published in 2010, is by definition hopelessly obsolete and underinformed. It does not account for the original context of Genesis 6:1 through 4. It's just the way it is. I mean, you can't talk about interpreting the passage in its original context and not be aware of this stuff. So again, that rules out a number of options, but what I want to focus on here is in the book, I talk about the cherem, okay, the devote to destruction. Because again, the way this gets caricatured by militant atheists or others who mean more well than the militant atheist does, is that, oh, you Christians, you believe in a God that, basically sent his people on a mission of rampant, indiscriminate genocide. Okay, that is not the case. If you read through the biblical story where cherem is used, the devote to destruction, there are a number of lemmas that describe the conquest. Yes, there is cherem, which involves killing, okay, devote to destruction. There are a couple other, lemmas, shamad, avad, that sort of thing, that involve physical destruction and more often than not, killing. But there are other lemmas that describe the conquest as well. Drive out, expel, cast out, that sort of thing. So the conquest is not entirely about killing. And my point in the book is, the book only focuses on cherem. And I make the argument that when it comes to cherem, let's just put this up here. When it comes to cherem, when you actually see this term employed, it is employed, one or two times. There's sort of the launch of the conquest, which is already again set against the frame of, we are now going to enter the land. We're going to encounter the Anakim because that's why we turned tail and ran the first time. And everywhere we go, we're going to have to do this sort of killing. Why? Because the Anakim are scattered throughout the land. And how do I know that's the right way to look at it? Because every time in every specific battle when cherem is used, it is used in a place where the Anakim were identified. I don't think that's coincidental. And not only that, it's typically the hill country is how it's described. And the places where it happens are places in the hill country. But if you actually look up, again, you can read this later. If you look up, like here's cherem and the places where it occurs. Okay, I give you the chapter numbers here. Other lemmas that speak of life-taking, guess what? They are all used in conjunction with the lemma cherem in the same passages. So you can make the argument, and this is my argument, that the killing was focused on, there's no way to avoid, having other people killed. But when Joshua knew, when the Israelites knew that we are going into a place now where we know the Anakim are, they must be exterminated. If there are other people in the city, if you got a bunch of them in this city or that city, they're living among the population, that's too bad, but they must be eliminated. They don't do this kind of activity in other places. And when you get to the end of the conquest, again in Joshua 12, the conquest itself is defined as successful with the line, there are no more Anakim in the land. Those who are left escaped to the land, to the cities of the Philistines. And again, not coincidentally, this is where you find them later, in the days of David. Goliath, Gath is mentioned in Joshua, and so Goliath and his brothers, again, are the last vestiges of the Rephaim, who are the Anakim, who come from the Nephilim and all that stuff. They are the last vestiges of this incident in biblical thinking. And so that's why, again, this is just my view, take it or leave it, but that's why we are told about Goliath and his death, and that's why we are told about the death of his brothers, because the messaging is they're all dead now. Okay, they're all dead now. The people of God have conquered these other peoples, again, raised up by other gods, hostile gods, again, however you want to say it. They're all dead now. These are the ones that have to be eliminated. The rest, yeah, we need to drive out, because we're not supposed to intermarry with them, because they'll turn our hearts toward their gods and all that kind of stuff. All that's still in play. But what I'm suggesting is, I think we need to read the conquest narratives in a way that the Anakim references guide us, that help orient our thinking in terms of what they were thinking. Because then it becomes, I hate to use the phrase, but then it becomes theologically and literally a holy war. Because charem, to devote to destruction, means that you are, when you kill this person, they are essentially like a burnt offering. Okay, their lives are given back, to, in this case, the true God, to the life giver, and he demands that this life be terminated. It's like a death penalty kind of thing. And I think specifically in their case, the rationale is that they were fathered, raised up, again, whether it's some other sort of supernatural intervention. We talked about yesterday the different possibilities. They believed that they were supernaturally raised up by gods who hated Yahweh and who hated his people, specifically with the purpose of confronting them, keeping them out of the land, keeping them out of Yahweh's domain. Back to Deuteronomy 32, Israel is Yahweh's portion. This is the land. So that why? So that the kingdom of God cannot begin again. In other words, there are very deep theological, religious, if you want to use the term, mythic roots, to all this. Again, whatever terminology you want to use, but I think the conquest narrative needs to be read against the belief system, again, the supernatural worldview of the people who are involved in it, not just from our perspective of, we tend to divorce all of that religious stuff from the equation. And we don't think of it in these terms. We just think of it, again, as indiscriminate and horrific. And it's not to say it wasn't horrific, but you get the idea that there was no point to it. There's nothing in view except for killing. And that just isn't the case. It's just not. You could build that case if the only lemmas involved were lemmas of killing, but that is not true. It's just not the case. This is Ezekiel 39. Now, without getting too much into what are the possibilities with the Gog language, there is something interesting going on here. In Ezekiel 39, again, Ezekiel 38 and 39 are the hordes from the north, Gog and Magog and all that stuff. And we read, on that day, and when Gog gets wiped out, I will give to Gog a place for burial in Israel, the valley of the travelers, east of the sea. It will block the travelers, for there Gog and all his multitude will be buried. It will be called the valley of Hamon Gog, or the hordes of Gog. Now, the reference here that's kind of interesting, that's 39:11, 39:14, we have another reference. They will set apart men to travel through the land regularly and bury those travelers remaining on the face of the land so as to cleanse it. Now, you look at this, and you think, okay, travelers. You tend to think only, again, specifically of people. Travelers was one of the terms used of the Rephaim, which is kind of crazy. The Ovarim. Those who pass over. And again, how exactly should we take that? Well, in Ugaritic texts, these are the spirits of the dead, specifically the spirits of the Rephaim. And it's cosmic geography is what it is. So, do we have a situation where should we just read this as sort of normal humans traveling about? Or because it's associated with Gog, and if you've read the book, Gog and Magog gets used where in the New Testament? The Gog and Magog passage by name shows up Revelation 20. And it's specifically used of the final battle for the cosmic mountain, Jerusalem. Okay, in Revelation 20 there, when Jerusalem gets surrounded, and Satan is mentioned and all this sort of stuff. So is this sort of a reference to some sort of conflict with the powers of darkness? Okay, including, again, the spirits of the Rephaim, because this is one of the Old Testament Rephaim passages that hooks back into, or probably better to say, illustrates the coherence of the Second Temple Jewish belief on where demons come from in the first place. We didn't talk about this yesterday, but remember that we talked about the Apkallu yesterday, the backdrop to Genesis 6, where Annas was able to demonstrate from Mesopotamian material every element of Genesis 6. You have the sons of God, the Apkallu. They, again, because they want to dispense divine knowledge and keep it after the flood, they cohabit with human women. After the flood, they are viewed not as good guys but bad guys. They are consigned to the underworld, Mesopotamian hell. Their offspring are giants. Gilgamesh is one of the lords of the Apkallu, the whole bit, every element of it. Well, when Enoch and other Second Temple literature refer to the villains here as watchers, remember where that came from in Mesopotamia? The Apkallu figurines, because before the flood they were good guys, so Mesopotamians would often bury little figurines of Apkallu under their house to protect the house from evil, because they were good guys then. And the term for those little figurines was matsare, which literally means in Akkadian, watcher. So the Enochian material, the Jews writing that material in between the Testaments, are very aware of the Mesopotamian backstory because they're using the terminology. Now, all that being said, when the Apkallu perished, either in the flood or after, and then in Ugaritic, when the Rephaim perished and they went to the underworld, that essentially means, and this is where the Second Temple Jewish idea comes from, that a demon, an inhabitant of hell, a citizen of hell, like we see in the Gospels, because in the Old Testament, Shadim are just territorial entities. They're only mentioned twice anyway. There's no possession or anything like that. But a demon in the New Testament sense, in the Second Temple sense, their point of origin was when a Nephilim or one of these giants or one of these Apkallu offspring died, its disembodied spirit was what we know as a demon. That is the universal tradition in Second Temple literature for where demons come from. We don't ever get that spelled out in the Bible, but what we do get are passages like this and passages in Ezekiel 32 and a couple other passages that locate the spirits of the Rephaim in the underworld. That's what we get. So there's a connection back to this concept that these big warriors, these important warriors, the Gibborim or whatever, again, the Rephaim, which of course are giants in Deuteronomy 2 and 3 and other passages, when they die, they wind up in hell. That's what you get in the Old Testament. The whole rationale, the whole picture of what that means in a bigger sense, you only get in Second Temple material. But it's all consistent with the Mesopotamian backdrop. So it's sort of a classic, again, it's just another glimpse into it. And if you're thinking that, when you read about Gog and Magog and you read about the Ovarim and you're an Israelite, and you know that Ovarim is another way of referring to the Rephaim, and you also know that Ezekiel, this is Ezekiel 39. Hey, back in Ezekiel 32, he actually mentioned the Rephaim and the Nephilim, it could be Nephilim in chapter 32, again, being residents in the underworld. You read this and you could, again, legitimately think, well, maybe the point here isn't so much a human-on-human battle. Maybe this describes something bigger, like really the battle between good and evil on both human and cosmic levels. Because that is how you see this passage used in Revelation 20. Because in Revelation 20, it's the Antichrist with all, those who are aligned with him surrounding Jerusalem and getting destroyed. Not coincidentally, with some of the same language that you read in Ezekiel 38 and 39, which might be why John quotes Ezekiel 38 and mentions Gog and Magog in Revelation 20. So it's Armageddon is the war for all the marbles. It is the attempted conquest of the cosmic mountain, which is Jerusalem. Since it's in the book of Revelation, of course, it naturally opens up lots of things to speculate about. Since the church is the people of God, should we look for a literal conflict over Jerusalem or not? Church isn't really equated with Jerusalem, so maybe Zion, though, the heavenly Zion in the book of Hebrew, you just don't know. You don't really know how to read what should we look at or look for, if anything, sort of in the events of the future. Should we not look for anything at all? Is this just about a final conflict between good and evil and nothing more? I don't think we're told. But for the ancient person, they would have included that in the way they thought about it. This is not just a sort of a normal war. There's something lurking in the background that's supernatural. This is good and evil. It's more than just people who don't like each other and want to kill each other. It's bigger than that. And again, that's the way it gets cast in Revelation 20. But I like this one because, again, it's another reference that you'd never think twice about it if you just read over it as you're reading through Ezekiel. But it's a term that an Israelite would have made their ears perk up and go, oh, I wonder. I wonder if it's bigger than that, just people walking around. I wonder if the Overeem here are those Overeem, the ones that kind of scare us because they're from hell. Again, the underworld in Israelite thinking. So it's hard to know, but there's just a lot there. When Armageddon gets talked about, we sort of miss the fact, many people miss the fact that John tells you that this term, Armageddon, this is in the Hebrew tongue. And so if you look at it in Greek, what turns out to be, I'll just put it in English, then I'll make it bigger here. Armageddon has a rough breathing mark for those of you who've had Greek. So it's pronounced har, Mageddon, an H. And so har is the Hebrew word for mountain. Okay, simple vocabulary. The assumption then is that MGD, okay, and the doubling, again, is a Greek feature. The N is something you put on place name nouns in Hebrew. But MGD, well, that must mean Megiddo, because Megiddo is M-E-G-G-I-D, or M-G-I-D-D-O. I always forget what the spelling there is. The problem is, Megiddo isn't a mountain. There is no mountain at Megiddo. It's just a plain. Anybody who's been to Jerusalem, you can see that. The only thing that's a little hilly there is the city itself, the Tel, that's been buried. There is no mountain here. So what you actually have, and Meredith Klein's article, I think, does a great job of showing this, is in Hebrew, there are actually two letters. This is Gimel, and this is Ayin. There are actually two letters in Hebrew that get the sound. And in Greek, you would use a G for the G sound, whether it's this one or this one. The best example is Gomorrah, Sodom and Gomorrah. We spell it with a G. It actually begins with Gayan, not Gimel in Hebrew. So you get the G sound. Moed, if we put vowels in here for the word that makes sense. Anybody remember what Moed means from the book? It's the mountain of assembly. The Mount of Assembly. It's a term taken from Isaiah 14. I will ascend above the stars of El. Okay, I will. I'm trying to remember the exact phrase. It's basically, the usurping of the cosmic mountain. I will ascend to heaven above the stars of God. I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the Mount of Assembly. Again, this is the divine rebel basically saying, I'm going to usurp God's position. I want to be God. I want to rule from the cosmic mountain. I want to live in God's house. And I want to run the show. Which it's very obvious that this is going to be attributed to Satan. Okay, if this is what John's thinking, and I think it makes perfect sense, because this is a mountain. The Mount of Assembly is a mountain. It's, guess what? It's Zion. It's Jerusalem. Mount Zion, which is why when John's talking about Armageddon, and of course in chapter 20, he's going to quote the Gog and Magog thing, which again is associated with an attack on Jerusalem. It all comes together. Armageddon has nothing to do with Megiddo. It's a final conflict over Jerusalem. And Jerusalem is a special place because it is where God lives. It is the place of his counsel. It is Zion. It's the cosmic mountain. So this is a war for all the marbles. It's an assault on the kingdom of God at the capital, if you want to put it that way. And if you look at it that way, again, it fits right in line with what is being described in Revelation. You don't have this, again, pop eschatology. Just fails at this point. Now, I'll caution you, again, I'm not committed to any eschatological system. I don't like any of them. They all have points of clarity, and they all have places where they cheat. So I'm sort of indifferent. But if you read Klein's article, Klein uses this information, does a really nice job of laying it out, but he argues that a premillennial system is impossible in light of it. I don't really buy that. If you're an amillennialist, you'll fall in love with Klein's article because it'll validate that. If you're a premillennialist, you might be able to think about some holes or at least different ways to address some of the things that Klein makes up. So that's my little disclaimer there. But Klein's article is really nice. If you've never heard of Meredith Kline, he's always worth reading. Former prophet, Westminster West. Passed away a number of years ago. But he's one of the few evangelical scholars I know of that paid any attention to divine counsel stuff. And I don't always agree with him, but I have to appreciate him for that reason. He tracked on a lot of things that his colleagues did not. Meredith Kline.
In his article?
Again, it's an interesting article, and he tracks on a lot of cosmic mountain stuff in Revelation, and really zeroes in on Megiddo and Megiddo and all that kind of stuff. So, do you have any specific questions?
Kind of going back to what you were talking about demons. Normally, what I understand is that they are supernatural beings who, under the leadership of Lucifer, fell. And then I know in Deuteronomy 32:17, it mentions that they sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they have never known. So I'm just trying to see how that synthesizes with the explanation that you gave.
We have different sets of bad guys. Again, the way our demonology is typically taught, we sort of have them all in one bunch. under Satan. You actually have different sets of rebels. You have the original rebel, okay, the Nakash, the serpent, who was called Satan later on. You have the offending sons of God, who all traditions put in prison. They are imprisoned under the earth until, quote, the time of the end. That's where Peter has them. Again, Peter in 2 Peter 2, he refers to the angels that sinned who are in chains of gloomy darkness. Jude does the same thing. Again, this is hearkening back to this idea. It goes back to Genesis 6. There is no other angelic rebellion in the Old Testament other than that one, so it's not hard to figure out what he's tracking on. So that's one set of bad guys, but they're in jail, okay? Which means they are not the demons that run around the earth and seek embodiment and just harass people. Those guys are, again, you get glimpses of it in the Old Testament, Second Temple tradition, you get a lot of it. The spirits of dead Nephilim or dead giant clan descendants of Nephilim, they are the demons. And Enoch specifically says, he has God destroying some of them, and then he says others, are allowed to remain for whatever reason we're not told. But again, it's Enoch, so however you want to take that. He has them consigned or assigned. Consigned would be a better word, even though there's this sort of feeling that they work for the original bad guy, because they all live in hell together, and that's his house. So they're guests in his house, so they do what he wants. But they are assigned to harass humanity. And they also seek embodiment, which is something you do see in the Gospels. You get possession. It's the first time you get possession ideas. You don't get that in the Old Testament at all. Demonic possession, this seeking embodiment idea. You get little glimpses of quote-unquote exorcism, maybe. There's one passage upon which is erected the whole tradition that Solomon was an exorcist. And that's actually what underlies the belief. When Jesus shows up and he starts casting out demons, people are like, well, no kidding, the Messiah is supposed to do this. Now we know that you're the Messiah. Hey, where's the Old Testament passage that has the Messiah casting out demons? Answer, there isn't one. So why did they expect that? Well, they expect it because of the way Second Temple literature interpreted a reference in the Old Testament to Solomon, something Solomon says and does. And so by the time you get to the New Testament, that was taken as the language of control over spirits. So Solomon, of course, being in the Messianic line, that gets associated with Messiah. The whole binding and loosing terminology of the Gospels. How in the world the discussion ever wound up to be, maybe it's just Catholicism of like binding people's destiny to heaven or hell or something like that. Hey, I got news for you. In the Second Temple period, binding and loosing language is used to refer to, guess what? Demons. Either binding them to cast them out, loosing people from them. So why it is we don't just sort of read it simply, that there's authority to do this, I don't know. But somehow, again, in the history of, in historical theology, we go down these strange rabbit trails when really the answer is right in front of your face. But I guess nobody's looking at the Second Temple material. I don't know. But again, you get this more fully developed demonology in the New Testament that builds off this other stuff. But they're a whole separate problem. So you got Satan, you got the original offenders, the ones in jail, till the time of the end. And I personally think Revelation 9 describes their release at the time of the end. And they are part of, again, what happens at Armageddon surrounding Jerusalem. It's basically this battle between good and evil. And you have another group. You got the demons. You have the gods of the nations. So now you have a fourth group. And they're the ones, of course, that Paul is talking about with his principalities, powers, thrones, authorities, dominions language. And they have been destined to die like men, according to Psalm 82. According to Isaiah 34, let's just go there. And you got another passage that plays off Deuteronomy 32. and includes Psalm 82. Draw near, O nations, to hear, and give attention, O peoples. Let the earth hear and all that fills it, the world and all that comes from it. For the Lord is enraged against all the nations, furious against all their host. Now, I hope I remember to just give you all this stuff. There's another really nice paper that was read 2 years ago at ETS, part of a guy's dissertation, where he points out that the phrase their host and all their host is often used of cosmic powers of darkness in other Old Testament passages. So just keep that in mind. Furious against all their host, he has devoted them to destruction. Again, the Karam language there, has given them over for slaughter. Their slain shall be cast out, the stench of their corpses shall rise, the mountains shall flow with their blood. So that's probably, again, an earthly destruction. But then look at what you have. All the host of heaven shall rot away, and the skies roll up like a scroll. All their host shall fall, as leaves fall from the vine, the leaves falling from the fig tree. For my sword has drunk its fill in the heavens. Behold, it descends for judgment upon Edom. Upon the people I have devoted to destruction. Again, what you have here is akin to Zechariah 14, when at the day of the Lord comes with the hosts of heaven to judge the nations. You have, as the Dead Sea Scrolls would put it, you have a war between gods and men. It's this language of cosmic conflict, the hosts of heaven falling. You get all these celestial portent language things in the Gospels about, the stars, doing weird stuff, or, the wormwood language of Revelation. You get this in lots of places, this day of the Lord language. So it's associated here with the nations and their hosts. So many scholars, and I'm in this group, take this as a reference. This is akin to and part of the tradition that is sort of carrying out Psalm 82. This is when the gods of the nations get what's coming to them at the day of the Lord. So that's your fourth group. So now, again, I can't point to a verse that says this, but my own feeling about how all this sort of parses out, I see no reason in Scripture to believe that every one of these groups has the same agenda. I think they hate the same things and the same people and the same God. But that is not to say that they don't have their own wish list of things they could do, or conquests they could win, or evil they could perpetuate on humanity. In other words, I don't think that the powers of darkness are robots under Satan. I think he gets primacy of place for one reason. I think he's an Elohim like all the other ones. He's no more powerful than any of the other ones. He is called Lord of the Dead because that's what he is. Because of what he did, he owns every human soul unless they are inside within the kingdom of God. That's when he loses control. He has no dominion over them. He is also not only Lord of the Dead, but his preeminence in the world of darkness is because he was the original rebel. I think he has street cred, if you want to look at it that way. He is looked upon as preeminent because he was the first. He was the first who dared defy the Most High. And he is cast to the earth, to the eretz in Hebrew, which is a word for the underworld, but also the word for the earth. And so in some sense, he has primacy of place because he was the original rebellion, and he has taken the earth as his domain. Nevertheless, God, who is the real authority, divided up the nations according to the other sons of God. Whether he had a role in corrupting them, we're never told that. Whether that happened all on their own, we're never told that either. We're not really told anything. We're just told that in some way they have this symbiotic relationship. They hate the same things. They give him honor because of who he is. I think when Satan and Jesus have their conversation, now keep in mind, what's the plan? The demons know who, and Satan knows who Jesus is when he gets here. They're the only ones, in fact, that call him Son of the Most High. Nobody else does. They're the only ones that use the right title. So he shows up, and again, they know who he is, and so the thought process isn't that complicated. Okay, the Son of God's here. Son of the Most High. There's only one reason he'd show up. And that reason is, here God is at it again. He wants to reinstall, reignite, kickstart this silly Edenic kingdom thing. This is our turf now. So what should we do? Let's kill him. Okay, they don't know that that is absolutely the thing that needs to happen. I take very seriously what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 2. Had the rulers of this world known, they never would have crucified the Lord of glory, because they're hanging themselves. Because it's the key to the resurrection. You can't have a resurrection without the death. You can't have victory over death without a resurrection. I mean, it's just everything. Everything hinges on this. So when all of it leads to the reclaiming of the nations through the advance of the gospel, the kingdom of God, the people who are the presence of God, all of it hinges on this. So Jesus has this conversation with Satan. And what does Satan say? I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world. Because he thinks that, I mean, he knows that's the end game. He just doesn't know the pathway that God has chosen. I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world. I think Satan was serious. I think he believed he could deliver that. If you'll only worship me. You know, and Jesus is like, forget that. You know, I mean, he's not buying it. But it tells you, the conversation tells you that he understands, again, what the end game is. He just wants to be in charge of it all. So I look at it as a serious offer. And I think Satan thinks he could have convinced the powers that be to go along with it, because then he gets to be Lord. And he'll be a good boss. You don't want Yahweh as your boss because we all hate him. Wouldn't you rather work for me? This is my domain. I get to call these shots. I can deliver this. So I view it as a combination of consistent but perhaps competing agendas and a pecking order. And Satan gets primacy of place not because he's any more powerful, but because of his status. Again, I can't point to a verse that lays all that out. But to me, what I don't see is that they're all sort of robotized and union members, you know, and like, you know, they put no thought into the decisions that they make, and they have to report to Satan on a daily. I don't see any of that, but that's typically how, again, we think of it. I really think that they think they can either win, and winning to them is not beating Yahweh. I mean, let's give them some credit. They know they're not going to pull that off. Winning to them is endlessly forestalling the kingdom. And for that, all you need to do is corrupt the church. For that, all you need is just be a pain in the butt all the time. You know, you make the thing that God is using to advance the kingdom, because silly Yahweh has to have his plan work through these dumb humans. He won't just destroy them and call it good. So we're going to use that against him. We will endlessly forestall this. I think they really think they can do that. Or in the process, we get people to forsake Yahweh. We turn them to other gods so that he loses his children. It's a win-win. Again, I think there's an intelligence. You know, there's a sinister intelligence behind it that you know, sort of leaks out in a whole range of passages. They're not morons. They're not dolts. They're not Keystone cops. What's the term now for those little yellow guys? You know, what are they? Minions. The minions. They're not minions, okay? You know, they're just not that. So that's the arrangement of the metaphor that runs through my head, you know, as I think about, you know, the demonic world. I think they can win, if that's what you call winning. I think they look at it and think, our chances are pretty good. We ain't doing so bad right now. I mean, but again, the reverse is that the kingdom of God does gain a little bit by little. In some cases, it's almost discernible. In some cases, it takes a step back. It's never going away. I mean, we haven't even talked about the biblical concept of remnant theology. I mean, this is a real element to biblical theology, remnant theology. I'm trying to think, I think the Dictionary of Historical Books has a nice essay, a nice little summary of remnant theology. In a nutshell, it's that since God has decided to use humans and has entered into covenant relationship with humans, and humans really screw up a lot. But God, if he needs to, will step in to make sure that it never completely dies. He is committed to it. He will not let it die, because then he fails. And he won't kill them off himself. He won't, why doesn't God end evil? Well, he could do that if he just destroyed all humans. Okay, that would be easy. It's an easy solution. But God isn't going to do that, because then his own integrity can be called into question by his invisible, his spiritual family, just like what happens in Job. Somebody says, well, if that's the case, why, He's not going to do that. He's committed to the plan, and he will never let humanity totally mess it up so that it's lost. He won't allow it to be lost. So God does step in biblical history at times, and that's the term that's used. He will save a remnant who are loyal to him, who have not bowed the knee to Baal. God needs to step in to keep it alive, he'll do that. But he's committed to having human participation throughout the whole thing. So that's what God knows. But evil, again, I really think that they think they can pull something off here. And that's what they're committed to. So that's the struggle. That's the cosmic struggle. Lord, we thank you for, again, another day. Thank you that we could meet like this and go through material, talk about questions, and think together about certain things. And we pray that you would, again, give us alert minds, help us to think well about your word today. In your name we pray. Amen. We get into, let's see here, Isaiah 40. I mentioned John the Baptist, that Isaiah 40 was applied to him. In John chapter 1, I'm the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. And the passage comes from right here in Isaiah 40. So just in case you hadn't read this and were a little lost in that discussion, Isaiah 40, again, without getting into the whole who wrote Isaiah kind of question, which you're probably not surprised to hear me think I don't really think matters. There's a reason why biblical scholars, critics, and evangelicals have noticed a real sort of thematic distinction between the first 39 chapters and then the second half, 40 to 66. And it's because you have a call narrative in the first section of Isaiah, in Isaiah 6, when Isaiah gets his commissions. It's one of the more familiar passages in the book. And then when chapter 40 opens up, chapter 40 begins this language of the exile is over, this language of deliverance, futuristic language about the restoration of Israel, about the Gentiles, coming to worship Yahweh and the nations and all this stuff. So that's in the chapters 40 through 66. You get to talk about the servant, and the servant in Isaiah is both corporate, in many cases it's the nation itself, and it's also an individual person that, especially in Isaiah 53, that servant, what he does, his obedience is key to the restoration of the nation and all that kind of stuff. So you get these restorative, futuristic, wide net salvation kind of passages in chapter 40 and onward. And it begins, this way. Comfort, comfort my people, says your God. Speak to the heart of Jerusalem and call to her. Her compulsory labor is fulfilled. Her sin is paid for. She has received from the hand of Yahweh double for all her sins. A voice is calling in the wilderness, clear the way of Yahweh. Make a highway smooth in the desert for our God. And it's verse 3 that's applied to John the Baptist. And people noticed, if we go out to the ESV, And there are whole articles on this. But all the verbs, comfort, you'll notice, are plural, masculine plural in morphology. Comfort, comfort, again, masculine plural, speak, masculine plural, so on and so forth. So you have these plural commands. And so the question, it's obvious, says your God in verse 1 that God is the speaker. So who's he speaking to? Who's his audience? He's not speaking to Jerusalem. He's commanding someone else, a group, or he's saying it to a group, to speak to Jerusalem. If it was commanded to Jerusalem, the imperatives would be singular and feminine, of course, because city names get grammatically feminine gender and all that sort of stuff. And so Frank Cross from Harvard in the 70s had a famous article on arguing that this is a divine council scene that mirrors Isaiah 6. Because in Isaiah 6, there's Isaiah in the throne room of God with the heavenly entourage, the heavenly host, the seraphim. Isaiah is being commissioned to, preach to the people. Basically, God tells them this is going to be useless because their hearts are hard, and blah, blah, blah. And then when Israel's going to be let go, the council again is in session, and someone is commissioned to give them the message that, your iniquity is pardoned. Now, we typically think as evangelicals that the exile ended with the return from exile by Judah. Yet this passage, by virtue of verse 3, is applied to John the Baptist. That's not an error, that's not a contradiction, it's not an inconsistency, because in biblical thinking, the exile was not over. Because all of the restoration passages that mention the tribes, Ezekiel has 2 or 3 of them that are very clear that the definition of the end of the exile was all the tribes, not just 2. And if that's the case, and again it's telegraphed in a variety of ways with what Jesus does at his first coming, and it begins here with John the Baptist, that it was the coming of the Messiah that was the key to the restoration of all the tribes, not this 2-tribe return of Judah and Benjamin in the Old Testament. So when Jesus shows up, Israel is still in exile, is the point. And he's the Messiah, and his mission is to give them the message that your iniquity is pardoned and so on. Basically, it's, okay, now it's time to restore the kingdom of God. You're out of exile, your punishment is over, and here I am. Of course, they end up rejecting that, and then we have a problem. But the offer of the kingdom is still there and is actually, again, lived out in the crucifixion, the resurrection, and of course what happens at Pentecost and thereafter, because we're going to talk about Pentecost today. You go through all that, and what happens at Pentecost is you have Jews that were scattered all over the known world, in exile, come to Jerusalem, hear and embrace the message of the Messiah. They go back to those countries, and so they become little plants, little cell groups, if you will, for the truth about the coming of the Messiah, what happened with Jesus, who is this Jesus of Nazareth, and so on and so forth. So they plant the seed, and in that picture, you don't have a limit to 2 tribes. Someone from every tribe, and even Jews that wind up in different places, like Ethiopia, the Ethiopian eunuch, Acts chapter 8, through a set of historical circumstances that we aren't really given in the New Testament, but we are given in secular history. Even there, you have an effort that God providentially makes sure, and the New Testament writers make sure that we know that nothing was missed. The gospel goes to the Jew in all these places, all the tribes, and then you get a turn in the book of Acts, chapter 9, chapter 10, toward the Gentile. And then the rest of the story is really Paul's story as the apostle to the Gentiles. But it begins at Pentecost, and this is why the return from exile is cast the way it is in the New Testament. And again, it's linked to this notion of God is acting. And there's this, again, announcement to his council. So there's this sort of participatory thing. If you're a Christian and you're reading the Septuagint, of course, in Isaiah 9, the messenger, the great council, this is like plain as day. Who this is, linking Jesus back, to Psalm 82. I mean, it's a complete picture that's easy, again, for people to parse. But I wanted to say something about that in case my reference to plural imperatives was not clear from yesterday. So that's what I was alluding to. And I want to get to some of the things. Again, we've flirted with all these things, but today's the day to sort of go through everything. So let's talk about, real briefly, the genealogy issue. Richter's dissertation, if you want to read it. You don't have to. Just, if you're interested, you have it. But again, what she's arguing is that there are things in the genealogy, specifically with the women, that the arrival of Jesus, the genealogy of Jesus, for a close reader telegraphs the fact that this person with this genealogy, this person who of course turns out to be the Messiah, their coming was, at least in part, an effort to reverse the proliferation of evil brought on by the Watchers. Again, this is very Jewish in flavor. In Second Temple, and she's arguing that it shows up. It's either encrypted or, again, there's enough in there to suggest that this is why certain names are in there. So if you look at the two sides here, the Watcher story, again, that we're familiar with, we have rebellious sons of God. Again, they are divine and immortal. They're punished, to be in the abyss until the time of the end when they're going to get destroyed. But they're known for, in Enochian literature, they give, people divine knowledge, their divination, spells, lust, of course, violence, astrological secrets. And on the other side, all of these things are sort of addressed with the coming of the Spirit as far as individual persons, fruit of the Spirit. And then we're going to talk about this astrological messaging today, because that's sort of a special element that emerges from the birth of the Messiah. She goes on and she argues, again, sort of broadly thematically. We have council members who lost their status, again, the rebellious sons of God, and the reversal would be council outsiders, humans, who gain that status through faith in Christ, glorification at the eschaton, we're put over the nations, we rule over angels, that kind of thing. Left-hand side, earth, to be ruled by many quasi-divine offspring produced by divine fathers and human mothers, or at least they threaten the people of God. The reversal, earth is ruled by one fully divine offspring born only of a human woman. Again, offspring are supposed to inhabit the abyss and die. God's offspring on the right-hand side to inhabit glory. They replace the sons of God. The whole point is that there are elements of New Testament theology that reverse all this stuff. Again, just in a broadly thematic way. And so in Richter's dissertation, her focus are the four women. And this is sort of a summary. This is kind of a condensed version of a chart she has at one point in the dissertation. She goes through the Enochic template. Sort of the four columns from left to right are, again, themes of the Enoch story. So the Watchers leave their heavenly station, have sexual relations with women. They teach illicit things to humans. Again, the interaction between angels and women, sexual, it's very illicit. It's, again, forbidden knowledge. Issues with the offspring, again, they're Nephilim, they're illegitimate, giants. And in the Enoch story, they're very violent, even cannibalistic. And the outcome is death, destruction by the giants. Enoch goes into great detail about the widespread violence and destruction and corruption and wickedness that all of this engenders throughout, the human population. So Enoch, again, lays the blame for how wicked people are on this event. And again, that's standard Second Temple Jewish hamartiology. Then Richter goes through each of the women in the genealogy. So again, these are the four elements she's looking for. Some transgression issue, angelic interaction, something about offspring, and then an outcome that would sort of reverse what's going on with Enoch. So Tamar, of course, she is described in the Hebrew text with the word for sacred prostitute, even though, her circumstances are a little bit different. She does have intercourse with her father-in-law. Again, she's called the Kedoshah, sacred prostitute, which has very overt cultic associations with it, in Old Testament. When she's found to be pregnant, again, Judah assumes Tamar has acted as a prostitute and orders her to be burned to death. The children are revealed to be Judah's, again, so we have illegitimate offspring. And Tamar is called righteous despite Judah's not acting or enacting the law. Again, she's the one who turns out to be righteous. So her circumstances, despite what she does and what happens with her, in the end, she's the one who's righteous. And so Richter says this is why she is put into the genealogy, because, again, by the end of her story, she turns out to be the good one, okay, even, despite all the muck. Rahab, Canaanite prostitute. Again, we have a Gentile, obviously, Canaanite. The spies in the story are called malachim. Now, it's just messengers, but again, the word, which is the malachim, is the typical word for angels. Richter says the writer could have called them something else. There is a different word for spies, to spy out the land, but he calls them malachim. And so she believes that the gospel writers pick up on this, and that's why Rahab, again, becomes a candidate, because ultimately in her story, in later Jewish tradition, the spies are actually interpreted by the rabbis as angels, like the ones who visit Abraham, okay, in the Abraham Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah story. So her argument is that the gospel writers know of this tradition. It leads them, it prompts them to put Rahab into the genealogy, because again, she's going to become a follower of Yahweh. Her circumstances are going to be reversed. Whereas she was filthy and dirty, she's now pure. She's a believer. All this sort of stuff. The issues with the offspring, Matthew names Rahab as the mother of Boaz, and Boaz is called a Gibor, which of course is a word that shows up in Genesis 6:4, Giborim, the mighty men, who were the Nephilim and all that stuff. Again, the point is not that Boaz was a Nephilim, okay? The point is that the gospel writers, according to Richter, are picking up on the terminology, and it attracts them to use Rahab in their theme of reversal. Okay? That's all she's arguing. Ruth, Moabite, again, so we have a Gentile, transgresses social boundaries through her encounter with Boaz on the threshing floor. I mean, I don't know if you realize this, but there are text-critical issues in the book of Ruth that have made people wonder if the child at the end is not Ruth's, but Naomi's. Be that as it may, there's again there's some fairly overt, again, sexual behavior. It wouldn't have been totally unusual. Remember when Ruth goes to Boaz and she uncovers his feet? Okay, feet is a euphemism in Old Testament for genitals. Okay, so the thing isn't lewd. She uncovers his feet, lays down, at his feet there at the bed. There's nothing that happens, but it's her way of asking him to marry her. But she's a Gentile, and so this is a little bit beyond the pale because of her status, not, so that's what they're picking up on here. Again, in later traditions, the rabbis taught Ruth was aided by angels. There's nothing really to establish that other than rabbinic tradition. But again, the argument is that the gospel writers are going to know that. And so that leads them again to target Ruth. Ruth is the wife of Boaz, a Gibor. Later, her sister-in-law Orpah is the mother of 4 Giborim, according again to Second Temple tradition. As a Moabite, her ancestral home was the former residence of a race of giants, the Amim in the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 2 and 3. Again, the marriage of Ruth and Boaz, which results in the birth of Obed, can only take place after certain legal issues are resolved, but they do have a child, of course, and they become the grandparents of David. So again, her circumstances are reversed in a really big way because she's now in the Davidic bloodline. And Bathsheba, David, of course, has sex with her while she is yet the wife of Uriah, making her an adulteress. Adultery leads to David's decision to have Uriah killed. We know the story. Again, she's bathing, and that's interpreted as making herself beautiful. In other words, this tradition attributes some sort of solicitation on Bathsheba's part. In other words, she knows David's going to see her, so she goes out and bathes nude and stuff like that. Again, the biblical text doesn't say that, but again, it was part of the tradition. After the death of Uriah, Bathsheba marries David, who is also called a Gibor and associates with Giborim, David's mighty men, David's Giborim. So again, the terminology leads the gospel writers to pick up on these themes. Long-term outcome is the birth of Solomon and Bathsheba's role. She is called the Gevirah. It's the female equivalent of Gibor. So that's a word the writer uses of her. She secures Solomon's reign, eliminates the rivals. The possibility is known that the role of the Gevirah could have included taking part in a sacred marriage rite. Now, again, there is ancient Canaanite tradition for that. The role of the queen mother and all that kind of stuff. Whether that was part of Israelite thinking or not, Israelite practice or not, is an open question. But Richter's point, again, is that Jesus' genealogy, because these people are picked, and the genealogies are selective. Again, I'm assuming you know that. If you compare Jesus' genealogy, 14, 14, 14, 3 segments of 14 names, you compare it to other genealogies in the Old Testament, people are skipped. The writer wanted a certain number in each section. That's probably gematria, because there's a way to look at the different sections of the genealogy, and because of how they're ordered and arranged. You take the numbers of the names with the 3 columns. You do math to it, and it spells out the numeric equivalent of the name of David in gematria. That's the short version of it. So a lot of people think that's why Matthew's genealogies are ordered the way they are numerically, to telegraph to people that this is the son of David. Again, biblical writers do use gematria. The obvious one is 666, but there are other gematric things, mostly in John. I mean, this would be outside of John, but it's a possibility. So she's just angling toward why is the genealogy the way it is when it's selective, and specifically zeroing in on the women here. So it's a point of interest. It's something to think about. I myself, I'm not married to the view. I think it's interesting. I consider it on the possibility. So for me, it's sort of one of those things that's on the table to think about. There might be something going on here. Let's move on to something I think is a little better, at least in terms of security. I do think there's really, really something here, and that is with the birth of Jesus. Now, again, just in broad strokes, the birth of Jesus is one of these open but secret sort of things. I mean, it's sort of an event that's off the radar. Only a few people know about it, but it wasn't deliberately necessarily secret. At least the circumstances of Mary's pregnancy, you could say, were hush-hush. But as far as the set of circumstances, they're not hiding. They have to go and take part of the census. There's no room for them where they want to stay and all that sort of stuff. But at a different level, the arrival of the king, had to be sort of shielded a little bit. We talked yesterday about, had the rulers of this world known, they never would have crucified the Lord of glory. So there is that element, the precise plan. The end game, again, the forces of darkness know, but the sort of the plan to get there is what they don't know. But when he comes, he's supposed to defeat death, again, because we have to overturn the claim of the Lord of the dead, who is Satan, on humanity. We have to inaugurate the kingdom, again, to initiate the reclaiming of the nations and also the restoration from exile of all the tribes. And of course, the last one we sort of kind of missed, but it would have been really on the Jewish consciousness, the healing the transgressions of heaven and earth. So the arrival of the Messiah isn't just about Genesis 3, is the point. To a Second Temple Jew, the arrival of the Messiah is about dealing with Genesis 3, dealing with Genesis 6, and dealing with Genesis 11. Those are the issues. There's 3 issues, not just one. Again, which is why the Second Temple, Jewish, teaching about the proliferation of sin, that's a big deal to help our understanding, because there's more, again, to what's happening in New Testament theology than just, oh, we got to take care of the fall. Yeah, we do, but there's these other things out there too. So we talked about Romans 10. We'll just jump back in here. Again, I'm not going to rehearse the whole passage, but here in verse 14, we pick up, how then will they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how are they to believe in him of whom they have never heard? And how are they to hear without someone preaching? Then Paul asks, but I ask, have they not heard? And you expect him to say, well, no, they haven't, and that's the problem, and so we need to do evangelism. But instead, Paul says, indeed they have, which is really a curveball. And then he quotes Psalm 19. Their voice, that's the Septuagint reading, has gone out to all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world. So this is Paul's proof text that, of course they've heard. And you wonder, well, what in the world's going on there? We went to Psalm 19. The heavens declare the glory of God. The sky above proclaims his handiwork. Again, the sky communicates something. Day to day pours out speech. Night to night reveals knowledge. So there's something to learn there. According to Psalm 19, there's no speech. Nor are there words whose voice is not heard. Again, the heavens communicate. Their voice, and in the Masoretic text it reads, their line goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. So either, in terms of the interpretation of the passage, either their line or their voice accomplishes the same thing. Basically, there's something communicated here. And we talked about sort of the presumptions that go into this, that, for a Jew, this is not about, astrology as we think of it. This is not about how celestial objects determine individual destiny. That was a blasphemy, because only God determines individual destiny. And that is why Jews and Christians basically unanimously rejected the pagan notion of astrology, and like we do today, and we should. But what they were thinking of is that, well, since God created these objects, and again, the belief was that they either are divine beings or they are moved around, they're energized by divine beings, then this is a window into the fact that God is up to something. And if we can figure out sort of what's going on, then maybe we can discern some sort of communication, that God wants us to know something. This is the way he's telegraphing something. And he's doing it this way because to some degree it needs to be encrypted because of the circumstances. So those are the suppositions. There's no specific message here. The point here would be that the heavens can communicate something and do. And that would be, which is why Paul, when he asked the question, well, have they not heard? And of course they have. This is his proof text. Of course they've heard. They should have been able to look at the heavens and figure something out. And specifically, Paul's talking about the Messiah. Now, again, there have been famous sort of evangelicals or scholars that, evangelicals might be not a good term because of we're talking about 19th century, early 20th century. You could use evangelical. Bullinger, E.W. Bullinger has a very famous book called The Gospel and the Stars. I mean, he believes you could actually interpret the constellations of the zodiac that essentially goes through the Romans road. Seiss, I can't remember his first name, has another book that argues the same thing. Dr. Kennedy was, pardon the pun, in this orbit. I don't think you can get that much out of it. I'm skeptical that the zodiac constellations take us through the Romans road. I don't believe that. I'm going to tell you what I do believe, though, what I think was floating around in Paul's head, at least. Okay. What I think Paul is thinking of is what John writes here years later, because this is Revelation, the last New Testament book. I think this is what Paul would have been thinking. But I can't prove it, but I think this is it. I'm in a minority of scholars that takes Romans or Revelation 12 to mean exactly what it says. When John, throughout the book, says, I looked up at the sky and saw, I think he actually means what he says. And this is a case where he's narrating one of these visionary things, and he gets to Revelation 12, and we read, a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. She was pregnant and was crying out in birth pains and the agony of giving birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his heads 7 diadems. His tail swept down a third of the stars of heaven and cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she bore her child, he might devour it. Who's the child? Well, right here. She gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. But her child was caught up to God and to his throne. This is very clearly messianic language. This is borrowed from Psalm 2. I'm going to shut this light off because it might help you see the next couple slides. This is the place where you get this third of the angels reference. It has nothing to do with Genesis, or between Genesis 1 and 2 and before create. Right there it is. It's clearly associated with the first coming. I mean, what could be more plain as day? But what I think John is describing, if you take it as, and the scholarly term for this, the genre of astral prophecy. Bruce Malina has a commentary called The Genre and Message of the Book of Revelation. He's a New Testament scholar. His focus is social science commentary on the New Testament. I don't even know if he's a believer, but he takes Revelation. He takes basically all of Revelation as being astral theological genre. I think he takes it a bit too far. I think his commentary neglects the Old Testament too much. I think he'd actually build a better case if he's thinking astronomically in light of certain Old Testament quotations, but he doesn't really do that. He's fixated on Greco-Roman astronomy and, again, broadly speaking, astrological texts. If you're interested in this, it's worth getting. It's kind of a unique book. It's still in print. Hendrickson did it. But here's what I think's going on. This is just a picture of a zodiac mosaic in a Jewish synagogue. There are 8, 9, 10 of these that archaeologists have uncovered. Again, we're not saying that the Jews were secretly pagans. We're saying that they believed that the God of Israel, the God of heaven, was Sol Invictus here at the center. Basically the high God with the enthroned on the four-horse chariot and all that stuff. And he's the one who rules the heavens. It's a faith statement. It's not a statement of paganism. They would play off the psalm that says Yahweh is the sun, Yahweh is your sun and shield, that kind of thing. But anyway, here's what I think you can do. Now, these images are taken from an astronomy program, so I didn't make them. This is right out of an astronomy program. Starry Night. You'll notice here we've got the sun, the moon. The line here, their line from Psalm 19, is the ecliptic. This is the imaginary ecliptic on which the zodiac constellations move throughout the night sky. This is the Milky Way. So we start with the line. Here are the constellations, again, that go along the ecliptic. And what I'm going to show you is the view of the sky over Jerusalem at a certain date. I'll tell you what the date is in a moment. So what we have is we have the woman, and Virgo is the only woman constellation, so that isn't hard to figure out, plus she's the virgin. The sun is in her midst. The astronomical language is she is clothed with the sun. The moon is at her feet, Revelation 12. Up here, this is a detail not listed in Revelation 12, but at this particular time, there was a conjunction of Regulus and Jupiter. Now that's important because most astronomers who have looked at the Magi account believe that the quote-unquote movement of the star is probably Jupiter. The star language in Greco-Roman times can be applied to either what we think of as stars or what they thought, or what we think of as planets. It's just a celestial object. Jupiter has what is called retrograde motion. It appears to move at different times of the year. It has a pattern of movement. It doesn't really move, but it's just a visual thing. Jupiter was also the king star because it's the biggest planet. Okay, it was the king planet to the ancients. Regulus, look at the name Regulus, Latin. It's the king star. It was like the brightest in the sky at given points. So we have a conjunction of the king planet with the king star. Okay, they're right over top of each other. Again, constellation Virgo is the only one that represents a woman. For 20 days, Virgo was clothed with the sun, but the exact day when the moon was also under her feet, and of course when you get the conjunction at the top, could only occur during an 80-minute window within a certain span of days at a certain time of year. Here are the stick figures. We've got, this is Virgo in the actual, again, stick figure thing. Jupiter and Regulus. What is the constellation right above Virgo's head in which the king star and the king planet appear in conjunction? Anybody know their constellations? This is Leo, the lion. And the lion is the symbol of Judah, the tribe of Judah, the Messianic tribe. Underneath here in antiquity, this was Scorpio, and today, for us today, it's Scorpio and Libra. In antiquity, they were thought to be one constellation. This was like Pinchers. Okay, this was called the dragon. Notice the dragon is ready to devour the child and all this kind of stuff. Now there's another dragon off the ecliptic. Here you see the artwork. Serpens over here is off. It's very clearly a dragon, but most people who think about this kind of stuff like to stay on the ecliptic. So either way, whatever makes you happy. Here's our picture, Virgo and Leo. All of these signs, again, and I have an astronomer friend who helps me out with this stuff, but all of these signs, and there are other things I don't have in the drawing, but these are the main ones. Clothed with the sun, moon at her feet, of course, the dragon on the ecliptic underneath, Regulus and Jupiter in conjunction, so you get your retrograde motion in the constellation of Leo. All of these things taken together are not frequent. They're actually pretty rare. And again, my astronomer friend would argue that the last time they occurred was the date I'm going to show you, and they will repeat at some point. But this set of circumstances was present in 3 BC, and here's the part that freaks people out, on September 11th. So you can date this set of circumstances to an 80-minute window on September 11th in 3 BC. Okay, I actually do believe that's the birth. Now, the problem, people will point out right away, well, what about Herod? Because this would mean that Herod would have to have died, in 1 BC, because of the circumstances of the gospel. And everybody knows that Herod died in, 4 BC, because of this, that, and the other thing with Josephus or whatever. And so that's why Jesus' birth is typically put at 6 BC. Well, again, the articles by Edwards and Steinman, more recently, that I've given you, show that that is not the case. Not only can you date Herod's death differently to a different time, but if Ormond Edwards' article on Herodian coins, it's called Herodian chronology, but the article is about Herodian coins. His argument is, and it's hard to follow, but it's pretty compelling, is that the dates 4 BC that some sources would have and the date of 1 BC are actually the same date because it depends on which dating system you're using. So you can establish the death of Herod at 1 BC if you use coins, his own coinage with his own picture on it, okay? So I don't think there's a problem here at all, but it's the first thing you'll hear from someone, who sees this. 3 BC, September 11th was also significant for another reason. It corresponded to Rosh Hashanah, Jewish New Year, Tishri 1 in Jewish terminology. The Day of the Trumpets. Tishri 1 was also the New Year's Day of the civil calendar, according to the calendar accepted in Judah during the divided monarchy. The source for that is Thiel, who's an authority on Israelite king chronology. That is, it marked the first day of the reign of every new Davidic king. What a coincidence. But there's more. First month of the Jewish calendar, had been Nisan. Nisan falls in the spring when Passover occurs. This first month reckoning was set in Exodus 12. Remember, when they get out of Egypt, they reset the calendar. The first month now commemorates the deliverance from Egypt, and essentially we start over. It's a new creation, new nation. That was an innovation. Passover had not existed prior to the Exodus, and they actually had a different calendrical system which began in Tishri. So, it's a bit of a mess, at least for us. But we actually have more than one New Year's as well. We have fiscal year beginning, we have school year beginning, we have the calendar. We do the same thing, and it's no different here. It's just hard to keep track of. So Tishri, the first month, brings in the fall season, the season of harvest. So Tishri 1 is the first of the year when the year number changes in the Jewish calendar. The rabbis also taught that since Tishri, the first month, was when the harvest comes in, they believed that was the first month of creation. You say, well, that's kind of cute. It's kind of bizarre. Well, they get that because of the Garden of Eden. It was lush. In other words, harvest had already been brought in. There was plenty to eat. So that's their reasoning behind it. And that'll become an issue a little bit later. Let's go to the Jewish calendar and the flood. Remember, the flood isn't just about the flood in the Jewish mind. The flood is also about Genesis 6, 1 through 4. Okay? That gets included in Genesis 6 to 8. It doesn't get chopped out. If we get into the flood chronology, I'm just going to give you again, this is an ancient Jewish tradition idea, and here's where they get it from. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters came upon the earth. By the way, this is all from Ellen Robbins' article. Robbins is an adjunct professor, or was when she wrote this, at Johns Hopkins again. And I point this out because I'm not getting this from Billy Bob's website. Okay, I'm getting all of this from peer-reviewed literature. I don't make stuff up, okay, is the point. So Noah's 600 years old when the flood of waters come upon the earth. 5 verses later, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. So Noah was 600 years old when the flood began, a month after Tishri, in the second month. Okay? Now, we have the dove story. The dove doesn't return. So now we're getting toward the end of the flood account. In the 601st year, in the first month, so just about a year later, the first day of the month, Tishri 1 again, the waters were dried from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, behold, the face of the ground was dry. In the second month, so a little bit later, on the 27th day of the month, the earth had dried out. So the first drying, again, was on Tishri 1. Tishri 1 was considered to be the beginning of the drying up period, and it's done a little bit later. So basically a year since the flood began. So the flood, you can find this anywhere, but I'm just putting the month names in here for a reason. The flood lasted just a little over a year. Noah had therefore turned another year old. He turned 601 sometime before the earth had dried out, just right before everything was done. Early Judaism took this to mean that Noah's birthday was Tishri 1. So for a Jew, if he's reading Revelation and doing the astral stuff and figures out or heard that the Messiah had been born on Tishri 1, Noah and Jesus shared a birthday. Again, that's significant because it would create a mental and spiritual link in the Jewish mind between Jesus and Noah. What did the flood signal? Both the end and a beginning, the end of all this wickedness, the end of the Nephilim, okay? God is cleaning house. And so, again, in the Jewish mind, Jesus, the Messiah, now is here for the same reason. He's going to reverse the effects of the proliferation of evil. It would have been very easy for them to connect those dots because of the chronology. Astronomically, the second month, again, the second month when everything's dry, okay, second month is marked by the heliacal appearance of the Pleiades. Again, heliacal refers to the appearance above the horizon. The Pleiades, in Hebrew it's Kimah, are mentioned 3 times in the Old Testament, always in pairing with Orion. The Hebrew there is Casil. Okay, what's Orion? Orion is the giant in the sky. What a coincidence. And we know that the Jews thought that because look at Job 38 and then the Targum of Job 38 from Qumran, 11Q Targum Job. MT has, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion? The Targum, again, what a coincidence, has, can you bind the chains of the Naphilah? Again, if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that Naphilah is what I argue is the lemma behind Nephilim, means giant. Can you bind the chains of Naphilah or loose the cords of Orion? So Noah's birthday, associated with God's judgment of the flood is wipes the earth clean of evil. Source of that evil was, again, in the Jewish mind, the Watchers. The offending sons of God are put in the abyss until the time of the end. Noah's birth associated with the death of Nephilim. The evil, of course, persists because you have Nephilim on the earth in those days and after. And then Numbers 13:33. And that's why we need Jesus' birth. Jesus, the Messiah, is the only one who can really wipe all this out. His birth signals the same thing to a Jew, reversal of the evil of the sons of God, the Nephilim. Jesus is the king who, of course, represents the kingdom. So the kingdom is inaugurated during his ministry, which is why the death and resurrection are often described this way. Seated at the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers having been subjected to him. Again, it's messaging. It's theological messaging. It's just that we only get parts of it because we don't have the Israelite in our head. Okay? We don't have the first century Jew in our head. If we were them, we would read the same verses and different lights in our head would go off. And again, that's all I'm actually trying to do in the book. I want the lights to go off in a different way. Again, because you just have a different way to sort of process what you're reading. I do think Revelation 9 is about the return or the release of the Watchers. I think they factor into what we talked about yesterday. Again, just this imagery of a culminating battle between good and evil, Day of the Lord stuff. Because if you read Revelation 9, this is when the pit is opened and all that kind of stuff, by the angel, Abaddon, the realm of the dead, all that stuff.
Is that related to, I don't know what the verse is where it says, as in the days of Noah?
Yeah, it is a reference to that. Of course, Tom Horn will do something altogether different with that. Tom is very much into pop eschatology, and lots of people are, and they'll look at that verse and say, oh, well, the Nephilim have to come back before Jesus returns. Okay. I don't think that at all. I think that's kind of special pleading because if you read the whole Matthew 24, I think that's around verse 33 or something. There are a number of activities described as in the days of Noah. There are 3 or 4 of them. All of them can safely be ascribed to humans. The only one that might not is the marrying and giving in marriage. But the problem is, I would be thinking that if the Greek terminology there was found in Genesis 6. It is not. Because what New Testament writers will often do is they'll put hooks into passages. And you don't have the hooks there. So I don't put any credence into it at all. Now, if you connect the second coming with the day of the Lord, well, then you have a connection. Again, but the connection isn't that the government is raising up armies of new Nephilim through genetic engineering. Okay, then your connection is, this is talk about, again, the forces of darkness having it out with the forces of light, Qumran kind of language there, sons of light, sons of darkness. It becomes this cataclysmic battle for Jerusalem that is for all the marbles, that kind of thing. So you'll see my version and you'll see his version on the internet. It's kind of what it comes down to. Again, I would think a little bit differently about it. I would wonder about it, is probably the best way to say it, if there were hooks into the passage, but there just aren't any. And it seems kind of cheating to say, oh, well, these 4 things that are described, I'm going to zero in on this one that I can sort of link back to Genesis 6. I just need more than that. I got to have something more secure than that. Let's talk a little bit about the exorcist Messiah. This is another one of these things where we sort of can kind of read over and not stop and think about them. The way I asked it yesterday was, why is it that when Jesus shows up and he starts casting out demons, that this is not only from his words, telegraphing the inauguration of the kingdom. And the inauguration of the kingdom is linked with the expulsion of demonic forces. Again, what a coincidence that is. But why did people sort of say, well, of course, this is what the Messiah would do. He would cast out demons. Well, part of it is, the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, for sure. But this became, or is presented as something kind of normative for the Messiah. And the question that arises then is, well, is that really part of the messianic profile from the Old Testament? And you can make a case for that because, again, not surprisingly, Jews during the Second Temple period did make a case for it. So where does the idea come from? So here's the problem. Title, Son of David, found in the Synoptic Gospels only, again, at least in the phrase. You get it telegraphed in other ways, in other passages. The title is associated with a figure who heals and exorcises demons. While healing is a clear part of the messianic profile, exorcising demons is not so clear. Some Aramaic incantation bowls refer to Solomon as son of David and attribute to him the ability to exorcise demons. And there are a lot of these. So what Aramaic incantation bowls tell you is that lots of Jews at the time believed that Solomon was an exorcist and that this is something, again, Messiah, the king, the son of David, is supposed to be able to do. Again, they believed he had divine powers over demons. Some texts have him, with the Batman decoder ring, that binds them, so on and so forth. Now, all of those are post-New Testament. But again, it tells you that this is a real part of their consciousness. So where did it actually come from? If you look at 1 Kings 4, 29 through 34, we have, God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding beyond measure, the breadth of mind like the sand on the seashore, so that Solomon's wisdom surpassed the wisdom of all the people of the east, all the wisdom of Egypt. He also spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. He spoke of trees from the cedar, the Lebanon, the hyssop, so on and so forth. So the reference to the proverbs and the songs is going to become important. In the Septuagint, the Lord gave understanding to Solomon and very much wisdom and enlargement of heart as the sand of the seashore. And Solomon abounded greatly beyond the wisdom of all the ancients and beyond all the wise men of Egypt. And Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs, Greek parabolos, and his songs, Odai, were 5,000. Again, there you get Greek terminology that will become important. Wisdom of Solomon, again, Second Temple Jewish, this is pre-New Testament literature. Solomon is the speaker, and Solomon says, God hath given me an unerring knowledge of the things that are, to know the constitution of the world and the operation of elements. So now Solomon is sort of an alchemist, okay, in Jewish thinking. Now, the parables and the odes and the songs, depending on which term you prefer, some of those were considered to be utterances or spells, is where we're going. And here we have Solomon has command over the elements. He also knows the beginning and the end and middle of times, the alternations of the solstices, the changes of seasons, the circuits of years, the position of stars. So now he's the astral prophet. natures of living creatures and ragings of wild beasts, the powers of spirits and the thoughts of men, the diversities of plants and virtues of roots. So now he's a spellcaster and he can make potions. You see the portrait that's emerging here. All things that are either secret or manifest I learned. For she, that is the artificer of all things, taught me even wisdom. So I learned this from wisdom. In some Qumran texts, we read, let not Satan rule over me, nor an evil spirit, let neither pain nor evil purpose. Part of that Qumran psalm is in the Septuagint as Psalm 151. So again, the speaker here is, in this particular psalm, is Solomon. And so Solomon, again, has the authority, again, to rebuke Satan, rebuke evil spirits, that sort of thing. Again, this is Qumran material. It's pre-New Testament. It's part of what will become the Septuagint. It's part of Second Temple Jewish tradition. Going on, David, son of Jesse, was wise and a light like the light of the sun, so on and so forth. And all the songs, now we're into the son of David again, which is Solomon. All the songs which he spoke were 446. The songs to perform over the possessed, 4. The total was 4,050. Now, again, what you have here is you have a statement from 1 Kings that is sort of altered in this extra psalm. And one of the alterations is songs or utterances that you would pronounce over someone demon-possessed. And this is attributed to the son of David, i.e. Solomon. So again, this isn't canonical material, but it's Second Temple Jewish material that tells you, and this is all pre-Jesus, that when Jesus shows up and part of his healing, okay, which is very clearly messianic, Isaiah 61, part of his healing is also to cast out demons. They wouldn't have batted an eye. This is sort of what they expected. In Psalm 91, in the Qumran version of it, he who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust, for he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler, from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions. Under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of night, the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that walks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. These are all underlined, all 4 of them, for a reason. All 4 of these are names of minor gods in Canaanite religion that the Septuagint casts as demons. Okay, all 4 of them. So, Dever, Ketev, Resheph, these are names, again, well known in Canaanite material, again, in the Solomonic era, as minor deities in the Canaanite pantheon. And the way they're cast in the Septuagint, in the Psalm, especially, it gives the king, it gives God, and of course, the king Solomon, becomes this. After David, of course, par excellence king, he has power over these things. So we would assume that theologically, obviously, but by virtue of the Psalms, this content is mediated through the Psalms and then sort of amplified a little bit in the Qumran material to have the Messianic king be someone who has command over demons. It's a very normal thought. I mean, well, of course Yahweh has command over everything else, and Yahweh is the Messiah. The Messiah is Yahweh incarnate. But you just don't have any specific verse, to hang it on. But you, again, like with a lot of these things, a lot of the conclusions that are drawn, a lot of the way people think, it's just this pool of ideas floating around in their heads, and then they connect certain dots. You don't have a verse that just lays everything out. And that's true, actually, of the whole messianic profile. Not reference to Josephus there. Again, God enabling Solomon to have power over demons and whatnot. A lot of this stuff, like in the book I talk about the messianic profile. And part of it is because it is cryptic, because of what Paul says. But even I think it's actually fairly transparent. It's one of the things in the book that I would have thought even though sometimes I'm surprised by questions I get, either in a setting like this or in email. But, when I say things like, hey, do you realize that there is no verse, okay, there is no specific verse that talks about a dying and rising Messiah in the Old Testament? Well, what about Isaiah 53? The word Mashiach never shows up in there. It's the servant. Again, we presume, for good reason, that the servant is the same figure. But this actually grew, that whole section of the book actually grew out of an interaction I had with an atheist on my blog. Somebody who, I hate to put it this way, thought they weren't as smart as what they thought they were, because they wanted to pick at this. And it's like, look, you're casting the New Testament writers as though they were either kind of inept, or they're fudging things, they're making stuff up out of the Old Testament. And that's because you're looking for specific verses that lay everything out in nice, neat fashion. Try reading the Gospels, okay? Even after the resurrection. Okay, there's Jesus, the resurrected Christ, standing in the room, and it says he had to open their minds. Even then they don't get it. Well, why don't they get it? Or did he just pick the 12 dumbest people he could find, to follow him around? No, they don't get it because it's never laid out. The Messianic profile is scattered in 100 places. They're just dots swimming around in the Old Testament. It's like a mosaic. You have to put them together, and only in hindsight can you see the picture. Only when the mosaic's put together and you stand back, it's a picture. I get it. That's the way Old Testament prophecy worked about the Messiah. It's not spelled out because, again, demons aren't morons either. They could either overhear somebody talking about a passage they read, that's what Jesus is supposed to do, we better not kill him. Or they could read it themselves, all right? It's supposed to be cryptic. And frankly, that is my eschatology. Okay, that is my eschatology. If it was cryptic the first time around, chances are it's going to be cryptic again. You're only going to understand it looking back. So an obsession with end time stuff is a royal waste of time. Do something else. Again, that doesn't make a lot of people happy, but that's where I'm at. And this is just part of it. Again, this whole messianic demonic exorcism thing, because this is the kind of thing that critics will latch on to, and then they'll use to say that the gospel writers are making stuff up, or they got this or that wrong. And again, it's a total misunderstanding, and I think almost intentional of what you actually see happening in the Gospels, because they don't get it. And half the time when New Testament writers quote the Old Testament, tell me if you haven't had this experience. You go look up the cross reference, and it's like, well, how does that fit? Like, what were they thinking? I mean, I don't get it. Is this a typo? Did they put the right cross reference in there? It's supposed to be that way. It's just the way it is. One other thing to jump to is binding and loosing. Again, this is another little frustration of mine. I don't understand why that people have made this so complicated. Again, in Matthew 16 and 18, you get this, binding and, keys to heaven idea, binding and loosing, that sort of thing. Well, again, that has a backstory. It has a whole history of tradition behind it. But traditionally, when people tackle the binding and loosing language, whatsoever you will bind in heaven, whatsoever, loose on earth and all that kind of stuff. Whatever the exact terminology is, I think you know what I'm referring to. And we'll take a look at some passages here. But Catholicism, of course, interprets these references as Jesus authorizing the establishment of the Catholic Church. What else are they going to say? The primacy of Peter and the apostolic power of excommunication. We have the power to kick you out. Okay? And take away your salvation, of course, in Catholic thought, or at least your chance for salvation. You have less of a chance now. Protestantism says, well, the Catholics are wrong. Nothing is said in either passage about the transmission of authority by apostles to any successor. The rabbis, again, by analogy, again, some people say that what the rabbis were saying here is the way we ought to look at it instead of Catholicism or Protestant responses. They interpret this as either the authority to absolve or release a person of a vow. Again, does it ever actually say that? No. Authority of the scribes to determine which actions were forbidden and which ones were permitted. Again, does it ever actually say that? No. Authority of the leaders of the community to exclude persons from the community. That's akin to the Catholic, excommunication idea. So, again, binding and loosing. Maybe it's the authority to withhold forgiveness of sins. Again, some point to John 20:23 here. If you forgive the sins of any, they are forgiven them. If you withhold forgiveness from any, it is withheld. Again, he's speaking to, Jesus said to them again, his disciples. And so some take this and refer back to the binding and loosing. Again, this isn't a minority view with me. I'm with, most scholars here. John 20:23 is typically thought to refer to church discipline, given that Matthew seems to say that Jesus expected his followers to forgive those who offended them without the need for authorization of clergy. And there you have some references to that idea. For the church discipline idea, taking Matthew 18:18 with Matthew 18:15 to 17. So if we go to Matthew 18, what I mean by that is, if you start in verse 15, if your brother sins against you, go and tell him his fault. So it has to do with personal offense. And so if you let verses 15 through 17 create a hermeneutical path or boundary to verse 18, the binding and loosing, then it's not about, the disciples weren't like God for a day, that we get to forgive sins or not. The reference is specifically to personal offense. And again, an offense within the community, which would be church discipline. And again, I think that's a coherent way to look at things. So again, I'm pretty mainstream there. This is from Heiser's article. Heiser says, none of these interpretations tends to passages where the terms for binding and loosing appear in intertestamental Jewish sources. So that's a nice way of him saying, hey, lots of commentaries never even bother to look at Second Temple material to figure this out. And it's true, they don't. And they ought to be the major sources for the issue. So here's, again, quoting from his article, terms for binding and loosing appear with a wide range of meanings in the Old Testament. The Old Testament, for example, and here you have the string of verses, where you can look up binding and loosing language. None of these passages anticipates the later putative rabbinic uses. So even the rabbis don't seem to try to make an effort to link their concept of authority back to this language. They're more concerned with, again, I hate to say it this way, but they're more concerned with control over their people. I don't really know how else to say it. Sort of hanging membership in the community over their heads through Pharisaic laws and whatnot. And here's saying it has nothing to do with binding and loosing. The most common usage of binding and loosing terminology in Second Temple literature and the New Testament, lo and behold, refers to the binding of Satan and demons and the loosing of their victims. Several instances. Again, in Second Temple, look at that first. You have references in 1 Enoch, Jubilees, Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. The context is the earlier binding of evil spirits in the days of Noah. In other words, the watchers, they are bound, they are put in prison so they can't harass people. And the future binding of Satan or Belial at the end of the age. Again, if you look at Heiser's article, he'll give you the references in Enoch, Jubilees, and some of these other sources. So here are a few of them. You go out to 1 Enoch. Let's just take a look at a couple. Let's see here. The deluge is about to come upon all the earth, and all that is in it will be destroyed. And now instruct him in order that he may flee, and his seed will be preserved for all generations. Secondly, the Lord said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, and throw him into the darkness. And he made a hole in the desert, which was in Duda-el, and cast him there. So bind Azazel, again, binding and loosing language is the point. We'll just look up a couple of these quickly. Go down to verse 11. And to Michael, God said, make known to Shem Yazah and the others who are with him. Again, these are names of some of the watchers that do the Genesis 6 thing. Shem Yazah and others who are with him who fornicated with the women, that they will die together with them in all their defilement. And when they and all their children have battled with each other, and when they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them for 70 generations underneath the rocks of the ground until the day of their judgment and of their consummation, until the eternal judgment is concluded. Again, other texts will just say the day of the Lord or something like that. Again, these are the spirits in prison, in chains of gloomy darkness, in New Testament language. 1 Enoch 88, 1. Let's just go there. I then saw one of those four who had come out earlier seizing that first star, binding his hands and feet and throwing him into an abyss. This abyss was narrow and deep, empty and dark, so on and so forth. So again, just samples of binding and loosing language in Second Temple material that clearly refers to, divine beings in rebellion, demons, again, whatever you prefer to call them. So here's is simply arguing that, hey, this kind of stuff is the source or tradition for binding and loosing language in the Gospels. And as I put a note here at the bottom, it's also part of the tradition about, as we read in the book of Revelation, that the lake of fire is for the devil and his angels. Again, that's also, there's a lot of Second Temple stuff going on there as well. Testaments of the 12 patriarchs, again, Testament of Levi, we're not going to click out to it, but refers to the activities of the new priest whom God would raise up as king in the era to come. Again, you have this binding and loosing terminology there. So again, the new priest, it's messianic language. And of course, in the Gospels, you have the Messiah granting this authority, this power to his disciples. New Testament usage parallels. Let's just go to Revelation 20. Sorry, learning here. Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. Okay, so you have binding language there. You also have key language there. Again, you get the idea. Mark 3:27. This is the strong man passage. Again, if Satan has risen up against himself and is divided, he cannot stand, but is coming to an end. But no one can enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods unless he first binds the strong man. Then indeed he may plunder his house. Of course, he had just exorcised the demon, loosed or freed the person, being possessed. So again, the point is that binding and loosing language in a lot of places in the New Testament refers to what you do with demons and what you do with their victims. So why is it, here's the question, why is it that when we come across binding and loosing language in Matthew 18, why don't we interpret Matthew 18 in light of all these other references? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't know why tradition doesn't do that. It just seems kind of obvious to me. But instead of doing that, we have traditions about, who we can excommunicate and who we can't. Again, it just, to me, it's a real disconnect in the way we approach things, or at least the way mainstream Christianity has approached things. The book goes into the backdrop of Bashan a lot. Of course, there's Bashan. And Bashan in Old Testament context, of course, this is the first place where Moses and Joshua, of course, encounter giant clans. And again, I don't think it's a coincidence that the conquest, again, is always framed by this. They fail launching into the 40 years of wandering, and their failure is, again, because they feared the Anakim. After the 40 years, they come up through the Transjordan, and we are specifically told in Deuteronomy 2 and 3, again, the Transjordan here, down here is Edom and Moab. We're specifically told in Deuteronomy 2 and 3 that, hey, God had already eliminated the Amim and the Zamzumim, the giant clans, the vestiges of the Rephaim and the Transjordan. The descendants of Esau had already driven them out, already gotten rid of them. But there are still some left. And so again, I think we need to track with the conquest accounts, and the way they track is you got to go up here. Og is the last of the Rephaim here in the Transjordan, and you got to deal with him. Again, I just don't think this is coincidental or accidental. It's not random. So they have to go up to Bashan and confront Og and Sihon, the two Amorite kings. And of course, the Amorite, when Amos the prophet gives his little summary of how the conquest was, he uses the term Amorite, which of course shows up a lot in Deuteronomy 2 and 3, and he describes the Amorites as very tall. Again, it's just not coincidental. It's very consistent language. They go up and defeat Og and Sihon, and two places are mentioned, of course, Ashtaroth and Edrei, and in Ugaritic texts, Canaanite texts, you can find this in DDD. In Canaanite Ugaritic texts, Ashtaroth and Edrei were viewed as gateways to the netherworld. They are the gates to hell. Okay, these are places you go because they're associated with the Rephaim, which is, again, we saw yesterday, again, these are the disembodied inhabitants of hell, which of course is where Second Temple Judaism gets the origin of demons and all this stuff. Again, this place has a history. The whole region of Bashan is associated with the Amorites and the Rephaim, and specifically these two cities, who also happen to be mentioned externally in other texts that are not part of the Bible, in very sinister ways. Bashan itself, in Canaanite, in Ugaritic, again, it's just another Semitic language, it's the closest linguistic language to Hebrew, which is why initially it was important. In the 20s. Bashan there is not spelled B and then SH consonant and N, it's Bathan. And Bathan in Ugaritic and Bashan in Hebrew as well, and other Semitic languages, either one of those, Bashan or Bathan, is also a word for serpent. Again, not coincidental. It has, again, this association with, bad stuff, supernatural stuff, evil, sinister, powers of darkness stuff, gateways to the netherworld, Lord of the dead. Who's the Lord of the dead in Canaanite religion? It's Baal. Baal is actually titled Lord of the dead because he rules the underworld. That's where he rules everything from. That's his domain. Baal-zebul is Canaanite. That's Ugaritic. That works its way into the Gospels. It's Ugaritic for Prince Baal. Baal, and then the word for prince in Ugaritic is Zebul. Prince Baal, Lord of the dead. Very obviously a Satan figure. Baal-zebub is a slap in the face to Baal. Baal-zebub, change one consonant, it means Lord of the flies, which is a reference to dung. So instead of Prince Baal, we've got Lord of crap, Lord of dung. So it's a pejorative, is what it is. But that also finds its way into the Gospels. Again, it's a punch in the nose to Baal. But this whole place, this whole region is significant. Dan is right here. Dan, in Israelite times, was a cult center dedicated to Baal. Again, gateways to the netherworld here. In New Testament times, it's it's a few miles from Caesarea Philippi. It becomes known as Banyas or Panias. It was a cult center dedicated to Zeus and also the god Pan. So it has, again, lots of occultic feel to it. Now, a little bit larger view, you'll notice, of course, again, here's our part of our region, Bashan. If we go back, Sea of Galilee, Lake Hula, right here. And Jesus has part of his ministry. He goes into what would be called the Transjordan. And the key place that we want to focus on, that I focus on in the book, is Caesarea Philippi, Panias. Again, very close to the old cult center dedicated to Baal. And this is the new cult center dedicated to Zeus, who, again, most scholars would say Zeus and Baal. Zeus is sort of the Greco-Roman equivalent of Baal, and there are good reasons to say that, because it's pretty clear that was the case. It's how they were viewed. Now, you'll notice here with Caesarea Philippi, Panias, there's a mountain just to the north, and that mountain is Hermon. Okay, anybody know what Hermon is? If you read the book, this should be right on the tip of your tongue. Mount Hermon was the place where what? Think Enoch, Enochian literature, Second Temple Judaism. Hermon was the place where the Watchers descend and they hatch their plot. It's the precursor to the Genesis 6 thing. Hermon in Hebrew also has the same consonants as Herem. Again, devote to destruction. Nice wordplay there. Again, scarcely coincidental. So let's talk about Caesarea Philippi and Banias, because Jesus is going to go to Caesarea, and we'll just take it from there. So this is Matthew 16, Mark 8. This is where you get Peter's confession. Okay? Who do men say that I am? And Peter says, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus says, good job, but don't get a big head because the Spirit had to reveal this to you. So they have this conversation, and Jesus says to Peter, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. So, of course, Roman Catholicism says, well, the rock has to be Peter, because he says, thou art Peter, upon this rock I will build my church. So this is, again, Peter is the first pope, the church is founded on Peter, and you should all be Catholic. Protestants, of course, say, well, the Catholics can't be right. They argue that the rock is God or Christ based on 1 Corinthians 10:4. I don't think either of them are correct. I think when Jesus says, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not be able to withstand it, I think the rock is where they're standing. They are standing right next to Hermon. They are standing in Bashan. They are standing at a place known in Old Testament times as, hey, you got a number of escalators to hell here. In Bashan, the place of the serpent. I think all of those things, factor into the statement. So he's saying right here is where we're going to get things started. Because what he's going to do here is he's going to provoke the powers of darkness so that they kill him. And there's a lot of telegraphing that goes on in this passage. Gates of hell, you often see it translated, the gates of, thou art Peter, and upon this rock, so on and so forth. The gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Here's your reverse interlinear and logos. Against has no Greek word. Okay, it's a poor translation, and it's also with the verb form. You need to translate it, again, without the use of the preposition, because the preposition doesn't really exist there. I would suggest, and other translations go this direction, that we should translate, the gates of hell will not be able to withstand it. They will not withstand it. Gates of hell will not prevail against it makes it sound like the church is cowering the corner and taking a beating. Oh, God's on our side. We'll be able to hold up. We won't quite be killed off. Ouch, ouch, this sort of thing. When what it's really talking about is the church is the one administering the beating. Okay, the gates of hell will not be able to withstand it. And Jesus, again, is going to be saying, look, on this rock I will build my church. The gates of hell will not be able to withstand it. Here's the messaging. I'm standing at the gates of hell, or at least one of the places associated with the gates of hell. This is the place of the serpent. We all know what this place is associated with. All you guys know the backstory because you're Jews. You're familiar with the traditions, the literature, and whatnot. And he's basically saying, this is where it begins. I am going to turn the Lord of the Dead's home into his tomb. And you guys are going to be with me. You guys are going to help me accomplish that. And the gates of hell will not be able to withstand you. It will not be able to withstand the kingdom of God. And then later, just like it says here, after 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter and James and John, led them up to a high mountain. There's only one mountain there. It's Hermon. What happens when they go up into this mountain? What's the next event in the chronology of Jesus' life? The Transfiguration. So he picks Hermon to go up and be transfigured. Again, if you're a Jew reading this, you don't miss this. It's like, okay, I'm here. This is who I really am. I'm here. Do something about it. He's picking a fight. Because right after the transfiguration event, I think it's Mark that says, from this point on, Jesus began to teach his disciples that he had to go up to Jerusalem and die. Okay, this is the beginning of his teaching to them that, okay, hey, you probably thought this was cool. You know, we go to the gates of hell, we poke Satan in the eye. We go up to Hermon, and we poke at the watchers and sort of make fun of them. But I just want you to know that we're going to go to Jerusalem now, and I'm going to die. And Peter's like, what? What's up with that? Again, he has to teach them that this is the whole point. And a week later, they have the triumphal entry. There they are. And a week after that, he's dead. So you read through the gospel concatenation of events. He goes to these places. These are the two places in Jewish thinking that are essentially ground zero for the forces of darkness. He goes to both places and he picks a fight. I'm here, do something about it. Because he knows they don't. He knows he needs to die. And so we got to get the show on the road. We got to get it, move it along. We got to get things started here. It's not the end, it's the beginning. And that's what he does. There's another event that some of the Gospels add into the mix here, and that is the sending of the 70 or 72. Again, different translations are going to refer to different things. It doesn't matter what the number is because they both numbers refer to the same thing. 70 is the number of the nations in Genesis 10 that were disinherited and distributed among the sons of God in the Masoretic text. In the Septuagint, if you count them, it's 72 because they split one of the place names into two. So you have this. You have either combining or dividing of place names. That's the reason why you have the manuscript difference. Somebody's reading MT, somebody else is reading Septuagint. 6 of one and a half dozen another. It's the same source. It's the same idea. So Jesus, this is the first time he sends out disciples. He doesn't send out the 12. He sends out 70. Okay, and of course, in conjunction with that, the demons are subject to the 70. Again, it's telegraphing. I'm not just here for Israel. I am going to have dominion in every place. This is also the same passage where Jesus says, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, in conjunction with, again, kickstarting the kingdom of God. This gesture is about reclaiming the nations, asserting his authority over every place and not just Israel. Why does he say this? Again, Satan, the Lucifer character, the Nakash, the serpent, the original divine rebel, is cast down at the very beginning. He's cast down. After the episode in Eden, he's cast down to the Eretz, to the earth. It's also a term for the underworld. Again, we've been through that territory yesterday. What I think Jesus means here, he falls like lightning from heaven. I think this is a reference to the Lord of the dead losing the merit of his case, losing the ability to go to God or remind God and say, look, all of these people belong to me. Okay, by your own curse, they were driven from your presence. You got rid of the Eden thing. You left Earth. All this stuff you've done. You owe them to me. I am Lord of the dead. They are all going to die by your own word. I own them. And what Jesus is saying here, again, when he is there, he's the Son of God. He is the Son of the Most High. He is there to inaugurate the kingdom. The messaging is, every member of my kingdom is not a member of yours. Everyone who aligns himself with me, you no longer have any claim to at all. You are a prosecutor without a case. Because again, Jesus knows, I'm going to die. I'm going to pay their penalty. And if they are a member of my kingdom, you got nothing. Go away. You have an empty claim. So I take this sort of as a judicial, kind of idea, because it's in conjunction with the beginning of the kingdom of God. Jesus inaugurates the kingdom. So I wanted to make sure that we covered that a little bit before we hit Acts 2, because Acts 2 is the other phase. If this is phase 1 of the launch, to the kingdom of God, let's just go over here. Phase 2, of course, is Pentecost. And I want to take a little time to go through this. Again, it's all cosmic geography. It's all go to this place, say this thing, do this act to telegraph theological ideas. This is what the Gospels do. This is what the New Testament does. It's theological messaging with these events. So here we have Acts 2, and again, how many times have you read through this passage? This is just one of the more familiar passages in the New Testament, but there are things in it and about it that are often missed. What's typically missed is that nobody approaches it with the Deuteronomy 32 worldview in their head. Okay, that's the first problem. But if you go to it with that in your head, again, with your Old Testament theology of the spiritual world in your head, you read in Acts 2, when the day of Pentecost arrived, they were all together in one place. And suddenly there came from heaven a sound like a mighty rushing wind, and it filled the entire house where they were sitting. And divided tongues as of fire, so on and so forth. I have the word divided here highlighted in the reverse interlinear. It's diamorizo. And if you search for that term in the Septuagint, okay, Greek translation of the Old Testament, guess where it shows up? Deuteronomy 32:8. What a coincidence. When the Most High divided up the nations, it's the same lemma. It's from the Septuagint. You say, well, that's just one, Mike. It's kind of maybe it's just a lucky stab. You keep reading. Now there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews, devout men from every nation under heaven. And at this sound the multitude came together, and they were bewildered, because each one was hearing them speak in his own language. Bewildered, highlighted in the reverse interlinear. Sunkeo is the lemma. Guess where that shows up in the Septuagint? Genesis 11, the Tower of Babel story. What a coincidence. Okay, what Luke's doing is he's putting hooks into the Deuteronomy 32 world passages, the two significant passages, Tower of Babel event. Because he wants, again, literate readers, when they come across these terms, again, the assumption is that ding, 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 the lights are going to go off in their head. Oh, okay. So the nations that we get here have something to do with what happened in the past. And they do. This is from the Logos software. I actually had them change this for the book because this is a little crowded. Maybe I should have used the one from the book and updated the slide here. But the names in the red caps, are the names that show up in the list of countries in Acts 2. And if you read the list, as you're going through Acts 2, they proceed from east to west. So the easternmost point, and again, these are all Jews that have been scattered through the empire, beginning in the east. Well, why would we find Jews in Parthia and Media and Elam? Basically eastern Mesopotamia. Why would we find Jews there? The answer is the exile. Okay, yeah, they're exiled Babylon. Babylon, of course, falls to Persia, Media, Persia, Elam. This is the region, Parthia, parts of the Persian Empire. When they return under Ezra and Zerubbabel, not every Jew comes back. Only 50,000 it was come back. A lot of the Jews stay. So there's a Jewish presence there. We get that from the book of Esther, which post-dates the return from exile. So the list begins where the Jews are, the farthermost eastern point, and as we'll see, there's another reason why we get this sort of landmass boundary here. But we move westward. When it hits the water, of course, you split. You follow both coasts. And this is where the Jews who show up at Pentecost are from. They come, 3,000 of them embrace the Messiah, the new message. at Pentecost describes. They hear the apostles speak to them in their own languages. They're amazed. They take the message back again to their own communities. And we have lots of plants, lots of little cell groups now to begin to take back those nations. Because now the news of the Messiah has penetrated. Again, it's an infiltration. Italy is the westernmost point, of course, with Rome there. And that Rome is going to factor into the story of Paul in Acts. Well, we'll get there in a moment. Just a few quick observations about Acts. As you're reading through Acts, again, Luke's narrative is naturally selective. And there are a number of places that he mentions that are significant, again, in the context of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview and the whole, apostate situation with Israel. Remember, Jesus is the Jewish Messiah, but he's also the Messiah to the world. He is also the thing, the person by which the curses will be reversed. All of them, not just Genesis 3, but Genesis 3, Genesis 6, Genesis 11. All of these situations are going to be reversed. And so we need to make sure, Luke wants to make sure that the readers catch the fact that all of the places you would expect the good news about the Messiah to penetrate, we didn't miss any of them. So Samaria in Acts 8, Samaria is not in the list in Acts 2. So Luke's like, well, I didn't put this in Acts 2 because there's kind of another reason why, we did what we did in Acts 2, which we'll get to in a moment. But I want you readers to make sure to understand that Samaria also received the good news in Acts 8. What's significant about Samaria? What was Samaria in the Old Testament? It's the capital of the northern apostate kingdom, the 10 tribes that are still missing, still in exile. Okay? The 10 that don't return. It's the capital of the northern kingdom. That's where you get the whole defection. So we want to make sure we hit Samaria. Then we hit Ethiopia in the same chapter. Why Ethiopia? Well, Ethiopia, of course, penetrating south of Egypt. There were Jewish colonists there. The one you've probably heard of is Elephantine. There was a Jewish temple even built there along the Nile. But you get into Ethiopia, and there's a whole history about Ethiopian Jewry. They're called falashas today. Still have a strong Jewish community. It's where the Book of Enoch, incidentally, survived. They still do animal sacrifices there, according to the Mosaic Law. They've had Jews there for centuries, or even millennia, really. But again, Jews of the day would have known that, hey, there are a lot of Jews living down there. So one of them shows up here reading the book of Isaiah. And of course, he has his conversation with Philip. Philip is told by the Spirit to talk to this guy. And incidentally, where does, I don't have this on the list here, but where does Philip, when Philip's done, he sort of disappears and he winds up somewhere else. He winds up at Azotus, which is in Philistine territory. Got to make sure we got that too, because the Philistine cities were part of the original boundaries of the Promised Land. Got to make sure that they're included too. We get into Acts 9 and we hit Damascus. Of course, this is where Paul is converted. He's on his way to Damascus. He gets confronted by Jesus, taken back to Damascus, where again Ananias meets him. The scales fall off. He baptizes him. He starts preaching. Why Damascus? Back to the story of Abraham. Remember Abraham and Lot? Okay, God had, they had this dispute among them about, okay, where are our herds going to go? And God takes Abraham out and says, hey, take a look at the land. Everything you see here is going to be yours. As far as the eye can see. That scene or that promise is sort of echoed later on to other patriarchs, and including Moses, where the phrase, every place upon which your foot treads, I will give you this land. If you go back to the Abraham story, Lot gets kidnapped. Abraham gathers up some men and pursues Lot's captors, overtakes them, rescues Lot where? Damascus. So Abraham, again, exerted authority in the biblical mind. His foot reached Damascus. And so that is Abrahamic turf in the land promise thinking. So we have Damascus. We get Paul converted. God has to tell Peter, hey, just a reminder, what happened here with Jesus is not just for Jews, it's also for Gentiles. So we have the Cornelius vision. We know what happens there. And then Paul comes along, and he begins his ministry. He's sent out. He's the apostle to the Gentiles. So the rest of the story after Acts 10 is really Paul's missionary journeys. We know all about them. He goes to lots of these places, okay? Asia Minor, Greece, all these places. He's evangelizing there. And then we start to get toward the end of, what will be the end in Acts of what happens to Paul. In Acts 20, Paul says, now behold, I'm going to Jerusalem. This is his last trip. Constrained by the Spirit, not knowing what will happen to me there, except that the Holy Spirit testifies to me in every city that imprisonment and afflictions await me. So basically, hey, we're taking a trip to Jerusalem. Everywhere we stop, the Spirit's telling him now, you're going to go to Jerusalem, but you're going to suffer there. So Paul's like, I know bad things are going to happen, but I know I need to go there. It's not going to be pleasant, but I'm supposed to go there, so we're going. Get to Acts 21. They seek out some disciples. We stay for 7 days. Through the Spirit, the disciples, these people that they meet, were telling Paul not to go to Jerusalem. Well, why? Because Agabus is among the number. Though he takes Paul's belt, says, thus says the Holy Spirit, this is how the Jews at Jerusalem are going to treat the person to whom these things belong. And the disciples there are saying, don't go down to Jerusalem. We're afraid for you. And Paul's like, yeah, I know. I know. I'm not doubting any of this. Bad things are going to happen. But I just know I'm supposed to go. Why did Paul think this way? Well, earlier, prior to Acts 20, we read in Acts 19, after these events, Paul resolved in the Spirit to pass through Macedonia and Achaia and go to Jerusalem, saying, after I've been there, I must go to Rome. So in Paul's mind, again, I'm not saying he knew he had a precognition of where everything that was going to happen. I don't think he did. But he knows, I got to go to Jerusalem, and after I'm at Jerusalem, I need to go to Rome. I'm going to get to Rome. So he doesn't necessarily know all the chain of events that are going to happen there, but look what happens. He goes to Jerusalem. Of course, he causes a riot. He gets arrested. He gets put on trial. Eventually, he has to appeal to Caesar. So, hey, lo and behold, I got to Jerusalem. Bad stuff happened. I got beat up, got arrested, got thrown in jail unjustly. But guess what? I'm on the way to Rome. Now, he's never been to Rome. So while he's in prison, again, Romans is one of the letters he either writes in prison or on the way to Rome. He writes in Romans 15, thus I make it my ambition to preach the gospel, not where Christ has already been named. I've been there, done that. Right? Been there, done that. Lest I build on someone else's foundation. But now, since I no longer have any room for work in these regions, and since I have longed for many years to come to you, I hope to see you in passing as I go to Spain. So Paul's like, man, I can't wait to meet you guys. Can't wait to get to Rome. I've really wanted to do this. I'm excited. Can't wait to meet you. If you read Romans 1, he goes, I desire to come to you so that I can impart unto you some spiritual gift through the laying on of hands, because this is how the Spirit and spiritual gifts were transmitted in the apostolic period. He doesn't know, because he doesn't know that any of the other disciples have been there. He's never been there. He wants to know that, okay, you're all taken care of. Everything is functioning here like it should and whatnot. But I just want to tell you, I'm just going to stop. I'm only going to be there a little while because I need to get to Spain. It's like, what's that? What's that? When therefore I've completed this, when I hit Rome and have delivered to them what has been collected, again, I will leave for Spain by way of you. So Jerusalem reference in his letter here, and also the reference to Rome and also Spain. So what's the big deal with Spain? So here's your Acts 2 map. It only goes as far as Italy, proceeding from east to west. This covers all of the landmass. Okay, here's Italy. All of the nations that are mentioned in the table of nations, again, cover this territory. And so by the time you get to Paul's journey with Rome, the gospel has penetrated from east to west and north to south, covering this range. Now we know from Isaiah 66 that a lot of these places in Africa and whatnot are mentioned, again, as nations that will come back to Yahweh and worship at Jerusalem and all this kind of stuff. And there's one that's kind of special in there because there's only one outlier in this whole picture, and that's Tarshish. Okay, look at where Tarshish is. If you know your geography, it's Spain. Why does Paul want to get to Spain? Because that's the last place associated with the disinheritance of the nations that he had not gotten to. That he knew or he sensed the gospel had not penetrated that territory. So again, I believe, and again, I'm not alone here. Like I said, the dirty little secret of the book is nothing in the book's original to me. That Paul viewed himself as the living embodiment of the living catalyst to reclaim the disinherited nations. That was his job. I believe, again, I can't prove it, but I believe that Paul believed he would not die until he had reached Spain. Because if he dies before he gets to Spain, he fails. Now, church history, there's a long tradition of this. Again, the sources are in your book. There's a very strong tradition that Paul does get to Tarshish. After he gets to Tarshish and ministers for a while, he's rearrested, brought back to Rome, and executed. Again, in the chronology of the life of Paul and his trial, there are whole books you can read about this stuff. But the point is that Paul is very conscious of this need to take the news of the kingdom to all of these nations, because it's through the Messiah, it's through the seed of Abraham that all the nations will be blessed. This is Paul's world. This is the world of Genesis 10. And again, I really believe that Paul had a sense that this is what, God called me to do this. I am not going to die until I get the job done. I can't wait to see you, Romans. Love to see you. But I'm only going to stay a while because I got to get to Spain. Go ahead.
Why do you think the Spirit does not allow Paul and Silas to go to Asia?
I think there's two possibilities. It depends on what is meant by Asia. I mean, I think the possibility is, here's the way I would approach it. That Paul, again, he had done enough of the work in these places. Again, here's Asia Minor. So what exactly is meant by Asia? I mean, he started churches in here. He has to get to Rome, but he's basically, in 3 missionary journeys, has spread the gospel through here. Of course, this is the Jewish concentration. We pick up in Acts, earlier. And of course, Pentecost sort of gobbles all this stuff up. I think the point is that it's time to move west because you've done the job here. And he actually, says that a little bit later. He talks about, I can't do any more work in these regions. I don't want to build on someone else's foundation. In other words, this is the thing that remained. And so the Spirit says, no, you're not going to go here, you're going to go there. Because after Acts 16, then he's constrained by the Spirit to go to Jerusalem. Of course, God knows when you get to Jerusalem, all this, you're going to cause a riot, I'm going to get you on a boat, you're going to go to Rome. And then you're going to get to Spain. So that's the way I think things would have worked. Am I done yet? God says, yep. Paul, I think, initially thought that there's still work here to do, and the Spirit's like, no, I need you to go over here now. Again, we talked about Paul's vocabulary for the powers of darkness. These are all terms that are used either in the New Testament or in the wider Greco-Roman world for geographical dominion. Archontes is one of the terms used in one of the versions of the Septuagint for Daniel 10. And it's pretty apparent that Paul views the world under dominion. And that his mission is to go to these places, confront the powers where necessary, but to deliver people from darkness, deliver people from bondage, bound to and by these forces. This is from a recent book edited by John Day on Genesis 1 through 11. He has a nice chapter on where was Tarshish, because you'll read other scholars saying, like over here, since Tarshish is linked to Japheth in Genesis 10, Japheth is a lot of the his lineage extends to a lot of the areas around Greece and the Aegean. And so the argument is that Tarshish isn't in Spain, and Day's article addresses that. It happened to be under Greek control, he believes. And again, I think I told you on the first day, I don't think Genesis 1 through 11 was written during the Mosaic period. I think it is later, or at least substantially later, because it's so Mesopotamian in all of its orientation. Moses' context is Egypt and Canaan. It's not Mesopotamia. And there's a dozen things in Genesis 1 through 11 that are bound in many ways to Mesopotamian theology and thinking. And I think Day makes a good case here. If that in turn is the case, that would explain the reference to Tarshish under Japheth, because by the time that Genesis 1 to 11 would have been written, that is under Greek control, which is why it gets listed under Japheth, even though geographically it's Spain. And again, he goes through all the ancient textual reasons why the other locations don't work. I'm not going to go through the whole article, but you'll see this in commentaries. So I wanted you to have a good source for that. But again, the larger point is Paul inherits this, again, Deuteronomy 32 worldview. He's very cognizant of it. He views himself, again, as the apostle to the Gentiles, and for him that means I have to fulfill my role specifically to the Gentile regions. If there's a table of nations that's in Jewish territory, hey, I'll do what I can there. Other disciples, other apostles are hitting that space. But I need to get to these places. And this is linked to Paul's concept that Jesus would return in connection with the, quote, fullness of the Gentiles. So when the gospel has reached these regions, then the Lord will come back. You say, well, we're still sitting here and the Lord hasn't come back. Unless you're a full preterist, then my question is, how did we miss that? But anyway, God knows something Paul doesn't. God knows that the world is a bigger place than Paul does. And so Paul did not fail. I think Paul succeeded in his mission. I think Paul was very conscious of his mission. I think God got him to the places he needed to get him. And Paul did the job. It's just that, again, God knew the world was a bigger place than Paul did. And so I look at passages like the Great Commission, and again, some of the more, understand when I use this term, I'm not a universalist, but some of the more universalistic language in both testaments, hint at the concept, at least, that every place there is in this thing we know as earth, creation, every place belongs to Yahweh, and every place will worship him. Every knee will bow. So you get, again, more broad universalistic language than what the Genesis 10, Deuteronomy 32 worldview sort of spells out. But again, God knows that. Paul doesn't have to know that. Paul just needs to know, point me in the right direction and I'll start preaching. That's all I need to know. Where am I supposed to go? I'll go there and do the job. And he does it. So, again, the point with this section of the book is that the New Testament inherits, what a profound thought. The New Testament inherits an Old Testament worldview, and that it leaks out. And that's kind of a silly thing on the surface to say, but look, you spend any time in New Testament commentaries, I don't want to say just don't look, but commentaries that are so fixated on situating the New Testament in only the Greco-Roman world are not doing you a service. The New Testament is a very Old Testament / Jewish, which includes Second Temple context, world. So to be fixated on Greco-Roman parallels well, that's kind of nice, because it does pay off here and there. But what you need to do is be fixated on how does this bounce off or interact with or hook into the Old Testament, and how does it bounce off, hook into Jewish thinking about the Old Testament that all the New Testament writers would have grown up with, would have been reading, these books that they would have been reading. Because if you can do that, you'll start to think like one of them. You'll start to think like the people who wrote the thing. And that's, to me, kind of the point of hermeneutics. It's not how do we think like pagans, because that's the Greco-Roman approach. It's how do we think like, where we grew up, the books, the sources we grew up with. And yeah, when Paul goes out to different places like Ephesus, sure, it helps to look at Greco-Roman material, because that's where he's at now. But not to the exclusion of the thing that's really going to orient him, which is God's word in this thing we call the Old Testament. That's what's going to orient him, not the other. The already but yet not yet theme, again, is important, and I'm sure any of you who have, either because of your seminary courses or just on your own, have sort of ventured into the wild, wacky world of eschatology. You've come across this and you know it's important, because there are a lot of things in Scripture, particularly as they refer to eschatology, that talk about there's an already reality, but that's not the complete reality. There's this already not yet. So Paul can say something like in Colossians 1:13 that God has transplanted us, God has transferred us into the kingdom of his dear Son. So we are the kingdom. The kingdom is here in some sense, but it's also not yet here in its fullest sense. We can say when Jesus walked around and said, the kingdom of God is among you, or the kingdom of God is at hand, he actually meant what he said. But again, that's not the end of the story. So there are a lot of things in Scripture like this within and alongside eschatology. We're justified. The whole thing, the whole relationship between salvation and sanctification. Behold what manner of love the Father has bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God, the children of God. And John says, and that's what we are. But, there's coming a day when we shall be like him. We shall see him as he is. So even in terms of our own eschatology, if you want to put it that way, there's already but not yet. And a lot of that talk is, again, has hooks back into what I sort of think of as the original Edenic vision. Again, the original Edenic vision is God comes to earth. He wants to be in relationship with the beings he has made in this world, in this embodied terrestrial world. He also wants to be in relationship with the spiritual sons, his spiritual family, those sons of God, in their world, the disembodied world. But Eden is a place where those two worlds meet. They are grafted together. So God's original intention was to have both of his families be blended, have everyone participating in his rule, doing things the way he wants them done, and then enjoying the benefits of that relationship, and for those of us who are embodied, enjoying the benefits of the created world. So we've talked about, again, this is part of the rationale behind the plurals in Genesis. This is, again, part of imaging God. They image God, God's spiritual family, his spiritual sons and daughters, not daughters, because that's just the way it's portrayed in Semitic culture. But certainly, us as sons and daughters of God, these are family metaphors, family terms, and that's not a mistake. So when the New Testament, again, starts using family language, it starts referring to us as heirs. It starts talking about how we will rule and reign with Christ in, again, the kingdom, which at the end of the Bible just happens to look a whole lot like Eden. Those things are not coincidental. They're not random. So part of the divine counsel, again, worldview or theology, is this vision. And again, just a sampling of the passages. Most of these you probably know by heart. John 1:12, but as many as received him, to them he gave the authority to become the sons of God. Sons of God, children of God, family of God, adoption, heirs, inheritance. These are all New Testament terms that have a backstory. And the backstory is both the divine family and the original human family. And also the people of Israel. The people of Israel are, God's family. Again, they're threads that just can't be disconnected or shouldn't be if you're going to really get the full sort of impact and flavor of them. 1 John 3:1-3, I just quoted to you, that we are the sons of God, and John adds, and that is what we are, right in the middle of the verse, which I kind of like. Like he has to punctuate it. But we'll really be what, like him, will be what, like Jesus himself. Galatians 3, a really important passage, 3:26 and really through 29. Those who are Christ's are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. So it's not those who have the physical circumcision that are the sons of Abraham, Paul says elsewhere. It's those who have the circumcision of the heart. Okay? It's all believers, whether they're Jew or Gentile, are, believe it or not, the children of Abraham. So you have Gentile children of Abraham, because the whole issue is becoming a member of this new family. And the new family was originally to encompass the nations. Why? Because that was the Edenic goal. The Edenic goal was, okay, we're in Eden now, go out into all the world and make the rest of the world like Eden. Spread the good rule of God everywhere. It doesn't change when the nations are disinherited, because then God calls Abraham, says, I'm going to raise up my own allotted people through this person. They become my children, and it's through them, it's through the seed of Abraham, that all the other nations will be blessed. You're supposed to be a kingdom of priests. What do priests do? They have mediatorial roles. They are intercessors and mediators between God and someone else. The nation of Israel, again, is supposed to, in some way, be a certain people that will attract the nations back to the true God. And ultimately, Paul in Acts 17, that this whole arrangement was somehow supposed to get everybody back into the fold. Again, and that's what happens in the biblical story when you get in the New Testament with the inauguration of the kingdom and, of course, Pentecost and these other things we've talked about. Romans 8, referring to the sons of God. Whoever has the Spirit is a child of God, the sons and daughters of God. And the creation groans and travails, awaiting what? The manifestation of the sons of God. Well, that could refer to the second coming, and I think, it probably does, because the holy ones come back with the Lord, okay, as part of the day of the Lord. Holy ones doesn't just refer to angels in the Old Testament, it also refers to people, specifically those in Daniel 7 who inherit the kingdom. That would be us. Okay? So you have this language, it's really awaiting the consummation of the kingdom, when all of us who are heirs with Christ and who are in Christ, united to Christ, in his family, in God's family, united with the elect Son, when we are revealed to be who we are, and we get the final culmination, the final gathering of the nations. The fullness of the Gentiles has been reached, and that just winds up everything. 2 Peter 1:4, we are partakers of the divine nature. Again, why would we need to be partakers of the divine nature? Because we're supposed to be members of the divine family. That was the original point back in Eden. God creates humans to be part of his family along with his other family. We're all one big happy family doing what God wants us to do. Hebrews 10 is a passage I like. It just has some cool imagery in here. Again, verse 10, for it was fitting that he, for whom and by whom all things exist, again, there's another reference to that co-creation thing, in bringing many sons to glory, should make the founder of their salvation perfect through suffering. For he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified all have one source. That is why he is not ashamed to call them brothers. Again, Jesus has become man. We talked about the necessity of why we need the incarnation, again, to fulfill the covenants. because the covenants were originally made with humans, with people, and you can't either eliminate the people or you can't cheat on the covenant. You can't do that, so God has to become a man to make sure all of this works, and lumped in with that is the necessity, because we have to take care of what happened at Eden with both divine and human failure. We have to take care of that problem, because otherwise, the Lord of the dead has rightful claim to everyone. So we need a man who will fulfill the covenants. He will have to die to take care of what happens in the fall. And oh, by the way, he also needs to rise, because he is the firstborn, he's the first fruits of the resurrection that is passed on to all of us. And then, only then can the power of death be broken, only then can the Lord of the dead be defeated. Again, it's all one sort of cohesive, coherent system that goes back again to an original vision. So Jesus is not ashamed to call us brothers, kin, saying, I will tell of your name to my brothers, addressing God in the midst of the congregation, in the midst of the council, in the midst of the assembly. I will sing your praise. And again, I will put my trust in him. And again, behold, I and the children God has given me. You will be introduced someday to the council, and you will become part of the council. And God will be thrilled with that, because now we're getting back to what I originally started. This was the intention. This was the plan. We just had lots of bumps along the road. Revelation 2, again, the same thing thematically. Nevertheless, hold fast to what you have until I come. Again, Jesus is the speaker. The one who conquers, some translations have to him that overcomes or something like that. The one who conquers and keeps my works until the end, I will give him authority over the nations. Well, what does that mean? What does that sound like? Again, well, who's the authority over the nations now? That would be the rebellious sons of God. And once they are kicked off their perch, we take their place. I will give him authority over the nations, and he will shepherd them. The one who overcomes will shepherd them with an iron rod. He will break them in pieces like jars made of clay. Do you realize that Jesus has just quoted a messianic psalm and applied it to you? Okay. The one that overcomes, okay, he's also going to rule with a rod of iron, break them. He'll have authority over the nations, as I also have received from my Father. And I will give him, the one who overcomes, I will give him the morning star. Now, the morning star is a reference to Davidic messianic authority. Okay, you are co-rulers. Again, this is what the language means. Morning star, again, in 228, it comes from the association, again, of not just stars with divine beings, even though that's a big part of ancient Near Eastern thinking, but Numbers 24:17 about the star will go out from Jacob, a scepter will rise from Israel. Star language in the ancient world, both biblical and the wider Canaanite world, was a reference to royal divine authority. And you will have both of those things. Royal divine authority. Later in the book of Revelation, Revelation 22:16, we see the language again. Jesus says, I am the root and descendant of David, the bright morning star. And so are you. Again, back in the earlier reference. Jesus it doesn't bother him to share his messianic authority with his brothers and sisters, because that was the point. That was the original Edenic vision. So we're going back full circle. We're going forward to the past. Revelation 3. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, indeed I will come into him and dine with him, and he with me. The one who conquers, to him that overcomes, I will grant him to sit down with me on my throne. Sounds like a good deal. Sounds like it's something to look forward to. I will grant him to sit down with me on my throne, as I also have conquered and have sat down with my Father on his throne. Again, there's our little divine council structure that I can't remember if I showed it on the first day or not. But at the top, the small portion, of course, is Yahweh, the Godhead. Sons of God, as I mentioned before, was a hierarchical term. The inner circle, the elite, the ones with important jobs, the inner entourage, so to speak. And then below them, the messenger divinities, the divine beings, the Elohim, who take messages. And Paul says in 1 Corinthians 6, again, the language, if you don't have this worldview in your head, the language doesn't make any sense. It's like, what in the world is he talking about? Paul says, do you not know that the saints, again, the hagioi in Greek, the holy ones, will judge the world? You know, he's mad at the Corinthians, again, for bickering among themselves about lawsuits and whatnot. He says, don't you know that the saints, the holy ones, and of course, holy ones is one of the more familiar terms Paul uses for you, for the church. Don't you know that we're going to judge the world? And if the world is to be judged by you, are you incompetent to try trivial cases? Don't you know that we are to judge angels? Don't you know this? Don't you get it? Again, you get it if you have the structure in your head, if you have the Deuteronomy 32 worldview in your head. This is easy as pie. Okay, if you have it in your head. If you don't, then it's like, boy, Paul, I don't know what I don't know what you ate that morning, but it couldn't have been good. I mean, you just don't know what in the world he's talking about. It becomes this disconnected, lofty thought that really doesn't have much meaning. I want to take you through a little bit of Burnett's paper. Again, this has now since become a thesis. I was David's, one of his outside readers for his thesis at Criswell. So I could actually send you the thesis now. It's a little significantly longer than his SBL paper, but the notes are taken from the paper. And what Burnett did, he read this paper 2 years ago at SBL in one of the Pauline studies section, and really did a good job with it. He takes Genesis 15:5. Okay, let's look at just look at the passage so it's fresh in your mind. And he asks a really good question. God, again, the word of the Lord, brought him outside, Abram, and said, look toward the heaven and number the stars, if you're able to number them. Then he said to him, so shall your offspring be. And he believed the Lord, and he counted it to him as righteousness. Now, what Burnett wondered was I wonder if anyone has ever considered the possibility that it's not only about numerical reference, it's not only about quantity, but could the promise also refer to quality? In other words, since there was this view that divine sons, divine beings in God's divine family, or the family of the gods, were also referred to as stars, because that meant they were also partaking of divinity and the royal authority, the royal divine authority that went with it. I wonder if that could possibly be part of what Genesis 15:5 is getting at. In his paper, he goes through, again, not surprisingly, a long stream of tradition in the Second Temple period, Philo and other important Jewish writers that said exactly that. It's not only about quantity. This refers to us as Israelites as the sons and daughters of God, and we will reign and rule with him and be part of his family. It does refer to quality as well. I just want to show you little bits, some of the things he runs across in the paper. But catch this. In Genesis 17:5, the language is this: no longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be called Abraham, for I made you the father of a multitude of nations. Well, now wait a minute. Wait. Back here in 15:5, it's, look at the stars, so shall your offspring be. Again, there's at least a numerical, and again, he asked, was there also a qualitative feel to this? But wasn't Abraham like one nation? Why is it that Abraham will be a father of a multitude of nations? This isn't New Testament. This is Genesis 17. That's kind of unusual. Maybe it refers to something bigger than Israel. Genesis 26:4, I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and I will give to your offspring all these lands. And in your offspring all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. Now if you go to Romans 4, it gets even more interesting. For the promise to Abraham and his offspring that he would be, what does it say there? Heir of the world. Hey, Paul, where are you getting that? And not only that, but if we click on world, it's cosmos. Abraham will be heir to the cosmos. The cosmos. This promise did not come through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. For if it is the adherents of the law who are to be the heirs, faith is null, and the promise is void. For the law brings wrath, but where there is no law, there is no transgression. That is why it depends on faith, in order that the promise may rest on grace and be guaranteed to all his offspring, not only to the adherent of the law, but also to the one who shares the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all. As it is written, I have made you the father of many nations. In the presence of the God in whom he believed, who gives life to the dead and calls into existence the things that do not exist. In hope, he believed against hope that he should become the father of many nations, as he had been told, so shall your offspring be. And how in the world do you get Abraham as the inheriting the cosmos? I mean, how do you get that? And the whole world, and then again, cosmos sort of implies, again, even something a little more, pardon the pun, cosmic. Again, we looked at Romans 4:18. Here's the issue, again, in Burnett's paper. In Romans 4:18, Paul cites the promise to Abraham by means of the LXX, the Septuagint, of Genesis 15, which says, so shall your seed be. He cites that in relation to what it means to become the father of many nations. So what Paul does in that passage we just read, Romans 4, is he combines elements of Genesis 15:5 with elements of Genesis 17:5. Modern scholars have traditionally understood the relationship Paul sees between these two texts quantitatively, just in terms of, hey, you're going to have lots of kids, both promising a vast multitude of descendants made up of Jews and Gentiles. Okay, well, it means at least that much. Conversely, some early Jewish interpreters of Genesis 15:5 and its cognates, its parallels, such as Philo, Sirach, and the authors of the Apocalypse of Abraham, understood the promise qualitatively, not merely speaking of multiplication, but also of transformation into the likeness of the stars or to have their power. In other words, in evangelical language, it also speaks of glorification or deification, to cite the wider Christian tradition. Divinization is another word you'll see. Reading Paul's use of Genesis 15:5 in light of this qualitative interpretation would place him within the context of already well-established deification or angelomorphic traditions in early Judaism that see the destiny of the seed of Abraham as replacing the stars as gods or angels of the nations. See, the divine beings who were called stars, Job 38, Isaiah 14, that language is used of divine beings, and right now divine beings run the nations. So maybe when God says to Abraham, hey, your offspring are going to be like the stars, he not only refers to number, but he refers, again, somewhat cryptically, to the fact that, as we read in Revelation and Romans elsewhere and a bunch of other passages, that you will rule over the nations. You will inherit the cosmos. You will have it all. You will be my children, which means you will be glorified like me, you will be like me, and you will be put over the nations. Maybe that's how we should read the text. It's probably both, you can't exclude one for the other. But again, typically the way we approach this, we only think of one. We don't think of the other. Whereas there were plenty of people thinking about their Old Testament who thought of both. In the promise, as we're told to Isaac, Genesis 26:4 reads, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, And will give your seed all these lands, and by your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. There seems to be a close connection, Burnett writes, between being multiplied as the stars of the heaven and the inheritance of all these lands. There you get the inheritance language again. This will result in all the nations of the earth being blessed. So again, if we really, to have all the nations of the earth be blessed, they really need to be ruled by Yahweh. And Yahweh will rule them by means of his agents, and even more than his agents, his family. And you are his family. Again, a very simple set of ideas, but you have to be able to trace the threads through the text. But the words, "it was counted to him," were not written for his sake alone, but also ours. It will be counted to us who believe in him who raised from the dead Jesus our Lord. Again, this has nothing to do with physical descent from Abraham, as Paul says here, Galatians 3. Those who are Christ's are Abraham's seed. It is not those who are of the circumcision that are Abraham's seed, but those who are, have the circumcision of the heart. I mean, all this biblical phrasing, again, it refers to the fact that this transcends one nation. It transcends one little piece of turf on the earth. It transcends one ethnic people. It refers to humans of all nations, all tribes. They are the children of Abraham if they believe. And they are the ones who will be put over the nations. Again, all of this is familiar. I mean, there's nothing new here that I'm giving you, except, encouraging you to sort of, read it with different spectacles on. Again, just what people writing before the New Testament, who Paul and other people are going to read, and who those people are going to lead, the apostles, the disciples, and New Testament writers to be thinking in certain ways about their Old Testament, and that's going to leak out in the New Testament. The idea of becoming heir of the cosmos, a father of many nations, and the hope of the resurrection are not separate promises, but are understood by Paul as constituent parts of one promise made to Abraham in Genesis 15, in becoming as the stars of heaven. In other words, what Burnett's arguing here is that the original promise included the idea of glorification, resurrection and glorification, because you have to be made divine, to really finally, consummatively, if that's a word, be in the family of God. That's your destiny as a believer. You will be, as Peter said, we read it a few minutes ago, you are partakers of the divine nature. You are the sons of God, Romans 8. So a couple examples. Again, I just pulled out a few texts that Burnett cites. Philo of Alexandria and the saying, "So shall your seed be." So in Philo's commentary in Who is the Heir of Divine Things, he's writing on Genesis 15:5. Philo says, "The ideas of becoming heir of the cosmos, a father of many nations." Wait, that's a repeated. I repeated the slide here. When the Lord led him, Abraham, outside, he said, "Look up into the heaven and count the stars. If thou canst count their sum, so shall be thy seed." Well does the text say so, not so many. That is, of equal number to the stars. For he, God, Philo writes, wishes to suggest not number merely, but a multitude of other things, such as tend to happiness, perfect and complete. The seed shall be, he says, as the ethereal sight spread out before him, celestial, that is, full of light, unshadowed, and pure as that is. For night is banished from heaven and darkness from ether. It shall be the very likeness of the stars. So basically, Philo is saying, when God says, "So shall thy seed be," and comparing it to the stars, Philo says, we're going to be the likeness of the stars. And that means we're going to be non-terrestrial. We're going to be divine. We're going to be up there in the heavens. We're going to be with God and part of his family. So it's not just number, it's nature, it's quality. Sirach, for this reason God promised him, Abraham, with an oath, to bless the nations through his seed, to make him numerous as the grains of dust, exalt his seed as the stars, giving them an inheritance from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. And in this case, it's kind of interesting. Sirach, when he's thinking number, he's thinking of the dust of the ground part, that wording that you'll find elsewhere in the Old Testament about the promise. But when he thinks of the stars, he's thinking of, again, exaltation. Again, we're familiar with the Old Testament backdrop. Some of these, though, James 1:17, God is called the Father of lights. Okay. Again, it's astral language, the star language, the Father of lights. I mentioned that verse in a footnote in the book because it ties into some other things in Deuteronomy 32, specifically where it's part of it's conceptually part of the passage in James where it talks about what the demons believe and then they tremble. And what we always sort of reflexively think is that the passage says, and this is how apologists, I've heard them use it. So even the demons believe in God and it scares them. That's not actually what the text says. It says that the demons believe that God is one. That's what scares them. God is one. Well, what does that mean? Well, if again, you're processing it through what we've been talking about, then, well, if God is one, that means there's no room for us. It also means that, hey, wait a minute. What about the guys over here that are the gods of the nations? This is their turf, right? No. God is one. It means that God will rule everything, which means that those guys are going to be displaced. And yes, you're correct. There is no room for you anymore. So that's what scares them. It speaks the oneness of God, the completeness and the totality of God's rule suggests that at some point we're going to be in trouble. And so that's not a comforting thought. And we looked at Revelation. In evangelical circles, we talk about resurrection, and we use the word glorification. In the ancient world, both in terms of Israelite thinking, Canaanite thinking, Second Temple Jewish thinking, they associated, that they would use terms that, or that their concept would be a little more blunt. I mean, it all means becoming like God or becoming like Jesus. So glorification is a fine word. But you'll see scholars refer to it as deification, divinization, exaltation, angelification. In other words, how will humans, the theology of humans becoming more than human, humans becoming divine, that sort of thing. And it's not that you cease to become human, because you're all familiar with these passages. We still get resurrection bodies, and there's still the idea of embodiment. We talked about that. But you're human, but you're more than that. You have celestial flesh. Okay, your body is going to be like the body that the Lord had after the resurrection. You won't be him, but you'll be like him. You'll be made divine, but yet you'll still be a glorified human. Okay, all this sort of complex of ideas. In the ancient world, one of the ways of describing that circumstance or that trajectory was language like becoming like the stars. And so again, Burnett's saying people knew that, and so when they read Genesis 15, they would have thought that the star reference very naturally refers to glorification. It's not just number, it's glorification. It's becoming divine. And Daniel 12 is sort of kind of a go-to passage in the Old Testament for this. And it's not the only one, but it's probably the most, blunt one. Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Again, this is a day of the Lord sort of thinking. There shall be a time of trouble such as was never been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. And again, many of those who sleep, He shall awake some to everlasting life, some to contempt, everlasting contempt. Those who are wise, the righteous, again, will shine like the brightness of the sky. And those who turn many to righteousness like the stars. So again, it's very clear astral language. And so Burnett's argument is that, hey, this was part of their complex of thinking just like it was anywhere else in the ancient world. Part of the way you describe glorification was that someday we'll be like the stars. And you understood that to mean we'll be with God. We'll be like him. We'll be in his house, in his domain, because we're part of his family. That was the way they expressed it. I'm not going to go to the Enochian language or pseudepigraphical stuff, but Second Temple texts, again, have a bunch of this. Again, to summarize the last slide, Burnett's part of his conclusion is that Paul's citations of these various verses in Genesis links all the constituent parts, inheritance of the cosmos, becoming a father of many nations, resurrection of the dead. All the constituent parts links it, they're part of the one promise to Abraham, which Paul understands to be a reference to glorified believers becoming as stars, and of course ruling and reigning with the Lord. So again, I wanted you to introduce you to that because it's another thing. Again, I didn't really get into it in the book. I do reference Burnett's paper in a footnote in the book a little bit. But again, there's a whole complex of tradition that ties, here's the point for us, ties a familiar Christian theological concept, glorification. It ties it back into the divine council family worldview and the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. They're all interconnected. So it's not, again, I'm not saying, well, you can't understand glorification without this divine council stuff. Well, you can. I mean, you can get the basics of it. But what you can't do is you can't see the Old Testament basis of it. You can't see how the thoughts interconnect. You can't use that to help you parse something in Revelation 2 and 3. Again, you miss the connection points. You miss the richness of it. And in some cases, like Paul, you're going to be heirs of Abraham, heir of the world, inherit the world. You're not going to have any frame of reference for that kind of language, for the bigness of it. So you need to be aware of that. The other thing, I'm not going to get into this here, but you also might be interested, a little sort of subpart to this in Second Temple Jewish thinking, especially at Qumran with the Dead Sea Scrolls, is there were certain sects of Judaism that took this one step further. And this gets you into liturgy and sort of ritual and ceremony and liturgy. But they believed that since they were God's family and Israel was supposed to be a kingdom of priests, that believers had priestly roles to fulfill in the way they worshiped and, of course, the way they lived in terms of, how they lived their life, do's and don'ts and all this kind of stuff. And so they believe that this priesthood here, because its ultimate destiny, the ultimate destiny of us is to join the heavenly priesthood, the heavenly council above, because we're going to be one family. We really are one family, but not yet. That what we do on the earth here, in terms of our worship, mimics or ought to mimic what happens in heaven. And so you'll read texts where they refer to themselves as an angelic priesthood, as a divine priesthood. It's a really big theme at Qumran. This is why they were obsessed with calendar. This is why they were obsessed with doing certain rituals at certain times in particular orders, because they wanted to align what they were doing with what they believed to be activity in the heavens. This is why you'll get astronomical texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, this is why you'll get astro-theological thinking in Judaism, particularly at Qumran, because they wanted to be in sync with what was happening with their brethren, their priestly brethren in the heavens with God. It was important to do this ritual because as in heaven, so on earth. Heaven is supposed to be in sync with earth. And if we fail here, God is going to be displeased and chaos can erupt and all this kind of stuff. Again, we don't really think like that, obviously. But I tell you that not only because it's kind of interesting. Again, it explains again some of these obsessions, especially with calendar and ritual, post-temple. But also because I think it's at least worth spending a few minutes thinking about what we do in church. I mean, I'm not saying that liturgy, any liturgy we're familiar with today, a Reformed liturgy or whatever, has anything to do with this, even though it would be kind of interesting if it did. Some of the Eastern Orthodox stuff does. They're a little more in tune with this than Protestants. But I just think we should spend some time thinking about what we do in church and why. And it ought to teach people something. It ought to convey something important. In other words, it shouldn't just be busyness. It shouldn't just be activity or entertainment or something like that. Again, I'm not just a complete cultural stick in the mud, so don't get that impression. But what really bothers me most is that if you walk up to somebody in church and somebody asks, or a visitor comes, "Why do you do that?" Nobody has any idea why we do that. What does it mean? Well, it doesn't really mean anything. Okay. Maybe it should. Maybe it should be designed to be a thing you can use as a springboard to actually teach somebody something if they ask the question. That's all I'm saying. So again, I don't want to be too much a stick in the mud, but I do think about that. This is just a point of curiosity. Again, I'm not sure I'm buying this, but it is interesting. This is really part of what scholars like to refer to as fugitive literature. I didn't even know this journal existed. Do I have the title, the source here? I'd have to open it up, but it's in some journal I'd never heard of, but I saw it referenced in I don't know if it was a commentary or some other sort of random source, but this guy is looking at Revelation 14 and wondering if Revelation 14 doesn't, again, connect back into the Watcher's story, again, in sort of a reversal imagery kind of thing. And this is the 144,000. So let's just look at Revelation 14. Then I looked, and behold, on Mount Zion stood the Lamb, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his Father's name written on their foreheads. Isn't it interesting that those who are Christ's receive the name? I'm just saying. Let those who name the name of Christ depart from it. It's part of the name theology. And isn't it interesting that those who follow the beast also carry the beast's name? Again, just saying. I heard a voice from heaven like the roar of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. The voice I heard was like the sound of harpists playing on their harps, and they were singing a new song before the throne and before the living creatures and before the elders. No one could learn that song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. It is those who have not defiled themselves with women, for they are virgins. It is these who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These have been redeemed from mankind as firstfruits for God and the Lamb. And in their mouth no lie was found, for they are blameless. Now, what the fellow suggests is he looks at, again, Revelation 14, there's an earlier list of the 144,000 in Revelation 7, where you get these, ostensibly, you get 12,000 from each tribe, okay, if you remember the passage. And, those who want to interpret prophecy, literally, to say, well, these are 144,000 real Jews, and we're looking for this in the end times with the millennium and all this stuff. Well, there are some problems with the list in Revelation 7. Problems with the list just in general. If you go back in the Old Testament, there are more than 20 listings of the tribes. And they're just almost never the same. You get different orders, you get different combinations, you even get less than 12 tribes in some lists. You get 10, you get 11, you get 12. Again, is Joseph separated into two? Are they combined? Or is Joseph listed? You get all this sort of variation. It's a difficult issue. But when you get to, let's go to Revelation 7 here, just for one observation before we come back here. Okay, here are your tribes. Now, here's your Sunday school quiz. Do we all remember what the 12 tribes were? Who's missing? Oh, you cheat. You just knew it too fast. Yes, Dan is missing. Where have we referenced the tribe of Dan today? Dan. What was Dan associated with? Bashan. Dan is like a serpent, it says in Jacob's blessing / condemnation. There's actually an interesting church historical tradition, and again, Irenaeus, this is why we love Irenaeus. He's always thinking. He taught that, he doesn't use this terminology, but he sort of favored the view, so it was kind of a pet view of his, that the Antichrist would come from the tribe of Dan because of the Bashan references, which he connected back to the Watcher story. Now, again, that's his idea. It's kind of interesting. The Antichrist is referred to, I'm trying to remember what text it is. It's not a direct reference, but he viewed the Antichrist as a tyrant, and he happened to notice, again, this is Irenaeus, like I said, he's always thinking. One of the words for tyrant was taitan, which was also a Greek term used of the Titans, who were there's two versions of the Titan story in classical Greek. In one story, they are the divine ones, the sons of God. In the other story, they're actually giants. It didn't matter for Irenaeus. He just liked the connection. So he just thought, I wonder. Again, this is why we like him. Now, the tribe was originally a tribe in the south. This is another reason why Dan gets a bad reputation. Dan is the only tribe that forsakes its inheritance. Because their original tribal allotment in Joshua was in the south, but they failed to conquer, they failed to get the job done, and then they migrate north. So that by the time you get to the end of the book of Judges, they are now located in the north. And then during the divided monarchy, you have the cult center to Baal. Dan is one of the cities that Jeroboam, creates an idol for alternative Yahweh worship, and that becomes a cult center to Baal. So Dan has a very checkered reputation in the Old Testament, and it's one of the reasons why they're not blessed. They have all this other baggage, and then all this other history, and in part of the statement they're described as a serpent ready to spring, and an adder by the road. So you have different interpreters, again, especially in the early church. And again, Irenaeus is always the one that sort of comes to mind because he seems to see more things and get more mileage out of things, than most anybody else. But there are whole articles, again, in the bibliography on Dan and the Antichrist tradition, and a lot of it interacts with Irenaeus. Go ahead.
Just because maybe my familiarity is wrong, but there were 12 tribes, so if Dan's out,
You
what
have-
not included?
You have Ephraim and Manasseh.
It's Joseph.
Yep. So you have Manasseh substituted for Dan in the list, and you have Joseph appear. So what usually happens is Joseph is one of the original 12, and in Old Testament lists Joseph disappears, and then he'll either get Manasseh or Ephraim. In some lists, Ephraim and Manasseh show up in the lists. So this is why when you actually go to you'd think something as simple as this would be the same everywhere in the Old Testament. It ain't. And again, part of that is in some cases the purpose of genealogies. You'll get people who get fixated on things like tribe lists, and they'll comment about how the order in which tribes appear, like, who occupies slot number 7 because 7's a special number, maybe that's what's going on. There's all sorts of ways to approach, why are the tribes numbered as they are, and why do the orders change? Manikim's article here, it's a very sort of long and convoluted article, but he compares what's done in Revelation 7 and 14 with the exclusion of Dan. And he argues that Dan would normally have been, at least in most of the lists, and he'll argue for why there are outliers and why they're still consistent, but he'll say Dan, typically occupied X, Y, Z position, and then he'll go to the list of the disciples, which are also 12, what could be easier? But again, it's not always consistent, and he'll say, well, this is where Judas tends to get listed, in the same numerical slot. And so he speculates, he wonders, well, I wonder if John is trying to align Judas with where Dan should be, which again would feed into this whole, what happened? It would feed into this whole Antichrist tradition. That because you have Judas now, and there's some sort of relationship to Dan, and of course Dan's the big bad you get all these, again, concatenation of ideas. So what Manikim tries to do in this article is he sort of just wonders out loud. But he's arguing his larger point really isn't about Dan. The article's not about Dan. It's, why the reference to only men in Revelation 14, and why virgins. He talks about Dan a little bit, but this is where he wants to focus. And there's different interpretations, the 144,000. You got the Tim LaHaye literalism, 144,000 of the ethnic Jews, and different figurative views right here. Again, the number points to complete number, the totality of the redeemed, those who are in opposition to the beast, and all that sort of stuff. So he goes through different common interpretations, but he really is sort of fixated on the omissions and the virgin men. So what he argues, here's his alternative, is that the redeemed virgins, the 144,000 are virgins, and he's like, why? Who cares? The redeemed virgins are an anti-image of the watchers who sinned sexually via cohabitation with women in Genesis 6:1-4. Now, what he's arguing is they're men in Revelation 14 because A, they take the place on earth in the war against the beast of 144,000 good angels, and they perform priestly roles. So he taps into this tradition of believers in certain sects of Judaism believing they're the angelic priesthood version of what's going on. And so he thinks that the writer of Revelation, John, says, well, we're not going to have angels fighting against the watchers who, if you take Revelation 9 as their release, rather it's believers, and specifically it's 144,000. And the reason that they're cast as virgins is not because they need to be virgins or they are virgins, but it's to show that they are the antithesis of the watchers and their ilk. Okay, so again, it's theological telegraphing. Beale's commentary, and I'm not just saying this because he's in the Reformed tradition or anything like that, but Beale's commentary on Revelation in the New International Greek Text Series is wonderful, and it's because it's about the only thing you'll find that just spends an amazing amount of time and devotes an amazing amount of space to taking what Revelation says and interacting with Second Temple Jewish literature in light of all of it. It's really, really, it's I don't know, it's like 1,200 pages or whatever. It's huge, but nobody has spent more time trying to do that than Beale. So it's really worthwhile. Now, what I wish somebody would do in a follow-up volume is take the Second Temple literature and then go back into the ancient Near Eastern connections. That's what really needs to happen. But Beale has done easily half the job, and I think even more, because he does rabbit trail a little bit back into ancient Near Eastern stuff, but not a whole lot. But it's just awesome. It's a great resource, again, to try to tap into primary sources in their thinking.
If you were the ancient author writing Genesis 15, and like you said, the inheritance of the whole world, and that you'd have all the nations. Was the Jewish mentality that they would overtake all the land and everyone would be Jewish? And I guess at that time they didn't have many people married into their group. So their idea at the end of all of this, with the promises, it's all run by Jews.
Everybody becomes a worshiper of Yahweh. Everyone joins the community. You know, you align yourself with the true God, with Yahweh. And at the time, that meant becoming part of the community. Now, they're going to know, though, that you still have people, you have Gentile salvation, you have different examples of it. Like Rahab, you know, who's a woman, but she nevertheless joins the community and marries into Israel. But then you have somebody like Naaman, who just professes that now I know that Yahweh is the God of gods. Please let me take some dirt back to Syria, because I'm going to have to go into the temple of Rimmon, and I want holy ground with me. I want dirt from Israel. It's very evident that he believes, but he's not going to join the nation and become an Israelite. He goes back to Syria, and Elisha says, yeah, that'll work. Go ahead. Take all you can carry. So you have, again, the issue of the heart. The circumcision of the heart idea is actually in the Old Testament. It's not something Paul comes up with to argue for Gentile inclusion. The issue is always, who are you aligned with? Not, did you do this physical ceremony? Now, the flip side of that is if you know you should do it, you know, you can't reject it and be a member in good standing. But again, the Gentiles are not, you know, necessarily under that obligation. You have, in the Torah, you have rules for Gentiles living among, you know, the people. They're not supposed to intermarry, although there are even exceptions to that. It's not quite completely off limits. But again, there are laws that allow for and presume Gentile inclusion. In other words, there are some laws that say, okay, if you're a Gentile living among the people in the land, you don't have to observe the Passover when everybody does because you're not one of us. You don't have to do this ceremony, that ceremony, but there are certain things that you do need to do to avoid polluting the land and whatnot. So you actually have this laid out in the Torah. So it's presumed that you're going to have Gentiles living among you. And, you know, there's no passage that spells out, here's how you become one of us. And there are passages that, you know, very clearly, even Rahab, before she joins, it's, you know, she believes. I mean, that's why she's in Hebrews 11. You know, she knows, she believes that the God of Israel is the real God. So you don't have it ever spelled out, but again, it's not something that you could just sort of thumb your nose at. You know, if someone told you about it and you wanted to officially join the community, then you have to do it a certain way. But the vision is that these questions sort of become peripheral because everyone worships Yahweh. That's the vision, you know, to have everyone return to the true God. And it's not a conquest thing either. It's a, you know, you've been persuaded through whatever circumstance that Yahweh is the God of gods.
I was thinking what you were saying in the book about how God has two families, a human family, a spiritual, angelic family, and his vision of Eden, the restoration of Eden, his Edenic vision. And it just makes me wonder, you know, kind of thinking back, I have to reread my Bible now, but all the parables that Jesus taught, like the prodigal son, for example, where there's a father with two sons, and one, you know, leaves, and the older one stays. And I'm just trying to think if you've considered, you know, rereading or just trying to see if perhaps Jesus wasn't talking only about humans.
I think I haven't done a whole lot of thinking about that. I have a friend, Ron Johnson, who likes to think about that, and we've had some conversations about it. Like the one, you know, the parable of the son, where the enemies are the ones who they're tenants. They start out as tenants, and then they try to take over the land, and they, you know, it's kind of hard not to see the whole Deuteronomy 32 situation there, and that's where Ron's at. He thinks that people would have picked up on that, and finally you send the elect son, you know, the monogenes son, and they kill him. I think there is, you know, something to that. I don't know. Parables are a little dicey because it's hard to know whether 1 point or 5 points in them is supposed to be analogous to something. And, you know, like Blomberg's book on parables, that's one of his big things. And I think he's right that you can't press a parable into duty to be this. You can't turn them into allegories where every element is analogous to something else. But having said that, there are a number, and you mentioned the so-called prodigal, which really isn't about the prodigal anyway. It's about the father. But you look at that, and yeah, I think there are one or two things in a lot of parables that connect back into some of these big themes. So I would tend to agree, but I wouldn't want to venture into too many specifics at this point. It's something on my list of things that, you know, I need to think more carefully about. But I'm betting you're going to, you know, there would be some that, yeah, this line, you know, this sort of descriptor, this little phrase here and there is going to conjure up some image or connect back to some passage in a way that isn't obvious. But once you see it, it becomes obvious.
We were talking about the different types of demons. So you had Satan, serpent, and then you had the sons of God who are trapped in prison until Revelation. And then I simply just wrote down there was demons, and then there was gods of the nations. What's the difference between separating out who these gods of the nations are from the other demons? Are you thinking like the encounter with Legion as somebody?
The problem is the terminology is in part confusing, and that's in part because of our translations. You have essentially four bands of rebels, even though one band is only one. Okay, so you know you've got your rebel in Eden, then you have the rebellion of Genesis 6. Okay, those guys are never called demons, even though, again, in Jewish tradition, the original offenders, the guys who commit the crime, are imprisoned. They are referred to as the angels that sinned by Peter. They're, you know, bound and all that stuff. Their offspring in Jewish tradition, okay, Nephilim and those bloodlines, those are the ones who are referred to as the Rephaim, who are the inhabitants of hell, the underworld. Those are the ones in Second Temple tradition that is the explanation for where demons come from. So there's a relationship between the offenders of Genesis 6. Their offspring is the explanation for where demons come from. And so their offspring is really the third category, the third bunch of rebels, and those would be the demons you see running around in the Gospels. And then the fourth are the gods put over the nations, who wind up in rebellion. Now, again, are they ever really singled out as demons the way the Gospels think of them? No. But the way our translations describe them in Deuteronomy 32:17, it uses the word demon there. But that demon, Old Testament demons, and the word only occurs 2 times in the Old Testament. It's shadim. Comes from Akkadian shadu, which means a guardian entity, a territorial guardian entity, which makes sense in the Deuteronomy 32 scheme of things because they have dominion over turf. But those guys are not, again, in Second Temple tradition or even in Old Testament. You won't find them like in Sheol. You won't find them fathering, you know, creatures that become demon. You know, they're different. They're still in rebellion, but they're different. So you actually have 4 different groups, and they get conflated a little bit in our minds because of the way our translations choose to render shadim in Deuteronomy 32, and then there's a reference in the Psalms to the shadim. But they're actually different in both the way they get described in biblical terms and the way they're thought of in Second Temple Jewish terms from the demons in the Gospels. Okay, they're different in that respect. I think that this is why I refer to all of them as divine beings in rebellion, so that I don't have to use the word demon because it gets confusing. And, I might say it in a context where I'm not thinking carefully and say it where I don't really want to say it because I've inherited the same way of talking about them as anybody else has. But, having had my head in the material a while, I sort of have opted for just calling them divine rebels because that's what they all are, so that I don't have to necessarily worry about the term. But I don't know that it helps. It helps me, but I don't know that it helps anybody else because a lot of the, it's new. It's new to people to think about demonology the way, they would have, back in the original context, as opposed to what our translations give us.
Did the Watchers have human bodies?
I think, the best way I think to answer this is the pattern is that when a divine being shows up to interact with other divine beings, they have flesh. Okay, if they indeed are able to produce offspring, it would be human flesh. Okay, the question is, well, they're human, but are they more than human? Because angels are described as men. Okay, well, they're not really men, but they're embodied, they eat, they have meals, they fight, all this kind of thing. We never get a parsing or an explanation of how this works. So what we do is we get a vague assessment like, well, if they're in human flesh, then human flesh can do what human flesh does. They don't need it. They can occupy it and use it. You also, again, get the sense that, even when angels, it almost depends on the encounter because even if they are embodied, it seems that they can abandon the embodiment at will. In other words, they can disappear. Now, Jesus could do that. Jesus' body was human, but yet it was more than human. It transcends normal humanity. It's still him, but it isn't him because it's something amped up. So you get into this whole discussion about what is celestial flesh. That's the phrase Paul uses, the pneumatic body, the spiritual body. Well, isn't that an oxymoron? Well, to Paul it wasn't. And to people in Paul's world, it wasn't either. That was actually, it was a different kind of human flesh, other than the one you're born into, but it was still flesh, again, in their thinking. Because you actually get other texts that get into this in Greek philosophers, for instance. We'll do this. So what we have is we have data points, like what they're called, okay? We have embodiment with its abilities, but we have embodiment with more than normal embodiment. So what does that mean in our modern parlance? I don't know. Okay, we're just not told. And they're not thinking about modern terms. They're not thinking about, well, I wonder how many chromosomes they have. None of that's even part of the discussion because they're totally unaware of it. And if they were, who knows if they'd even be interested. But they just don't have that vocabulary, a vocabulary that would satisfy us. And so I have to make a decision. I can speculate, probably make money doing that, or I can just sort of let it alone. So I choose to let it alone. I don't like speculating because, again, in my case, because I'm sort of known on the internet, if I start speculating about things, people will take it like it's truth. And that bothers me. So I only want to go there. I just don't bother.
Also, yesterday, we read that paragraph, and it was helpful to see in the ancient Israel mind of how can I distinguish the Word of God speaking to Yahweh, so they're using the word memra. And you said it came from a Targum Bible?
Targum. Targum.
And what language is there memra? And that's Aramaic. And then, so Was it the Hellenized Jews, I guess would be speaking Aramaic at the time, who were reflecting back on their forefathers about how they also knew it, and so they were trying to distinguish?
Depends what a Hellenized Jew means. I mean, a Jew's going to grow up speaking Aramaic. That's the vernacular. If you're Hellenized, that can mean one of two things. I adopt Greek culture and lifestyle, and it could mean I adopt it to the point where I now am speaking Greek like it's my own language. You could be bilingual, but in other words, the issue with Hellenization is, where are you at in the spectrum? I'm not offended by Greek culture the way my conservative relatives want me to be, because Greeks are Gentiles. Okay, I'm not offended with their culture, and I'll even do some of the things they do. That's one end of the spectrum, as opposed to, man, I wish I were Greek, and I'm going to pretend I am, so I'm going to go run around speaking Greek all the time. So it just depends. But a lot of people would have been bilingual, in that part of the world, because Greek is to them like English is now. It was the lingua franca. Everybody spoke Greek. So if you wanted to be in business, if you wanted to, buy and sell goods, chances are you knew at least some Greek so you could get by. But if you were a Jew, your native tongue at that point was Aramaic. Hebrew was something that would have still been used, typically by the priestly class, by the scribes, people who are going to interact with the Masoretic text and teach it and whatever. People probably knew a little bit of Hebrew, but most of them did not. I mean, even Ezra, when they come back after 70 years in Persia, Babylon and Persia, Ezra has to read the text to them and then give them the sense, which a lot of scholars believe, and for good reason, that Ezra had to actually translate their own Bible to them into Aramaic because they had lost their language. That was a problem. It never sort of completely went away, because by the time you get to the 1st century, Aramaic is what you speak if you're a native Jew. So Targums were translations into Aramaic of their own Bible, because most people could read that. Some people could read Greek too, so they might use a Greek text. They might use the Septuagint. We just don't know. There are a lot of scholars who think Jesus was trilingual, that he could handle Hebrew, certainly knew Aramaic, would have known Greek, again, because everybody knows Greek. It's a little hard to tell, but Aramaic would have been really, really familiar. And so Targums were important because they allowed the masses to read Scripture, masses of Jews anyway. And later on, after the New Testament was put into Aramaic too. They're also called Targums. In the east of the empire, the Aramaic form, the Aramaic language in the eastern part of the Roman Empire was Syriac.